The American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintained, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. We should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who were unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
After more than 2 years of war, the nation looked forward to an era of peace and goodwill. The new president had made a successful 3.5-month tour of the country, and his popularity had attained a very high level. Yet no one realized better than he the seriousness of the problems confronting our government. As an experienced diplomat and statesman, he knew the value of psychology. And as a devoted husband and father, he knew something important had happened to his teenage daughter. He's a very likely youngster, Sam Gouverneur is. But you're both entirely too young to get into anything serious.
Oh, Papa, you're so old-fashioned. I'm almost 16. Well, lots of girls get...
I don't give a hoot about lots of girls. I do about you. Mind that now, Mariah.
Yes, Papa. Papa?
Yes, dear.
Why is Sam making an inventory of all that furniture the government bought for the White House?
Because Senator Galen and the other opposition leaders have been making peculiar noises about calling me to account for the cost of it.
But it's beautiful furniture, the best in the world, isn't it?
That isn't the point, Raya. The opposition doesn't realize the real reason I wanted it to be as fine as it was possible to order. You see, as a democracy, it's been the policy for many years for the president to be as socially informal as possible.
Mm-hmm. That's the democratic spirit, isn't it?
It is, and it's admirable up to a point. But the Secretary of State and I both agree that that point has been reached. Because of so much White House informality, the diplomatic corps has fallen into the habit of not taking our international relations very seriously. They condescend to our representatives as though we were a small and unimportant province.
Well, then they don't understand Americans.
Exactly. So we're changing all that. Your mother and I are as formal as possible. Our invitations are sent out according to strict protocol, and we return no calls under any circumstances. And the ambassador knows he can have an appointment with me whenever he needs it. But they're also learning that the request must come through formal channels. In this way, they're gradually realizing that we take our international problems deadly serious.
Oh, I didn't realize what happens in the drawing room was so important.
It is the battleground of the diplomats, and therefore it's very important. Right now, our problems with Spain and with Russia are in a very critical state. Great Britain has always treated us patronizingly in our diplomatic relations. France is our friend, but even France doesn't recognize us as a social equal.
Oh, I see.
But they will, Mariah. By heaven, they will.
a pinch of snuff, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you, John.
Now, what's this I hear about your daughter, Mariah, and your assistant secretary?
So the news has even reached my Secretary of State, has it? Yes, John, they seem very much in love.
Yeah, good for Mariah. Though she is mighty young, isn't she?
She's entirely too young, and her mother and I have both told her so. But Sam's a good lad, and she's a good girl. As long as they're patient about it, Eliza and I are in favor of the idea.
A very sensible attitude. And speaking of social matters, my wife has had another run-in with Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith is a charming lady. She's also as spoiled as she is charming. She ruled the social roost here in Washington so long she can't face the fact that things have changed.
She thinks both your lady and my own should have called long ago on the wives of the new senators.
Still hopping on that issue.
And, of course, it gives Gaylord and his group another teacup argument against your administration.
We'll stick by our guns. The president's wife will return no calls. The wife of the Secretary of State will return calls only to the ladies she has already received. The diplomats' wives understand that, don't they?
They seem to, sir.
And it's the diplomatic corps this policy was instigated to impress.
The Spanish ambassador, especially.
Exactly. And how is the senor treating us these days?
He's still puzzled at our insistence that the Floridas were included in the Louisiana purchase.
Puzzled? He'll be a heap more than puzzled if he doesn't tell his government how strongly we insist on it.
We've just come through one war, Mr. President. I don't think the country is in any frame of mind for another one.
I know it isn't, John. Neither am I. And if saber-rattling is the only language the Spanish ambassador understands, then that's the language we'll talk.
Of course, the opposition keeps the mud stirred up so that foreign diplomats aren't really sure just how strong the administration is.
The opposition stirs its mud in teacups over picayune questions like the cost of the chair you're sitting in and whose wife has been snubbed by whom. They ought to wear pantalettes.
Then you don't underestimate this drawing room opposition from the Gaylord crowd, do you?
No, I do not. You say the Spanish ambassador wonders just how strong my administration is. Well, so do I. And the best way to find out is to answer Senator Gaylord face to face.
Now, you must understand, my dear sir, that my committee's interest in the cost of your White House furniture is entirely impersonal.
Then I'll try to keep my explanations equally so, Senator Gaylord.
It isn't you, we feel, should explain, but the Commissioner of Public Buildings, Mr. Lane.
Now, Mr. Lane, as you know, has been a very sick man.
Would you say he was too sick for the competent administration of his duties?
You think there's been extravagance in the refurnishing of the White House?
Mr. Lane was granted the towering sum of 50,000 American dollars to get the White House in proper shape.
I know nothing about that. I know there was a great deal of haste about getting it ready in time to receive foreign diplomats with an impressiveness that would do justice to this country. Here's a list of the purchases I myself had a hand in.
Why, Mr. President, this... Excuse me, sir, but it's fantastic.
Fantastic.
4 silver casseroles, $402.97.5. A bread basket, $74.81.25. 2 soup ladles, $9.56.25.
You must remember there was practically nothing left of the White House furnishing, Senator. I sold the government my own best furniture, household linen, silver, and dishes.
If you got such prices for the others as you did for the silver, you certainly struck a bargain. $9,071.22.5. Quite a windfall. Quite a windfall.
I have a suggestion, Senator Gaylord. Why don't you, with your full committee, if you choose, let me take you on an inspection tour of the White House? You can see for yourself where the money has gone.
A tour won't be necessary, sir. I've seen more than enough to confirm my suspicions. I'll have more to say after I see Mr. Lane.
Then you'll kindly say what you have to say on the floor of the Senate.
What's this?
Because I've heard more than enough from you, sir. Good day. Yes, come in.
It's me, Papa.
Oh, right. Come in here, young lady. Close that door.
I won't disturb you, Papa. I just wanted to report that I've returned one secretary to you in good condition.
So your mother was right. You did go gallivanting off with Sam Gouverneur.
We didn't plan to, Papa, honestly. We were having lunch and saying what a beautiful day it was, and Well, the next thing I knew, we were driving out towards Alexandria.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Papa, if Sam and I...
Now, don't look at me as though I were about to put you on the rack. But I do need Sam for an important errand.
Errand? What is it? Can I be told?
Yes, but don't shout it from the rooftops. Mr. Lane has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes, just when the Gaylord Committee is looking for him to account for $50,000.
Well, Mr. President, my congratulations on a very successful levy.
Well, thank you, son of the Gaylord. You're very kind.
Oh, I'd like you to meet a very talented young friend of mine, Mrs. Edward Bascom.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Welcome to the White House.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is the greatest honor I've ever had.
Mr. Bascom has just arrived in Washington from Columbia. His daddy owns a weekly journal down there, and Ed here is a brand new reporter for the Washington Intelligencer.
Oh, that's fine. My sincere best wishes for your early and continued success, Mr. Bascom, even though you do represent a journal opposed to my party by tradition.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Traditions are often made to be broken.
I'll just leave you two alone, if you don't mind. I'd like to pay my respects to the Vice President.
Certainly, Senator. Mr. Bascom, may I offer you some punch?
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I was particularly anxious to take advantage of Senator Gaylord's friendship for this introduction to you in the light of the Lane disappearance.
Oh, yes?
Odd that the man should drop out of sight just when he was about to be called to account for a fortune.
Yes, very odd. And mighty embarrassing, too.
Oh, I'm sure my paper has no wish to embarrass you personally, Mr. President.
You sure? You must be a very young reporter indeed.
No, what I meant was, well, an agreement could easily be reached on the Lane matter, and anything equally important in the future.
An agreement, you say?
Oh, yes, sir. If I had the assurance that when information did come to you, my paper would receive it slightly in advance, well, I'm sure our opposition to you would be, well-tempered.
This is very gracious. But the president must always treat all members of the press exactly the same at all times. There can be no inside tracks at any time.
You realize, of course, that if we should locate Sam Lane before your sympathizers...
I realize only too well how your side will treat the matter, Mr. Bascom. I can't help that. And at the same time, you have my assurance that if we find the gentleman before you do, you will be informed of it as soon as anyone else, but not one moment sooner.
Well, that very likely won't satisfy my editor.
Very likely. But not satisfying your editor is an old habit of mine. The White House as a source of news must be as impartial as the news itself. That is one of the things that keeps our press free. And I needn't tell you that without a free press, we would soon cease to have a free land. And like all freedom, freedom of the press carries with it a grave responsibility. Just as the president is often responsible for deciding what is to be made public, so the press is responsible for treating the news as impartially as it is made. In that sense, both the president and the press, regardless of policy, share the enormous responsibility of fairly representing all the people all the time. Well, have you figured out yet who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. The president's personal discomfort because of Lane's disappearance was completely overshadowed by an event of national and historic importance. On the day he first learned of it, the president was in his White House office with his daughter Mariah. At that time, the sudden vanishing of Lane was still uppermost in his mind.
I just don't understand it, Papa.
Oh, it's clear enough, Mariah.
But still, he's the commissioner.
Now, not only has Lane disappeared, but they've discovered he left a check behind. A check for $6,000 and made out to me.
Well, that's what I don't see. I mean, I don't understand why it upsets you so.
The check was found by Senator Gaylord's crowd. Maybe that fellow Bascom. Anyway, he's the one who's been harping on it in the newspaper. The implication being that the check is a legal payment to me of some kind. That Lane disappeared at my instigation and that I've been in cahoots with him to cheat the government.
They wouldn't dare say that.
Not in clear and simple language, no. As I say, it's only an implication. But without Lane to prove how ridiculous... Yes, what is it, John?
Forgive me, sir, but a band of Seminole raiders has crossed the Florida border into Georgia.
Crossed the border?
Yes, sir. They've been burning and pillaging Georgia villages. They still are.
Well, we'll soon stop that. Get word to the general as soon as possible to repel the attack and punish the leaders. We've been waiting for a favorable opportunity to bring the question of the Floridas to a conclusion. Now the Seminoles have given it to us.
Afternoon, Mr. President. Catching anything?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Bascom. No luck so far.
Luck seems to run in streaks, I find. Maybe you're not using the right bait.
Well, it's possible.
Right bait is almighty important if you're after something worth catching.
What are you driving at, son?
Well, I was about to say I wish I knew the right bait for bringing Samuel Lane to the surface.
If you find what it is, I hope you'll let me know.
You'll find it on the first page of my paper, Mr. President.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not always pleased with what I find on the first page of your paper.
I'm sorry, sir. But what's the good of an opposition if it doesn't oppose?
Well, it's quite right. It's just a matter of judgment as to what constitutes legitimate opposition and what is merely mudslinging. The way you treated the discovery of Sam Lane's check to me for $6,000, for instance. That sort of thing.
But surely the country's entitled to know about it. There's a more important question my editor would like answered.
There usually is.
Is it true the general has followed the raiding Seminoles into the Floridas? Is it true he hanged two of their leaders and also executed a Scotsman and an Englishman?
Those are questions I can't answer at this time, Mr. Bascom.
Would the president prefer I go to the British and Spanish embassies for this information?
You can go to places for all I care. I'm simply telling you, we here in Washington don't have definite knowledge as to the truth of these wild rumors.
But if they should be verified, won't this mean war?
Let us fervently pray not.
But if he's executed two British
Let us hope no such extreme was necessary. But if it was, this country will back up its military representative to the hilt.
May I come in?
Hi, Ollie. Please go away. I'm very busy.
Oh, just for a tiny minute. It's fearfully important.
All right. Come in, honey. Come in.
I'll be 19 soon, Papa.
Yes, dear. A regular grown-up young lady.
Yes, that's what I mean.
How's that?
About being grown up.
Yes.
Well, Sam Gouverneur...
What about him?
Oh, Papa, he's asked me to marry him. He wants my permission for him to ask you and Mama. Oh, please say yes. Please say yes.
Well. My little Raya really is growing up.
Oh, we've been terribly patient and waited as you said. And I love him so, Papa. Oh, he's so wonderful.
Goodness gracious me, my little Raya.
You will say yes, won't you?
Most likely, honey.
Oh, you darling. Mm.
Yeah. You trying to squeeze the gizzard out of me? I tell you, it's intolerable, John.
Now, Mr. President.
Where is the Secretary of War? Why isn't he here?
He's on his way, sir, but...
The general went entirely too far, both physically and figuratively. He'll have to suffer the consequences.
May I suggest something, sir?
Well, John?
The general found evidence the Seminoles were led to violate our border by a Scotch gunrunner and a young British Army officer.
But not an armbrister.
Yes, sir. He found, as we all knew, that the Spanish government of the territory was weak to the point of ineptness. So the general took possession of Pensacola, declared American law to be in force, and executed the ringleaders. Arbuthnot and Armbruster, and the two Seminole chiefs.
But, John, he had no right to do that.
Mr. President, have you been told how he captured the two Indian chiefs?
No, but what's that got to do with
A
it?
good deal. He had one of our ships run up the British flag and signal the chiefs to come aboard. They did, obviously thinking they were among friends, and said enough to make the execution of Arbuthnot and Armbruster not only justified, but necessary.
Is this all provable?
To our satisfaction. If the British and the Spanish call us to account, we have our answer ready.
That the days of further foreign colonization in this continent are forever ended. That the United States will from now on consider herself a sovereign ruler of the territory we dominate economically, socially, and politically. Maybe you're right, John. Maybe I should thank the general instead of berating him for giving us the chance to say that to the governments of Europe. Come in, Senator Gaylord. Come in. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks, but I prefer to say what I have to say standing up.
Oh? You sound ominous.
Have you seen the intelligence, sir?
Yes, I've seen it, Senator. They found poor Lane dead in a nursing home.
And my committee intends to learn and to make public the disposition of the funds with which he was entrusted and the meaning of his check to you for $6,000.
You must be very desperate for political weapons to use against me, sir.
Is that your only answer?
I told you some time ago to say whatever else you had to say on the floor of the Senate. Since you've seen fit to ignore me, I'll tell you something about Lane's check to me, and I'll also tell it to the newspapers.
I'm most interested in whatever your story may be.
Not a story. Provable facts on the record, both of my own bank account and Lane's official one. I sold my own household furnishings to the government, as you know.
I believe I once envied you such a windfall.
The things were sold at prices set by government appraisers to the last quarter of a cent.
What's that?
At a fraction of their value, as any impartial appraiser will tell you. And as the government experts themselves admitted. But it was all the nation could afford, and it was vital that the White House be as impressive in its way as any foreign palace. So I took the loss knowingly. Lane's check to me was partial payment.
Not so fast. I know enough about such things to say that one man's price is hardly ever the same as another's.
I expected you to take just that attitude, a vague but self-righteous suspicion. So I've taken steps that even you cannot question, sir. I sold these things to the government at a time the White House was in desperate need of them. That need is not now a stringent one. Therefore, I'm digging into my own pocket to buy back the same objects.
At how great a profit?
At a sizable loss, Senator. I sold them to the government at the government's own prices. Now I'm buying them back at the government's own prices. You may so report to your committee just as I'm reporting to the newspapers. John, this calls for a real celebration. You've made history today.
Your signature on the treaty is what will make history, Mr. President.
No, you were right about the General's actions. To think of it, the Florida ceded to us for a paltry $5 million.
I wouldn't stress the paltriness of the sum when you make the announcement, sir.
You're right as usual, John. $5 million is nothing to sneer at, heaven knows. But in the light of the importance of the Floridas to the completion of our country, it seems quite small.
The completion of our country depends, from now on our ability to make permanent the doctrine you and I have worked so long to express in words.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have part of our last draft right here. Yeah, read it, John.
No, sir. It's your name that will be attached to it. You read it, Mr. President.
Well, it's still pretty rough, but the day should not be far distant when the world will hear it in its final form.
We want no part hereafter in Europe's affairs. And by the same token, we want Europe to take no part in ours. How is it you've written it?
We owe it, therefore, to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and those powers to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. With the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power, we shall not interfere. But with the governments whose independence we have acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them or controlling in any other manner their destiny by any European power, in any other light than as a manifestation of an unfriendly disposition towards the United States.
Who's there?
It's your papa, Raya.
Oh, come in, Papa, come in.
I just wanted to give the bride an extra kiss before the ceremony. Goodness gracious, you look like an angel, honey. Your wedding gown looks sweet enough to eat.
Oh, thanks to Mama and Eliza. Oh, you've all been such angels. Everybody's been so wonderful.
Even Senator Galen and his crowd have stopped yapping at my heels like irritated puppies. The Florida question is settled, and from the way Sir Alexander has begun to backpedal, I hope to settle the Northwest boundary question to our benefit, too.
My, what a lot of history your administration has made.
In a way, the most satisfying bit of history is what you're making today. Do you realize you'll be the first daughter of a president to be married in the White House?
Oh, of course I do. But history will record your years in office as the era of good feeling. The Seminole campaign, and and above all, the historic doctrine that will forever bear your name, James Monroe.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Toll, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Bernard Dougall. Heard in the cast were Gene Howell as Maria Monroe, Tom Holland as John Quincy Adams, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia, as Senator Gala. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President James Monroe.
Every man is equally entitled to protection by law. When laws undertake to make the rich richer and the potent more powerful, the humbler members of society, the farmers, mechanics, and laborers, who have neither the time nor the means of securing like favors for themselves, have a right to complain of the injustice of their government.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. The drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who are unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Remember the old saying, he that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone? Well, that saying occurred to me many times while I was president, although there were some who thought I had a pretty quick temper. The job I had keeping my temper is just what this story is about. Now, the morning it all began, I was more grumpy than usual. My nephew Andrew, who was serving as my secretary at the moment, was rather upset about it. Apparently, he'd been having quiet conferences with the doctor. Confounded Andrew.
Mr. President, I've been told, sir, on good authority, that excitement is the worst thing in the world for you.
Oh, nonsense, Andrew. I'm as sound as a silver dollar, and you know it.
I'm sorry, sir. We're only thinking of your own good.
Have you read this report? This is direct defiance if I ever saw it.
Which one is that, sir?
From New Orleans. At the height of the business season, when the businessmen down there need every cent of cash available, these bankers are calling loans, refusing extensions, beating down prices, and to top it all, they've had the unmitigated nerve to transfer more than $1 million in specie up north to use for personal gambling and foreign exchange.
Frankly, Mr. President, do you suspect they're doing this to embarrass you, sir?
I know they are. They figure to put the entire burden on the local banks and leave me powerless to help.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I wish I had some suggestion to offer.
I'll find a way to relieve that pressure on the local banks. If they force my hand, I'll withdraw every deposit of government funds from the United States Bank and put every penny in the state banks. Sounds drastic, eh, Andrew?
To say the least, sir.
Well, sometimes the threat of impending action can be as effective as the action itself. We shall see. Now then, anyone outside? As if the presidential waiting room were ever empty.
The one gentleman is waiting from Mississippi, Mr. George Poindexter.
George Poindexter? Well, we'll have to have that rascal in right away and at once. Well, come on in, George, you old devil.
Well, Mr. President.
Come in here and quickly now.
You haven't changed, I see, or rather, I hear. Still shouting at Donaldson, eh?
Yeah, I'm afraid I am, and at everyone in sight.
Will you need me, Mr. President?
In the largest sense always, Andrew, but for the moment, no.
Oh, thank you, sir. Mr. Poindexter?
George, it's good to see you.
The proverbial bad penny, sir.
Oh, no. In trouble again?
Well, not exactly. I wouldn't have come to bother you about this.
There's no bother where an old friend is concerned. In fact, one will get you 3. I can tell you what's on your mind.
You'd never offer odds like that unless you knew it was a sure thing. So, no bet. But go ahead.
Well, you'd never come all the way up here from Mississippi just for Senator Carter's funeral. So I think I see the senatorial gleam in your eye, George. You want the appointment to the seat he left vacant.
Sharp as ever, Mr. President.
Well, I see no reason why you shouldn't have it, George.
There are some folks back home who seem to have some few reasons.
Oh? What, for instance?
Well, for one, I killed a man once.
Oh, so did I, George. In fair fight, as you did.
Some people think my fight wasn't fair.
George, unfortunate things happen in every man's life. No one need be punished forever.
Thank you for that, sir. But, well, there's that matter of my having been married twice. You know how they are in Mississippi about things like that.
Nonsense. My wife had a husband before she met me. People talked about that, too. Oh, forget it, George. It's far more important that you spoke out in the House in favor of my military decisions, and I know I can count on your support in the Senate as well.
Trouble ahead, sir?
Not ahead. It's here. The bank as usual.
Up to tricks again, are they?
Frankly, George, I wouldn't mind merely financial shenanigans. But when they try to influence the United States Senate against my appointments to the board of directors, well, George, that's a little too strong for me to take.
You know you can count on me, Mr. President.
I know. And you know that I'll exert every pressure I can to influence the governor of Mississippi to appoint you to that vacancy in the Senate. I need my friends there, and you are one of them. Yes, Andrew?
Two items, sir. A dinner invitation by messenger from our new Senator Poindexter. And a young fellow named Sam Gwynn is waiting.
Oh, you remember the boy, don't you, Andrew?
Well, slightly, sir. His father used to bring him to your house back home.
That's right.
Will you see him, sir?
Why, of course I will. And since you remember him from years back, you may stay for the interview.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Gwynn. The president will see you now.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. How do you do, Mr. President?
Oh, fine, young fellow. Just fine, Sam. You know, every time I see you, you get to look more like your father.
Well, I take that as a compliment, sir.
You should. Tell me, how are things at home, my boy?
My wife's about the same, sir. No improvement.
Mm-hmm. And your own health?
No change, sir. The fever I picked up in the wars recurs like clockwork.
Bad business, that fever. Look here, Sam. If you lived in a warmer climate, wouldn't it help?
Well, only my wife, sir. In fact, the doctor says a warmer climate is about the only thing that would help. But you know how it is. When I might have been getting a real start, I was in the Army. Not that I'm complaining, sir. Don't misunderstand me, please.
I haven't misunderstood you, Sam, since you were a little nipper. See, come to think of it, I may have the answer to your problem. There is a job open. Register of the Land Office at Mount Solace, Mississippi.
Mount Solace, Mr. President?
Something bothering you, Andrew?
If I may, Mr. President, I think I know what's occurred to Mr. Donaldson.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, sir. After all, I was born in Tennessee, and I live in the District of Columbia. It's customary, isn't it, for jobs like this one to go to residents of the same state?
Oh, don't be foolish, son. Just because you can't vote here in the district doesn't mean you haven't the right to serve your country any time, any place, in peace as well as in war. You just run along and forget that idea. As soon as the Senate gets through confirming you, you'll be on your way to Mount Solace, and good luck to you.
How can I thank you, sir?
Don't thank me. Just do a good job.
Well, I promise to do my best, sir. And thank you. From both of us.
You're entirely welcome, my boy, and Godspeed to you. Well, Andrew, why so glum?
I'm thinking of Senator Poindexter, sir. He may feel he should have been consulted.
Oh, nonsense, Andrew. Whatever I do is all right with him. Incidentally, Andrew, send my acceptance of the senator's dinner invitation. I'll tell him what's up while I'm there. Now, see here, Frank. You know I don't believe a word you're telling me.
I'm positive, Mr. President. Once I get my hands on documentary proof...
Which you never will, Frank. Blair House is an excellent publishing firm. But I'm beginning to think that those novels you're putting out have affected your political thinking. Get back to the newspaper, Frank. George Poindexter turned against me? Why, that's ridiculous. I'm having dinner with him tomorrow night.
Very well, sir. We'll see.
You bet your life we'll see. Now, what about the new directors for the bank?
Well, Johnson and Tiemens will serve, sir. Connors can be talked into it. As the government's representatives on the board, they can block some of the action of Poindexter's friends at any rate.
You sound doubtful.
It's not these men I'm doubting, sir. I still don't believe that the Senate will confirm them.
With George Poindexter to lead the way...
Against them, Mr. President, against them. They won't have a chance.
What am I going to do with you, Frank? Yes?
Sorry, Mr. President. This seemed important, sir.
What is it, Andrew?
There's a message from Sam Gwynn, sir. Senator Poindexter had his appointment to that Mount Solace post referred back to committee.
What?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you believe me, Mr. President?
What can I say, Senator, that will help you to change your mind?
Nothing, Gwynn.
It's not myself, sir. If I have something left over from the war, well, there are plenty of veterans worse off than I. But my wife, sir...
I'm a busy man, young fellow.
Please, Senator, please listen a moment. My wife has consumption, sir. Only a warmer climate, far from the cold winters and hot summers of the district, can prolong her life.
Then go to a warmer climate.
Well, that's it, sir. I can't. We don't have the funds.
Your friend, the president, has funds. He's reputedly a wealthy man.
Senator, I have never been a pensioner. I do not feel I have any reason to become one so long as I can work. And permit me to say, sir, that there isn't a veteran from either of our wars who doesn't feel as I do.
Sentimental claptrap, boy. You're wasting your time. Find some other means for getting south. This one is not for you. Definitely not for you. Mr. President, I am honored to have you as my guest. Careless of Joseph not to take your hat and cane.
I didn't permit him to take them. And I'm not your guest until I have a few answers to an equal number of questions.
I'll try, Mr. President.
George, are you or are you not opposing my nominees for directors of the United States Bank?
I'm afraid I cannot say. I have yet to see the list of your nominees.
And what about Sam Gwynn?
A milksop who pleads for a job as if his wife's life depended on it.
George, Sam Gwynn gets that job.
That job belongs to a citizen of Mississippi.
That job belongs to a citizen of the United States who is qualified for it. Preferably a war veteran. Sam Gwynn fills every one of the requirements.
I do not think so.
I do, George. I expect confirmation of Sam Gwynn and of my slate for directors of the bank tomorrow, with you showing the rest of the Senate the way.
Not tomorrow, Mr. President, nor any other day.
George, I've always considered you my friend.
I place country above friendship.
Implying thereby that I do not?
If you want to take it that way.
Well, there seems to be no other way to take it.
Very well.
Huh. A little power can make a very large head, it seems.
That cuts both ways, I believe. I know you thought I'd be your man when you helped me to this appointment. Well, you've been fooled, Mr. President. I supported you once, but only once. Never again.
Ring for your servant, if you please.
Not before I tell you once and for all, Mr. President, that you've gone over my head once too often. I'll not run to your beck and call. I'm on the way up. You are on the way down.
I see. I'll not forget this, Senator. I think one day you will find out that while I'm a good friend, I'm a hard enemy. Good evening, Senator Poindexter.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion, he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who the president was when all this happened? It really did, you know. It was one of those periods when time seems to get away before you turn around. The weeks passed so rapidly it was impossible to keep track of them. One bright spot was the confirmation, finally, of Sam Gwynn and his job in Mississippi. Apparently, George Poindexter had other fish to fry, other matters he preferred to fight me on. The basic issue, of course, was the bank. I had been elected on a platform pledging elimination of the almost illegal operations of the United States Bank. Poindexter blocked every move I tried to make in that direction. He used the Senate as a rostrum to attack me, and before very long, the newspapers sympathetic to the bank were working closely with him. Still, I hesitated to make any overt move against him. I wouldn't condemn him on his past, and I wanted the solid facts about his sudden wrecking of our friendship and the reasons behind it. That's the way things stood on a spring night when I went to bed early after a trying day. I slept soundly enough. What is it? Is somebody there? Who's there? What do you want? Where are my slippers? Where's my robe? Where's my cane? Gone?
Mr. President.
Got him.
You all right? What happened, sir?
Well, someone was in here, Andrew. I scared him off.
Did you see him, sir?
Only his shadow against the window.
Could it have been that curtain, sir?
Curtains don't laugh, Andrew. And they don't slam doors from downstairs.
I'll notify the guard. From now on, there'll be a sentry at your door.
Oh, no, they won't. I won't have the country thinking their president can't take care of himself. But if that gentleman ever returns, he'll get a warm reception. From now on, I sleep with a pistol under my pillow.
And I know how you feel, Mr. President, but with the feeling of the country running so high, thanks to your dear friend Poindexter, you can expect that fellow, whoever he was, to try again. Poindexter won't stop at one attempt.
You're suggesting, Frank, that Poindexter...
Himself, no. But there are many guns for hire around the country, even here in Washington.
Oh, it's ridiculous. George Poindexter may be a rascal in more ways than one, but he's not capable of suborning assassination.
How can I convince you this man is dangerous?
Show me evidence, Frank.
This man is supporting your enemies in the bank.
That's not evil. A man may change his mind.
Yes, he may. Mr. President, I came to see you about another matter. Poindexter is up for election. The term he was appointed to fill out is over this year. Do you intend to support him for election?
No, I'll have to think about that. I assume the Blair newspapers will oppose him.
You assume correctly, sir, as we oppose the bank.
Speaking of the bank, you'll be interested to know, Frank, that I'm making my move in that direction.
A drastic one, sir?
I'm ordering the Secretary of the Treasury to remove all government funds from that institution and place them in various state banks. The same order directs an immediate investigation of all books and files of the bank. I'm going to turn over a few rocks, Frank, and see what starts to crawl when sunlight gets into dark corners. Well, Poindexter?
Thank you for seeing me so promptly, sir.
What's on your mind?
You've ordered an investigation of the United States Bank.
I have.
Why?
I've had word of malpractice, to say the least, in the operations of that establishment.
For instance?
Use of government funds to gamble in foreign exchange.
Ridiculous. A trumped-up charge.
We shall see. Is that all?
This matter of transfer of government funds to state banks.
What of it?
Just this. Tread lightly, Mr. President, or there may be charges against you.
Such as?
Such as depositing some of those federal funds in banks in your state. Banks which owe you much and are ready to discharge their moral obligations to you in any way you desire.
That'll be enough. Quite enough. Use that door behind you, Poindexter. Use it quickly, or my cane may find a better use than merely assisting my passage to the White House.
You wouldn't dare.
Mr. President.
Nothing's wrong, Andrew. The senator was just leaving. Weren't you, Senator?
Good day.
I thought I heard a shot, Mr. President.
Merely my cane, Andrew, in contact with the top of my desk. You know, Andrew, I'm tired. I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm almost 20 years older than Warren Davis was, but I'm still alive and fighting. And tomorrow I'm going to his funeral. What does it mean, Andrew? That only the good die young?
Fine eulogy, Mr. President.
Rather pointed, though, don't you think, Frank?
Pointed?
Yes, the uncertainty of life, especially for the aged. Do I seem aged to you, Frank?
You seem pretty rugged, Mr. President.
For my age?
Mr. President, that fellow with the beard, he has a pistol.
Back, everybody. Stand back.
This is the one chance to save us all.
Oh, this will teach you something. Attack unarmed men with pistols, will you?
I'm sorry I missed.
The man is mad.
Out of our country's troubles.
Take him away.
You're certain he missed entirely, Mr. President.
Come on.
Both his weapons missed fire, thank heaven. My cane, where's my cane?
Here, sir. The fellow won't forget that beating in a long time.
I guess not. Good hickory in this stick. Shall we go, Frank? And Andrew said I had a light calendar for an easy day today.
I wouldn't have come to you, Mr. Blair, but no one seems to be able to do a thing with the president, sir. He actually believes that his cane and that pistol under his pillow are sufficient protection.
Well, the president is not famous for his willingness to listen, but I'll do what I can. Incidentally, have you heard the latest on that fellow Lawrence?
He is insane, isn't he?
Yes, and where he can do no harm. His latest claim is that he was the rightful heir to the British crown and that his attempt on the president's life was merely to prove his right to England's throne. However, be all that as it may, I have some evidence with me this morning to which the president may pay some attention.
Well, good morning to both of you. Up early, aren't you?
A little, sir.
From that frown, Frank, you've something important to discuss today.
I believe I have. Will you read these, please, Mr. President?
Mm-hmm.
As you see, they're addressed to Poindexter.
Ah. Huh. Rather interesting. One man plans to cane the cabinet. And the other likens me to Caesar and suggests Brutus's fate.
My only impression is that Senator Poindexter is encouraging attempts on your life.
Only insofar as his injudicious utterances are affecting unstable minds like Lawrence's.
What more can you want, sir? Haven't you turned the other cheek often enough?
I won't fight on his ground.
When will you have your own to fight on?
I've not been wasting any time, Frank. I think Andrew knows that.
Yes, sir, of course, but when will you have your ammunition?
I have it, I think. At breakfast this morning, I sat with my investigators of the files of the United States Bank. They brought me these.
Huh?
You see, you have your letters, Frank. I have mine. Listen. Sam Carson, congressman from North Carolina. Quote, the president of the bank called on me yesterday and said that he promised you a statement of the arrangements and so forth, which will be evidence in your possession of the nature of the deal. That, Frank, is addressed to George Poindexter. And here's one from the president of the bank himself to Poindexter. You apprised me of your wish to substitute the name of J.S. Johnson for that of Colonel Towson on the bill discounted for you. The necessary instructions have been forwarded to our cashier in Washington.
Great heavens, that sounds like bribery.
So that's why he changed so suddenly. How could he?
Apparently he did, Andrew. And those are only samples. In fact, it seems all this was part of Poindexter's plan when he asked me to help him to become a senator.
And you, I suppose, sir, are going to let him get away with this, too?
I think not, Frank. I rather think not.
Let me print those letters. We'll break him, sir, absolutely and forever.
And smear the Senate of the United States in the process? This man is an exception, Frank, I'm sure. We may have senators who are mistaken, honestly mistaken men with whom we disagree, but I will not have them tarred with this brush. There's no use using buckshot when a rifle will do the job. I learned that on the frontier, Frank. It works in politics as well.
What then?
Possibly the upcoming election, Mr. President?
I think so, Andrew. Frank, I'll not permit the use of these letters, but I will permit you to start a campaign against Poindexter, and I shall not lift a finger to help him. I think that will do it. I know that if the results are what I expect, they will prove my belief in the people of our country. The people in their wisdom will reject Poindexter in November. I have no fear of the outcome. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human, too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
A toast, Mr. President.
Why not? Go ahead, Frank.
To our success in defeating Poindexter in Mississippi.
I'll drink to that.
And so will I. And now, gentlemen, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
To the democratic process which permits the people to reject rascals like Poindexter once they know the truth.
Amen.
Ditto, Mr. President. May I say, Mr. President, that your forbearance in this situation has been almost unbelievable.
It's quite simple, Frank. If I have one more ambition, it is to go home and end my days in peace. Let's say that this ambition leads me to restrain even my temper. However, I have two principles which guide me in situations like this one. First, the basis of our common law. A man is presumed innocent until the evidence proves him guilty. The second is to be found in the words of the Apostle John. He that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone.
Please allow me, sir, to say that the proudest thing in my life is that I have been permitted to serve my uncle, Andrew Jackson, President of the United States.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Toll, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Ira Marion. Heard in the cast were Paul Richards as Sam Gwynn, Bill Hudson as Andrew Donaldson, Jerome Sheldon as George Poindexter, and your narrator Ted DeCorsia as Frank Blair. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Andrew Jackson.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The law specifically covers encouraging or even countenancing violation of our treaties and neutrality. It is the duty of all good citizens to prevent such violation, and I intend to enforce the laws without exception. I advise all zealots to stay well within the law.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who were unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
New states had been added to the Union and new territories acquired. But as the incoming president, it seemed to me our national expansion had gone far enough for the time being. A zealous minority strongly disagreed with me, and they had money and power. My vice president was among them. My secretary of state, however, was just as alarmed at the growing expansionist activities as I was.
The situation is very serious, Mr. President.
I know the roll of battle drums too well not to shudder when I hear them.
Well, we've grown mighty fast, and there's a need for new markets.
Look what this journal says.
Yes, I know it by heart, believe me.
It says the acquisition of Cuba is inevitable. Won't Spain have something to say about that?
Spain would have some very eloquent things to say about it if we were ever foolish enough to approve of a military expedition.
But this journal says it belongs to us by right of geography, if nothing else.
Oh, that's poppycock, and anyone with half an eye could see it.
Maybe. But coming so closely after that misunderstanding with England over Canada, it must make us look pretty greedy to the rest of the world.
Yes, it must, and it's getting worse instead of better.
Where is it all going to end?
No one knows the answer to that, Margaret. As long as everyone realizes the danger of entangling us in a war, no real damage will be done. But otherwise, I dread to think of the future. No, Mr. Vice President, I can't agree with you.
But, Mr. President, you can't stand against the inevitable.
No one has yet convinced me this grabbing of other people's territory is inevitable.
It isn't grabbing other people's territory. It's merely asserting our right to what was meant for us from the beginning.
I'm afraid I'm not godlike enough to say what was and what wasn't meant for us. Would you like some fruit?
I don't mind. Thank you.
Try the cherries. They're delicious.
They are, sir. So they are. Will you admit this country could do more for the people of Cuba than Spain has been doing?
I don't even admit that your question is a proper one.
But her ties with Spain are unnatural. Distance alone would make them so. Aside from their exploitation and misery under Spanish rule, don't they deserve their freedom?
My definition of the word freedom, sir, is an annexation by the United States.
There's important money behind this movement, as well as a respectable portion of the national press. You'll change your tune, I think, when you realize their power.
That may be. I was put here, as you say, to execute the will of the people. And on that same day and on that same ballot, you were put here to do the same. You may be the one to change your tune when you realize where the real power always lies. With the majority.
Oh, dear.
How I hate these dress-up affairs. Now I've lost my collar button.
It's under one of the far corners of the chiffonier, in whichever shadow's darkest.
And how on earth can you know that?
Experience. That's where your collar button always rolls when you're in a hurry.
I'm getting too old for this kind of exercise.
Don't you want a candle?
No, I can tell by touch whether it's under here. It's not there. It isn't under... here we are. Oh, my back. I'll never be the same.
It's always this way when you're in a hurry.
I'll tell you a secret. I am personally not in the least bit of a hurry to go to this dinner for the diplomatic corps. In fact, I'd rather dread it.
Are they as stuffy as all that?
No, it isn't that. But with all these saber rattlings in the journals about the destiny of Cuba being intertwined with ours, well, I hate to face the minister from Spain, that's all. Well, gentlemen, shall we join the ladies?
Mr. President.
Yes, John, what can I do for you?
I promised the Spanish minister I'd ask you to stay behind for a private word with him.
Oh, my, I was afraid of this.
Now, you'll be more than afraid when he tells you his news, sir.
You sound ominous.
So is his news. As an experienced military man, you'll be the first to recognize the implications.
As bad as all that, is it? Of course I'll speak with him. Pray forgive me, gentlemen. I want a private word with your colleague from Spain.
Of course, sir.
If you please, senor. The president will stay behind with you.
Gracias, senor.
I wanted to catch you.
Well, senor, I'm afraid these are difficult days for both of us.
That is so, senor presidente. Unless your government is able to take the necessary steps, the difficulty will become, what is your word, incapable of solution.
The Secretary of State tells me you have some rather grim news.
Grim is the correct word, I assure you.
Suppose we sit down and you tell me about it.
Yeah, gracias. Senor Presidente, information has come to my government concerning a certain Jose Jesus Calderon, if that is his real name.
Yes?
This Calderon is what you call an adventurer. Our information is that he was born in Venezuela, was instrumental in a revolution in Mexico, and is now an exile from Cuba for the same revolutionary tendencies.
Where is this Calderon now?
That is precisely my point, sir. He is in this country, in New Orleans, we believe. He has been given the reins of leadership in this expansionist movement certain of your countrymen so ardently believe in.
What precisely do you mean when you say he's been given the reins of leadership?
With the expansionist group in this country supplying the ships, the ammunition, the equipment, and, of course, the recruits through their newspaper propaganda, Calderon will proclaim himself the head of an emancipation movement and try to seize the Cuban government.
That's a shattering statement to make, senor.
It is a shattering concept, senor.
You can vouch absolutely for the accuracy of this information?
Naturally, we have checked it and rechecked it. It is true. I am only unsure of the American port in which Calderon has made his headquarters.
I appreciate your giving me this knowledge in time to prevent this plan from becoming a fact, senor.
Then you will so prevent it?
If it's humanly possible, yes. I'll take the necessary steps immediately. Yes, come in.
You sent for me, Mr. President?
Yes, John, and I've sent for the Attorney General, too.
On the Cuban matter?
Exactly. If the Spanish minister is correct, and I think he is, we've got to act with the greatest speed. I'm going to instruct Attorney General Johnson to issue orders to all district attorneys, especially those in the Southwest and in Gulf ports, to keep a sharp eye out for all activity regarding Cuban refugees in this country. An expedition the size Calderon will need certainly can't be kept a secret.
Well, sir, I expect you to change your tune any day now on the Cuban question.
Mr. Vice President, there wasn't any Cuban question till you fellows stirred one up.
There's one now, and that's a fact. I understand a strong force of volunteers is ready to execute the plan. Most of them from the Middle West, oddly enough.
You mean the group now getting ready to sail from New Orleans, don't you? The expedition that plans to rendezvous at Round Island.
Why, how did you...
It's my business to know, sir. Your expansionist group was already laying plans for a second expedition. But if you have any influence over them, as I have good reason to believe you do, you'll inform them that it would be deadly folly for the Round Island expedition to set sail. Are you still awake, Margaret?
That you, dear? Come in.
Well, I didn't want to disturb you.
You didn't. I only just this minute got into bed. Turn up the gas, dear, so I can see you.
How's that? And how did your family supper go?
Oh, fine, as usual. There's nothing like your own family and your own friends to make an evening pass quickly.
That's right.
We all missed you, dear.
Well, I miss being there, believe me. But this movement to occupy Cuba and overthrow its government in the name of emancipation has reached a point of real danger.
The journals keep drawing comparisons with Texas.
The comparison is invidious. The Republic of Texas fought valiantly against what it considered oppression. Furthermore, the territory of Texas had been settled and worked by Americans brought up to take certain freedoms for granted. It was a case of one branch of the family rejoining the main body. No such thing is true of Cuba. The Calderon expedition was illegal, and his backers knew it.
What can be done to prevent such raiding parties in the future?
Well, several things. The first is the reason I had to miss supper with you tonight. This proclamation I've been drafting.
Proclamation?
Yes. It's rough, but it says what it means. Be it hereby proclaimed that any armed expedition against a friendly nation is illegal and criminal. It endangers the peace and compromises the honor of this country. The heritage of our forefathers is not one of piracy and coercion, nor shall it be allowed to be contaminated by such tactics. The freedom for which we fought and for which we live does not include the freedom to force our laws and our government, or even our protection, on those in any other country. To any nation at any time, we shall always give friendly ear to any plea for help in obtaining liberation and independence, if such help is the will of the majority of the American people. But at no time must we allow any of our citizens to foist themselves and our flag upon the peoples of any nation friendly to us. Such actions defeat the very meaning of freedom. Such actions become tyranny, and that word and that practice will never be tolerated in the United States of America.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out yet who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. The effect of my proclamation against armed raiding parties in friendly nations helped arouse the non-expansionist forces to the gravity of the situation. But the momentum of the movement to annex Cuba had achieved such force that its backers were quickly able to approach their objective from another angle. My vice president had no hesitation in telling the Secretary of State and myself just what that angle was.
Mr. Vice President, do you realize the enormity of what you're saying?
I do, Mr. Secretary. I also realize it's the will of the people of this country.
Do you plan to have this new enterprise led by General Calderon? I believe he honors himself with that rank.
As to that, I haven't yet been informed, Mr. President.
It's clever, I'll have to grant you that.
More important, it's feasible. It'll work. Cuba will be under our flag within a month.
Are you at liberty to say how large your forces will be, Mr. Vice President?
I really have no accurate idea because so many keep joining every day. Voluntarily, mind you.
Well, give us an estimate.
Oh, somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 men.
6,000 and 10,000?
And more. As I say, joining every day.
And you plan to equip each of them with a rifle and call them emigrants going to a new land to settle down?
That's right. After all, any settler in a strange land is entitled to a rifle.
It's in direct defiance of my proclamation. Had you thought of that?
We don't believe it is, with all due respect, sir. You proclaimed it illegal to embark an armed force against a friendly nation. These men are immigrants, not an armed force.
It's fomenting revolution. It's against international law.
Plainly, you're a soldier and not a lawyer, Mr. President. Your Attorney General will confirm the legality of what my friends have planned.
That may be. But before I consult with him, I'll confirm this to you right now. These emigration ships, as you call them, will be overtaken, as was the last expedition. But this time, the leaders will stand trial.
Well, I think we better go back now. Betty'll be wondering what's happened to us.
And I've got to see Reverdy Johnson at 5:30. Whoa, Ginger, whoa. Whoa. Don't turn around now, girl.
Reverdy Johnson?
Mm-hmm.
You've been seeing a good deal of your Attorney General lately.
Well, the expansionists have raised a good deal of legal troubles for us.
Then you're going through with it. You're actually going to put the leaders of that Cuban expedition on trial?
I certainly am. We've got to show we mean business.
Well, of course, you know more about these things than I ever will. But it seems to me that too many people are in favor of such expeditions for the country to approve of such a trial.
You sound like my vice president. That's almost word for word what he's been telling me.
Well, what I mean is I don't think that public opinion would be in favor of sending them to prison.
That's one of the things the trial will tell me. I'm not at all sure any of them will be convicted.
Well, then why go through with it?
Because it's time the air was cleared. It's time I knew very definitely exactly what this public opinion you speak of really is. This trial will bring the issues into the light of day.
In the opinion of Her Majesty's government, Senor Presidente, the trial you remind me of was a mere formality. No one expected any conviction to begin with.
Let me remind the ambassador that he speaks of internal American affairs, of a matter outside his jurisdiction.
Gracias, senor. We will speak no more of this mockery of justice.
Now, senor.
In fact, I would not be here at all if it were not that your Secretary of State is out of the city.
The ambassador's message requesting an immediate interview stated that he had new developments to report.
Si, Senor Presidente, I have indeed. It concerns the fate of some 52 of your countrymen.
Oh, yes?
It seems this group left the last expedition of emigrants before it reached Cuba. They went ashore at Cantoy Island. The authorities in Havana discovered them, and I am instructed to inform your government that these Americans will be charged with piracy.
The penalty for that charge, if they're found guilty, is death.
See.
I will so inform the Congress and the State Department. But let me remind the ambassador and his government that the eyes of this country will be focused on what happens. If they see mistreatment and injustice, let Her Majesty's government realize that what up till now has only been talk may overnight become reality.
Come to bed, dear. It's after 2 o'clock.
I didn't know I was keeping you awake, Margaret. I'm sorry.
Oh, I've been sleeping. But you can't sit there staring into the dark all night.
It's those 52 Americans on trial in Havana. I can't decide what to do about them.
Isn't that up to the Spanish court?
That's just it. They went against both the spirit and the letter of my proclamation. What they intended may well be legally defined as piracy, which means they'd hang.
They wouldn't dare do that.
Oh, yes, they would. In fact, there's every probability they will, unless...
Unless what?
That's what I can't make up my mind about. Should I intercede for them, or shouldn't I?
Oh, it's hard to think of Americans being tried for their lives by another country.
It certainly is. The point is, I don't think they deserve to hang.
Then doesn't that answer your question?
Yes, by George, it does. It certainly does, Margaret. The thing to remember is that whatever else these 52 men are, they're first of all Americans.
That's how most people look at it.
And they're right. That's how I'm going to look at it, too. I'll tell the Spanish minister the first thing tomorrow. I'm glad you woke up, dearest. You helped me. It is my fervent hope that Her Majesty's government and my own will continue to enjoy the friendliest of relations. It's only to further that wish that I suggest to the ambassador that he makes certain Her Majesty's government realizes the seriousness of this nation's concern over what happens to our 52 countrymen.
It is my latest information that in all probability they will be hanged as pirates.
In that case, let the ambassador recall my previous warning once more. Such a decision would in all likelihood lead to a declaration of war.
Surely the Senor Presidente is not serious.
Let us hope the courts of Havana don't make it necessary for the ambassador to learn how serious I am.
But these men, they are guilty. Even under the terms of the Presidente's own proclamation, they are guilty.
Their guilt will be considered a matter for their own people to decide.
But surely for 52 men, no nation would resort to war.
Again, I must correct the ambassador. The United States will go to war if it considers an injustice has been inflicted on even one of its citizens.
Is it an injustice for a country to uphold its laws?
The ambassador's question is merely talking around the point. I will fall into no such trap.
Does the Senor Presidente realize that Her Majesty's government takes a view fully as serious toward the activities of these men as his own government
does?
The
ambassador's question pleases me. If Her Majesty's government looks on the matter with the same gravity we do, it will realize the advisability of tempering the law with leniency.
The Senor Presidente's statement is an unofficial suggestion, of course.
On the contrary, sir. It is made by the President of the United States on behalf of 52 of his countrymen. It is as official as I can make it. By the time the ambassador returns to his quarters, I hope for the purpose of relaying the suggestion to Her Majesty's government, the suggestion will be a request in writing from the Department of State. Careful now, John. You've got a bite.
Feels like a big one, too.
Play your line out a little.
He certainly weighs something. Almost in now. Oh, an old boot. Nothing but an old boot.
Oh, cheer up, John. Maybe you'll find a fish and win the tow of it.
All that work. And for nothing.
I should think as Secretary of State you'd be used to that by now.
You're right on that score. Which reminds me to congratulate you on that Cuban affair.
Well, the 52 Americans who were on trial there, you mean, huh?
Yeah.
I simply reminded myself, with the help of my wife, that they were first of all Americans.
Yes, and you must have made the reminder to the Spanish government good and strong.
As strong as I was able to. If I hadn't, if the Cuban government had found them guilty and condemned them to death, this country would be at war with Spain right this minute.
Very probably.
After all, what were these men guilty of? They left the expedition before it reached Havana. The leaders of their party were captured and tried. They were found not guilty. Therefore, by what right could another court find these 52 non-participants guilty of the charge their leaders were acquitted of?
That's the question that led to the release of 49 of them. Now, I suppose they had to find the other 3 guilty as a matter of saving face.
Undoubtedly. But nothing must be allowed to happen to those 3, John. Their sentence has got to be commuted, and you and I have to see that it is.
And I'll so inform the minister from Spain.
He's a kindly man, and his queen is friendly to this country. There should be no real difficulty, especially in the light of the release of 49 of them.
Well, I'll keep you informed of what happens.
Make them realize that what you're saying is one of the fundamental concepts of this country. Every one of us must always stand behind every other American in matters of this sort. That's one of the meanings of America. It is neither our right nor our wish to encroach on the rights of the territory of any other nation, but it is our right, our wish, and our determination to see that no American in any part of the world at any time is abused or mistreated. One single man in one dark cell means the light of liberty is extinguished until his dungeon is opened. That means that when necessary, the many must stand by even one American. Let the world realize that this is what is meant by the statement, "We, the people of the United States of America." Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
The cherries are certainly good this year.
Will you have some more, Margaret?
I don't mind if I do.
There's plenty of cold milk here, too.
The journals say Congress has set aside a fund to build a monument to General Washington.
Yes, I'm dedicating the cornerstone on the 4th of July.
And I think General Washington would have admired the way you managed that Cuban question.
Thank you, my dear. But the future of Cuba is very far from settled, just as the future of slavery is in our own country. It's my hope they can both be solved without warfare, but my fear in both cases is that that will be impossible.
Well, whatever happens, Zachary Taylor, your part in it will always be admired.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Doe, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Bernard Dugal. Heard in the cast were Myra Marsh as Mark Moore, Francis Urey as John Clayton, and your narrator Ted DeCorsia as the Spanish ambassador. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Zachary Taylor.
sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
The history of America is now the central feature of the history of the world, for the world has set its face hopefully toward our democracy. And all my fellow citizens, each one of you carries on his shoulders not only the burden of doing well for the sake of your own country, but the burden of doing well and of seeing that this nation does well for the sake of mankind.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, the man in the White House, the man chosen by his fellow citizens as our first citizen. We invite you now to become better acquainted with one of America's greatest men. These are transcribed stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting, but little-known events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Our Mr. President drama will begin in just a moment.
Perhaps you don't believe in the kind of ghosts that are supposed to haunt houses. But there are other kinds. There are ghosts of words once spoken, ideas once held, personalities once present. Take, for instance, a tour of our nation's capital. Here, you think, Lincoln once stood as he pondered the problems of a country at war. Even as you look, your fancy conjures up the picture of that tall, gaunt figure stooped in thought. There, you muse, sat Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, discussing the future of the newborn nation. And as imagination takes hold, the powdered wigs and lace cuffs seem more real than reality itself. These are the memories, the all-pervasive ghosts of Washington. But for those of us who were unable to visit the Capitol, the same warm familiarity with the heroes of America's past is possible through the program Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. So listen now and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
It hardly needs repeating, but Robert Burns' familiar line, "The plans of mice and men gang off to gley," applies to presidents and vice presidents just as well as to plain everyday people. My plans went awry while I was vice president, and it was demonstrated once again that important things can take place at the oddest times in the strangest settings. Actually, I suppose the best starting point for this tale is on a quiet afternoon in late summer in Washington. I was at home doing what vice presidents so often find they have to do, exactly nothing. But I was expecting a visitor, and therefore it was no surprise when my secretary opened the door.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Justice White is here.
Oh, good. Thank you, David.
How are you, young man? You look fit as a fiddle.
Oh, thanks, Ed. I feel fine. Why shouldn't I? Lazy man's job, this one, you know. And you?
Couldn't be better.
Won't you sit down, please?
Well, thanks.
David, I guess that'll be all for now.
Yes, Mr. Vice President.
Am I wrong, or do I detect the least little emphasis on the vice president in that young man's speech?
You're right, Ed. David has always hoped to be secretary to the president. He's a disappointed young man.
Not necessarily. You were a pretty strong supporter in my namesake out in Kansas. And from what I hear out of California and Illinois, they rather like the idea of promoting you come the next convention.
For a justice of the Supreme Court, you know your current politics, Ed.
A justice of the Supreme Court is one of the 9 men who can afford to admit he knows his politics. The 9 of us, at long last, are out of politics. But you're not, my boy. Don't you believe it.
Oh, no? Ed, you know as well as I do that I was given the vice presidential nomination for the sole purpose of consigning me to political oblivion.
Well, we shall see. But you didn't invite me here merely to listen to you run down your own future. What's on your mind?
Frankly, Ed, I want some advice.
Legal advice?
In a way, yes. I'm thinking of picking up where I left off years ago, studying law. Some mighty good courses in the universities around Washington.
And you, the number 2 man in the United States, want to take books under your arm and go back to school.
Well, that's about it. What's wrong with the idea?
Oh, nothing at all. Except if you wanted to commit political suicide, you couldn't find a better way. What the newspaper cartoonists would do with that picture, the vice president going back to school.
I thought that would be your answer.
Then why ask the question?
As part of another thought I had.
Go ahead.
Many a good lawyer has read the law outside of school.
A fellow named Lincoln was one.
Yes, I seem to have heard of him, too. Well, anyway, the law has always intrigued me, and when they sent me home from Washington, I might make a career of it. So I had the idea of asking a certain justice friend of mine named Ed White if he'd guide my reading, since school is impossible.
Of course he will. More, I'll make sure you really learn.
Private lessons?
Private question periods, at any rate.
You let me ask you?
Oh, no. I'll ask you. Each Saturday afternoon, I'll quiz you on the lesson of the week. And heaven help you if you haven't done your homework.
I'll be good, teacher. I'll be good, I promise. But you watch out, teacher. If you cram my head full of the right answers, I may be after your job one of these days. Thank you, my friend. And furthermore, my friends, I expect that this part of my vacation here at the Adirondacks will be filled with the happiness a man finds in the midst of the beauty of nature. Thank you again for your welcome to all of us. My wife, my family, Mr. Loeb, and myself, here on your beautiful island in the midst of Lake Champlain. All right, Edith?
Of course, dear. I do hope, though, they'll leave you alone now. The more speeches, the less vacation.
And since when is speech-making work for me? Yes, David?
Message for you, sir. From the mainland.
Important, David, or can it wait?
You'd better read it yourself, sir.
All right, give it here, please. Oh, no, good grief. Edith, here.
Why? For heaven's sake, why?
It's a good question, Edith. Why would anyone want to shoot the President of the United States?
It's incredible.
Any reply, sir?
Yes. Wire the Secretary of State that I'm on my way. Wire the railroad at Burlington. I'll want a special train ready within 2 hours. See to it there's a fast boat for me in 20 minutes. Be ready yourself, David.
Yes, sir, of course.
Edith, come help me pack, please, my dear.
I want to go with you.
No, you can follow, my dear. I'll feel better if Alice and the boys are settled before you leave them.
Here?
Well, no. Take them to Horwitz Lodge, where we stayed last summer. They can't get into too much mischief there, and you'll know they're safe. All right?
Whatever you say, dear.
Good. Now, let's find some clean shirts in the valise. Lake Champlain is a beautiful body of water, but just a trifle too wide for the vice president to be in the middle of when the president may be dying. Well, here we are. Didn't take too long.
No, sir. Oh, good Lord, I forgot something. We've no place to stay in Buffalo.
I took care of that, David. I wired Ansley Wilcox from the hotel. He'll put us up, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, sir. Here we are, sir.
Thank you.
How do you feel, sir?
Oh, I always feel well, David. I wish we knew. I wish we knew.
We'll know soon enough.
Quite a telegram. Typical. President shot, come at once, route. No progress report, no prognosis, nothing.
They may not have had anything to report.
Perhaps not. Elihu must be taking this badly. He's very close to the president, you know.
It's just possible, sir, that you are the president at this moment.
I'd rather not think of that just now, David. It's a little strange in its way, I suppose.
The possibility?
No. That has existed all the while. It's just that, well, I've had my political differences with the president from time to time. But personally, well, Edith said it. He's a kind man who really believes he has the welfare of the people at heart. And is a human being, David. If, and I earnestly hope, the occasion never arises in this manner. But if I ever become president, I hope people won't forget that I am a human being. Too many cannot see the man for the office he holds, and that's not good, David. It's not good at all. Well, Ansley, anything yet?
Good news, I hope.
Nothing new, just the same bulletin. The president is resting comfortably.
4 days now. And the doctors, as always, won't talk.
I managed a word with the chief surgeon. He seems quite hopeful.
Can anyone see the president?
No visitors. He needs all his strength to battle the wound, and he's none too young.
Makes sense. Well, we can pray, I suppose.
Incidentally, I have a little message for you.
Oh, from whom?
I saw Hay, Gage, and Root as I left the president's suite.
War, State, and Treasury. Quite an assemblage, Ansley.
Well, they asked me to suggest an idea to you.
Couldn't they come here themselves?
Certainly we've known them all long enough.
If you'll pardon me, ma'am, they find themselves in rather a delicate position.
How so?
If they call on you personally just now, it might look as if they were currying favor with the man who might become president.
Well, of all the...
I agree perfectly, Edie. Still, they're probably right. Well, what's the message, Ansley?
They suggest that since the doctor's reports are so encouraging, it might not be necessary for you...
To remain in Buffalo?
The president's at death's door and they want my husband to go away?
What possible reason? How can I walk out on a wounded man?
They understand that, but they point out, too, that the whole country is terribly upset. They suggest that if you and your wife were to go back and join your youngsters, say, tomorrow, it would reassure the people. The country would return to some sort of normalcy.
But Tahawa's Lodge, that's way up in the hills, North Creek. It's a railhead.
It's closer than the island you were on, ma'am.
Yes, I suppose it is.
North Creek to Lake George to Albany, from there straight across. Still, it's strange, Ansley, very strange indeed.
Strange, dear?
Yes, it's strange to think that any action of mine could so affect the nation.
It would. There's no question about it.
I see what you're driving at. The newspapers would report Vice President resumes vacation, returns to the Adirondacks. The public would infer that if I can go back to the woods, the president is out of danger.
Exactly.
And you think this wise, Ansley?
Yes, I do think so.
All right, Ansley. I'll have David get space on the evening train. I think there's a connection we can make at Albany late tonight. Is that all right, my dear?
Whatever you think. I see what you mean about this being strange. We do a perfectly ordinary thing, like taking a train, and the whole country will be reassured by it. It is a strange feeling.
You're still quite close to being First Lady, you know.
I hope not. This way, I pray not, Ansley.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
It is said that no man is a hero to his contemporaries, and that has also been true of several of our presidents. Now, thanks to the Mr. President program, we see many of our chief executives in a clearer light. We understand something of their personal problems. President Grant, for instance, has taken a lot of criticism. The not too well-known facts explain his actions. Grover Cleveland has never been cited as a great national hero, but on at least one occasion, he showed unusual courage and didn't talk about it. Many books have been written about Lincoln, but you'll hear stories on Mr. President that have never before been dramatized. The Mr. President research staff is responsible for this material. Yes, it's these little-known stories and the distinguished performance of motion picture star Edward Arnold, who plays the principal role, that make the Mr. President program a highly listenable series. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you figured out who I was when all this happened? It really did, you know. Edith and I went to join the boys at North Creek, way up at the Horwitz Lodge. Mount Horwitz is wild and uninhabited. The nearest connection to civilization is the railroad at North Creek. Otherwise, the lodge, the woods, and wild game. We had hunting licenses, of course. And the morning that we set out to climb the mountain, the boys and I carried hunting weapons as well as the lunch we all planned to eat as soon as we reached the summit. However, before reaching the top, the boys decided to do some exploring on their own. So Edith and I went on alone. It was raining in the valley, but once we passed the timberline, it stopped. And the view from the peak was something we shall never forget.
It's breathtaking.
Isn't it, my dear? It's not startling, perhaps, as the Rockies, but breathtaking nevertheless.
And so quiet. So silent.
No, not silent, Edith. Not quite silent. There's too much presence of living things.
You, the rough and ready rapscallion of the newspapers. The cartoonist delight, speaking like a poet.
There's at least one poem and one novel in all of us, my dear.
Oh, if we only had the time to write them.
I hope I have the time these next few years.
I thought you were going to study law with Justice White.
Oh, I am.
For a while these past few days, it looked as if other things were in store for you.
Are you sorry, Edith?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean?
I think you would have made quite a good president. Although I'm not too sure I'd like a president for a husband. Still, I'm glad you're not going to succeed to office by accident. I'm very fond of your chief, you know that.
Well, now that he's out of danger, we have no further worry about the political part of it.
Which makes me very glad for both of our sakes.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh, imagine standing here on a mountaintop talking politics.
Why not? The view is exactly like a life in politics.
Full of ups and downs.
Oh, more than that, my dear, more than that. The peaks are all there, of course, but so are the hidden crevices and the dangers in the woods that cover these mountains.
Not snakes.
Yes, those too. And the clouds that fill the valleys today. If you climb high enough, you'll break out into the sunlight.
Oh, my dear, you're incurable. Your public would never believe it's you talking like that.
An effect only you have on me, Edith.
Oh, now you sound like a newlywed, dear.
Oh, and why not?
With the family we've raised so far?
No, I could be poetic, Edith, but not even you would believe me this time. So let's start after our family, shall we?
Oh, you know how the boys are. Let them loose in the woods with guns and they'll never be any place on time.
In that case, will Madame sit?
Madame will sit on a mountaintop with her husband and enjoy the idea that as long as her husband is vice president, there will be time for law books at home and mountaintops at vacation time.
Hello there. Anyone here?
Just a moment, please.
Hurry, please. I have a most important message.
Coming.
You have a message, you say?
Is the vice president here?
I'm afraid not.
Where is he?
Something gone wrong?
He's needed in Buffalo.
The president?
There's a telegram came into North Creek, sir. The doctors have given up hope. Where is the vice president, sir?
He's climbing the mountain.
The telegram says to tell the vice president at once.
Then we'll have to climb after him. It's that bad?
The president may not last the night, sir.
Then both of us can't go up after the vice president. There'll be things to do here. He took the north trail to the summit.
I'll find him.
You'll have to go on foot.
Yes, sir, I know this country well. Live in North Creek myself.
Has anyone down there ordered a train for the vice president?
A telegram came into the station. The station master took it and told me to get up here with it. Nobody seemed to be thinking of anything after that.
All right. You get up on the mountain and I'll drive down into North Creek. Tell the vice president when you find him that Mr. Loeb will be waiting for him in North Creek with a special train if an engine and railroad car can be made available. Now hurry, man, hurry.
Want to build a house up here someday, Edith?
It's a trifle inaccessible, don't you think?
That's one of its chief beauties.
Well, what about the grocery boy and the milkman?
Always Did you hear that, Edith?
Sounded like a dead branch breaking off somewhere.
More like a shot to me, a pistol shot.
Well, you're the expert on such things in this family.
Thank you, dear. Strange, though.
Well, other people must be hunting besides the boys.
There it is again. No one hunts with a pistol.
Well, how can you tell it's a pistol? It's so far away.
Rifle's cracked. That was a report. It's the length of the barrel that makes the difference.
Well, I'm sure I'd never be able to tell. Again.
Rather regular intervals. Almost like a signal.
Well, why would anyone signal... I see.
Yes.
Will you feel easier if we start down?
I'm afraid we'd better. There it is again.
Well, I'm ready.
Well, let's go. Now, careful now, Edith. It's harder climbing down than up.
Yes, I know. Remember that header I took last year?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here's a bad place. I think I'd better answer that. Just a moment, dear. Well, here we go. End of peace and quiet on the mountaintop.
They heard you.
Yes. Look out.
You're more sure-footed than I am, dear.
I'm sorry. I'm not thinking, I guess.
Oh, I understand. Do you think he's really dying?
Well, it may not be that, but if they need the vice president badly enough to send a search party after him, something is going on. Here, Edith, take my hand and follow closely. Now, put your feet where mine were. We'll make better time that way.
This way, bear left, whoever you are. Stay where you are. I'll climb up to you.
Oh, I'm glad to rest a moment.
I'll let you a merry chase, as the saying goes.
Well, you have indeed. They or he couldn't be looking for someone else.
Oh, we're the only ones on the trail today.
The cloud, you mean?
Yes.
Well, it was well worth it at the top.
It was.
You are worried, dear.
Of course. I hope it's not what we both feel sure it is.
Mr. Vice President?
Yes.
Ma'am?
You are looking for us.
I'm afraid so, sir.
Is he gone already?
He may be, sir. He was still alive, according to the telegram in North Creek.
No hope?
No, sir. They want you in Buffalo at once.
Very well.
Mr. Loeb said he'd be in North Creek, sir, with a train, if one could be made up right away.
Very good. Edith.
Oh, you better go on, dear.
No, we'll go together as far as our meeting place with the boys. They'll get you back to the lodge safely.
Will you have to walk to North Creek?
Will we?
There'll be a buckboard waiting at the lodge, sir.
Good. Well, we'd better get on then.
Not much of a road, is it? Spring flood washed it out. Only a trail left.
Oh, you think my valise is still in the back?
Yes, sir. I lashed it down.
That's a good idea.
North Creek, sir. Round the next bend.
Road's paved there, isn't it?
Only round the station. But it's a road, at least, sir.
Oh, take me directly to the station, will you?
I'd have to, sir. Nothing else open this time of night.
I must learn your trick sometime, seeing in the dark.
You're born and raised hereabouts. Know the country pretty well.
You'll know it blindfolded.
This is something I'll be telling my grandchildren about, sir. Driving you down the mountain in the black of night.
My grandchildren, too, if any.
You suppose, sir, that is what I mean, if it's happened already, you might say, sir, you became the president on a mountain at 2 in the morning?
Yes, if it's happened. I sincerely hope not. That the station?
Yes, sir. Only light in town this hour. Looks like Miss Loeb got a train together.
I'll leave it to David.
Oh.
Will you put my valise aboard, please?
Yes, sir. As soon as I get to Loophole.
Well, David?
It was over at 2:15 this morning, Mr. President.
Gentlemen, the President. Good afternoon, gentlemen. A sorry occasion, this.
Sad indeed. A fine man. A good president.
He was every bit of both. I'm honored that you're here at this time, Ed.
The least I could do. No time for law books, it seems.
The plans of mice and men, Ed. Shall we proceed?
Certainly. Mr. Wilcox, the Bible, please.
Of course. Gentlemen, if I may, before Justice White administers the oath, I'd like to say I hope to show the people that the administration of this government will not falter despite the terrible loss of our commander-in-chief in such a manner. I wish to say that it shall be my aim to continue absolutely unbroken the policy of our late president for the peace, prosperity, and honor of our beloved country. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
Behind the pose assumed for cameras, presidents are human too. And you'll get a greater understanding of the men who have lived in our nation's White House when you hear Edward Arnold starring in Mr. President. The Mr. President program is based on little-known stories of the man America has known as president. You'll hear the intimate details that were bypassed in epoch-making headlines. Mr. President is sometimes dramatic, sometimes tragic, but always sympathetic. It's a program that removes the pedestal from our famous leaders to reveal them as they were, human beings with great understanding beneath their political veneer. So join us when we present Mr. President with Edward Arnold playing the title role every Wednesday evening over most of these ABC stations. Now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, Edith, our first night in the White House.
And I, for one, will admit I'm tired. What a day.
Mm-hmm. You know, the boys weren't phased one bit, were they?
Did you see the imp exploring all the closets?
Oh, he would. Probably scouting out all the places where he might hide his Christmas presents.
So soon?
Forewarned is forearmed, you know. My dear, do you suppose we could have used a little warning?
Frightened, my dear?
To be perfectly honest, here in the privacy of our own apartments, yes.
Why?
I am the youngest president the country's ever had, you know.
Is that all?
I guess so, Edith. Frankly, I'm not worried about Senator Hanna's fears of having a madman in the White House.
Would you like my opinion, dear?
Of course.
Then I think it's perfectly wonderful that Theodore Roosevelt, the one man the country is convinced fears nothing, is actually a little frightened at becoming president of the United States.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
Mr. President, produced and directed by Ted Toll, was created by Robert G. Jennings and written by Ira Marion. Heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Edith Roosevelt, Herbert Butterfield as Ansley Wilcox, Polly Bear as David Loeb, and your narrator, Ted DeCorsia, as Justice White. Our story was based on incidents in the life of President Theodore Roosevelt.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This program came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Let's visit Mr. President in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves at the front door.
Come right in, please.
The President's expecting you. Through this door, please.
I'll go right in. Some business for you, Mr. President.
Hello? Sit down, won't you? You know, it's strange how many people think the president is somehow superhuman, but believe me, it's not so. I have the same daily job of living that you do. The only thing is, most people rarely hear about that side of life in the White House. The true story I'm going to tell you now, for instance, well, it's hardly known at all. Now, which of our 32 presidents was I when it took place? I'll tell you later on. But meanwhile, see if you can't guess. One morning, I walked into my study, and as usual, she was already there. My secretary, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Oh, why so glum?
I enjoyed romantic poetry when I was a high school girl, Mr. President, but I'm afraid I don't anymore.
That's the trouble with a lot of people, Miss Sarah. They don't take time to enjoy life. Don't let it happen to you.
Ever since I walked in here this morning, the Vice President has been telephoning in a fury asking to see you. I've hardly had time to enjoy life.
Mr. Edwards has no sense of humor.
Nor any time to enjoy the poetry I had to read to him.
Did you happen to read him a poem beginning with, "If I Were King"?
Why, that's exactly the poem I read him. Now, why should Mr. Edwards be interested in that?
Well, there are more ways than one to skin a cat, Miss Sarah. And more than one way of getting your vice president to come to see you. Haven't you read this morning's newspapers?
Mr. Edwards hasn't given me time.
I knew that poem would get him.
That is probably Mr. Edwards again.
Let me talk to him.
Miss Holmes speaking.
This is Mr. Edwards. Is the president in?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, here he is.
Good morning, Mr. Edwards.
Mr. President, may I ask the meaning of your statement to the newspapers?
Certainly. Yesterday you made a speech in Philadelphia. You explained what you would do if you were president.
And you referred the newspapers to some poem or other, If I Were King.
It's simple enough. There was one trouble with that poet. He wasn't a king. There's one trouble with your speech. You're not a president. I am.
I made a serious speech on the economic crisis. It hardly called for so flippant a comment from you, sir.
I've got a...
In public, sir.
Mr. Edwards, we're in the worst depression the country has ever known. Banks are failing every day. Factories are closing. Millions of men and women are out of work. And you're recommending to the people a policy that can't help but lead to inflation and complete disaster.
The silver clause of the Sherman Act permits you to issue the maximum amount of currency backed by silver. That's what I would do if I were...
Mr. Edwards, we will never stop foreign countries from draining our gold reserves until we can reestablish their confidence in the American dollar. Not destroy it further by basing it on silver. And, Mr. Edwards, I wouldn't say if I were again. You're not the president. I am, and I expect to be for some time.
It's obvious, sir. We can't settle anything this way.
I've been hoping you'd say that, sir. Yes, sir, you can see me today at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye.
Now, let's get on with the day, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President. Your physician is here with a Mr. Mott.
Oh, have them in, will you, please?
This Mr. Mott, is he a friend of Dr. Raymond's?
Yes, you might say so, Miss Sarah.
Dr. Raymond, come in, please.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
I'll be in my office, Mr. President.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. Mr. President, may I present Dr. Mott?
I am honored, sir. I hope you don't mind our making you masquerade as Mr. I can't let anybody know you're a doctor.
I quite understand, sir. Mr. President, we won't mince any words.
Please don't.
It's cancer, Mr. President.
Are you absolutely sure?
Dr. Mott,
Mr. President, in the roof of your mouth, you have a cancerous area about the size of a quarter.
But it's so small.
Yes, I know, but if it goes untouched, it will spread to your throat, your stomach.
What treatment do you recommend?
An operation, Mr. President.
An operation? Is there any alternative?
Yes, Mr. President. Death.
Would it be a serious operation?
It's cancer, sir.
And where would you perform it? And when?
At once, sir. In Dr. Mott's private hospital in New York.
At once? You mean a week or so?
A day or so, Mr. President.
Dr. Mott, what provisions for secrecy can you make?
Oh, the usual in a private hospital, sir.
That's not enough, I'm afraid.
I don't understand,
It's
sir.
not possible for me simply to have a cancer operation and allow it to become publicly known.
But surely, sir, your staff can keep newspapermen away.
In the middle of the worst depression we've ever had, and millions of people holding me personally responsible?
Mr. President, your life is at stake.
How long would it take?
You'd be absent only a few days, sir.
All right, then. Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. President, I can send it over to the Treasury right away.
Uh-huh. The month's order for silver coinage, 3 million ounces. This is the minimum the law allows. How do you know I wasn't going to change my mind, Miss Searing?
That's my job, Mr. President.
You often know what I'm going to do before I do it myself, don't you?
Mr. Colby.
Miss Sarah, the door was open. Mr. President...
Mr. Colby, the press room is down the corridor.
It's important. I know I shouldn't break in, but it's very important.
Come outside and tell it to me, Mr. Colby.
Just a moment, Miss Sarah. Go ahead, Colby.
I'm afraid it's private, sir. Please, Mr. President.
All right, Miss Sarah.
Well, it's highly irregular. A newspaper man seeking an exclusive interview without an appointment.
Please, Miss Sarah.
Yes, of course, Mr. President. No doubt, Mr. Colby, you lurked about till I was not at my desk.
I'm afraid I did, Miss Sarah.
Yes, I thought so.
Now, Colby.
Mr. President, I've never been a Washington correspondent before.
Well, we're happy to have you, Colby, even though your paper isn't friendly toward me.
Well, naturally, I'm on, probation. Mr. Nickerson, he owns the paper. Mr. Nickerson's got his eye on me. Naturally.
Naturally?
If I turned in an inaccurate story, he'd be angry. Naturally.
Naturally?
Or a story that's so hot, a newspaper term, Mr. President, so hot and still so fantastic that, naturally.
Naturally, you... Colby, what are you trying to say?
Mr. President, I have information which leads me to believe you have cancer.
That's quite correct, Colby.
What?
How did you find out?
Well, an intern I know at a hospital in New York. This is terrible, Mr. President.
It's a malignant growth in the roof of my mouth. About the size of a quarter, that's all.
But cancer?
Exactly. And I'm arranging for an operation to have it removed within a day or two. If I can arrange a political truce with my opposition.
And you'll be all right?
Colby, what are you going to do with your story?
Well, that's what I came to ask you, Mr. President.
It's tough, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, being a newspaper man, having a big, exclusive story and not... It is a big story, isn't it?
Oh, the biggest. The President of the United States...
Why, besides that?
Well, just now, in these times...
What do you think of these times, Colby?
It's the worst and longest depression we've ever had, isn't it?
That's right. Colby, all because of the fight between those who want money backed by silver and those who want money backed by gold. Now, which side are you on? Personally, I mean.
The sound money, sir. As far as I understand it, just the way you are. I mean...
I know. Now, if the country suddenly learned I had cancer, just when this fight is at its peak, what do you think would happen?
It'd scare people to death, Mr. President. Everybody, that is, except your opposition.
Colby, do you understand what I'm getting at?
You don't want me to turn in the story.
It's a hard choice, isn't it?
Mr. Nickerson would break me if he ever found out.
I think it's a choice you have to make. The only people who know anything about this are the doctors, myself, and you. You see, I'm trusting you fully.
I appreciate that, sir.
I'm glad, Colby. Yes? Oh, come in, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President.
Yes?
Good day, sir. Good day, Miss Sarah.
Good day, Mr. Colby.
Miss Sarah, I wish I had your faculty of knowing in advance what people are going to do.
Colby, what about?
Oh, nothing, really. Well, now it all depends on my visit with the Vice President.
Mr. President, won't you listen to reason?
I'll listen to you, Mr. Edwards. I've been anxious, too.
We all agree on the facts. We have a terrible depression. But you and the misguided people who follow you believe only in gold. Mark my words, Mr. President. You cannot handcuff mankind with chains of gold.
Mr. Edwards, you promised me reason, not oratory.
Reason says mint more silver, minted by the millions.
Mr. Edwards, I invited you here to make a proposal.
Yes?
A truce between us from now until Congress reconvenes next fall.
So, Mr. President, you admit defeat.
I defeat?
It's the losers who propose truces.
You refuse to cooperate.
We speak for millions of Americans who have every right to oppose you, and they do, sincerely, honestly. What right have we to muzzle ourselves?
Mr. Edwards, maybe if calm and confidence can be reestablished, we can save the railroads from bankruptcy. But if they go...
That's a risk we must run.
Very well, sir. If you won't wait, we'll fight it out long before that.
I don't understand.
I'll call Congress into special session at the earliest possible date. I'll ask for immediate repeal of the Silver Clause of the Sherman Act.
What?
You don't like that, do you? You should have accepted the truce. At the earliest possible date, Miss Sarah, a special session of Congress.
Mr. President, is there no way to avoid it?
We'll have to make it the 7th of August.
But you're wearing yourself
The
out.
sooner it's held, the better. The longer we go on...
Mr. President, you're not listening.
What? Why, I heard every word you said. You said
I
that...
said I'm scared stiff that you're ruining your health.
Miss Sarah, you're turning into a warrior. I'm as strong as an ox.
The people didn't elect an ox. They elected you, and you're human. Only too human sometimes.
You don't want me to take afternoon cat naps, do you? Besides, I haven't got the time.
Oh, yes, you have.
What?
If you didn't make appointments that I know nothing about.
Appointments? What? Who?
That Mr. Mott is waiting to see you again.
Well, why didn't you say so? Show him in.
Will you come in, Mr. Mott?
No, thank you.
Well, you must have worked fast, Dr. Mott.
Time is of the essence, Mr. President. I've arranged everything in my private hospital in New York. Now, as to the necessary precautions.
Doctor, we've got to postpone the operation.
Postpone it? Impossible, Mr. President.
I told you this morning I was planning a certain political maneuver, and it didn't work.
Mr. President, I don't believe you grasp the urgency of this. It's cancer.
I do, Doctor, but
Mr. President, I have only one duty in this matter. I am a doctor. I am obligated to my own professional principles. They come first.
Now, look here, Doctor. I've got professional duties, too.
Well, none as pressing as your health and your life.
I think I'm of less importance than the people of this country.
Well, then, sir, I'm afraid my journey here has been wasted. But I warn you, sir, it's your life.
Thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Doctor. Goodbye, Mr. Mott.
Goodbye, Mr. Mott. That really was the last one, Mr. President, wasn't it?
Yes.
I'm afraid I made you angry before. I'm sorry.
Oh, nonsense.
Ralph says he has a nice dinner for you.
Uh-huh.
You will eat it, won't you? Slowly and calmly.
Yes, Miss.
You wanted to say something else?
No, Mr. President. Good night.
Good night.
Is that all the soup you want, Mr. President?
Yes, I can't eat, Ralph. It's stuffy in here, isn't it? Open the window, will you?
Yes, sir.
That's better. I needed some fresh air. What's that?
Sir?
I smelled something cooking.
Your lamb chops on the table, sir.
No. Come over here. Smell it. Smell it.
That's coming from the servants' quarters, sir. Corned beef and cabbage.
Corned beef and cabbage? Why wasn't I given that?
Oh, it's only corned beef and
Well,
cabbage.
it smells wonderful. I'm going down to get some.
President.
Mrs. Burton, I want some of that corned beef and cabbage you're eating.
Oh, Mr. President, landy me in the kitchen.
Well, it's too lonely upstairs, Mrs. Burton. Have mercy on me.
Ralph, you take some of this right upstairs for the president.
I got a dish already.
Not upstairs, Ralph. Right here. May I sit at your table, Mrs. Burton?
Oh, landy me. Oh, give the president a chair, Ralph.
After you, Mrs. Burton. Please.
Oh, landy me.
That's better. Now, Ralph, don't be stingy.
I thought you wasn't hungry, sir.
Whatever gave you that idea?
I hope you like the way it's fixed, Mr. President.
I could tell I would from upstairs.
Here it is, sir.
Thank you, Ralph. I knew it. You must eat too, Mrs. Burton.
Oh, I'm eating, Mr. President. Or trying to.
It's funny. Every now and then I just can't eat alone.
I guess you're so used to having people around you all day.
And it's just as funny. When I want to be alone, I can't. Do you have that trouble, Mrs. Burton?
The Lord said we never can be alone.
Yes.
Not really, Mr. President.
You're quite right. But just so far as people are concerned, there's virtually nowhere in this continent I can go and not have the whole country know about it.
Well, that's natural, sir. We're all interested in how you get on.
But suppose I had to get away secretly.
Secretly?
Oh, just for a few days. There's nowhere I can go, on land or sea. People would follow me.
Follow you? Oh, why, Mr. President, only the Lord can walk on the water.
Yes, that's right. And Mrs. Burton, you've given me a wonderful idea. Ralph.
Yes, sir.
Call the Carlton Hotel. Get Mr. Mott over here quickly. And, Ralph, tell Colby, the newspaper man, I want to see him the first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Since I saw you yesterday morning, Colby, the operation was first canceled, and now it's on again.
Oh, I'm glad of that, sir.
Now, if I have your cooperation...
Somehow I wish I'd never stumbled on this
But
story.
you did, and now I want you to know all about it. The one place I can think of that I would be safe from observation is a boat.
A boat? An operation for cancer on a boat?
We're borrowing a private yacht. I'm going to New York where the yacht is moored. In fact, I'm leaving in the next few minutes. We'll move up the East River into Long Island Sound. The operation will be performed tomorrow morning, and then 4 days of recuperation.
Still, people will wonder where you are, sir, won't they?
Officially, I'll be on my way to my summer home. Now, how about it, Colby? Can I depend on you?
Mr. President, I won't write or speak a word about it until you allow me to.
And remember, not even to Miss Sarah?
No, sir. Good luck, sir. And thank you.
Thank you, Colby. And ask Miss Sarah to come in, will you?
Certainly. Miss Sarah.
Yes, young man. Good day. Yes, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, I'm going to leave you with a great responsibility.
Leave me? What do you mean, Mr. President?
I'm going away for 5 days.
For a rest?
Only in a manner of speaking. While I'm gone...
If not for a rest, what for, then?
I'm not going to tell you, Miss Sarah.
Oh?
You'll be swamped by newspaper men demanding to know where I am. I want you to say, I don't know. At least until I reach my summer home.
I can say I don't know even if I do know.
You'd be lying, and I'd rather you were able to tell the truth.
I'm sorry you don't trust me, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, when it's over, I'll tell you all about it. And then you... Oh, hello, Mr. Mott.
Are you ready to go, Mr. President?
Yes. Remember, Miss Sarah? I don't know.
Mr. President, your hat and coat.
Thank you, Ralph.
Excuse me, a messenger just put something on the desk.
We haven't too much time, sir.
I'm ready now.
Mr. President, this is for you.
Oh, thank you. Good Lord.
What is it?
The Reading Railroad has just gone into bankruptcy.
It's most urgent that I see the president.
It's impossible, Mr. Edwards.
Impossible. You want me to regard that as an affront?
I mean, the president isn't here, and so it's impossible for you to see
Not
him.
here. Where is he?
He's on his way to his summer home.
Summer home? The railroads are in bankruptcy and he disappears?
If you'll give me a letter, Mr. Edwards, I'll forward it to him.
A telegram would be quicker.
I'd much prefer to forward a letter for you.
There's another way, sir.
Huh? Who are you, sir?
Hello, Miss Sarah.
How do you do?
Miss Edwards, you and I haven't met before. I'm Rodney, Central News Syndicate.
You said there's another way to reach the president?
Give me a statement for publication. The president will see that wherever he is. Well, what do you, Miss Sarah?
Mr. President, if you're ready.
Certainly, Doctor.
We've decided against a complete anesthesia. It might affect your heart.
I'm sure local anesthesia will be all right.
There may be some pain in the latter stages.
It can't be helped, can it?
We'll try to avoid it.
Gentlemen, while you're operating, I'm going to be thinking of my message to Congress. If I feel anything through that, why, it'll have to be pretty bad. Now, let's get it over with.
All right, sir. Anesthetic, Dr. Raymond.
The needle may hurt, Mr. President.
Go ahead. You were right.
In just a moment, one whole side of your face and jaw will be numb. You'll feel nothing at all.
Well, that's very encouraging, Doctor.
Just relax, Mr. President.
Your gloves, Doctor?
Yes, thank you. Just slip them on over my hands, please. Feeling a tingle, sir?
Yes, a bit.
It will take only a moment longer. Oh, the anesthetic will make it impossible for you to speak, Mr. President.
That's so? What a wonderful treatment this would be for the vice president.
The jaw brace, Dr. Raymond?
Yes. Open your mouth, sir. There we are.
That's it. Now, tell me if you feel anything, sir. Good. Anesthesia's completed. All right, Dr. Raymond. First incision.
At this time of national crisis, doesn't the president realize that he is the man responsible for the country's welfare? That'll do it, Mr. Rodney. Good day, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Edwards, before you go, maybe Miss Sarah will answer a question.
I'll try, Mr. Rodney.
Is the president ill?
Ill? The president ill?
What makes you ask that, Mr. Rodney?
I've heard rumors, and it's my job to verify if possible.
Well, is it a rumor? Or is he ill? What's wrong with him?
We've got to know, Miss Sarah.
A sick man can't lead the country through these times. Now, will he deliver his message to Congress, or won't he be able to?
Gentlemen, the president has the responsibility of leading the country. Whether you agree with him or not, that's his duty. To carry it out, he needs a few days' rest. Won't you please let him have it?
And he is at his summer home?
I beg you not to disturb him.
Oh, no, I just want to check on him. Miss Sarah, we sent a man to the president's summer home. He isn't there.
I'm sure you've made some mistake.
Where is he, Miss Sarah?
He'll be there, I tell you.
What day, Miss Sarah? And he's still not there. What's happened?
He's simply taking his time, that's all, Mr. Rodney.
I had a message in the press room that you wanted to see me, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. Colby. This telegram came for you, marked, as you see, confidential.
Oh, thank you. It's from the president, Miss Sarah, at his summer home.
Is it indeed?
Listen, had excellent cruise and never felt more confident. Miss Sarah, I'm going to let out a yell.
What?
Yippee! Dance with me, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Colby, you're in the White House.
And he said he's confident. Mr. Edwards won't enjoy that when he speaks to Congress.
And so it is clear that to reestablish the confidence of the people in our dollar, the silver clause of the Sherman Act should be repealed. We must close ranks not behind the banner of inflation, but under the standard of gold and the honest dollar. That, and that alone, can lead us to the prosperous destiny which is the right of the American people.
President.
You excited, Miss Sherry?
You've won.
They've repealed?
You'll have the official notification tomorrow.
Well, I must say, you don't look very happy.
Oh, I am about that, but Mr. Colby showed me a copy of his story.
About the operation?
I didn't know that I was so untrustworthy. You confided in him, but not in me.
I told you, Miss Sherry, I didn't want you to have to lie.
I lie very well when I have to.
But you had so many other things to worry about. Oh, Colby, come in. Where are you going?
I've come to say goodbye, Mr. President.
Oh, you've been promoted, eh? Well, that's fine, Colby.
Mr. Nickerson fired me, sir.
He what?
His telegram said, I want reporters working for me, not fiction writers.
He doesn't believe the story?
Not a word of it. But just the same, sir, it's been a great honor to have had your confidence.
Miss Sherry, a telegram for this Mr. Nickerson.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, please don't, Mr. President.
Dear Mr. Nickerson, if Colby is a fiction writer, I am too. His story of my journey on a yacht with medical details is 100% fact. If you don't want Colby to return to your payroll, I'm sure my administration can find a place for a fiction writer of his abilities. Sincerely, etc., and so forth. Is that all right?
Oh, Mr. President, I have to go right out on the lawn.
What for?
Mr. Colby wants to let out a yell.
A yell?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good night.
Good night, Colby. Well, Miss Sherry, you're still pouting.
Perhaps you'd rather I let out a yell, too.
But if I told you about the operation beforehand, you'd have worried so.
I did worry.
But not over
The operation? Oh, I knew all about that.
What?
The second time your Mr. Mott came, you and he were almost shouting at each other.
Miss Sherry, you've been eavesdropping again.
Quite so, Mr. President. It's my job. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sherry. Yes, that's just about how it happened. I actually had that operation aboard a yacht, and the cure was complete and permanent. And repealing the silver clause of the Sherman Act gradually brought the country back to prosperity. Have you guessed yet who I was then? It really did happen, you know. Oh, yes. It's a true story, and it happened in 1893, when Grover Cleveland was Mr. President in his second term. And here's another interesting thing. That newspaper man, his real name was Holland, published a story, but it was 24 years after Dr. Mott wrote his memoirs that people really believed him. Well, will you drop in again next week? I've got another story I know you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold may soon be seen with Clark Gable, Deborah Carr, Sidney Greenstreet, and Adolphe Manjou in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of The Hucksters. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold, is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Tonight's script by Paul R. Milton was based on an episode in the life of President Grover Cleveland. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Let's visit Mr. President in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves at the front door.
Come right in, please. The President's expecting you. Through this door, please.
Go right in. Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? I wonder if you think, the way I used to, that the President is pretty much above ordinary human feeling. That somehow he doesn't have the fun and the unhappiness, too, that goes with everyday living. I found out that I was wrong. That's the main reason I want to tell you tonight's story. It's true, of course, and hardly known at all. Now, which of our 32 presidents was I when it actually happened? I'll tell you later on. But meanwhile, see if you can't guess. It was late one afternoon when my secretary, Miss Sarah, came into my study with a familiar look in her eye.
Mr. President, I'm sorry I haven't been able to finish the day's mail. Your son...
Oh, isn't John back yet?
I don't know why you sent him out to look at houses. You haven't changed your mind about staying in Washington indefinitely, have you?
Yes, and then again, no.
But why?
Well, you see, this is the type of house on which I value John's opinion.
As your aide?
Partly.
Or as your son?
Partly.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I guess I'm a little slow today.
I'm disappointed in you, Miss Sarah. You're usually 2 jumps ahead.
But if you're going to give John a house for a wedding present, why don't you pick it?
I have.
Oh?
Excuse me, I'm back.
Oh, come in, John. Come in. Well, which house did you like best?
Hello, Miss Sarah.
Hello, John.
The red and white brick one in Georgetown, naturally.
I like that one, too. Has it got enough rooms for 2 or 3 children?
Oh, you didn't say your friends have children, Dad.
Well, they haven't right now, but I imagine that after a time...
Oh, well, then this house is perfect.
Well, why don't you show it to Mary when she comes down next week? Get her opinion, too.
Ask her about the children's rooms.
Mary? What? Oh, Mary's hardly an expert on that.
I can see you know very little about women. Nevertheless, I think she ought to see it. Don't you, Miss Sarah?
Definitely, Mr. President. Will you excuse me?
I'll stay and help Miss Sarah, Dad.
Oh, I don't think there's anything that pressing.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President. The House Majority Leader, Mr. Warren, is here.
Oh, yes, that's right. He called earlier to say he had to see me. Have him come in, Miss Sarah.
Certainly. Please go in, Mr. Warren.
To see you at dinner, Dad?
All right, son.
Good afternoon, John.
Hello, Mr. Warren. I'm just leaving. Go right in.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Warren. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Mr. President?
I think I know what's on your mind, Warren. May I make it easy for you?
Yes. There's one way that you could.
It's about the appointment of General Fairbanks as Secretary of War, isn't it?
You know, you could make it easy for me and all the members of our party by telling me the rumor I heard today is not true.
Well, what's your objection to the general?
You mean you seriously intend to appoint him? Why, it's political suicide, Mr. President. He's of the other party and will probably run against you in the next election.
Well, he's the best man for the job.
Do you mean to say that in all this country you can't find someone else with the necessary qualifications?
Have you any suggestions?
Well, no, but, Mr. President, the opposition press and our own, too, are constantly attacking you for holding Secretary Johnson over from the previous cabinet. Why, these men are not even of your own party.
I know that. But there are other considerations. Johnson was a good Secretary of Interior for my predecessor. He deserves to keep the post.
Well, that's as may be, but on top of that, to appoint Fairbanks, why, it'll split our party.
I'm not playing politics, Mr. Warren.
But Fairbanks wants to be the next president. He'll do anything to win. If you bring him into your cabinet, you'll guarantee your own defeat.
Mr. Warren, I'll fight the next election when it comes. Right now, I'm interested in seeing the country have an efficient government.
But you can have good government and smart politics, too, sir.
Well, I could argue that with you, Warren.
All right. All right, Mr. President. Suppose you appoint him, and the Senate confirms. As Secretary of War, his activities would come under my committee in the House.
Good, Warren. I know you'll work with him.
Oh, well, that's correct, sir. But as to the other members, I can't say a thing. You know, they may hamstring him.
Even those of our party?
Well, I know they resent it, sir. Oh, won't you please reconsider?
I'll let you know, Warren.
Oh, one more thing, Mr. President.
What is it?
Well, it's about your son, John, Henry Lawrence.
You mean the editor of the Washington Star?
Mm-hmm. There's some kind of personal feud going on between them.
Well, Lawrence attacks me pretty consistently, you know, and John resents it.
Oh, but I know Lawrence, Mr. President. At any moment, he may begin to attack John.
That might be good for him.
Well, but I see something else at stake, too. Lawrence has been attacking your appointments. You can ignore him about that, but if he were to attack you on your son's position...
I can't stop him from doing that.
But you can ask John to be careful.
Oh, I'm sure he will be, Warren. John wouldn't embarrass me, I know, and besides, he has ambitions for his own career.
Mr. President,
By the way, you're coming to the reception next Tuesday evening. John's fiancée is coming down from Boston. I want you to meet her.
But thank you, sir.
Good day, Warren.
Good day, Mr. President.
How do you... Oh, Mr. Lawrence.
I wonder if you can help me. I need 3 invitations to the reception next Tuesday evening.
Oh?
Through some oversight, I haven't been invited. Besides, I'll have 2 important people with me that evening. They're very anxious to come.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Lawrence, I'm afraid I can't add to the guest list now.
Why not?
I haven't the authority. I'm awfully sorry.
And who has the authority?
Mr. President is the host, of course.
Is he free at the moment?
Well, you have no appointment.
Take a look, Miss Sarah. He might just possibly be free.
Very well. Mr. President.
Yes?
Have you a moment to talk to Mr. Lawrence?
Is he here?
Mr. President, I was asking Miss Sarah for 3 invitations to the reception.
Including yourself, Lawrence?
Yes.
It's to be a very small reception.
I was explaining to Miss Sarah that
that's all right. That's all right. I hope you won't give them... I know that you hope that I won't give them to you, huh? Well, I'm going to fool you. Give Mr. Lawrence 3 invitations, Miss Sarah.
But, Mr. President, the list...
Mr. Lawrence has a right to come to the White House. Miss Sarah, even if he doesn't feel very friendly towards its occupants. All right, Lawrence?
Thank you, Mr. President. And, good day, Miss Sarah.
Father, Mary's coming down the stairs now.
She looks lovelier every time we see her. You're a lucky man, John.
Oh, I tell her that, but she won't believe me. You try it, Dad. Mary?
Am I late, John? Oh, good evening, Mr. President.
Oh, you're never too early, darling.
A born diplomat, isn't he?
Don't you believe it, Mary. That's not what he really thinks.
Good evening, Mary.
Oh, Miss Sarah, it's so nice to see you again.
Already a dozen people have asked to meet you.
Oh.
People, Miss Sarah, or men?
That's the penalty for having a beautiful fiancée.
John, we'd better go into the party.
Yes. You'll excuse us, Dad and Miss Sarah. Come along, Mary.
All right.
They're a very lovely couple.
Well, here we are.
But, John, is the party in this anteroom?
No, but I haven't had a chance yet to...
Oh, my hair, John, careful.
Oh, I suppose if I took you in my arms, you'd worry about your dress, too.
Oh, John... John, somebody might come in.
Oh, we're very properly engaged.
But this is the White House. And that's why we're going right into the reception.
Well, I'd rather stay here, but all right. My arm, madam?
Thank you, sir.
I throw wide the portal. We step majestically into the room.
Oh, John.
Say, you haven't met Josh Warren, have you?
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, he's right over there with Miss Sarah.
Oh.
Really? Well, I'm glad you think Excuse me, Miss Sarah. I wanted Mary to know Mr. Warren.
Oh, I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Clark.
My father sent you his regards, Mr. Warren.
Oh, thank you.
This is your first White House reception, isn't it, Mary?
I feel I ought to take notes. They'll ask me so many questions back in Boston.
Mr. Warren?
What?
Isn't that Henry Lawrence over there?
Henry Yes. Now, how did he...
I think he's joining us.
Good evening, Warren. Delightful party, isn't it? Oh, hello, Lawrence. You know everyone, I suppose. How are you, Miss Sarah?
Good evening.
Mr. Lawrence, editor of the Washington Star, Miss Clark, Mr. John's fiancée. Well, I like you better than the pictures I've seen in our papers, Miss Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence.
Good evening, John.
Good evening.
You look surprised to see me here.
Since you mentioned it, Mr. Lawrence, I am surprised to see you here.
Oh? Why?
After what you've been writing about the president?
I'm sorry you don't agree with me.
Honest criticism is one thing. Back alley sniping is another.
Is that what your father calls it?
And on top of that, you have the gall to come here.
Maybe I misunderstood. You're not the host, are you?
Well, host or not, Mr. Lawrence, you're not welcome here. Your own self-respect ought to tell you that.
Just what do you know about self-respect?
I might give you a lesson.
You? A man in a public position he's not qualified to hold? Who only has the position because his father gives it to him? A messenger boy? Feeding off the public?
You don't have to shout, Mr. Lawrence.
Well, it must run in your blood. Your mother came from a family of political thieves, and your father held a grafting job when he was young.
That's a lie.
And now you follow in his footsteps. I suppose if the truth were known, we'd find that your mother's grafting on the public payroll, too.
Get out of here, Lawrence.
I was invited by your father.
Get out. No matter why you came or who invited you, get out.
I told you I'm an invited guest.
Get out or I'll throw you out.
John.
We'll finish this, John. But I think we can find a better place and a better time. Good night, Warren. Good night, Miss Sarah. Miss Clark. I never heard of a man acting like that.
John, he did have an invitation.
Oh, Miss Sarah, Mr. Warren, I don't want my father to know anything about what he said. You must promise me you won't say anything. It'd hurt him terribly. You too, Mary.
Well, as you say, John, but I think you're wrong.
It may not end here.
I won't have my father hurt by a man like that, no matter how it ends.
Your father's coming this way, John.
Oh, John.
Yes, sir?
Didn't I just see Lawrence leave? Did anything happen?
It was my fault, sir.
Your fault?
Well, you know I dislike Lawrence. When I saw him here, I lost my head and insulted him. Of course, he became angry and left.
But what did you say?
Well, I hardly remember, sir. I was so angry. Well, it was all personal, entirely between Lawrence and myself. I'm very sorry, sir.
Well, let's not spoil the party. The music's good, and I feel like enjoying myself. Mary, isn't this my dance?
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Miss Sarah. Good morning.
Your first visit is at 9:30, and here's the military appointment list and the morning papers.
Oh, yes, the papers.
Something wrong, Mr. President?
No. Why?
I thought you appeared concerned.
Oh, I find social gatherings very tiring, Miss Sarah.
You never seem to. I thought you enjoyed the party.
Oh, I did. But the effort of making small talk with so many people. Whoever invented small talk?
Some man, I'm sure.
Why haven't we got sense enough to say only things that have to be said?
People's opinions differ about what has to be said, Mr. President.
Did you hear anything last night that you wouldn't have said?
Quite honestly, no. Shall I bring in your mail?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. And when John comes, tell him I... Oh, there he is. John.
Yes, sir?
Would you come in, please?
You have until 9:30, Mr. President.
Excuse me, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Father.
Sit down, John.
Yes, sir.
I never lectured you very much, did I? I mean, I was never the usual father, was I?
No, sir, you weren't.
I'm not going to lecture you now.
But I'd like to know what the quarrel was about.
As I told you, sir, it was purely personal. I started it, and well, I'm afraid I finished it.
Well, what it was about isn't the main issue. You shouldn't have let Lawrence irritate you. It brings you down to his level.
Well, not quite, sir, if you don't mind.
The point is, your mother and I always hoped you'd want to be in public life. We never wanted to force it on you, and I don't think we did.
No, sir, it's an honor to work with you, Father.
Is it any more than that?
Yes. Washington is where I belong, if I can make a go of it.
You can.
I've had a long, sleepless night to think it over. Nothing like last night will happen again, sir.
You think you can avoid having trouble with Lawrence in the future?
I'm sure of it, Dad.
This isn't only a personal thing, John. An episode like last night, no matter what it was about, could become very embarrassing to the White House.
Yes, sir, I know.
There are any number of men, my opponents, who'd seize on a thing like that and turn it to all sorts of purposes, chiefly to attack men I've appointed to important positions. We live in a glass house, John. Never forget it. And on top of everything, you are my son. That makes you doubly vulnerable.
Nothing like it will happen again, sir, I promise. Is there anything you want me to do?
Right, let's forget the whole thing. Here's the military appointment list. Take it over to Josh Warren, will you please?
Yes, sir. Oh, Father. Thanks very much.
Oh, it's all right, son.
Just a moment. Well, this is a stroke of luck, John.
Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I want to apologize for last night.
Of course. The moment I find you alone.
I mean it. I'm sincerely sorry.
You took it into your own hands to act as if the White House were yours. I promised myself more from you than just an apology. I'm going to give you the licking you need.
We're in the Capitol, Mr. Lawrence. Oh, Mr. Lawrence, I've apologized. Isn't that enough?
You might forget an apology. I don't think you'll forget this.
Mr. Lawrence.
Stop.
Lawrence, Warren, what's the meaning of this? It's all right, gentlemen. Warren, why don't you let them fight?
Well, I haven't touched them, Senator.
Mr. Lawrence, I hope you've had your satisfaction.
I'd have enjoyed finishing this job.
The incident is closed.
Don't talk like a diplomat. You aren't one yet.
I have some papers to deliver. You'll excuse me, gentlemen?
That's the way it happened, Mr. President. Corwin is already speaking against you in the Senate. Obviously, this is the climax of a plot by Lawrence and Senator Corwin and their crowd to discredit you.
His usual line, Warren, my appointments?
Yes, he's raking up every incident, using every charge you can think of, nepotism, payroll padding, and just as I left, he was demanding a congressional investigation of all your appointments.
Including John?
Including John. Why, this can shake your administration all over the country.
Warren, I wish I understood what was behind John's attitude.
Well, you know, if I could help, I would.
Earlier this morning, right here in this room, John promised me that last night was the end of the Lawrence incident. I thought he understood how embarrassing it might become. And here it is.
What, I'm certain he didn't do it intentionally,
What
Mr.
difference
President?
does that make now?
Well,
why is he acting this way? Why? It's as if nothing I said to him made any difference.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Some messages.
Already? Let me see them.
Surely.
From the Speaker of the House, will I please furnish him a full explanation of the incident? He expects questions to be asked on the floor. From the Secretary of the Interior. He's already been invited to appear before a Senate committee on appointments. May he bring up the subject at the cabinet meeting today. Oh.
Will there be any answers, Mr. President?
Answers? I haven't got any. Where's John? Why doesn't he come and explain himself?
Well, I last saw him at the...
Whatever he and Lawrence said to each other, I've got to know what it is.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, tell Captain Drew to go out and find my son and bring him here.
Yes, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah.
Yes.
I didn't mean it exactly that way.
I know, Mr. President.
Come to this, Mr. President. And I'm sure the other members of the cabinet agree with me.
Continue, Mr. Johnson.
I've already been unofficially invited to appear before a committee. There are numbers of others, all appointees of yours, who will be called too.
Are you afraid of your skins, gentlemen?
It isn't that, sir. But it will only give Senator Corwin and the others something to hang on to. A distracting political quarrel that's completely unnecessary.
Well, you must have something in mind, Mr. Johnson.
It's hard to say.
There's no room for personal feelings. We have an administration to run as efficiently as we can. Now, go ahead.
If you were to ask for your son's resignation... Oh. Surely he himself must realize, and it isn't as if he held an important post. He's still a young man, you know, sir.
I remember being young. Do you?
Why, I hope so.
And doesn't it seem out of proportion to wreck a man's career over an incident like this?
No doubt, sir. But we're up against practical politics.
I know. I'll give you my answer tomorrow, after I've talked with my son.
Mr. President, and more messages, not to mention.
Where's Captain Drew?
He hasn't come back yet.
And John's been gone all day.
Do you want to read the messages?
They're all the same, aren't they?
Yes, even the friendly papers seem to be writing with raised eyebrows.
I'll raise more than eyebrows before I'm done with... Oh, so you've decided to come back?
Yes.
Where have you been all day? You know everybody in Washington has been clamoring at me over this thing? You know the cabinet got after me about it? Where were you?
I've been walking all day. Just walking.
Did it take you all day to decide to come and tell what happened and why?
Why? I made up my mind quickly enough, sir. Just took a little time to work up the courage.
What?
Here's my resignation.
Resignation?
Washington and I don't seem to get along together.
Well, of all the childish, foolish notions. Your feelings are hurt, so you want to drop your career, your future, everything that you've worked for.
You said yourself, sir, everybody's after you. I saw the papers.
That's all right.
I had hoped to help you, Dad. Sorry I turned out to be a millstone.
John, there's one chance. If you'll tell me what you and Lawrence actually said to each other last night, no matter how silly it may sound now, or how unimportant,
I can't.
Then we can explain it publicly. I can reduce the whole thing to its right proportions.
I'm very sorry, sir. I can't. Goodbye, sir.
You're a sentimental young idiot.
It'll all be much easier for you, and you won't have to be so angry at me anymore.
Now, look here,
Won't
John.
you shake hands, sir?
John, if you would only reason this thing out.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
John, just a minute. Mr. President, are you going to let him go?
What can I do with him? He won't listen.
Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, suppose you knew what that quarrel was about.
That would help.
Miss Sarah, don't. You promise.
I promise not to say anything yet, but I can't watch both of you behave like...
What was it, Miss Sarah?
It was my fault.
It was not. Lawrence was deliberately insulting. It was obviously a calculated provocation, an attempt to force John into an embarrassing position. John stood as much as anyone could. Insinuations against your honesty, accusation against his own ability.
Oh.
And then Lawrence made a grossly insulting remark about John's mother. He said that she is probably dishonest, too.
Why wouldn't you tell me this, John?
I'm sorry, sir, but...
Because he didn't want you to know what Lawrence said. He took the blame to protect you. He wouldn't play into Lawrence's hands and let this become an issue. Because if it did and it got into all the papers, lots of people would believe the worst, no matter how untrue. John was willing to give up everything here, including your respect, to save you from being hurt.
Miss Sarah...
Now, you say goodbye to each other if you like, but at least you'll know why.
She wasn't supposed to do that, Dad.
Oh, well, you know how women are about such things. Well, I think you and I ought to be mighty glad they are. Don't you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I certainly do.
You've
already heard why my son quarreled with Henry Lawrence. If our opponents want to make political capital out of that, I welcome the fight. I am standing by my son and other appointments I have made. I will not substitute politics for the best administration I can give. That much the American public have a right to expect.
Morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning.
Well, you two, you going out?
Oh, yes. It's my first chance to drive Mary around Washington.
Oh, John, why don't you take Mary to see that red and white brick house in Georgetown?
Oh, it's a wonderful idea. It'll break her heart, but I'll do it.
See you later, Mr. President.
Sure.
Come on, Mary.
And Miss Sarah, I want you to get a deed to that house.
I've already done it, Mr. President.
You're always one step ahead of me, aren't you?
Well.
Well, it was kind of close, wasn't it, Miss Sarah?
It wouldn't have been, Mr. President, if John wasn't so much like his father.
And what does that mean?
Don't you think that the most awful thing about human beings and the most wonderful is that...
That they are human beings?
Exactly, Mr. President.
Exactly, Miss Sarah. Well, that's the story. And that's just how it happened. That same year, my son John and Mary Helen, that was her real name, were married in the White House. And I danced the Virginia Reel at their reception. Yes, that's right. The Virginia Reel. Because this story took place in 1828, and John Quincy Adams was in the middle of his term as Mr. President. Now, won't you drop in again and see me next week? There's another story about Mr. President I'm sure you'll like. Good night.
Edward Arnold may soon be seen with Clark Gable, Deborah Carr, Sidney Greenstreet, and Adolph Monjou in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of The Hucksters. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold with Betty Lou Gerson, is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Tonight's script by Paul R. Milton was based on an episode in the life of President John Quincy Adams. The musical score was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Owen James speaking. This is ABC. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President with Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. let's visit Mr. President in the White House. It is evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves in the corridor outside his office.
I'll go right in. Some business for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, some people think when they cross the threshold of the White House, they step into a maze of state secrets and official documents. Well, in a way, that's right. But we have our lighter moments and the exciting ones, too. Sometimes they become almost too exciting. For instance, this story I'm going to tell you tonight. Which president was I when this story happened? I'll tell you later on. But meanwhile, see if you can guess. Well, my story begins with one of the lighter moments. Come in.
Evening, Mr. President. Ready for some refreshments?
Good for you, Ralph.
Yes, the usual. Ginger ale and orange juice.
Did you make it with California oranges?
No, sir. I made it with Florida oranges. They're better.
No, Ralph. Haven't you been following my campaign? How am I going to win the election if you keep favoring Florida with oranges, eh?
Well, yes, sir, I know that. I know all about that. Yes, sir.
Well, go on.
I'll tell you what I'll do, sir. I'll use California oranges after the election. Then I'm going back to Florida. After all, Mr. President, you wouldn't want a man to desert his native state. Here's your drink, sir.
Thank you. It's delicious.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Your campaign manager's here.
Oh, have him come in, Miss Sarah.
All right, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Mr. President, I'm glad you were able to see me tonight.
Sit down, Clark. Ralph, will you pour Mr. Clark a nightcap?
Thank you, sir.
I'll leave the pitcher handy on this table, Mr. President.
All right, Ralph. Now, Clark, what can I do for you?
Mr. President, frankly, I'm worried about the campaign.
What did you learn on your recent trip?
New Jersey, Rhode Island, all along the eastern seaboard. It's the same story.
That I'm losing the election.
That's right. I've been talking, working 18 hours a day, but it's no use. The people want war, and Wells is playing up to that. Just yesterday, he came out accusing you of being an appeaser. He even went so far as to say you're a weakling, that you lack courage to stand up for the country's rights. Now, how can I answer him?
Well, that must be difficult for you.
Difficult? It's an impossible situation. Don't you understand? I can't sit by and watch you being cut down without doing something about it.
Mr. Clark, I'm afraid you don't understand the position I'm in.
What do you mean?
Knowing how I feel, I don't believe that I can continue in the campaign.
But, Mr. President...
Already since this election began, our sovereign rights have been ruthlessly violated. I can't use the normal diplomatic channels to avoid getting into conflict. I've tried that. The first time American lives are lost, our people will demand a showdown. That will mean a declaration of war.
In other words,
I have used every means at my command to avoid war. And now I believe it is hopeless. Don't you see where that puts all my campaign arguments?
I understand
Any
that,
change in my platform would be an open admission that I have failed.
Well, isn't that true, sir?
For diplomatic reasons, I can't admit that publicly.
Then we have no recourse against Wells.
That is correct.
But what about our party?
There is nothing I can do about that. There are some things more important than the party.
Well, what do you plan to do?
Resign.
What?
I thought it would startle you. It did me when I first thought about it.
How can you do it, sir?
I have a plan. It is not finally worked out, but I should be able to tell you about it in a few days.
What of the election and our party?
We lose the election as gracefully as we can. As to the party, I'm afraid the country comes first.
I can see you've made up your mind.
Yes. I've thought a great deal upon what would be my duty if Wells is elected. During the 4 months before his inauguration, I would still be president without such moral backing from the nation as would be necessary to steady and control our relations with other governments.
Yes, your position would be difficult.
Difficult? I would be known to be the rejected, not the accredited spokesman of the country. And yet the accredited spokesman would be without legal authority to speak for the nation.
If only there was some constitutional provision for
All
such
my
a step...
life I have advocated such responsible government for the United States. Responsible government means government by those whom the people trust, and trust at the time of decision and action.
You realize what precedent this sort of thing could set?
I do. Such action on my part would inaugurate, at least by example, a remedy for the disadvantage of having to live for 4 months after an election under a party whose guidance has been rejected at the polls.
You honestly believe there's no other way?
In ordinary times, it would perhaps not be necessary. But in the existing circumstance, it's imperative. The choice of policy in respect of our foreign relations rests with the executive. No such situation has ever existed before. And I have no right to risk the peace of the nation by remaining in office after I've lost my authority.
And you intend going ahead with the necessary preparation?
That's correct, Mr. Clark.
Will you keep me posted?
You can depend upon that.
Good morning, Mr. President. I hope you're feeling well today.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
I brought in our current election file. I thought you'd want to go over it this morning.
No, not now, Miss Sarah.
Very well.
Would you get Secretary of State Atkins on the phone, please?
Yes, by the way, Mr. President, would you mind if Joseph came in to do the windows?
Windows? Well, they look all right to me. Oh, don't worry about them, Miss Sarah. You can have Joseph clean them later. Now, get Atkins on the wire for me.
Yes, Mr. President. State Department, Secretary Atkins, please. The President is calling.
If I could just make him see my...
What, Mr. President?
Oh, nothing.
Excuse me. The Secretary's on the phone now.
Hello? Good morning, Atkins.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Did you receive any answer to our last note on their seizing American property?
No answer yet, Mr. President.
Any reports from our overseas departments?
No, sir. Had a quiet morning so far.
So far, eh? No news is good news, is that it?
That's right. Clark was over to see me this morning.
Yes?
He's quite disturbed. He feels the election is hopeless.
Yes, I know. Did he tell you anything of my plans?
No, Mr. President. But he did indicate that you were, well, shall we say, disinterested in the campaign. I must say that I'm surprised.
I imagine many people in my administration are going to be surprised. But as Secretary of State, surely you understand my reasons.
Yes, I think I do. But can't you alter your campaign policies to fit this situation overseas?
I'm afraid it's too late.
Mr. President, I'd like to discuss this further with you in person.
Fine. I'd like to talk with you, too.
May I come over this afternoon?
I wish you would.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Atkins.
Mr. President.
Mr. Atkins will be over soon. Let's keep the afternoon clear for a long meeting.
Mr. President.
Did you understand about Atkins?
I understand perfectly about Atkins.
Well, what is it then?
I'm worried about Joseph.
Joseph?
Yes, he's waiting in the hall with his mops and buckets.
Oh, for heaven's sake, let him come in and get the windows done with. I think I've been outmaneuvered here.
All right, Joseph, you can come in now.
Excuse me, Mr. President, but Miss Sarah said you wanted these windows cleaned.
Well, Joseph, that's not an accurate statement of the situation, but come on in just the same.
Yes, sir. Mr. President.
Yes, Joseph?
Do you mind if I ask you a question? I don't want to disturb you, but...
No, go right ahead, Joseph.
Well, sir, do you believe we're going to get in this war?
Why, a good many people seem to think so.
Yes, Mr. President, I know. And if you'll excuse me, sir, well, the way things are going, I have to agree with them.
Well, Joseph, every man's entitled to his opinion.
I've done a good bit of thinking about it, Mr. President. You see, I don't imagine you know this, but I got relatives over there.
Oh, you have?
Yes, sir. Matter of fact, Mr. President, some of my people have already lost their lives in this war.
I'm sorry, Joseph. I didn't know it.
It's been working on my mind, sir. So much so that, well, I decided to do something about it.
And what are you going to do, Joseph?
I'm resigning, sir.
Resigning?
Yes, sir. I've made up my mind to enlist.
I see. It seems like everybody's resigning.
I don't understand you, sir.
Joseph, you realize the possible consequences.
Yes, sir. I'll be over there at a time when it might cost me my life.
Well, as long as you're sure.
It's hard for you to understand how I feel, isn't it, Mr. President?
No, Joseph. I understand better than you imagine. You see, in one way or another, all of us are being called upon to make sacrifices.
That's how I look at it, Mr. President.
Of course, Joseph, we may not all serve in just the same way.
No. But I won't feel satisfied till I'm in uniform.
I understand, Joseph. If I had a reason such as yours, I'd want to get in there and fight, too.
Haven't you got a reason, Mr. President?
Not yet, Joseph. And I hope I won't have.
I hope so, too. Well, the windows are clean, sir.
All right, Joseph, all right.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes?
Miss Sarah, let me know the minute Mr. Atkins arrives.
I will, Mr. President.
So you see, Mr. Atkins, it looks very much as though Wells is going to win the election. That means our people want him as their president beginning this November. Why should they have to wait until March for him to be inaugurated?
Well, as you know,
The Constitution is written that way.
True, but there is another interesting provision in our laws.
What's that?
That the Secretary of State be second in line to succeed the Chief Executive.
I don't understand what you're driving at, Mr. President.
Simply this. Suppose on the day that Wells wins the election, I resign.
Resign?
That's correct. And let's suppose that my Vice President and my Secretary of State also resign.
Mr. President,
My final act before leaving the office would be to appoint Wells Secretary of State in your place.
Then you mean...
Yes, I mean that Wells would automatically take office as Chief Executive 4 months before his inauguration would ordinarily be due.
I've got to compliment you. It is an ingenious plan.
Ingenious, yes. But does it appeal to you, Mr. Secretary?
I don't know what to say, Mr. President.
It would spare us all 4 difficult months. More important than that, much more important, America would present a united front.
Yes, but...
Tell me this, Mr. Atkins. If I can get the Vice President to agree, would you give your consent?
That is something I shall have to think over, Mr. President.
If the Vice President and I both resign, you'd be alone here in a most embarrassing situation, with a Congress largely against you.
True enough.
Well, then.
If the Vice President goes along with you, I shall have to give my consent.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. Miss Sarah, see if you can arrange for the Vice President to come over this afternoon.
But, Mr. President, there's no precedent for what you're attempting to do.
And there's no precedent for the current situation.
I just don't like the thought of this resignation.
Neither do I, Mr. Lewis. But in my position, I do many things I don't like.
Are you sure there is no other way?
I'm very sure.
Well, all right. You have my consent.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I know you have a great many matters to attend to.
Yes, that's quite true. Good day, Mr. President. I'll tell Adkins what we have decided.
Good day, and thank you.
Mr. President, now that your callers have gone, don't you want to look over the reports on your campaign?
No, let's put that off a while, Miss Sarah.
Well, I don't want to be a nuisance, Mr. President, but the election's only 2 months off, and I know you generally keep very close touch with your people in the field.
Yes, I know.
I don't like to seem curious, Mr. President.
You're always curious, Miss Sarah.
In a way, I feel it's the Secretary's duty.
Miss Sarah, anytime I find you neglecting your duties, I'll remind you of it. But so far, that has never been necessary.
Anything more I can do for you, Mr. President, before I go?
Yes, phone Clark and ask him to come and see me the first thing in the morning. I've got some news for him. You might say he's the last stronghold to be taken in this attack.
What did you say?
Nothing, Miss Sarah. Good night.
Good morning, Mr. President. My, you're in a good mood.
Oh, am I? I believe you can thank the cook for that.
I notice you whistle that tune when things are going well.
Really? Well, perhaps so. Is Clark here?
Yes, just a moment. I'll ask him to come in. Come in, Mr. Clark.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Clark. Have you talked with Atkins?
Yes, I have.
Then you know they have agreed to resign.
I do, sir. And I'm sorry to hear of it.
Well, I'm not going to try and justify this thing to you again, Clark. But I should like you to do everything you can to make my reasons for this clear to our party members.
I'll do my best.
They've worked hard in this election, and I wouldn't want them to think that I had purposely let them down.
I'm sure that it can be handled.
And please express my gratitude to all the district leaders. I shall write each one of them a personal note.
That would help, sir.
And Clark, I'm very grateful to you for all that you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Clark.
Good day, sir.
Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I want you to take a letter to the Vice President and send a copy to Secretary Atkins, and Clark should get one, too.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, you're not writing?
Mr. President, when are you going to tell me what this secret is that seems to be going the rounds? Everybody knows about it but your secretary.
Miss Sarah, I'm surprised at you. There's no secret.
But what is this plan of attack you speak of?
I want the Vice President and the Secretary of State to resign.
Resign?
That's right, so I can join them.
But I don't understand.
Miss Sarah, how do you feel about the situation overseas? Do you think we can stay out of this war?
From all I can read, there's not much chance we can stay out of it, Mr. President.
That's exactly what I think. And I don't want to be the one to send thousands of young Americans to their death on foreign soil.
I understand.
Whoever is president during the next term may not have a choice, but I'm grateful that I still have one.
You were going to dictate a letter to the Vice President and Secretary of State.
Yes. Gentlemen, I am sending the attached statement for your comments and suggestions. As you understand, my statement will be announced to the press simultaneously with the announcements of the Vice President and the Secretary of State. Did you get that?
Yes, I did. And the statement.
Oh, yes, the statement. I hereby offer my resignation as President of the United States, commencing immediately. The newly appointed Secretary of State under the law as provided for in the Constitution will take office as President.
Hello?
Secretary Atkins, Miss Sarah. May I speak to the President?
Just a moment. It's Secretary Atkins.
Good. Yes, Atkins.
An answer to a note has just come in.
What's the nature of it?
It's written in pretty plain language, Mr. President. They're replying to our charges of seizing American property. Their attitude seems to be they'll take what they want whenever they want it.
I see.
Another thing, Mr. President. Dennis cabled that he expects renewed incidents directed against American interests in the Mediterranean and the Far East.
I understand. Very well, Atkins. Well, events are moving faster than I expected.
What does that mean?
That we have very little time. Let me see. Where was I, Miss Sarah?
You just finished dictating the note to the Vice President.
Oh, yes. See that it's delivered immediately and ask the press room to keep me informed. Any new developments, Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President. A note just delivered to the State Department. They threaten unrestricted warfare against our shipping in the English Channel.
Mr. President, the Federal Bureau just informed me of a plot to blow up the key bridges in the metropolitan areas of the United States.
Mr. President, the opposing candidate last night in his address at Philadelphia disclosed a plan to attack the United States from Mexico. He accused you of knowing of the plot and keeping it a secret from the public.
I wonder how much longer we'll have to stay out of this thing.
Shall I close the window?
No, let them shout. They have a right to voice their feelings.
It's Mr. Wells' talk last night that's doing it.
It's just adding to it. It's the threat of attacks on our shipping and what they're doing to England and France.
Mr. President, is there anything else you can do?
No, I've sent notes. I've demanded that our rights as a neutral nation be respected. And what have we gotten in return? Abuse. There's no alternative. There's no alternative now but to declare war. And the worst part of it is, I think our enemies know that and are waiting for it.
Then why not go ahead?
That is not my position. It is the people's, and it must be their decision. And until I'm sure that they are unanimous, I must continue to wait.
Hello?
Atkins, is the President in?
Oh, just a moment. It's Mr. Atkins
I'll
again.
take it. Yes, Atkins.
Mr. President, it's happened. A surprise attack this morning. 114 American lives lost. The news should break on the streets any moment.
They meant what they said in their last note.
Yes, and I'm afraid this is only the beginning.
Well, I'm going back into the fight, Atkins.
You mean a declaration of war?
Only a personal declaration of war now. This is going to be a long fight, Atkins, and I'm starting at the beginning.
And that means the resignation.
The resignation is out. They've started something that I hope to finish.
Mr. President, have you heard the news?
Joseph, you shouldn't break in like that.
That's all right, Miss Sarah. Yes, I have, Joseph.
What does it mean?
That you and I have got some work to do. First, I have an election to win, and after that, we'll see if our enemies haven't taken on more than they can bargain for.
Mr. President, may I come in?
Yes, indeed, Clark. Come in.
I got your message, and I've made all the arrangements, sir. Your first speech will be in Cleveland. I've scheduled them in strategic cities west, ending in California.
All right, Clark. Anything you say.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm glad we're getting into this fight before it's too late.
I hope you're right on that, Clark. Vessels of every kind, whatever their flag, their character, their cargo, their destination, their errand, have been sent to the bottom without warning. That, I say, is more than human tolerance can stand. I have advocated peace with all my being. Now I advocate preparedness, alertness with all my being.
Speaking as a candidate for the presidency, I wish to bring to your attention the turnabout which the honorable gentleman now holding that office has made. I say to you, don't be fooled. A man who cries peace, peace in one breath and war in the next is not a fit leader of our armed forces.
Sarah, they've had word back in the press room. The latest newspaper poll shows the president is gaining.
Don't get excited.
But, Miss Sarah, don't you know what that means?
It means he still has a fighting chance.
Let no man, let no group of men believe they can flaunt the flag of the United States with impunity.
And still he talks. My opponent evidently thinks he can fight battles with words. Let me remind him, his fine words did not protect those 114 American lives. I hold the president personally responsible for the disaster.
People of California, I have tried during this campaign to present the true facts behind this present world crisis. What is your will in the matter? I respectfully await your decision.
It doesn't look good, Clark.
There goes Minnesota to Wells.
That's 12 more electoral votes.
And Pennsylvania. That's 38.
Gentlemen, I think the sensible thing is to concede this election.
Mr. President, perhaps you're forgetting. There are some of the western states that haven't yet been heard from.
I'm afraid most of the West will be in the Wells column.
Gentlemen, I'm rather tired. I think all of us are. I know you've been working very hard. There really isn't any purpose to our following the returns any longer.
Mr. President, you've made a magnificent try.
Thank you, Atkins. You know I appreciate all you've done.
What do you plan now, Mr. President?
Our path is clear. I intend to follow my original plan of resigning. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, Miss Sarah. Come in.
Mr. President, I brought the trunk you asked for.
Oh, thank you, Joseph.
Mr. President, I'm sorry about the election.
Oh, that's all right, Joseph. It was to be expected.
Shall I start to pack the stuff?
Stuff? Stuff, Joseph? Why, that's my favorite golfing sweater. It's my favorite trout fishing hat, and I wouldn't trade that croquet mallet for anything in the world. They have all done good service, and I intend to put them to work again as quickly as possible.
Mr. President, I've been wondering, sir, how does the president go about resigning?
Where did you hear that, Joseph?
All the servants are talking about it.
Well, I knew it would get out, but I hope not this quickly.
Is it so difficult to resign? It was easy for me. All I did was turn in my notice, and I got 2 weeks extra pay.
Well, it won't be quite that simple for me, and I'll not get 2 weeks extra pay. And if the newspapers get hold of it before it's final, all I get will be headaches.
Mr. President, now come in. We've got some late election returns.
Now, what is it, Miss Sarah?
The returns have just come in from California. It looks like you're leading out there.
Are you sure? Why,
It's true, sir. When I came to the White House this morning, I went straight to the press room. The new returns were just coming in. With California in our corner, it gives you a margin of 23 electoral votes.
Clark!
You've won, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joseph. It looks like we're both going to be in there fighting.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Joseph, I guess you better put those things back into the storeroom.
Your western trip did the trick, sir. Swung California.
The crowd has heard the news, Mr. President. They're expecting a word from you. They've been gathering on the lawn since early this morning.
I think it would be good if you would speak to them, Mr. President.
All right, why don't you all come down with me? There's one choice we cannot make. We're incapable of making. We will not choose the path of submission and suffer the most sacred rights of our nation and our people to be ignored or violated. And so I now accept the responsibility that you, the American people, have placed in me for the struggle that is to come.
Well, Miss Sarah, you don't seem to be very happy.
Oh, I was just thinking how near we came to having a vacation.
Yes, I've thought of the same thing many times these past few days.
Sir, could I come in?
Yes, certainly, Ralph.
I thought you might like a little refreshment along about now. Ginger ale and orange juice.
Ralph, is it made with...
California oranges, Mr. President.
Fine.
Yes, sir, I've changed my allegiance. I'll just put the pitcher here on the table.
Thank you, Ralph. And, Ralph, you can take the day off tomorrow and get some rest. These last few days have been pretty hard.
Thank you, sir.
Does that apply to me?
It does not. You've got too much work to do.
I knew that all the time, Mr. President. I'd have been here whether you wanted me or not.
You know, sometimes I think you put up a tougher argument than Wells. He'd at least concede a point once in a while.
Why wouldn't he? After all, he's a man.
Miss Sari, I learned a long time ago. Never argue with a woman. You're bound to lose.
Exactly, Mr. President.
Exactly, Miss Sarah. Well, we did get into the war and finally won it. And very few people ever knew how close their president had come to resigning. Nothing like that has ever happened, and maybe never will. But it was awfully close that time. Well, have you guessed who I was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know. Yes, it's a true story. And it happened in 1916, when Woodrow Wilson was Mr. President and enjoyed a good glass of orange juice and ginger ale and a rollicking game of croquet in the White House lawn. Won't you join us again next week? I've got another story I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold may currently be seen with Clark Gable, Deborah Carr, Sidney Greenstreet, and Adolphe Marjou in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production of The Hucksters. Mr. President is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's script by Richard Dana was based on an episode in the administration of Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Owen James speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves in the corridor.
Go right in, please. Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Have you ever tried to be cool and detached about your friends and the people around you? It's hard, isn't it? Still, you'd think the president could be. Wouldn't you feel he almost has to be? Well, he can't any more than you can. To show you what I mean, let me tell you a little known but true story that happened to one of our presidents. Later on, I'll tell you which president it was. But meanwhile, see if you can guess. It began one early afternoon when I returned to the White House from a drive and met my secretary, Miss Sarah, in the corridor.
Mr. President.
Oh, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, haven't I asked you enough times?
What?
You've been driving too fast again. Speeding, in fact.
Well, I'm ashamed to say I like speeding, Miss Sarah. It's very exciting.
Yes, and not only for you, Mr. President.
What? How did you know I was... driving a little too fast.
You might have known I'd know.
It's uncanny, Miss Sarah, how you're always ahead of me.
In this case, it's quite simple, Mr. President. There's a policeman waiting to see you.
Oh, but I've already seen him. Or rather, he saw me. What does he want?
I only know he's terribly nervous. I put him in the waiting room.
Oh, thanks. I'll talk to him. Well, officer, we meet again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm very, very sorry.
Sorry you arrested me? I'm the one that's sorry for breaking the law.
Well, I didn't know it was you, sir, until afterward. Please, give me back the citation.
What?
The citation, sir. I can't arrest the President of the United States for speeding.
Oh, why not? I was speeding and enjoying it. I intend to pay the fine. In fact, I'll give you the $5 right now.
But, Mr. President...
There are no buts about it. Here you are.
Now,
officer, take this money to the magistrate and give him this message. That you've done your duty.
I'll just give him the money, sir. And hope he isn't angry.
Oh, he won't be. Thank you for coming, officer. You'll excuse me now, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, Miss Sarah, we can get on with business.
You're not forgetting that General and Mrs. Roberts are coming for tea at 5:30.
Good. But why must it always be tea? Can't we have... coffee, ginger ale, or anything but tea?
Mrs. Roberts prefers tea.
Oh.
What did the officer want?
Well, he wanted me to make me a present of $5.
What?
Yeah, he seemed to feel I ought to be above the law.
Oh?
But I told him that no public man is above the law. He must suffer the full consequences of his action, no matter what the cost.
It cost you only $5, Mr. President. It costs other people a great deal of anxiety.
All right, I won't do it again. I won't do it again, Miss Sarah. I promise. Now, what's my next appointment?
Senator Craig is on the warpath again.
Oh, and it leads right to this room, doesn't it? That means trouble, Miss Sarah. Every time he comes here, it's a fight. Well, let's find out what it's about this time. Well, Senator, I don't often have the pleasure of a quiet talk with the leader of the opposition.
Oh, frankly, Mr. President, I'm not certain this will be a pleasure.
For me, you mean?
Mr. President, the Senate Military Affairs Committee, of which I'm chairman, thought I ought to tell you of an action we're going to take this week.
No, that's very courteous. What's it about?
General Roberts, your Secretary of War. We're going to bring impeachment proceedings.
Impeachment proceedings?
On grounds of incompetence and permitting corruption to flourish within the War Department.
Permitting it? Oh, nonsense. His predecessor in office left him a fine mess. You know he's cleaning house as quickly as he can.
You'll permit us a difference of opinion on that point, Mr. President?
Look here, Senator. We all know there's been corruption among certain civilian purchasing agents at some of our army posts, but it's hard to root out. Those men are sly. General Roberts wants them out there. He ought to there more than you do. And he'll get them out.
We know General Roberts to be a friend of yours, Mr. President. I'm sorry we don't share your faith in him.
Senator, we can speak frankly. You want to make political trouble for me and my administration. And trying to discredit my Secretary of War, well, that may seem like a good way of doing it.
You gain nothing by throwing doubt on our motives, Mr. President.
Throwing doubt on them? I'm trying to explain them. Now, if you're as anxious to cure that situation as I am, you leave General Roberts alone.
And the thieves who are hiding behind him?
He's hiding no thieves, Senator. He'll
finish his job to his own satisfaction and yours. I'll see to it myself.
Mr. President, we're not going to give General Roberts time to do it his way. And I'm sorry we can't give you time to do it your way either. Good day, Mr. President.
Another cup of tea, Mrs. Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Miss Sarah. And then, Mr. President, after we found the house across the river in Virginia, all Ben could say was, "It's too far from the War Department."
Mrs. Roberts, you could never have married a public servant.
I'm no more conscientious now than I ever was.
Oh, conscientious, Ben. You have that military idea that you must be on duty 24 hours a day. Mr. President, please make him realize he's practically a civilian now, even if he is Secretary of War.
It isn't a man's job that makes him feel on duty all the time, Mrs. Roberts. It's the man himself. Am I right, Ben?
Thank you, Mr. President.
May I fill your cup again, Mr. President?
What, with more tea? No, thank you. Miss Sarah, but if you ladies will excuse us, I want to talk to Ben a moment.
Business, I suppose. You see, Miss Sarah.
We won't be long. We can step in the next room, Ben.
You see, Miss Sarah, he's always...
Ben, did you hear today about Senator Craig and the Military Affairs Committee?
After you.
Thanks. Did you?
No, sir. Not yet.
They're going to start an investigation of the purchasing agents at Army posts.
Oh?
And impeachment proceedings against you.
Impeachment? Me? Why?
Do you want Senator Craig's reason or the real reason?
Well, both.
Their hope is to discredit me by discrediting you. The senator's reason is that your house cleaning isn't moving fast enough.
But it takes time to weed out the dishonest men and not harm the honest ones that are doing a job, and to assemble evidence. There's a fellow at Fort Sill named Evans, for instance.
Ben, I didn't mean to alarm you. There's an old saying in Washington, the surest reward of an able, honest, upright, and fearless public servant is a congressional investigation.
Sounds more like a court-martial. Disgrace.
Oh,
ruin.
Nonsense. I know it's unpleasant. But, Ben, all you have to do is hurry your investigation. Then, when you're called before the committee, you'll make them look foolish. We'll turn the senator's political sword against him.
Do you think I ought to resign?
Oh, good heavens, no. That would be an admission of blame. Your resignation would be a blow against the whole administration. You have nothing to be ashamed of. The only trouble is, you're so afraid of being unjust that you're delaying. Now, move faster, that's all, and I'll back you to the hilt. Now let's join the ladies again, shall we?
Mr. President, I want to do what's best for you. It's my duty.
Ben, you're doing exactly what's best for the country, and that's all that's important. Oh, Mrs. Roberts, here's Ben back again. Business is over for the day.
Ben, you look worried.
Yes, Cora, I am. Over whether or not to take another of those cakes.
Oh, Ben.
I think you deserve it, General. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Sarah, may I have one, please?
You said you didn't like tea, Mr. President.
I mean the cakes. And don't mention my diet, please.
Mr. President.
Good morning, Mr. President. Did you have a pleasant weekend?
Oh, a quiet one, Miss Sarah. How's the morning mail?
Oh, much as usual. Except for a note from Congressman Burr of Oklahoma.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. Asking you as a special favor to see a man named Evans sometime this week when he gets to Washington.
Evans from Fort Sill?
Well, the congressman doesn't say. He's evidently a man from Oklahoma.
Well, Fort Sill's in Oklahoma, isn't it?
I think it is.
Well, Evans must be the purchasing agent General Roberts has been hoping to catch.
Oh, then perhaps I'd better send this letter over to General...
No, don't do that. It might offend the good congressman. And besides, it will be interesting to find out why a man under suspicion wants to see me.
Mr. President, this is Mr. Evans by appointment.
How do you do, Mr. Evans?
How do you do, sir?
I'll be at my desk outside, Mr. President.
Well?
Mr. President, I'm the civilian purchasing agent at Fort Sill, Oklahoma.
Yes, I had an idea who you were.
As you probably know, sir, General Roberts' investigations and the Senate committee proceedings are cracking everything wide open.
I've been hoping they would. I'm glad to hear it's actually happening.
I need some advice, Mr. President.
Advice? Why for me?
General Roberts is a member of your cabinet. What's all this going to do to him?
Well, he has nothing to worry about.
Hasn't he? I understand, sir, that you were the one who insisted that he intensify his investigation of corruption.
Well, it's more or less true.
It will ruin General Roberts.
Are you trying to give me advice?
I'm trying to say something very difficult, Mr. President. General Roberts is going to find out that he's the biggest victim of his own investigation.
Evans, make your point quickly, please, or let me get on with my work.
Look at this piece of paper, Mr. President.
Yes? What is it?
It's a receipt for a check for $3,000. A check I sent to Mrs. Roberts by messenger several weeks ago.
Well, it's signed by General Roberts. Why?
You can draw your own conclusions, Mr. President.
The first and obvious one is that you and Mrs. Roberts have some ordinary business together. I know she has a certain amount of money in her own name. You sent her a check. She wasn't home at the moment, and the general signed the receipt for it. You're trying to turn this into something else, aren't you?
No.
You're trying to use an innocent piece of paper to play safe yourself, aren't you?
This is not an innocent piece of paper, Mr. President. Mrs. Roberts and I have business together. We have had for a year or more, but it isn't ordinary business.
No?
And she was never acting only for herself. She's only doing her husband's dirty work.
Talk plain, Evans.
In the past year, I've paid Mrs. Roberts $12,000 as her share of my profits as an Army purchasing agent. She recommended me for the post in the first place.
Why do you come to me with this story?
Only you can stop the investigation.
Do you think I'd stop an investigation to save men like you? The very kind we're trying to get rid of?
You might stop it to save your friend, Mr. President.
Evans, you go back to your hotel. Don't move from there without my permission, and I'll see to it that the police make sure you don't. Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President?
Send for Mrs. Roberts at once. And don't let General Roberts know about it. And tell Captain Drew I want to see him.
Anything happened to Ben?
Sit down, Mrs. Roberts.
Thank you.
Before you came in, I'd made up my mind to lead up to this thing gradually. After all, I've known Ben for 30 years. Now that we're face to face, I think I'd better speak quite candidly.
Well, of course.
An Army purchasing agent told me today that he has paid you and the General $12,000 in the past years as your share of his profits, in exchange for your having got him the post in the first place.
It's quite true, Mr. President.
What?
He was grateful.
For what?
Some years ago, I did him a favor. This was his chance to return it.
What was that favor?
Really, Mr. President?
I have to know more details.
Well, it's my private business, Mr. President.
It's about to become the public business of the United States. And what do you mean, your private business? Doesn't Ben know about this?
Well, no. That is, he knows I have certain money of my own.
I saw a receipt that he signed. Didn't he ask you where it was from?
Ben never pries into my affairs, and I never pry into his.
But you're about to bring his affairs all down around his ears.
Simply because a man paid me some money.
Mrs. Roberts, I don't believe the story you've told me.
Very well.
I'll tell you what I do believe. That you let this man to think that you could influence his appointment, and that you forced him to pay for the favor. You've let Ben think that this was an ordinary business transaction. Actually, it's graft.
That's an unpleasant word, Mr. President.
Do you deny the story?
Why shouldn't these men pay for their jobs?
How can you say such a thing?
How do you think we live so well in Washington? On Ben's salary? On my investments? Maybe Ben can live on his cabinet pay, but I have obligations
and expensive tastes.
As you like. Besides, I've made things much easier for Ben. I've been happy to do it.
And he doesn't know. Has no suspicion.
He's always trusted me.
You know what's going to happen now.
Nothing need happen. Put Evans in jail. Nobody will believe him.
Mrs. Roberts, Ben is one of my dearest friends, but I'm sworn to execute the law. You'll return to your home and wait there. In a little while, Ben will come for you, or the police will. You're ruining your husband's career. If you love him as much as you say, your only chance to save that career is for you to take the consequences.
I'm sorry you don't understand, Mr. President. Good day.
Miss Sarah?
Goodbye, Mrs. Roberts. Yes, Mr. President. What's happened, Mr. President? Are you all right?
Miss Sarah, call General Roberts here. Tell him to drop whatever he's doing. Miss Sarah, right now, I'd give anything not to be the president. That's all of it, Ben. Evans and your wife.
Evans is lying. He must be.
I saw the receipt, Ben.
Cora's always had money of her own, and of course I never questioned her about it, and
She admitted it to me.
She has some other reason. My wife, a thief, a grafter, Mr. President, she's loyal, uncomplaining, ambitious, never for herself like other officers' wives, always for me. I know her. It can't be. Mr. President.
Yes, Ben.
Are you, by any chance, trying to protect me?
How?
By blaming her for something you really think is my doing.
Ben, I'd give anything never to have heard of Evans, never to have seen that receipt, never to have heard your wife say what she said. But I'm thinking beyond that.
What?
What's going to happen to you?
Nothing will happen to me.
At the hands of Senator Craig and his committee, while they tear you to pieces like a common thief.
If all you've told me is not true, I'm not alarmed. I'll simply declare that Evans is a thief and a liar. If it is true, I'll assume full responsibility myself.
You?
I can't let Cora suffer, and I can't let you suffer.
Never mind me now.
You're my superior.
Then take an order from him.
Don't make me disobey you, sir.
What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to Evans' hotel and give him the hiding he deserves. No man can slander my wife that way. Then I'm going home, and Cora will tell me the truth.
All right, Ben. Have it your way. I'll wait to hear from you. I couldn't stop him, Miss Sarah.
I saw him as he left, Mr. President. Nobody could.
He persuaded himself there was some other explanation, that it's a joke, or Evans is lying, or heaven knows what he's thinking.
And feeling.
Of course.
How can you believe it of him, Mr. President?
She admitted it. Like a child, as if she had no sense of right or wrong. She was surprised I didn't understand her.
But just suppose he's right. Suppose it is some horrible mistake.
No. She went home thinking about it, realizing what lies ahead of her. Disgrace for Ben, prison for herself. Miss Sarah, I guarantee you she won't face the music. And that's what frightens me.
About her?
About Ben. How can I save him from what he's going through? Protect him.
Yes?
Rodney of Central News Syndicate, Miss Sarah.
Please, Mr. Rodney, this is not the President's time to see the press.
Oh, just one question, please. Please, it's important.
What is it, Rodney?
One of our men reports that General Roberts' wife has suddenly left Washington for New York, bound for Europe.
Go on, Mr. Rodney.
Well, the question is, has this any connection with General Roberts' appearance later this week before the Senate committee? Has the President any comments?
The President has nothing to say, Mr. Rodney. That's all, Mr. Rodney.
Is that correct, Mr. President?
You heard what she said.
Thank you.
You see, Miss Sarah, she ran away. It's all true.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, send for General Roberts quickly. I've got to see him before he... I've got to see him, Miss Sarah. Ben, I'm glad you came.
I'm not going to run away, too, Mr. President.
I want to know what you're going to do now.
Before the committee, I'll take all responsibility myself. I have no choice.
You could let the chips fall where they may.
And hear my wife's name dragged through Congress, through the papers, as a... No, Mr. President. I can serve myself best and you by taking full responsibility. Then If they don't prosecute me, I'll resign.
I'd wish you'd sit down.
I'd rather stand, thank you.
Ben, I want you to resign now.
How? How can I?
I have your resignation prepared.
That would be running away. I won't do it.
It isn't running away.
Can you find another name for it? To admit guilt the way...
It isn't running away. It's giving me an opportunity to protect you.
I don't deserve protection.
I know you, Ben. Like every really honest man, when you decide to lie, you want to carry it to tragic lengths.
The only way I can take the blame of this away from you.
How can you? I'm the one who appointed you.
If I accept the responsibility, the country's anger will fall on me rather than on you.
I'm not going to let you make a martyr of yourself.
It's not that.
My problem is bigger. It's bigger than you realize, Ben. If Senator Craig's committee draws blood with you, they'll go after other cabinet officers. They'll hamstring the whole administration.
How will my resigning prevent that? And what about the impeachment proceedings?
They can't impeach you if you don't hold the office anymore. It'll take attention away from you and concentrate it on culprits like Evans where it belongs. Believe me, I understand Senator Craig. That's the effect it will have. Now, I want you to sign this resignation.
Very well. I'll sign it. Mr. President, I understand why you're doing this. I'm honored, more than I can say, that I've failed you.
No.
I'm letting you fight for me.
Ben, if my shoulders can't stand that responsibility, then they don't deserve any. I'll announce your resignation in the morning.
Well, gentlemen, we'll soon see what he has to say. Gentlemen, the President.
Senator Craig, members of the Senate Military Affairs Committee, I've invited you here this morning to tell you that I have accepted the resignation of General Roberts as Secretary of War.
Resignation? Well, I'm afraid, sir, that one resignation will not cure the problem. Does the Secretary presume that running away will solve anything?
It's true that he resigns in the face of your investigation and your impeachment proceedings. The investigation can now be dropped.
Mr. President, his resignation is an admission of serious guilt.
On the contrary, Senator Craig. General Roberts was in no way implicated in any dishonest dealings. He's an honest, upright man. And I tell you so of my own personal knowledge. I take full responsibility on myself for him, and I suggest you give full weight to that fact. That's all, gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
I've come to make an apology.
You're never wrong, Miss Sarah.
Oh, I was so wrong about Mrs. Roberts.
Oh, you weren't the only one.
I was wrong about Senator Craig's committee, too.
They're going on with their investigation?
Oh, no. I thought they would. But they're going to leave it all to General Roberts' successor.
Good. That's the way it should be. Well, the general's resignation has silenced them. I'm sure the new secretary will clean up the whole mess. I'm only sorry that through no fault of his own, General Roberts had to be discredited and disgraced in the eyes of the world.
It was his own choice. He'd face that rather than destroy someone else.
Well, I know what the public will think of him. They'll think he resigned to save his neck, and to protect him, we've got to let them believe it. But to me, and to all who know the truth, General Roberts will remain an upright, chivalrous man worthy of all respect.
And capable of great personal sacrifice.
Yes, and that sacrifice means the corruption and dishonesty we've been fighting can be cleaned up without political muddling. And it'll give me a chance to straighten out the situation once and for all.
I'm sure it'll work out for the best. Oh, by the way, that policeman is here again.
Policeman?
Mm-hmm. The one who arrested you for speeding the last
But
time.
I haven't had a chance to speed since then. Believe me, Miss Sarah.
I know. But he sent this back to you.
My $5? Why?
He says the magistrate doesn't think you should be fined either.
Oh, well, give it back to them again, Miss Sarah. And tell him
I know. A public official must pay for his action no matter what the cause.
Mr. President, please don't speed anymore.
I promise.
And please, don't try to pay for other people's speeding, too.
I'll try not to, Miss Sarah.
Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah.
That was the story. General Roberts had to retire to private life, but at least he could do so without any more personal humiliation and suffering. The investigation was dropped, and we cleaned up the situation. Actually, General Roberts' name was Belknap, and he was Secretary of War under President Ulysses S. Grant in 1876. And as to the speeding, don't forget that people used to be arrested for driving too fast long before the automobile. President Grant was arrested in Washington for speeding with a fast pair of trotters. Yes, that is true. Next week I'll have another story for you, and I hope you'll drop in. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Cynthia, starring Elizabeth Taylor, George Murphy, and Mary Astor. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by two incidents in the administration of President Ulysses S. Grant. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC.
Mr. President, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Edward Arnold. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
In just a moment, you will hear Edward Arnold as Mr. President. But first, may we point out the truth of the saying, history repeats itself. For instance, did you know that there has been a president of the United States who was a general in our army and who was drafted for the presidency? Did you know that there was a president who broke with both regular parties and formed a third party of his own? Did you know that there was a president who promoted a general over the heads of a dozen other officers because the president believed that general was a better commander than his superiors? Yes, these incidents sound familiar to you in the light of our own times, and yet they all happened many years ago. Here on this weekly radio program, you listen to those stories and learn of the great men who have made our history. Listen now to this story and see if you can name the president whose career this story is about. Now, in just a moment, Edward Arnold.
Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It is Sunday, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy week. We walk through the great doors under the presidential seal, across the foyer and down the long hall to the president's study.
Oh, hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, in a lot of ways, a president can be compared to the father of a family. It's true, especially when a president's been in office for several years. He comes to think of his cabinet and all the men who hold offices under him as members of one large family. No matter how much wrangling and arguing there might be at times within that family, whenever the reputation of one of its members is threatened, the president takes it as a personal problem. That's what happens in our story today. Later on, of course, I'll tell you what president had to face such a problem. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. It was about 5 months before the end of my final term in office. An early spring day with warm sunshine flooding the White House lawn. I turned for a moment to glance out of my office window at the fresh green of the trees when my secretary entered.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
What? Oh, yes, Miss Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry if I disturbed you.
No, you didn't at all.
You seem many miles away, sir.
Well, many years away is more like it. I was thinking that if I was still a gangling Virginia boy, wild horses couldn't keep me from going fishing on a day like this. Miss Sarah, you'd better give me a dose of my mother's favorite remedy for spring fever, molasses and turpentine.
Mr. President, what you need is a long rest. If you could just get away from Washington for a while and all the problems you have here.
Miss Sarah, there's one thing I've learned about problems. If you try to leave them before they're solved, they follow you like your own shadow. Have the cabinet members arrived for this morning's meeting?
Yes, sir, but there's something I think you should know about before you meet with the cabinet.
Really? What is it? You look worried.
Well, I hate to be the one to tell you, sir. I know how upset you are over that A.B. plot against Secretary Crawford.
Oh, no, don't tell me the paper has printed another one of those letters attacking Crawford.
Yes, sir.
What charges does the anonymous attacker make this time?
I have the paper here, sir. In general, the accusations are the same, that the Secretary of the Treasury is incompetent, that he's mishandled the government's funds.
No, it's a lot of unfounded poppycock. I certainly wouldn't have kept Crawford in my cabinet for almost 8 years if he were incompetent.
And then the letter goes on to discredit his qualifications for the presidency.
Oh, of course. The whole aim of these letters that have been plaguing us for a year is to ruin Crawford's chances in the fall election.
Well, this last paragraph is particularly strong, Mr. President. I'd like you to read it, sir.
Well, let me see it.
It's right there, sir.
And I have it on good authority that the president is greatly opposed to vacating his executive chair to William Harris Crawford. Good authority. Backroom Washington gossip.
The letters have caused a great deal of talk, sir.
Don't I know it? They've become the great Washington mystery. A few addle-brains have even gone so far as to suspect that I'm the author of them.
Oh, but that's ridiculous.
Oh, I realize Crawford has bitter personal feelings toward me because I beat him in the election 8 years ago. He's even been able to forgive me for that. But he hasn't let personal interest interfere with his work as a cabinet member before, and I don't expect him now. Please show the gentleman in. Then I can count on you to take care of that bill for me, Adler?
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, there's just one more matter which I'm sure you will all agree on, and then you can all go to lunch. I'm appointing Ninian Edwards minister to Mexico.
Good selection, in my opinion, sir.
Well, then we might as well.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, but I shall have to disagree with the Secretary of State and the other gentlemen.
What's that, Crawford?
I think it would be a serious mistake to send Ninian Edwards to Mexico.
Why? I assume you have reasons for making such a statement, Crawford?
Certainly, sir. I ask you to examine his history as governor of Illinois.
Oh, I did that quite thoroughly. I consider his record excellent.
He placed personal interest before the interests of the state. He used his governorship to foster his own financial gains.
Oh, come now, Crawford.
Look at the facts, sir. He built factories throughout Illinois during his governorship.
But he was established in that business before his election.
Mr. President, I'm very serious about this. Ninian Edwards is not the type person for a diplomatic post.
I'm sorry, but I can't understand this prejudice of yours, Crawford, against Edwards, unless you have some reasons you're not stating.
I rather think, sir, you don't care to see my point of view. Perhaps there's some truth in the letter printed in this morning's
Crawford, I don't feel a cabinet member should discuss the A.B. letters.
I didn't intend to, sir, and yet when they're the topic of conversation in every Washington gathering, when I can feel myself being stared at and whispered about as I walk down the street, why should the subject be so studiously avoided in cabinet meetings? I've had to bear the false attacks of those vicious letters for over a year.
I assure you, Crawford, those letters have been a constant source of worry to me also.
Hardly as much as to me, I imagine, sir. After all, your term in office is nearly over. Your future is not at stake.
But the record of my administration will be a matter of history, and I am most anxious that its tone be honorable.
If that's true, sir, it seems to me you could have been more successful in uncovering the author of these letters.
A president is still just an ordinary man, you know, not a crystal gazer. I've done all in my power to discover the identity of the person signing himself A.B. I can do no more.
But I can hardly see, sir.
And I don't care to discuss it further. Do you have any other points against my appointment of Ninian Edwards to Mexico, Crawford?
No, sir. But I will again say that I think you're making a very bad choice.
You have a right to your opinion. But as you know, the final decision is still mine. Well, come in, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, Mr. Clinton is here.
Oh, fine. Show him right in, won't you?
The President will see you now, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Henry. I'm glad to see you.
It's a pleasure to see you, too, sir. I always feel at home here.
That's how I want you to feel, Henry. This is in no way a formal meeting. You know, it's a strange paradox, but it's harder for a president to have real friends than it is for any other man. And yet no man needs friends more. But in you and Miss Sarah here, I feel I have real friends.
I've always hoped you felt that way, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Henry, you and I were boys in Virginia together. We've been in politics for a long time, sometimes on opposite sides of the fence. And during the years you've been Speaker of the House, we've had our differences. But I always knew I could count on you. And even though she pretends she doesn't, Miss Sarah knows I'd be lost without her.
Why, Mr. President.
Sarah's a diplomatic woman.
Diplomatic? Thank goodness we don't have any lady ambassadors. I'd lose the best secretary man ever had.
Well, thank you.
But as I was saying, I want to discuss something with you, Henry. I'm appointing Ninian Edwards minister to Mexico.
Well, he should be quite capable.
My Secretary of the Treasury is dead set against Edwards' appointment. I'd like to change Crawford's attitude towards Edwards a bit before he leaves Washington for Mexico. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I'd like to think of the people under me as a unit working together.
Do Mr. Edwards and Mr. Crawford know each other, sir?
Oh, I'm sure they must be acquainted. But that's probably as far as it goes. Now, I'd like to make an attempt to bring them together.
How would you like to go about it, sir?
Well, Henry, that's where you come in. You've invited Miss Sarah and me to a small dinner party next Monday night, I believe. I wonder if you'd mind adding Crawford and Edwards to your guest list.
No, not at all, Mr. President. Be very happy to.
Oh, thank you very much, Henry. I appreciate it. Perhaps the evening would also serve to convince Crawford that I'm not opposed to his election in the fall. You know, Henry, it isn't often I feel as completely relaxed as I do this evening. I think it's your home that does it. Don't you find there's a comfortable atmosphere about it? Crawford, Edwards?
Well, sir,
No doubt about it.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Edwards.
No. Go right ahead, Mr. Crawford.
I was only going to say, sir, that I've always enjoyed Mr. Clinton's hospitality.
Of course, I'm not the seasoned Washingtonian Mr. Crawford is, but in the few years I've been here, I've always been most grateful for invitations from Mr. Clinton.
Well, you're all very kind. Glad we're able to have this little dinner before you left, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Yes, so am I, Henry. We need evenings like this more often. We get so bogged down with governmental business, we're sometimes apt to forget the people we're associated with are still very human. At times, I'm afraid Miss Sarah thinks I mistake her for a perpetual motion machine.
Oh, not at all, Mr. President.
You see how loyal she is, even though I am a slave driver? Oh, heavens, don't tell me that's 10:30 striking.
It certainly is, sir. The evening's gone very quickly.
Again, proof of its pleasantness.
Well, I'd better get my wrap.
All right, Miss Sarah, and while you're doing that, I want to see that new fishing rod Henry's been bragging about. If you gentlemen will excuse me.
Certainly, sir.
Right this way, Mr. President. And I promise you'll want one like it.
Yes, except that I never have the time to go fishing, Henry.
Well, Mr. Crawford, I think we managed ourselves quite well this evening, don't you?
Just what do you mean, Mr. Edwards?
Come now, Crawford. The president isn't within earshot. We needn't pretend to have friendly feelings toward one another.
I should never bother to do so to you, Mr. Edwards.
Nor to you, sir. Tell me, have you been able to discover the author of the A.B. letters as yet?
Mr. Edwards, I have no intention of letting you raise my anger. I refuse to discuss the matter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought perhaps you'd learned to laugh them off by now. But I've
Just forget I mentioned them.
Yes, I will.
Let's talk about something else. Have you ever been to Mexico, Mr. Crawford?
I have not.
I was wondering if you thought I'd like it there. I'm quite satisfied with my appointment.
If I were you, Mr. Edwards, I wouldn't become too fond of Mexico.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Because if I win the election this fall, one of my first executive acts will be to replace you as minister.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Just wanted to tell you, Mr. President, all arrangements have been made for your transportation. Within a few days, you'll be spending that vacation with your family.
Miss Sarah, you get things done with the speed of 10 secretaries.
Well, I wanted to have everything ready before you changed your mind, sir. You don't know how happy I am you're finally getting away for a while.
Yes, I'll admit I'm looking forward to it. For once, I don't think I have any real worries to shadow me.
You'll come back feeling like a new person, sir.
I hope.
Excuse me, I'll see who that is.
Mr. Clinton. Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Oh, hello, Henry. Come in.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
What's the matter, Henry? What is it? What's happened?
Mr. President, I just received a letter from Ninian Edwards written en route to Mexico. It was sent to me in my official capacity as Speaker of the House.
Well, what does it say?
I have it here, sir, and I think you should read it.
All right. Well, let me see it. I hereby charge William Harris Crawford with illegal use of public funds and malfeasance in his office as Secretary of the Treasury. I accuse him of sole responsibility for the failure of the bank in Edwardsville, Illinois. I hereby demand his impeachment by the House of Representatives. And I consider this an opportune time to declare that I am the author of the letters which have been appearing in Washington newspapers for a year under the initials of A.B. Good heavens.
Mr. President. Yes, I was as shocked as you, sir.
Edwards has been writing these letters. Of all the people I suspected, I never once thought of him.
What can be done, sir?
Well, there's only one thing to do. I'll send the sergeant-at-arms after Edwards at once to bring him back to Washington. Oh, well, that, Miss Sarah, is the end of my vacation.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Have you ever thought of how the words freedom from fear might apply to you? One fear that might bear on any of us is the fear for security in our jobs, churches, and homes. In a society where there are prejudices, no one can feel secure. In such a society, no one can be completely without fear. Therefore, if you hold prejudices against any person because of his race, religion, or national origin, you're placing yourself in a position where others might be turned against you. So we must all fight prejudice. Judge people by the character of their lives alone. Work in your community, in your church, business, trade unions, your schools, to promote our American principles of racial and religious freedom. Remember, if you work to eliminate prejudice, you're working to eliminate one cause of fear for your own security. Now, back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed by now who the president was in this story? Remember that political enmities have existed since the beginning of government, and there's seldom been a president who hasn't had to cope with the problem, though not all of them became so serious. Later on, I'll tell you which one this was. The news of Ninian Edwards' letter concerning William Crawford swept Washington within a day. A political war was on, with two definite camps, one comprising the friends of Edwards and the other the friends of Crawford. When Ninian Edwards arrived back in Washington, I had him come directly to my office. Well, Edwards, I didn't expect to be seeing you so soon again.
Frankly, sir, I didn't expect that you would recall me to Washington.
And you gave me no choice. That letter of yours had serious charges in it against Crawford.
I grant you that, Mr. President, but I thought you might wait until the fall to go into the matter. After all, Congress is adjourning within a week.
You know, Edwards, a lot of Crawford's friends are saying you timed that letter with just that in mind, hoping that the affair would ride until the next session of Congress so that Crawford's chances in the fall election would be ruined.
Yes, Mr. President, that was my idea. But it wasn't based on the whim of a moment. I have valid grounds for maintaining that Crawford is not fit for his office of Secretary of the Treasury, and I'd do most anything I could to prevent his election to the presidency.
At least you're honest about it, but I don't think you realize what a stir this affair was going to cause.
Well, I'll admit I didn't expect it to turn Washington upside down as it has, Mr. President. I'm sorry to have been the cause of so much worry to him.
It doesn't matter about me, Edwards, but you should have thought of yourself.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, your one plan since the first of the A.B. letters has been to hurt Crawford. But you may find you've ruined your own political career.
I'm not concerned about that, sir. As I said, I have facts to back up my accusations of Crawford. He has deliberately misused public funds, and I'm willing to go on record on that.
Right, which you already have gone on record. However, it's still not too late to repair the damages. If you would make a statement retracting your letter...
Never, sir. Mr. President, I think you have confidence in me, or you wouldn't have appointed me minister to Mexico.
Of course I do. You have a fine record up to now. And I like you personally, but hang it all, man, I can no longer save you if your charges are false.
They aren't false, Mr. President. I'm willing to stake my reputation on that.
Huh? I can take that as your final answer, then? You won't make a retraction?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Right, Admiral Edwards. I don't think we need to discuss the matter any further.
Trying to see you for a week, Mr. President.
Yes, Crawford, I know. I think I've had half of Washington in my office within the last few days.
I thought you might spare me a little time before this.
Now, look, Crawford, you and I have had our personal differences, but you've got to realize that I'm as upset about this matter as you are. There was no point in my seeing you until I talked with Lillian Edwards.
You've seen him?
Well, he left here less than an hour ago.
Has he persuaded you that his charges against me are justified?
Of course not. You've been a member of my cabinet for 8 years. I have the highest esteem for your ability and integrity as Secretary of the Treasury.
But you know what the real issue at stake is here, sir. Edwards is trying to keep me from the presidency in the fall.
He admitted that to me, Crawford. I thought he might be willing to retract his indictment when he saw I wasn't going to let the affair ride, but he refuses.
I don't know what you expect me to do, sir.
Do? Well, nothing except be as honest with me as possible. I said the same thing to Edwards. I respect both of you. But it's only common horse sense that one of you must be wrong in this thing. And if I call an investigation, it will undoubtedly mean political ruin for one of you. Now, if you know of any basis for Edwards' accusations...
Mr. President, those charges are false from beginning to end. I would welcome an investigation. If you don't care to accept my word, why...
Why, Mr. Crawford, since your word and Edwards are diametrically opposed, I can't accept both. There's only one thing left to do. Air the whole thing in a public investigation.
Silence! Silence, please. Continue, Mr. Crawford.
As Secretary of the Treasury, I feel I have done all in my power to execute my office to the best of my ability. There are many states in our country which have a deranged currency. Now, after long thought and wise counsel, I decided to select certain banks of deposit and take the notes of certain other banks in payment for public land. Had I not done so, many inhabitants would have been turned out of doors and lost their lands. Had this happened, I would deserve the accusations which are now being hurled at me so falsely.
Mr. Edwards.
I should like to cite, Mr. Speaker, for the committee's consideration, the matter of the Bank of Edwardsville, Illinois, which defaulted in a considerable sum to the government. Families lost their life savings. But that bank need never have defaulted, except for the gross neglect of the Secretary of the Treasury, Mr. Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I object.
Yes, Mr. Crawford.
How could the failure of the Edwardsville Bank be due to my gross neglect, as Mr. Edwards puts it, when I was totally unaware of its precarious position until it was too late to save it? Shouldn't the governor of the state, who was Mr. Edwards, have informed me of the situation?
I did inform you, Mr. Crawford. Long before the bank failure, I sent you a letter informing you of the condition of the bank.
That is not true, Mr. Speaker. I was never sent such a letter by Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Speaker, I should like to present as evidence a copy from my files of that very letter.
Well, Henry, what do you make of it?
I'm at a loss as to what we should do now, Mr. President. The investigation has simply been going in circles for days, ending up right back where it started.
The whole thing hinges on that letter.
Yes, exactly. Edwards insists that he sent it. His secretary substantiate him. Yet Crawford swears he never got such a letter, and so does his secretary.
If either of the men had had a black mark on their record before, it would be easier to doubt one of them. But as strange as it seems, I believe both the men are telling the truth.
Well, it's quite possible, sir. Letters have been lost before they reach their destination.
Well, I'm sure that's what must have happened. Well, it would be a little difficult to convince the court of that.
If you had the proof, you could convince them, sir.
How does one prove something's been lost?
By finding it again, sir.
Well, Miss Sarah, you are ingenious. I haven't been able to see the trees for the forest or the forest for the trees.
It would mean a great deal of trouble, Mr. President. The search might prove fruitless.
But at least there's a chance, Henry. Miss Sarah, I want every post office at Edwardsville and Washington to search through their dead letter departments immediately.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, do I dare to hope? From the look in your face...
Yes, Mr. President, yes.
Oh, no.
It's been located. A special messenger just brought it from a Washington post office.
Oh, thank heaven, Miss Sarah. Now, I want to send a letter to Henry Clinton immediately.
Yes, sir.
Just say, my dear Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, rather, to report that the letter which Ninian Edwards declared to have sent to William Crawford was mailed, but that the letter never reached Mr. Crawford, as it was lost en route. The letter has been retrieved, however, and I now have it in my possession.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Mr. Edwards and Mr. Crawford would like to see you, sir.
Oh, no. Show them in.
Yes, sir. This way, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Well, gentlemen, I'm certainly glad to see you.
I should imagine, sir, that you'd welcome not ever having me in your sight again after the trouble I've caused you.
Oh, nonsense. Troubles are easily forgotten. At least I hope that's the way it'll be with you two.
Well, in spite of our differences, Mr. President, Edwards and I agree on one thing, that we owe you a sincere debt of gratitude for the honesty and fairness with which you treated both of us.
I said from the beginning that I believed both of your stories. Happily enough, I was proved right.
But there aren't many men who would have gone to the lengths you did, sir.
Oh, now, wait. I wasn't doing it just for you alone.
Well, I understand that, sir. I know you did it out of duty to your office and to the things that this country stands for. And, Mr. President, I would like to apologize for the way I've acted toward you on several occasions in the past.
Oh, forget it, Crawford. Forget it.
I'm afraid I can't, sir. I'll admit I was envious because you had twice beaten me in the presidential elections. But I want to tell you now, sir, that if I had to take a beating, I can't think of a better man to have given it to me.
Well, you can't tell, Crawford. With this mess all cleared up, you may come out the winner next time. Well, you've probably figured out by now who I was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and I'll tell you the answer in just a moment.
You'll be first with the facts when you hear Drew Pearson on the air every Sunday evening over most of these same ABC stations. When Drew Pearson goes on the air from the Capitol, you know you are hearing the inside version of the news, the factual highlights that lie behind the headlines. For Drew Pearson gets behind the headlines, talks with statesmen and other high-ranking officials in order to bring you informed reports on current national and international affairs. So for predictions and inside stories of the news, listen in when Drew Pearson is heard this evening and every Sunday evening over most ABC stations. Night and day, we keep you up on the latest news. So keep your dial tuned the ABC way. Now here again is Edward Arnold.
The time of our story was 1824. Mr. President then was a man noted for his tact and diplomacy, a true Virginian and a gentleman, James Monroe. In a letter to Thomas Jefferson, President Monroe described the Edwards-Crawford affair as the most painful of his life. But with the help of his good friend Henry Clay, whom we called Henry Clinton, he conducted it in a fair and just way that brought him praise from the entire nation. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Goodbye.
Edward Arnold appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical A Date with Judy, starring Wallace Beery, Jane Powell, and Elizabeth Taylor. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. It is produced and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. This transcribed story by Agnes Eckhart was suggested by incidents in the administration of President James Monroe. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves in the corridor outside his office.
Go right in, please. Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello? Sit down, won't you? You would think it's pretty hard to keep a secret in the White House, wouldn't you? Well, tonight I want to tell you a story about one of our presidents that shows how it was done one time and why. Now, which president was I when this story happened? I'll tell you later on. But meanwhile, see if you can't guess. One morning, my secretary, Miss Sarah, came into my study, and the moment she opened the door, I knew something was up.
Mr. President, Lieutenant Bill Randolph is here.
Miss Sarah, don't take it out on poor Bill.
I have to let off steam at somebody, Mr. President, especially if you're going to box with him again.
Well, I am, but only for a few minutes.
Boxing is dangerous and undignified, whether you do it for 1 minute or 1 hour.
1 hour? You overestimate me, Miss Sarah.
You're not a young man, Mr. President. Forgive me.
Certainly, Miss Sarah. It's not your fault.
And you could be hurt in the twinkling of an eye.
Miss Sarah, what we do down there in the gymnasium may look like boxing because we wear boxing gloves. The resemblance ends right there.
Even so.
We follow your rules, Miss Sarah. We spar around only a few moments at a time. No blows in the head, nothing higher than the shoulders. And I've got to have exercise, Miss Sarah. Now, just satisfy yourself and come down and watch us.
Thank you very much.
Miss Sarah, I don't want you to be angry.
I'm not angry. You will be careful, won't you, Mr. President?
Oh, of course, Miss Sarah, of course.
hit you too hard, Mr. President?
No, it bounced right off my shoulder, Bill.
Oh, just never take your eyes off the other fellows, Mr. President.
No, that's a good rule in politics, too, Bill.
Every contest is the same fundamentally, I guess. You want to rest a moment, sir?
Yes. Let's, phew. You know, my arms get tired. Can't you show me how to cure that?
Oh, I don't think so, sir. I'm afraid this is our last boxing session.
Well, that means your captaincy's coming through, huh? Well, I'm very glad for you, Bill.
Thank you, sir. I guess Miss Sarah will be glad, too, that there'll be no more boxing.
You should have heard her last week. I had the world's champion heavyweight here to dinner at the White House.
Of course, sir, if you'd like, you could have another officer assigned.
No, I don't think so. Miss Sarah's really right. Besides, it looks as if I'm going to need all my time for a while for the Germans.
Oh?
Yeah, they're going to make trouble, Bill, in South America.
Real trouble, sir?
Well, I'm very much afraid so. The party in power in Venezuela refuses to pay its debts to Germany and England and Italy. And on top of that, they won't negotiate or even talk about it. Well, the Germans may retaliate by using force.
What else can they do, sir?
Whatever they do, Bill, we can't let any European nation use an unpaid debt as an excuse to gain a foothold in South America.
A foothold? You mean land troops?
I hope not, Bill. And it's up to us to see that nothing like that happens. It isn't going to be easy. Well, are you rested up, Bill?
Yes, sir. You are?
Right. Now, just another few seconds.
Oh, that was a good one.
I'm finishing at a blaze of glory, aren't I?
Oh, sorry. My foot slipped and Oh, gosh, I caught you right in the eye, sir.
Why, it's all right, Bill. It's just hurt for a second.
Are you sure, sir? I lost my balance and I think we better stop, sir.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Bill.
Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, did you come to see if Bill knocked me out?
A message has come from the Secretary of State. A squadron of German warships has just arrived off the coast of Venezuela. Mr. President, the German ambassador's in the anteroom.
Good, let's have him in.
If you finish looking over the letters you dictated to me this morning, I'll take them out.
I won't bother to read them over. You can mail them.
Your left eye, it's all bloodshot, Mr. President.
Oh, it's watering a little.
Well, did you get something in it? Perhaps I can take it out.
No, it's nothing, Miss Sarah. Now, let's not keep the ambassador waiting.
Certainly, Mr. President. Will you come in, please, Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you, Herr President.
Tell me, is it true that your chief of state has sent warships to Venezuela?
It is true, Herr President. But there are English and Italian ships, too.
I'd like to know for what purpose.
As you know, sir, the dictator of Venezuela has been acting very badly. He refuses to pay his country's debts to us, England, and Italy. We must collect what is due.
I assume, then, that your chief of state thinks diplomatic pressure isn't enough anymore.
Quite so, Herr President.
Mr. Ambassador, the United States objects to the presence of foreign warships in the Western Hemisphere.
Your pardon, Herr President. My chief of state will not understand what connections the United States has with this entire incident.
In 1823, Mr. Ambassador, our President Monroe laid down a doctrine. The New World, the Western Hemisphere, is not open to old world power politics.
Again, your pardon, Herr President. My chief of state is completely familiar with the Monroe Doctrine.
Then he knows what it means in plain language?
That depends.
Then I'll put it in plain language. It means that no European nation may establish colonies in the Western Hemisphere. No European nation may use force instead of diplomacy against an American nation. No European nation, for any reason whatsoever, may seize territory in the New World. I think that's plain language, even if you translate it into German.
Herr President, you jump to conclusions. Our warships are in South American waters to punish this dictator. That is our purpose.
Do you seriously think he'll change his tactics just because there are some warships off the coast?
He may not, it is true.
He will not. And your chief of state knows it. That's why I want those ships out of there.
I cannot order that, Herr President. Further, Monroe Doctrine or no Monroe Doctrine, Venezuela is not part of the United States. You are not involved in our quarrel.
Oh, yes, we are. I know your real purposes. You intend to seize a city or a harbor and set up a naval base. We won't tolerate that, Mr. Ambassador.
You jump to conclusions again, Herr President.
There's nothing wrong in that as long as I jump at the right ones. The United States has vital interests in Panama, Mr. Ambassador. And a foreign base close by would be
put us in danger. Now, do you understand our position?
I will report this conversation to my chief of state in Berlin.
And add one more thing. I am not trying to prevent you from settling your dispute. I only want it settled the right way. You should all get together and arbitrate the issue.
I will report that point too, Herr President. I believe we have covered everything.
Not quite. I want my proposal accepted within 10 days.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Your left eye, it's still bloodshot. Looks worse to me.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
Wouldn't you like to have Dr. Todd come over and take a look at it?
No, it's nothing, Miss Sarah. The other day, Bill Randolph just lost his balance and his glove hit my eye by accident, that's all.
That's all. I knew something like this would happen.
Miss Sarah, there's something else more important. Has there been any word from the German ambassador?
No, not a word. It was only been 2 days.
I gave him 10. I suppose I oughtn't to worry.
Mr. President, what if Germany refuses to arbitrate?
And insists on using warships? Well, I need a haymaker, Miss Sarah, and I haven't got one ready.
A haymaker?
Uh-huh. I mean, the German chief of state made the first move, the warships. I've countered with the idea of arbitrating the dispute instead of using force. If he refuses, I need something further. I need a clincher. A haymaker.
Looks as if I'll have to learn some boxing language to keep up with the situation.
I'm very serious, Miss Sarah. In boxing, if you miss one punch, you've got to have another one ready. In international relations, if one move fails, you need another. Now, they threatened to use warships, and I...
An idea, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah asked the Secretary of the Navy to come here this afternoon.
Yes, at once. And at the same time, I'm sending for Dr. Todd.
Dr. Todd, what for?
Your eye, Mr. President. It may be serious.
Oh, nonsense.
Just the same,
All
Mr.
right,
President.
all right.
All right, Mr. President, thank you. That completes the examination.
Doctor, there's nothing wrong with that left eye, is there?
That blow of the glove evidently ruptured some tiny blood vessels.
Well, it'll clear up of its own accord, won't it?
I hope so, sir. I'll be back tomorrow for another look.
All right, Doctor. Thanks for dropping in.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
The Secretary of the Navy is here. Oh, Dr. Todd, finished already?
I'm just leaving, Miss Sarah. I'll be back tomorrow.
How serious is it, Doctor?
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be able to tell better then. Good day, Mr. President.
Good day.
Miss Sarah?
Mr. President, shall I show the Secretary in?
Please do, Miss Sarah. And if you want to stay, you might see a haymaker in the making. And one more thing. Ask the German ambassador to come to see me the first thing in the morning. Mr. Ambassador, I take it you've had no reply from your chief of state.
Had you not called me, sir, I was coming here this morning myself.
You have a reply, then?
My chief of state does not agree to arbitrate the Venezuelan question.
Then he intends to land a force and seize a city.
Purely as a measure of discipline.
For how long a period of time?
That is hard to say, Herr President.
Mr. Ambassador, a few years ago, your forces took possession of the Chinese city of Kiao.
Your pardon, Herr President. My government has leased the city from the Chinese government for a definite period.
99 years, I know. But I have no intention of letting you lease a city in South America.
99 years is not so long, Herr President. My chief of state sees German history in terms of thousands of years.
There are a lot of things he and I don't agree on, and how history ought to be made is one of them. Now, Mr. Ambassador, I have another statement I want you to forward.
As you say, sir.
I repeat my suggestion to arbitrate. If it is not accepted by the end of this week and your warships are not withdrawn, an American fleet will sail for the same region.
American battleships?
More powerful ones than yours, Mr. Ambassador. Their orders will be simple. To prevent your government from seizing any territory.
Herr President, you realize what may happen?
Yes.
Well, the consequences may be terrible.
I realize that.
War, perhaps.
Mr. Ambassador, come over here and take a look at this map. One look ought to be enough.
Enough?
Yes, here's the Caribbean Sea. The United States is not far from it. But here is Germany, virtually on the other side of the world. The Caribbean is not a favorable place for a naval engagement as far as you're concerned, is it?
Our ships are already on the scene, Herr President.
And you think ours are too far away?
Well,
Mr. Ambassador, our ships are already close by, near Puerto Rico. I'll expect a favorable answer from your chief of state before this week is over. Good day, sir.
President, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
How's everything, Bill?
Oh, fine, sir. I just came to say goodbye.
Miss Sarah, those letters can wait while I chat with Bill a moment, can't they?
I think so, Mr. President. Come in. Oh, Dr. Todd.
Good morning, Miss Sarah. Mr. President.
Good morning.
I know I'm early, but I was getting worried about your eye, and I thought...
Your eye, Mr. President? The one I hit the other day?
Oh, Doctor, will you and Miss Sarah come into my study? Bill, you'll excuse us for a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, how does the eye feel?
Oh, about the same.
Excuse me, Doctor. It waters constantly.
It's still bloodshot. Mr. President, I want you to avoid every activity that might bring further injury to your sight.
Sight?
Doctor, is the damage permanent?
The danger is very real. The blood vessels have been torn. There's nothing we can do to cure it.
Well, Doctor, you needn't be afraid of telling me the truth in plain language.
I'm afraid, Mr. President, the sight of your left eye will grow weaker and weaker until you lose it entirely.
Lose the sight of his eye?
Will my right eye be affected?
There's little likelihood of that.
Well, that's a consolation.
Doctor, wouldn't rest help a vacation?
I'm afraid not, Miss Sarah.
Miss Sarah, Dr. Todd, I don't want a word said about this to anybody.
Of course, Mr. President, though I don't know how you'll be able to conceal it.
And I don't want Lieutenant Randolph to know about it either, Miss Sarah.
He must suspect already, doesn't he?
I hope not. It was entirely an accident, but I don't want the boy blamed in any way. It would be unfair.
But if it was unintentional on his part, sir, an accident...
Doctor, Bill would take it very much to heart just the same, so let's just keep this quiet as long as we can. I can depend on both of you, can't I?
Of course, Mr. President.
Doctor, isn't it true that if one eye grows weaker, the other eye grows stronger?
There's a theory to that effect, sir. Nature's compensation.
Well, let's hope that that's what happens. I've got to keep a pretty sharp eye on a man who's over 3,000 miles away.
President, the Secretary of the Navy.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. President, first I wanted you to know, sir, the fleet's entirely ready to move.
I assumed it was, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for telling me.
And there was something else, sir. A number of high officers of my staff are worried.
Worried? Why?
The Caribbean Sea is very small. Warships the size of ours maneuvering in a small space means trouble.
Right.
If it were only our ships and the Germans to think about, it might not be so bad, but there are English and Italian, too.
Of course.
On top of all that, sir, there's the dictator of Venezuela. Purely in his own interest, he may provoke an incident that would embroil the lot of us. Then we'll find ourselves in serious trouble with 3 nations.
Believe me, Mr. Secretary, I took all those risks into account.
I was sure you had, sir, but may I ask one question?
Of course, Mr. Secretary.
Is the issue worth it? Whether or not Venezuela pays some debts to...
The issue is preventing the old world from establishing new footholds in the new world. I'd say that the future safety of our 2 continents is worth any risk. As long as we make it with our eyes open.
Yes, of course. But I hope something will happen that won't make a showdown necessary.
You can't avoid a showdown, Mr. Secretary. We're having it now. And there's another thing. This issue is so clear and so right that I know every citizen of our country would feel as I do.
But the responsibility, Mr. President...
It isn't ours anymore. It lies now in the selfish, grasping, narrow mind of a powerful European ruler. Keep the fleet ready, Mr. Secretary. If need be, we can go into action with an absolutely clear conscience.
Morning, Lieutenant. Does the President expect you?
Oh, it's you I want to talk to if you're not busy.
Sit down, please.
I found out this morning I'm going to get my captaincy.
I'm very glad to hear that.
At the same time, I'm to be transferred out of Washington to London
In the embassy there?
as a military attaché.
President will be delighted. When will you be leaving?
Well, that's just it, Miss Sarah. I may not be leaving.
Excuse me, please.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Ambassador.
Miss Sarah, do you think the President could see me?
Will you wait just a moment, please? Mr. President?
Yes?
The German ambassador to see you if you're free.
Show him in, Miss Sarah.
Certainly. Will you go in, Mr. Ambassador?
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Ambassador.
How well you are looking, Herr President.
Thank you.
Last time I saw you, your eyes seemed to be troubling you. Your left eye.
That won't be troubling me anymore, thank you.
So glad, sir. Once in East Prussia, I had a hunting accident to my left eye.
Oh, you like to shoot?
Very much. For a time, it seemed I would not be able to shoot at all, but then I found I could shoot quite well. After all, only the right eye is important in shooting.
And your left eye?
It was better in a few days. I was very much relieved, Herr President.
Mr. Ambassador, I beg your pardon, but...
yes?
Did you come here for a pleasant chat or bring me some news?
I have no news, Herr President. Only a repetition of the old.
And your government refuses to arbitrate?
As before.
Your chief of state knows that our fleet is ready to move?
I reported our last conversation in the greatest detail.
Mm-hmm. Did you express any opinion about it yourself?
An ambassador sounds important, Herr President. Actually, he is only a messenger boy.
You didn't say, for instance, that you thought I might be talking through my hat.
I beg your pardon?
Bluffing, did you?
It seemed to me that you do not really want war out of this situation, Herr President.
Of course I don't. But your chief of state now believes that I didn't really mean what I said. Is that right?
I cannot say what he really believes.
You know, once you start a haymaker, you've got to deliver it.
I beg pardon? Haymaker?
Yes, I was not bluffing. And I'm not bluffing now. We don't want to interfere with any South American nation, and we won't. And neither will you.
The fact remains, sir. We still have our dispute.
And I still say it can be settled without force. By arbitration. Now, Mr. Ambassador, I told you I'd wait till the end of this week before ordering our fleet to sail. I'm going to move that time up by 24 hours.
Only one day more, Herr President, with hardly time.
Hardly time for you to save face?
I would express it differently, but my idea is the same.
You've had time for that, and it's too late now. 24 hours, Mr. Ambassador, and our fleet sails. The responsibility lies entirely where it belongs, in the hands of your chief of state.
I will do my best, Herr President. What is that word again?
Haymaker?
Haymaker. Grasmachen? Heimat? I cannot translate this into German, sir.
Yeah, but you get the idea, don't you? 24 hours.
Good day, Herr President.
Miss Sarah, the ambassador is leaving.
Yes, Mr. President. Good day, Mr. Ambassador.
Good day.
Mr. President, may I speak with you a moment?
Of course, Miss Sarah.
Lieutenant Randolph was here.
You didn't tell him anything, did you?
He says his promotion is coming through.
Oh, that's fine.
And transfer to our embassy in London.
Wonderful. And it comes just at the right time, doesn't it?
He says he's got to know if your eye's really injured.
Well, who told him it was?
He was in the room yesterday when Dr. Todd walked in, remember? Now he wants to report it to his colonel. He feels so strongly about it.
Oh, Bill's crazy to do that. It wasn't his fault, but it'll make his record look very bad. Well, he might even lose his promotion.
Well, I tried to reassure him. I'm afraid I couldn't.
Now, he hasn't actually made his report yet, has he?
No, I don't believe so, Mr. President.
Then make sure I see him before he does. Bill, you're an idiotic young fool.
Yes, sir.
It was an accident. As much my fault as yours. You know, you've got a promising career.
Well, that's not the point, sir.
Yes, it is. There's nothing for you to report.
I heard what Dr. Todd said, sir, about your eye.
You heard nothing at all.
Well, he said he was worried about it.
Well?
Well, if something happened and it's my fault, I'm not going to duck responsibility.
Bill, very early this morning, I went over to the pistol range of the Secret Service. I fired 20 rounds, and I hit the bullseye 16 times.
Well, only your right eye's needed for shooting, sir. It's your left eye I'm worried about, the one I hit.
Bill, wouldn't you think that if my left eye was seriously damaged, I'd be in the hospital?
I guess so, sir.
But I'm not, am I?
But there's...
Bill, I want you to take my word that my eyesight is as good as it ever was. Dr. Todd said it might even grow better.
Better? Because I hit you?
There's one trouble with you, Bill. You're stubborn. Now shake hands on it and tell me you'll forget all about making a report.
All right, sir. I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. President. I
It's
only
all
thought...
right, Bill. It's all right. Now, good luck, and be sure to have dinner with us here before you leave.
Mr. President, the German ambassador.
Herr President,
Well, Mr. Ambassador,
I said to you once, an ambassador is little more than a messenger boy. I was sorry then. At this moment, I am glad.
can we get to the point, Mr. Ambassador?
I am glad I have no personal responsibility for the message I bring you now.
Your chief of state refuses...
On the contrary.
What?
Our ships are being withdrawn, and Germany will submit the entire question to arbitration.
Why are you glad you have no personal responsibility for this message?
It is not pleasant to concede an important point between nations.
But, man, we've avoided a war.
Speaking unofficially, Herr President, I think you have done more than that.
Reinforce the Monroe Doctrine? That was my main idea.
I mean, you have established a new and important point in relations between nations, Herr President. I do not think anybody will again use force to collect debts.
Don't you think it's better if people don't die over money?
You will forgive me, Herr President. Americans are so naive. The reasons men die in war are called by many names. In the end, though, they are all money.
You know, it's too bad you and I aren't going to live to another 100 years, Mr. Ambassador.
Oh?
Then we'd see which nation eventually becomes the greatest, one with ideas about war like yours, or one filled with naive people like Americans. Good day, Mr. Ambassador.
Mr. President, here's Lieutenant Randolph.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you invited me here for my farewell dinner, Mr. President. I'm glad also to find you in a jovial mood.
I've just seen the German ambassador, Bill, and I feel so relieved I'd love to go a fast round or two with you right now.
Mr. President!
Oh, I'm not going to do, Miss Sarah. It's all over with.
Oh, I could find another boxing instructor for you, sir.
No, Lieutenant. I believe the President's going to give up boxing.
Oh, I'm facing a fact, Bill. I'm getting to be an elderly man.
I hate to hear you say that, Mr. President. Maybe you could find some other kind of exercise.
Oh, I've got it all picked out, Miss Sarah.
Oh, really?
Yes, jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's wonderful, sir.
Jiu-jitsu? Oh, no, Mr. President. Absolutely not. You've got to promise no more boxing and no jiu-jitsu.
Even if I let you take some lessons too, Miss Sarah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Not at all, Miss Sarah.
I take it then you won your point with the German ambassador, Mr. President.
I did indeed.
Mr. President, did you learn just why the German chief of state changed his mind?
No, but it's my guess the ambassador did figure out a way to say haymaker in German. You see, we did keep a couple of secrets in the White House. The young Army officer didn't learn about the boxing incident at all, and the actual details of our behind-the-scenes dispute with Germany remained secret for many years. Both of these facts are entirely true, and they took place when Theodore Roosevelt was president and ordered Admiral Dewey and the fleet on a battle alert in the Caribbean. Now, despite the fact that he did lose the sight of his left eye, Teddy Roosevelt, kept it a secret for 13 years because of his fear that the young officer would be unjustly blamed. And finally, in spite of everything, he did take up jiu-jitsu while he was still Mr. President. So drop in again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the men in the White House. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of Cynthia, starring Elizabeth Taylor, George Murphy, and Mary Astor. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by two incidents in the administration of President Theodore Roosevelt. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Listen in again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We find ourselves in the corridor outside his office.
Good evening. I'm the President's secretary. Won't you go in, please? Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. You sit down, won't you? You know, it often happens in the White House, as it does everywhere else, that just when things are quiet, that's the moment to look out for trouble. The almost forgotten but true story I'm going to tell you happened to one of our presidents. And it's about an incident that involved this country in one of its most dangerous situations. Later on, I'll tell you which president I was when this story happened. But meanwhile, see if you can guess. One day, my secretary, Miss Sarah, and I were finishing a hurried but excellent lunch. It was the first White House meal prepared by a French cook Miss Sarah had insisted upon employing. Wonderful, Miss Sarah.
Oh, I'm very glad, Mr. President.
That was the finest plate of ham and eggs I've had in months.
Jambon et des œufs au plat de Rochambeau.
I beg your pardon?
Jambon et des œufs au plat de Rochambeau. It's what the new cook calls ham and eggs.
New French cook, huh? Well, whatever she calls anything, she's wonderful.
Wouldn't you like to tell her so yourself? She said if you were pleased with the first meal she cooked, might she have the honor of meeting you?
Oh, by all means.
She's been waiting in the pantry. Madame Vidal.
Oui, mademoiselle?
Come in, please. The president liked your ham and your jambon et des œufs au plat de Rochambeau very much.
I did indeed, Mrs. Vidal.
Oh, I'm so happy, Monsieur le Président. Tonight, I will cook for you a dish of my native province.
Good. What it'll be?
Escargot avec des légumes à la Côte d'Azur.
Escargot?
Snails, Monsieur le Président.
Snails? Oh, no, Mrs. Vidal. Do you know how to make broiled ham and apple fritters a la... Well, the way we make them in Ohio.
Ham and apple fritters? Oh, Monsieur le Président, mais non. I am a French woman. I am a French cook. What have I to do with Ohio?
I guess you're right, Mrs. Vidal. You go right on being a French woman and a French cook. Only no snails.
Très bien, Monsieur le Président. No snails.
You know, Miss Sarah, it's wonderful what good food can do for a human being. But that night, while everything was so calm and pleasant in the White House, something quite different was about to happen in the city of New Orleans. It was dark. A drizzling rain was falling, and on a corner stood a boy waiting. Then he saw a man walking rapidly toward him, and he began to whistle. The man who was so treacherously ambushed was Chief of Police Hennessy of New Orleans. In a few minutes, he was lying on a sofa in the nearby house of a friend.
Listen.
Yes?
The boy that whistled, he was their lookout, and 2 men fired the shots. I saw them as I fell.
Do you know who they were, Hennessy?
Yes, they...
Hennessy? Hennessy?
Chief of Police Hennessy died, but expert detective work by other officials led to the arrest of the murderers and their accomplices. 8 men, all told. They were members of a powerful secret criminal society known originally in Italy as the Mafia, or Black Hand. They had long terrorized New Orleans. Soon they were brought to trial.
Your Honor, 8 men stand charged with murder and with belonging to the secret criminal society of the Mafia. This jury finds them not guilty.
Not guilty? Oh, what kind of a deal?
Not guilty? That jury was intimidated by the Mafia like this whole city.
Yeah, that's right.
If the courts won't punish them, then the citizens in New Orleans will.
That's what I say. Let's get them. Get
A number of letters and reports for you.
Oh, thanks, Miss Sarah.
Well, did you have a good breakfast, Mr. President?
As usual. Mm-hmm. This letter's from the Vice President. We'll answer it this afternoon. Oh, speaking of breakfast, I've only got one complaint about Mrs. Vidal's cooking.
Yes?
She's been here over a month, and she still hasn't made me any ham and apple fritters.
I'm afraid she never will. She's been acting a little rebellious lately.
Oh, and why?
Well, every time you ask her for your favorite dish, she feels you don't like her French cooking.
Well, the truth is, I am a little tired of the rich food she prepares. I want broiled ham. For variety, my favorite dish. Oh, good heavens.
What is it?
It's a report from the federal attorney in New Orleans. Last night there was a lynching riot. A mob broke into the jail and killed 8 men who'd just stood trial for murder.
The newspaper said they'd been acquitted.
That's what started the riot, Miss Sarah.
Oh, the people there still thought they were guilty, I suppose.
Regardless of that, lynching is horrible. It's brutal and lawless. And probably these lynchers will go free.
Isn't there anything you can do, Mr. President?
I regret that such things happen in this country.
I mean, is there nothing you can do directly?
That's purely a matter for the state of Louisiana, Miss Sarah. In a case like this, the President of the United States is helpless.
Mr. President, the Secretary of State.
Oh, come in, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. President, you know all about the lynching of those 8 men in New Orleans.
Oh, of course, and I think it's a disgrace.
It's worse than that, sir. As a result of it, the United States may find itself at war.
War? What are you talking about?
The Italian government demands that we punish the mob who carried out the lynching and pay a heavy indemnity to the dead men's families.
They demand? The Italian government? On what grounds?
Well, they claim that these men were Italian citizens.
Were they? Or were they American citizens?
That point's not clear at all, sir. But the Italian government assumes they were Italians, and that's why they take such a strong tone with us.
But they must know our federal government has no police authority inside a state. We can't move against the lynch mob.
Of course. And that's what we'll have to say in our reply. Only I doubt if the Italian government will accept it.
And if they don't?
The Italian Navy is very strong, Mr. President.
Oh, I see what you mean. We're not in a strong diplomatic position, are we?
We're in a very weak one, and to put it bluntly, Mr. President, if it turns out that those men were actually Italian citizens, well, you can see how a serious international incident can develop. Wars have started over far less than the lives of 8 men.
Mr. Secretary, before we can answer the Italian government, we've got to have some more information. I'll send for the governor of Louisiana, and then we can talk to the Italian ambassador. I'll notify you as soon as the governor arrives. Now, whatever happens, Mr. Secretary, we're not going to permit any foreign government to deal with us this way.
President, I had your message. I came as soon as I could reach the Italian ambassador.
Did you bring him with you?
He's waiting in the Blue Room now, sir.
Good. The governor of Louisiana's in the West Study. Mr. Secretary, it'll take me only a moment or so to talk to the governor and get an assurance of action from him.
Action? Punishment of the lynch mob?
Exactly. I suggest you join the ambassador, and I'll be there in a few minutes.
I'll be waiting anxiously, sir.
Now, let's hope this is the answer to our problem. Mr. Governor, I appreciate your making this special trip to Washington.
I know it's an urgent matter, sir.
Please sit down, won't you? I'll come right to the point.
It's about the lynchings, isn't it?
Yes, we're in serious trouble with the Italian government over them. In fact, the Italian ambassador is waiting for our official explanation. Now, who were those men, and why were they murdered?
The jury said they were innocent. The people of New Orleans believed they were guilty, and they acted accordingly.
As I understand it, they were charged with the murder of Chief of Police Hennessy and with other murders as well.
That's true. But a great deal lay behind the charges. For a long time, Hennessy had been trying to smash the mafia in New Orleans. They had the city terrorized. That's why the people believed they intimidated the jury. And they were lynched because the people of Louisiana refused to tolerate a foreign secret criminal society any longer.
You're satisfied they belong to the mafia?
Well, not only those men, but dozens more who haven't been caught. They're the worst kind of criminals, Mr. President. They fled to this country when Italy herself systematically attacked the mafia.
Do you know if they were still Italian citizens, or had they taken out American citizenship papers?
As far as we know, sir, few of them ever bothered to become American citizens.
You know, we have a difficult situation, Governor. Even if those men were the worst kind of criminals, that doesn't condone lynching.
Oh, no. Well, of course not, Mr. President. In Louisiana, we regret the tragedy as much as anyone.
Governor, I have no authority to compel you or the state of Louisiana to act in this matter, but I'm going to ask your help.
Yes, sir.
The Secretary of State and I have to settle this question with the Italian government. If we don't handle it just right, it may lead to war.
War? Boy, I didn't realize, Mr. President.
Now, it'll help us tremendously if we know that you're going to catch and punish the members of the lynch mob.
Well, we can try, sir. In fact, we're already trying.
Will you personally push the investigation?
Well, of course I will, Mr. President.
That's what I had hoped you'd do. Now, will you stay overnight?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, but I think I'd better start right back for New Orleans.
I suppose that is best. Thank you again for coming, Governor. And now I can talk to the Italian ambassador.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
I'll report to you very soon.
Good. Gentlemen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. How do you do, Mr. Ambassador?
I am honored, Mr. President.
Mr. Ambassador, I would like to speak quite frankly.
Excelente, Signor President.
We are very disturbed at the tone of the protest your government made to us.
8 men were murdered, Mr. President. That is good reason for disturbance. May I ask, what is your reply?
The answer of the government of the United States to your government, sir, makes several points. First of all, you must understand something about the structure of our government.
I have read American history with interest, Mr. President.
The ambassador prides himself on his knowledge of America, Mr. President.
Mr. Ambassador, our nation consists of states which enjoy certain powers, and the federal government which enjoys certain other powers. The one cannot interfere with the other.
I am aware of all of these things, Mr. President.
I don't think so, Mr. Ambassador. Or you'd realize that the President of the United States, for one thing, cannot punish murderers.
You mean they are to go free?
I mean that it's up to the state of Louisiana to catch the men who formed that lynch mob and punish them.
The state of Louisiana, sir? You expect us to deal with one of your states?
Mr. Ambassador, I believe the President means this, that we need a little time to see that the state of Louisiana takes action.
Action? One of your courts said those men were innocent, whereupon they were murdered. My government protests vigorously the persecution and murder of innocent men.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Ambassador. We have good reason to believe those men belong to the mafia, a secret society of professional criminals that came here from Italy in the first place. Your government knows all about the mafia. Why did you let them leave? Why were you content to drive them out of your country to become a menace to other countries?
Well, I cannot argue that point, Mr. President.
Of course not.
I have made the protest of my government. What is your reply?
You can sum it up this way. The United States government deplores lynching. It will do everything it can to see that the innocent do not suffer and that the guilty are punished. but it will not accept high-handed dictation from another nation as to its conduct.
That is very strong language, Mr. President. Do you wish me to report this conversation to my government? In your words?
Yes, I most certainly do, sir.
May I disturb you for a moment?
Oh, of course, Miss Sarah. What is it?
Madame Vidal.
Oh, has she decided to make my broiled ham and apple fritters at last?
Well, I've finally ordered her to, but she flatly refuses and wants to speak to you. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Oh, it's all right. Let her come in.
Thank you. Come in, Madame Vidal, please.
Merci bien, mademoiselle. Monsieur the President, there is one thing I do not understand.
Only one thing, Mrs. Vidal. You're very lucky.
I have cooked for you jambon de cerf à la Rochambeau, escargot avec
Oh,
des légumes à la Côte
snail.
d'Azur. I have made 1,001 wonderful dishes, and you want ham and apple fritters. It is too much, Monsieur le President.
Well, I don't see why, Mrs. Vidal. Apple fritters are easy to make.
What are apple fritters? Food is not only for the stomach, it is also for the soul. What can apple fritters do for the soul?
Well, in Ohio, Mrs. Vidal, they can do a great deal. Now, this evening, if you like, I'll come down to the kitchen and show her how to make apple fritters.
Show me. Mon Dieu, Monsieur le Président. I am insulted. I am very, very insulted. For 20 years in Paris, I cooked for Monsieur le Duc de Choiseul, for Madame la Comtesse de Noyer de Chambras, in the Café de Troichat and in Maxime. No one can show me how to cook.
I'm afraid I hurt her feelings, Miss Sarah.
But I thought you liked the way she cooks.
Miss Sarah, I have an Ohio stomach. And an Ohio stomach has certain ideas of its own. Now, I've got enough of French cooking. Do you suppose we could find her another job?
Well, only yesterday the French embassy called and wanted to take her away from us. I said no.
Well, let's change our minds, Miss Sarah. Give Mrs. Vidal 2 weeks' wages, a wonderful letter of recommendation, and the address of the French embassy. Then maybe I can get some apple fritters. Huh?
Mr. President, a letter from the governor of Louisiana.
Oh, let me see it. Mm-hmm. Dear Mr. President, I have conferred with the police authorities of New Orleans about apprehending members of the lynch mob. Though deploring mob violence as deeply as we do, and though deeply aware of the danger of hostilities with Italy, they consider themselves helpless. Many thousands of people were involved in the riots, and no one will admit guilt, especially as so many people feel that the mafia society here must be smashed one way or another. As it is impossible to arrest and question half the population of the city, I must confess that my mission has failed. With sincere regrets and so forth. Now we are in trouble, Miss Sarah. That was our best hope, and it's gone.
Mr. President, I've received another note from the Italian government.
What do they say, Mr. Secretary?
It's one of the most insulting diplomatic messages I've ever seen, sir. They reject our explanation, our request for time to investigate. They make certain hostile criticisms of our form of government, that we're a group of lawless states masquerading as a nation. I've brought the note for you to read, sir.
They're making so much of this incident, Mr. Secretary. I don't fully understand it.
It's very serious, sir.
I know, but it doesn't call for international insults, especially ones that may lead to war.
Well, my theory, sir, is that Italy is oversensitive, hot-headed. They may not realize how close to war they're carrying us and themselves.
What's the next step, Mr. Secretary?
They've already taken it.
They have? What?
They've called their ambassador home. He's been withdrawn.
They've broken off diplomatic relations?
Exactly, Mr. President.
Then we haven't any choice, have we?
Why? I don't quite follow you, sir.
Well, we've got to recall our ambassador from Rome.
Well, I thought of that, sir, of course, but it's such an extreme step to take.
Still, we've got to take it.
We'll be severely criticized. Right here at home, sir. They'll claim it means war.
I know, but that's a complication we'll have to meet as best we can.
Very well, sir. I will dispatch a recall order to our ambassador at once, and I'll keep you informed.
Thank you.
Come in, Miss Sarah. I'm just leaving.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Oh, what is it, Miss Sarah? You look worried.
Mr. President, I'm terribly sorry.
Well, what is it, Miss Sarah? Come out with it.
Well, it seems so unimportant, but Madame Vidal refuses to be discharged with 2 weeks' wages. She's going to sue the White House. Mr. President, here are the evening papers.
Well, I can imagine what they're like.
I've picked out the most important editorial.
Now, what do they say?
That we're not prepared for war and that the White House is seriously at fault for letting this crisis come about.
Have any of them any idea how to solve the crisis?
Here are several messages from government officials, all deeply alarmed.
Well, I'll look them over later. Good night, Miss Sarah. Come in. Come in. Oh, good morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Mr. President. The Secretary of State's on his way upstairs. I've ordered your breakfast sent up here to your room.
What about his breakfast?
He said he didn't feel like eating anything. I'm surprised to find you so cheerful, Mr. President.
Me? Why not? It's a beautiful morning, and things look different in the sunlight. Oh, they don't to you, huh?
I'm afraid I have an international incident of my own. Oh, come in, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Breakfast will be right up, gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Secretary, you look glum, too.
With good reason, sir. I had a very early morning message. I am being called before the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee today.
About the ambassador?
Yes. To explain how we've come to this very dangerous situation with Italy. The problem is, what am I to say that won't make the situation worse? If I explain the facts, the Italian government may be even more offended than it is now. And the Senate is hardly going to be friendly.
Mr. Secretary, when you walked in, I saw your face drop because I wasn't gloomy, too. I've been thinking hard all night, and I believe I know how we can end this situation.
Between now and the time I go up to the Senate, sir? That's pretty quick.
No, not that quickly, but you can explain that we're reopening negotiations with Italy.
Reopening negotiations, sir? How? Along what lines?
Well, first of all, we must admit that the lynching was a brutal crime, and we must pay the families of those men an indemnity.
Yes, but that won't satisfy the Italians. They want the murderers punished.
Well, it's just possible. I've got the answer, Mr. Secretary. I want you to make the Italians this offer. I will ask Louisiana to make new efforts to find and punish the lynchers.
But they can't, sir. It's a physical impossibility.
I know. They'd have to put a detective in every home in New Orleans, and then it wouldn't work. But wait till you hear the second part of my offer.
Yes?
In exchange for our promise, I want Italy to take back all the mafia members, all the murderers, robbers, and blackmailers that we may find anywhere in this country.
But they won't agree to that, sir. That's impossible, too.
Exactly my point, Mr. Secretary. If we face them with an impossible request, they'll see what an impossible problem they gave us. Then they may come around to accepting a perfectly reasonable settlement. We'll ask Congress to vote an indemnity to the families of these men who were lynched. And we'll take the necessary steps to see that there's no repetition of a crime of this kind.
I'll be most happy to follow your plan, sir. But I still have to answer the Senate this morning.
I think all you'd better say is that you're reopening negotiations with the Italians.
I wonder if that'll satisfy the senators.
Then there's one more thing you can say. That as soon as I can, I'll tell them myself whether it's to be peace or war.
Mr. President.
What is it?
Good news at last, sir. The Italian government has seen the wisdom of your proposal. They're willing to settle the dispute by negotiation.
Oh, so trying to give the mafia back to them worked, didn't it, eh?
It did indeed, sir. They will regard the matter as closed if Congress votes an indemnity to the families of the men who were lynched.
I'm sure Congress will do it, Mr. Secretary. Well, this is a great relief.
Well, only one thing remains, sir. Your message to both houses of Congress.
To tell you it's not war, but peace. Our negotiations with the Italian government have ended successfully, and our two great nations are again friends. However,
This incident enables me to remind all peoples of the world that America's arms are always open to the poor, the oppressed, to the brave, the honest, the ambitious, who want freedom in a new land. But no foreign organization hostile to our traditions and dangerous to our civilization will be permitted to exist in the United States. We have labored to build a free nation, and we shall labor to keep it a free nation.
Oh, Miss Sarah, are you still here? It's rather late.
Well, yes, I'm still here. How was the banquet, Mr. President?
Oh, I enjoyed it.
Do you mean the food was really good at a banquet?
Well, I don't know about that. I was glad to see our ambassador on his way back to Italy.
Oh. Well, Mr. President, you've had your international incident, and I've had one,
Now,
too.
don't tell me Mrs. Vidal finally refused to withdraw her lawsuit.
Today I had a long talk with the legal attaché of the French embassy. We did settle. Madame Vidal and the White House won't have to face each other in a court of law.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Not quite so wonderful, Mr. President. I had to pay her in full.
Oh, well, never mind, Miss Sarah. We can't win every time.
In any case, she's now happily installed in the French embassy, and that is that.
Oh, good. But, Miss Sarah, I didn't eat very much at the banquet, and I'm going down to the kitchen for something to eat. Wouldn't you like a little snack?
Well, I already had something, Mr. President.
When?
I was so hungry a while ago, I went down to the kitchen and helped the assistant cook prepare a big dish of ham and apple fritters.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And I left an equally big dish in the oven for you.
Oh, that's fine, Miss Sarah. You know, if you're not careful, I'll offer you the job of White House cook.
I was a little afraid of that. So today I employed a new cook. And she comes from Ohio.
Ohio?
Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Yes, that's how it happened. We avoided an entirely unnecessary war with Italy and settled the matter in friendly style. And at the same time, we solved a very knotty servant problem. Oh, yes. There are servant problems in the White House, too. Now, have you guessed yet which president I was when these events took place? Well, the time was in 1891. And, Benjamin Harrison lived in the White House then as Mr. President. I hope you'll come to see me again next week when I'll have another story for you about Mr. President. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson, Thomas Mitchell, and Janet Leigh. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert Z. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by two incidents in the administration of President Benjamin Harrison. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week over most of these ABC stations when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, the study on the ground floor. We find ourselves in the corridor outside his office.
Good evening. I'm the President's secretary. Won't you go in, please? Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? I wonder if you think, as some people do, that the president can do just about anything he wants to in the government. Well, tonight I'm going to prove to you that he can't, with a little-known story that really happened to one of our presidents. Later on, I'll tell you which president it was. But meanwhile, see if you can't guess. I came back to the White House one evening from a brisk walk, and in my study I found my secretary waiting. Oh, Miss Sarah, you needn't have waited for me.
I was afraid Mr. Jay would arrive before you got back, Mr. President.
Oh?
Besides, I thought I might talk to you a moment.
2 moments, if you like, Miss Sarah.
You know, you've been working very hard without a rest.
Without a rest? Just this minute I came back from a nice long walk.
Better than a nice long walk. Don't you think you need a vacation, even a short one?
Well, I don't dare take a vacation now, Miss Sarah.
Excuse me, but why not?
Oh, this isn't the right time.
Excuse me again, but why not?
Well, for one thing, the trouble John Hay is bringing me. It may last for months.
Then right after that, you do need a vacation, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I don't know about other jobs, but in this one, you don't take vacations when you need them. You take them when you feel the right moment has come.
I'm afraid that isn't a very sensible view.
Well, I might be going away just at the wrong moment. I'll tell you what I'll do, Miss Sarah. If you'll stop worrying over the vacations I don't take, I promise to take one.
When, Mr. President?
When I feel the right moment has come. Don't despair, Miss Sarah. It doesn't sound very sensible, I know, but it is, really.
I'll have to keep asking you about that right moment. You'll surely tell me, won't you?
Oh, believe me, Miss Sarah. I'll be delighted to.
Probably Mr. Jay. Please come in, Mr. Jay.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Jay. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm afraid I'm bringing you a political hot potato.
Are you sure it's as bad as that?
No matter what you do about it, sir, you'll be risking political suicide. As for myself, frankly, I'm disgusted and disillusioned.
But why?
When I took this assignment to investigate corruption in the Federal Customs Service, I knew there were millions of dollars passing through our post offices in import duties, but I didn't believe it was as bad as people were saying.
And it's worse?
In the South, Atlanta, New Orleans, and Mobile. In the West, San Francisco. In the East, Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and worst of all, New York.
Well, I'm hardly surprised at that.
Here's the written report of our investigating committee, Mr. President. The only promise I can make is that it's far from pleasant reading.
It's a fat report, Mr. Jay. And not quick reading either.
The corruption is of two kinds. First of all, many customs agents prepare fraudulent records of imported goods. They deliberately undervalue imports so that importers will ship their goods through those ports in preference to others that are run honestly. The government is losing millions every year in duties that ought to be paid and are not.
Mm-hmm. And the second type of corruption?
In New York City alone, we found over 200 political hangers-on on the customs payroll. Ward heelers, riffraff. 200 in one city, sir. Not one ever does any work. And on top of that, their salaries are taxed by the political machine to raise party funds.
Mm-hmm. Well, in New York, that machine is of my own party.
You see what I meant by political hot potato, sir.
Mr. Jay, when I came into office, I promised an honest and efficient federal government. I'm going to keep my promise.
Tell me how I can help, Mr. President.
Well, the real issue here, Mr. Jay, is not corruption. It's this. To whom does the power to appoint federal officials belong? To the president or to men like Senator Lewis of New York?
Obviously, he's the man who's responsible, but I didn't know if...
If I'd go into a fight with him. I've been waiting for the right moment and the right ammunition. And you've given me both. Tell me, who are the chiefs of customs in New York?
The names are in the report.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here they are. George S. Parker and William B. Rice.
Uh-huh. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah, write to Mr. George S. Parker and Mr. William B. Rice at the Custom House in New York City. And say that I want to see them here in this room next Tuesday morning.
Mr. President, I'm George Parker.
How do you do?
And this is my associate in the Custom House, William Rice.
Mr. President. Gentlemen, I'm not going to beat around the bush. You've let the Customs House of New York turn into the worst sinkhole of corruption in the entire country.
Someone has been telling you lies, sir. Mr. President, forgive my friend Rice. He takes things seriously that don't need to be taken seriously.
Mr. Parker, don't you think an accusation of graft and corruption should be taken seriously?
It may be, as my friend Rice says, that someone is misleading you.
Do you see this report? Looks like the size of a book, isn't it? Believe me, it's more interesting than most books.
I should be happy to read it, sir.
Well, I'll give you a synopsis instead. There's a section on the Customs Service in Philadelphia, others on New Orleans, Boston, San Francisco. Perhaps you'll be flattered to learn that the New York Customs House has the largest section.
Mr. President, I'm a self-respecting man. I resent your attitude, sir. Forgive my friend Rice, Mr. President. You were saying...
One fact alone will persuade you that I have the facts. You've put 200 men on the federal payroll as customs agents who do no work, who are nothing but political hangers-on belonging to your political machine.
Our political machine, Mr. President. You flatter us.
Well, Senator Lewis is then.
Forgive me, Mr. President, but why are you telling this to us?
Because I want you both to resign immediately.
Resign? This is a very insulting attitude for you to take toward two public servants.
Mr. Rice, I wonder if there's anything at all I could say that would really insult you. Now, see here, both of you. I promised the people to clean out corruption. I'm attacking you and New York first because it's the worst situation, and the biggest. I want those political loafers off the federal payroll.
Political loafers?
And I want you off the federal payroll, too.
If you'll forgive me, sir, I'm afraid we can't resign.
Well, I have paper and pen and ink right here.
But you didn't appoint us, sir. Senator Lewis did.
Senator Lewis overstepped his limits. Now, will you two resign?
I certainly will not. How about you, Parker? We feel, Mr. President, that we are responsible to the senior senator from New York. If there are people on the payroll of your organization that other people think shouldn't be there, well, sir, difference of opinion is what makes the world go round.
Then the question is clear, isn't it? Will the world go around in Senator Lewis's direction or in mine? Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. President, Senator Lewis.
Oh, thank you, Miss Sarah. Come in, Senator.
Well, Mr. President, no doubt you were surprised to see me.
No, Senator Lewis, I'm not.
But I thought there is nothing so quick or satisfying as a heart-to-heart talk, huh?
Sure enough, Senator. Please sit down.
Thank you, sir. You know, there's one trouble with small men, Mr. President.
Small in size or small in spirit?
Small in spirit, I mean, of course, sir. Specifically, I refer to Messrs. Rice and Parker of the New York Customs House.
They meet the definition of small men perfectly. But what did you say the trouble with them was?
Small men, in my observation, sir, invariably get excited when there's little to get excited about.
Do you regard yourself as a small man, Senator?
What man does? Why?
Your man Parker said almost the same thing the other day. Some people, he said, take things seriously that don't need to be taken seriously.
Oh, Parker often flatters me. Or tries to by imitating me. But don't you agree, Mr. President?
To what?
That there's hardly anything in this situation that makes excitement necessary?
Your man Parker also said, it's difference of opinion that makes the world go around. I agree with him, but not with you.
I don't understand.
I'll make it plain. The New York Customs Service is a national disgrace, and I want it cleaned out.
Facts, Mr. President, facts.
I have enough facts to jail hundreds of men in almost every major port city in the country. But equally important, your New York State political machine is forcing federal employees who have spotted their jobs through you to pay a regular percentage of their wages to the party.
You and I belong to the same party, sir. And every party always needs funds.
That's the wrong way to get them.
Mr. President, I have devoted my life to one great principle, the good of the party. I will go to New York tomorrow myself and talk to Parker and Rice. And I promise you, if the situation is as bad as you say, I shall leave no stone unturned to correct it. I look forward to reporting to you on Wednesday after I've attended a meeting of the Senate Committee on Commerce. Good day, sir.
Gentlemen, a letter from the President to the Senate Committee on Commerce. Sirs, I am removing from office the present collector and assistant collector of the New York Customs House.
What?
The letter goes on. I herewith send you for your consideration and approval the names of the two men whom I will appoint in their places.
Clerk, just one moment, please.
Yes, Senator Lewis.
Did I hear you correctly?
Well, sir,
That document has come to this committee from the President. He's going to remove Parker and Rice and appoint two other men? It's impossible.
There's nothing to be alarmed about, Lewis.
Yes, I know that, Senator, but
You know this committee will not approve this change.
Senator, I am just beginning to realize that we have a sly man to deal with over there in the White House.
Sly, Lewis? What do you mean?
The day before yesterday, he sat behind his desk and let me think that there was no cause for real alarm. And no sooner did I walk out from his study than he prepared this ridiculous document. And I see that I've got to try other tactics with him. Other tactics altogether. President, I see we misunderstood each other when I was here the other day.
I don't think I misunderstand you, Senator Lewis.
On Monday, in this very room, you led me to think that you would permit me to settle the Customs House situation.
I didn't lead you to think anything, Senator. But you tried to lead me. Won't you sit down?
No, thank you.
Well, if you must make a speech...
I'm
go
not
right
here
ahead.
in a mood of levity, Mr. President. You seem to be bound to make an issue of the customs houses. And if you do, sir, it'll be making the most costly mistake of your administration.
Senator, I don't think it's a mistake to give the people an honest federal service.
What the people don't know won't hurt them. Besides, all that can be cured. As I told you, I was in New York. I spoke to Parker and Rice. I made them see a little of your feelings.
I wonder what you think my feelings are, Lewis.
They have assured me that the small politicians who somehow got on the payroll will be removed. What more can you want?
That isn't going to be enough for me, Senator.
Greed for power is a terrible thing, Mr. President.
Well, you should know, Senator.
What?
Listen, Senator. The great broad issue here is simply this. Who is to control appointments to federal service? The president or individuals like yourself?
But, Mr.
Just a moment. I'm responsible for all federal services. The power to govern them must lie in my hands, not in the hands of state machines.
Mr. President, if you tackle that issue, you're cutting your political throat. I am very powerful in the Senate. Most of the senators of our party, but you'll turn the majority of your own party against you. Don't you want to be nominated for second term?
Senator, you ought to encourage me to cut my own political throat. Then you might get the presidential nomination.
I don't want it.
All right, if that's your pose.
I'm thinking of peace in the party, that's all. This morning, my committee voted down your recommendation. I warn you to let the matter rest.
You warn me?
Don't try to force those recommendations out of my committee onto the floor of the Senate.
Why not?
You'll be defeated there, too, emphatically. Not only will the Senate rally to its own defense, but my friends Parker and Rice are very popular men among our party leaders.
Senator, can't you see that the government is not a private hunting preserve for politicians and public servants? It belongs to us. It doesn't belong to us.
The Senate speaks for the people, and that's the power you seek to defy, Mr. President. If you prolong this battle and insist on bringing it to the floor of the Senate, well, I promise you one sure thing, sir. Defeat.
Senator Lewis?
Yes?
I
I'm Rodney of Central News Syndicate. May I speak to you for a minute?
I'm on my way into the Senate, Rodney.
The president's resolution to remove Parker and Rice and name 2 new men to the Customs Service is coming before the Senate this morning, isn't it, Senator?
It may.
A number of senators who are in favor of the resolution expect it to be passed. You got any comment?
Just one, Rodney. Don't count any votes until after I've made my speech. Gentlemen of the Senate, before a vote is taken on this measure, I wish to point out one fact. My fight to preserve authority in my state is also the fight of every other senator. In seeking to strike at me and my power to make federal appointments, the president also strikes at every one of you.
Exactly. I'll go along with you.
Properly speaking, this motion deserves to be tabled and buried. However, since it is a matter close to the president's heart, we will vote on it.
Will the honorable senator from New York permit a question?
Certainly, Senator.
I believe this matter can be settled by a show of hands and a voice vote.
I agree with my honorable colleague, a voice vote. You all know the question. Are Parker and Rice to be removed and 2 other men appointed in defiance of the Senate?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
25 in favor. All against, say nay.
Miss Sarah,
Oh, yes, Mr. Rodney.
I want to know if the president has any statement to make.
On what, Mr. Rodney?
His motion for 2 new customs chief in New York was defeated on the floor of the Senate, Miss Sarah. 25 for and 31 against.
I don't believe he'll have any comment now, Mr. Rodney.
He started a big fight, Miss Sarah, and he's losing. He's got to say something.
Yes, of course. But he may not want to say it just now. Mr. President, about your vacation.
Oh, that.
Isn't this the right moment?
Now? How can I go away now?
But the New York customs situation is ended. Surely you have time now.
Time. But the situation has not ended, Miss Sarah.
I somehow hoped it was, Mr. President.
Because Senator Lewis won a narrow victory over me last week? That was only the first round. We'll take the next one, Miss Sarah.
I was talking with a number of newspaper men in the press room, Mr. President. The next round is coming very quickly, then.
Yes. Next week at the New York State Convention of the party in Rochester. Lewis will be going up there, of course.
Mr. President, this fight may cost you party support for the rest of your term.
Yes, Miss Sarah, that's possible. But I haven't given up hope yet.
With Senator Lewis?
You see, he's really outlived his time. His idea of government, that it doesn't truly belong to the people, is hopelessly out of date. He may realize that and be satisfied with his victory over me this week.
And would that mean peace in the party?
Probably. And a better chance for me during the next session of Congress. But if Lewis isn't satisfied, well, I'll have to win my fight in some other way. Miss Sarah, I'm going for a walk. Maybe I can think out what he's going to say in Rochester.
Promised the people reform. But his notion of reform is only this: to seize more power for himself. Yet, he hides his ambitions, like Caesar, behind the pure white robes of patriotism. Now, do you remember, once a man asked, patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel, is it not? Well, that man ignored the enormous possibilities of the word reform. Yet, this is the man who hopes that once again he will be our party's standard bearer in the next election. Well, I say to you, he will not be. He must not be.
Miss Sarah, Rodney again.
Oh, yes, Mr. Rodney.
The Senate is adjourned for the summer. Will the President answer a few questions for all of us?
For instance, Mr. Rodney?
Will he resume his fight over the Customs Service in the fall when the House and Senate reconvenes?
Any other questions?
That was all.
I'll ask the President if he'll speak to the press. I'll let you know his answer tomorrow.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President,
Come in, Miss Sarah.
the newspapers are anxious for a statement from you.
Well, I haven't anything to tell them, Miss Sarah.
They want to know if you're giving up the fight with Senator Lewis. And of course, they want to know how you feel about the New York State Convention.
Well, I can be honest about that with you, Miss Sarah. I feel very badly.
Sometimes I lose faith, Mr. President,
In people?
in whether or not political parties really represent people.
I'm satisfied they do. Better than any other way the world has ever found.
Well, here you are sacrificing yourself, your own perfectly legitimate ambitions, your ability, your love of country. And the political machine turns against you, laughs at you, and agrees not to support you in the future.
Oh, you mustn't take it so hard, Miss Sarah. I've been privileged to be president and to accomplish a little of what I hope to accomplish. Well, if the people want someone else, that's their right.
But to reject you because you're trying to help them.
Lots of times people don't want to be helped, Miss Sarah. And right now, Lewis can carry the party along with him because he's an able politician. I'm willing to risk my own political future on the bet that he can carry the country's future along with him, too.
What are you going to do now, Mr. President?
Let sleeping dogs lie.
What?
I'm not going to do anything.
Mr. President, you're not giving up.
I'm letting sleeping dogs lie.
But Senator Lewis will think he's won.
He already thinks so. In fact, I hear he's going to Europe for a vacation.
And how about yours? If he can take a vacation, why can't you?
Well, you see, Miss Sarah, well, how can I take a vacation now when everybody thinks I've been badly defeated?
No matter.
Well, I'd be severely criticized running away from my responsibilities. This just isn't the right moment, Miss Sarah.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand.
By the very fact that Senator Lewis went away. I know this isn't the right moment.
But you just said you're going to let sleeping dogs lie.
Well, maybe the right moment will come as soon as the sleeping dogs wake up. Huh?
Mr. President, the reporters.
Oh, fine, Miss Sarah. Come in, gentlemen. Come in, won't you?
How are you, sir?
Nice to see you all again. Gentlemen, I have an important announcement to make. With the consent of the Secretary of the Treasury, I have today removed from office in the Customs House of New York Collector George Parker and Assistant Collector William B. Rice. And in their places, to take office tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I have appointed Ellery Gray and Thomas B. Thompson. And that is all, gentlemen.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Will you answer any questions?
Oh, maybe. What are they?
What is your legal basis for this action, sir?
The powers of the presidential office as defined in the Constitution, exercised through the Secretary of the Treasury.
And this is not a new power of the presidential office, is it, Mr. President?
No, by no means, Rodney.
Then, sir, why didn't you remove these men and appoint new ones weeks ago when the Senate was in session?
Because the Senate objected, Rodney.
I understand that, sir. May I put the question another way? Why did you wait to do it until the Senate was not in session?
Well, it's a very shrewd question, Rodney. I did it this way, gentlemen, to remind Senator Lewis and his colleagues that the Senate is all-powerful while it's in session. But the Senate isn't always in session. And the President is. And, oh, by the way, and Senator Lewis is vacationing in Europe.
Mr. President, what do you think the Senate will do when it reconvenes in the fall and finds it's been defied?
Rodney, I don't know. I don't know what the Senate will do. I only know what I hope it will do. Recognize that in making federal appointments, it has usurped the power that did not belong to it. And here's another point, gentlemen. The President is responsible to the people for the execution of the laws. For that, he must control his own administration. I think only in that way the American people may be sure that federal officials are not greedy payroll eaters, but honest public servants.
President, I've just come from the Senate. They sat very late.
I see. But you're all out of breath.
Senator Lewis was making a speech.
Well, that's hardly news, Miss Sarah.
I never heard him so bitter.
Well, what did he want the Senate to do?
Remove the men you appointed, put back the others. And not only in New York, in a dozen other cities as well.
Well, Miss Sarah, come on. Don't keep me in suspense.
After the vote was taken, he sat down. For the first time, I felt sorry for him. He has outlived his time. The vote was heavily against him.
I wonder if this country will ever get rid of political machines entirely. What's all that under your arm, Miss Sarah?
Oh, I'd forgotten. These are travel folders, Mr. President.
Hundreds of them, huh, Miss Sarah? Well, I'll never be able to make up my mind among all these.
Oh, I'm perfectly willing to help you work your way through them until you do. In fact, I'll enjoy it.
Yes? Well, the thing is, Miss Sarah, how can I, Oh, yes, the right moment. You know, I'd forgotten all about it.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'll take the folders away.
Oh, now, please don't be angry.
Now, I only wanted to read them myself. I had a feeling this was going to happen, so I picked the ones with pretty pictures. I'm going home now and read them and plan the vacation I know you'll never take.
Miss Sarah.
Yes?
If you'll pick a place with a palm tree and lots of quiet, I'll go.
Then this is the right moment?
Yes.
Well, then it's also the right moment for me to leave before you change your mind. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Good night. Well, I got that vacation after all, because we broke the hold of the political machines on the Customs Service, and ever since then it's been a model of efficiency and honesty. So the fight was well worth it. Now, have you guessed yet which president this story happened to? I'll tell you. The time was 1877, and Rutherford B. Hayes was Mr. President and lived in the White House. Won't you come and see me again next week? I'll have another interesting story for you about Mr. President. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson, Thomas Mitchell, and Janet Leigh. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by two incidents in the administration of President Rutherford B. Hayes. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, presented by the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, a study on the ground floor. We enter and find ourselves in the corridor.
Good evening. Won't you go right in, please? Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? You know, first and foremost, the White House is a home where an American family lives on a 4-year lease. But it is also the president's office, and that means it's practically impossible to keep separate business and private life. The president has a private life, just like anyone else, and sometimes it can get quite out of hand. Now, listen to this little-known story I'm going to tell you, and I think you'll see what I mean. It actually happened to one of our presidents. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president it was, but meanwhile, see if you can guess. This story does not, however, begin in the White House, but at a corner table for two in one of the more famous New York restaurants.
My dear young, handsome friend, will you tell me something?
Anything, Patty?
Do you not love me?
Well, that's a leading question.
You always make fun of me.
Well, then don't be so serious. I'd rather see you smile.
I would rather cry.
Oh, the beautiful Patty Durant crying just for me? Oh, no, my sweet. Save that for the stage and your audience.
You do not believe anything I say.
Well, you don't believe anything I say. Let's keep it that way, shall we?
I suppose you're right.
Excuse me.
Yes?
My name's Baker. I'm a newspaperman.
Oh, yes, Monsieur Baker.
I'd like to ask you a question, Mr. Rand. Are you and this gentleman engaged?
Pardon me, Baker. Neither of us has anything to say.
I address my question to the lady.
I'm answering it. Baker, will you leave us alone, please?
You're missing the point. When I see a prominent young man like yourself with a promising young actress like Mr. Rand, and shall we say on numerous occasions, I got to ask questions, and the answer's news.
Then there is no news.
Are you going to marry Mr. Rand?
Monsieur Baker, John and I are only good friends.
Baker, will you please forget you ever saw us?
It's not my business to forget things. When people won't give me a fair answer, I make up my own. Read the New York Chronicle tomorrow, both of you.
Baker, I don't have to take this kind of abuse from you or anyone else.
Oh, no, John,
Good morning, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning, Mr. President.
Please sit down, won't you?
Yes, thank you.
After a conference with the Secretary of War, I've called this special session of the Cabinet to hear some very urgent news. He has asked General Scott to come here and report to you because he is directly familiar with the situation. All right, General?
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, a rebellion has broken out in Canada against the British government.
A rebellion?
Yes.
Don't mean.
Go on, General.
The provinces where the fighting is taking place are on the American border.
Gentlemen, you can understand the danger involved.
Yes, indeed.
The Canadians want self-rule, and if England won't give it to them, then separation from the British Empire.
Separation?
Yes, separation. The question is whether we can stay out of it.
That's quite right, Mr. President. Gentlemen, I've just come from the border, and I find that most of our people up there are sympathetic to the Canadians. Already an American newspaperman and former general by the name of Van Rensselaer has gone over to head up their forces and is recruiting others by the hundreds. And there's no way we can stop them now.
You see, gentlemen, the Canadian-American border is a keg of dynamite. We may at any time face trouble of the gravest sort with England. I wanted you all to be familiar with the situation, and I suggest you meet with me here again tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning, as you wish. Thank you, General.
President?
Yes, Miss Sarah?
The cake.
The cake? What cake?
The cake for the reception.
Oh, yes.
I've got to tell Cook what to write on it. Shall it be to Elizabeth and John? Or what do you write on a cake at an engagement party?
Well, I never thought cakes were very good writing material, Miss Sarah. Don't put anything on it.
Now, what about the punch?
I'll have Ralph prepare it. He's good at that.
You'd better make sure what he puts in it, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I can see that you don't trust Ralph.
I'll check on that punch myself.
You don't trust me either, do you?
Here are the afternoon papers, Mr. President, including the New York...
What is it, Miss Sarah?
This story on page 1 of the New York Chronicle.
Let me see it. President's son in cafe brawl with a newspaper man over stage star. Prince John denies marriage plans, does not deny seeing Miss Durand very frequently.
Why, this will be in the papers all over the country.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
And Elizabeth has already arrived in Washington, hasn't she?
Yes, she's staying with relatives meanwhile.
Oh, I've warned John 100 times to keep his name out of the papers. And now this. It's humiliating for all of us, and especially for her. I'm nearing the end of my rope with that boy, Miss Sarah.
He means no harm, Mr. President, and he is becoming a fine lawyer.
Nobody ever became a fine lawyer or fine anything else by spending night after night getting himself in the newspapers.
Well, it may have just been an innocent accident, Mr. President.
When I hear of someone who has one innocent accident, I can sympathize. But when a man makes a career of it... Oh, no, Miss Sarah. Something's got to be done. See that John comes to my study as soon as he arrives.
Mr. President, John is here.
Send him in.
Will you come in, please, John? Your father's waiting.
Thanks, Miss Sarah.
Come over here and sit down.
Oh, yes, sir. How are you, sir?
You saw these newspapers, Prince John?
I never read anything but the editorials, Father. Everything else is so dull.
There's nothing dull about this particular story.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it, sir. That newspaper man didn't look very bright.
You're not taking this very seriously, are you, John?
Frankly, I don't think it deserves to be taken seriously.
Well, I've canceled your engagement party, John.
What? Over this silly incident?
Elizabeth didn't think it was silly. She sent a note over saying she was returning home immediately and postponing the announcement of your engagement indefinitely.
Well, I think that's a ridiculous attitude for her to take.
But you're engaged to her. Do you think she enjoys your getting into brawls over a girl like that? And this newspaper nickname of yours, this Prince John.
Patty Durand is not a girl like that, Father. She's very respectable. She writes long letters to her mother in France at least once a month.
John, don't you realize what a fool you're making of yourself?
I'm not doing it, Father. Other people do it to me.
John, I've explained to you a number of times how this sort of thing reflects on me. But you continue to get your name in the papers in the worst possible light. Don't you understand that I'm the President of the United States, and you as my son hold part of that same trust?
But I've grown up, Father. Nobody can hold you responsible.
Don't you care anything about your own law practice?
Oh, I'm doing very well, as a matter of fact. Oddly enough, this kind of public notice brings me clients.
John, ever since your mother died, I've tried to make it up to you. We had good times together when you were a boy, didn't we? At least I felt they were good times. I even thought I was doing a good job. Look, John, you're brilliant. You've a fine future ahead of you. But evidently, in some way, I have failed.
Well, no, you haven't, sir. You've only become too serious about nothing. Besides, I've got to live my own life.
Oh, every young man says that.
Well, that doesn't make it wrong, sir.
What are you going to do about Elizabeth?
I have an idea, Father. Would you invite her here to the White House for another weekend visit?
Well, she won't come.
Well, I'll write to her and explain as best I can. I do honestly love her, Father, even though at times I haven't acted like it. That's just me.
Well, I was afraid you thought I was forcing you on her.
Well, not at all. Let's say in 2 weeks, I'll start back here to Washington right after a dinner I've got to attend.
What kind of a dinner?
Well, the Law Society on Washington's birthday. And what do you think, sir? I've got to make a speech.
That we are gathered here. Were Washington alive today and looked about him, what would he say? Eh? He would say, for shame. Is this what we dedicated our lives to? A country overrun with foreigners and riffraff? Eh? I say to you, it is not. So let us rededicate ourselves to the ideals of our first president. I invite you to drink a toast with me, gentlemen. To George Washington, the father of our country. Good wine, that. And now our next speaker, whom I need not introduce, eh? Let him rise and you will recognize him. Yes, yes.
Gentlemen, I'm not going to make a long speech. I'm not going to make a short speech. I'm only going to propose a toast. The chairman has just toasted George Washington, the father of our country. I give you Martha Washington, the mother of our country. Or at least that's the way your chairman would have it.
Well, that's outrageous.
Good night, gentlemen.
John!
Well?
I've never heard of anything like this in all my life. What an insult to the memory of our first president. You're an impudent fool.
The impudence is all yours, sir.
What?
How dare you say that you honor a great man with your own narrow, hypocritical ideas? As if George Washington would be ashamed of our country. You're the people in it. Ashamed of the greatest democracy on earth? You can't honor George Washington that way.
John, you've been drinking.
That's quite true. How else do you think I could sit through this dinner? Good night.
Oh, Miss Sarah.
Oh, good evening, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I want you to meet John's fiancée, Miss Elizabeth Vanderpool.
I'm so glad to know you, Miss Sarah.
We've heard a great deal about you, Miss Vanderpool.
All of it good, I hope.
Oh, every bit of it. Will you excuse me, please? I want to see about the refreshments.
It looks like a wonderful party, Mr. President.
Elizabeth, I think you were very forgiving to come after what happened the last time you were in Washington.
I love John very much, Mr. President. Even if he is headstrong.
I'm sure you do.
When will he arrive?
Well, we expect him at any moment. Now let me take you inside and introduce you around. Miss Sarah, any sign of John yet?
No, Mr. President.
Let me know the moment he arrives. Well, Elizabeth, enjoying yourself?
Oh, I've never met so many generals and ambassadors and senators in my life. Only where's John?
Yes?
The British ambassador's anxious to talk to you, sir. He's waiting in the East Study.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Good evening, Mr. Ambassador.
I trust you'll forgive this interruption of a charming evening, Mr. President.
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I have a duty to perform, sir, but I thought it might be better to carry it out this way rather than in a formal call.
It's about Canada.
The situation along the border of New York State has grown much worse. My government is dissatisfied with your inability to stop Americans from joining forces with the Canadians. If something isn't done shortly, we'll take the matter in our own hands, and that can mean serious trouble between the United States and Great Britain.
Mr. Ambassador, it's only natural for Americans to be in sympathy with anyone seeking freedom. If individual American citizens want to risk their lives, that's entirely their own business, and we can't stop them. But we will not tolerate any act that infringes on the sovereign rights of the United States by your government or anyone else. Is that clear?
I will convey your thoughts to my government, Mr. President.
Good. Now, won't you rejoin the party?
Thank you, sir. By the way, your son's fiancée is charming. I've danced with her twice. With your permission, I'm going to dance with her twice more.
And that's entirely her business, Mr. Ambassador. Won't you come along?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Yes. Miss Sarah, hasn't John come yet? It's almost 11 o'clock.
There's been no word from him, Mr. President.
Well, ask Elizabeth to come to the anteroom, will you please?
You wanted to see me, Mr. President?
Yes, Elizabeth. And I want to apologize for John.
Oh, well, he must be delayed for some very good reason.
But even so, we intended to announce your engagement tonight. I know how embarrassing and painful this is for you.
Well, I'm sure there's a reason.
Well, I don't see why you should be embarrassed any further. Tell me, wouldn't you rather go up to your room?
Mr. President, if John has a reason, wouldn't he be disappointed in me for running away?
Oh, he's a very lucky man, Elizabeth.
Oh, it isn't if he did it intentionally. I'm sure he doesn't really want to hurt me.
Well, let's rejoin the guests, Elizabeth. Ladies and gentlemen.
Quiet, everyone. The president's going to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, the occasion for this gathering was to announce the engagement of my son John to Miss Elizabeth Vanderpool. I regret to say that my son has been unavoidably detained. And I apologize for him and hope you'll finish the evening as enjoyably as you started. And now, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mr. President?
Would you dance with me?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sure of it every minute.
What?
That this son of mine is a very, very lucky young man.
President's son insults law society. Prince John cracks poor joke about Martha Washington. White House embarrassed by new antics of Prince John. Well, Prince John, how do you explain all this?
Only another ridiculous, unimportant episode.
What put it into your head to insult them?
I think this is a wonderful country. I hate these self-appointed patriots who are always criticizing it. So I made my little speech and left.
And forgot to come here to the White House for the weekend.
I didn't forget. I was so angry and disgusted I couldn't face another crowd. I wanted to be by myself.
Do you know how you've hurt Elizabeth and humiliated her?
Well, she'll understand.
I'm afraid she understands a little bit too well. And on top of everything else, these newspaper stories. You remember I warned you.
Those stories aren't my fault, sir.
Whose are they, then?
Well, hundreds of people do worse things than I do. The newspapers pay no attention to them.
John, the White House is in a delicate position. The situation in Canada is very dangerous. I need every ounce of public support I can get. It doesn't help when my own son makes the White House look ridiculous.
Father, I insist it's not my fault.
In any case, I've reached a decision. I want you to take a trip to Europe.
Oh, an errand for you, sir? I'd like that.
Not exactly. I want you out of the country for a few weeks. I don't know what else to do.
Father,
I hope that a time like this would never come. But, well, I want you to leave as soon as you can arrange passage and get your affairs in order. I'll take care of your expenses, and maybe the trip will give you some time to think. Now, there's one more thing. Go anywhere you like on the European continent, but stay out of England. Our relations are already in a nervous state. I don't want to risk any difficulty from your end. You will keep in touch with me, John?
Yes, sir.
And, John, please think about what I've said, won't you?
Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, son.
Gentlemen of the House of Representatives, for some weeks now, the son of our president, Prince John, has been abroad. A most suitable title, Prince John. For in France he was received with every mark of royal homage. And now, as we read in the newspapers, England has received him with similar enthusiasm. And he has had tea at the palace. What has Prince John done for his country to distinguish him? Of course, I am told he is a very clever young gentleman. Other high officials of our government have visited England and have been ignored by British royalty, but not our Prince John. What does this mean? At a moment when England and America are at sword's point over Canada.
Miss Sarah, John went to England in spite of my warning. Send him word to come back at once. Oh, yes, what is it?
It's General Scott, Mr. President. I must see you at once.
Oh, come in.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to awaken you at 4 in the morning, but there's no time to waste.
What is it, General?
Serious trouble at the Canadian border, sir.
What?
For some weeks, the Canadians have been buying supplies on the American side. Have been taking them across the Niagara River to their headquarters in a riverboat, the Caroline.
An American vessel?
Yes, sir. Now, I've just received the news. A body of government forces at England's direction crossed the river, cut the boat loose, set fire to her, and killed over 20 men of the crew.
Oh, that's murder, General.
Yes, official murder. The charred bodies of the murdered men were found floating in the river below Niagara Falls. It was a flagrant invasion of American territory, sir. What do you wish me to do?
There's only one thing to do, General. Send a strong force of troops to guard the border.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, General. Have my orders been carried out?
Yes, sir. The troops have been ordered north. The entire border country is aroused against this outrage.
I want you to go to Buffalo yourself, General. Do everything you can to maintain order.
Yes, sir.
This morning, I received a very unpleasant note from Great Britain. They virtually admit the Caroline was burned under official orders, and they threaten more serious action unless individual American citizens stop helping the Canadians.
More serious action, Mr. President. War?
I don't know, General.
Mr. President,
Yes.
a message from John. He's arriving in a few days from England.
Well, John, Did you have a pleasant trip?
Wonderful, sir.
I thought I told you to stay out of England.
Father, will you let me explain?
I'll only be too delighted.
As soon as I reached England, I knew I'd made a mistake. But, well, then it was too late for me to leave without insulting a great many people.
You couldn't insult anybody. But you did make a fool of yourself. And you opened the White House to new criticism. Did you hear about Congressman Ogle's speech in the House? He made the whole country laugh at you. And at the White House.
I read the speech, sir, on my way back here. And, well, sir, that's one of the things that woke me up.
Don't you think it's a little too late for that? Your antics over there have made us look ridiculous, and at a moment like this. You couldn't have picked the worst time to act up if you'd planned it. Don't you see the position we're in? We were the victims in the Caroline incident, but they're hinting at war. That practically forces me to take a strong tone in return, or our own people will think I'm knuckling down.
Father, you know I had tea at the palace with the Queen.
It's very charming.
Well, she's a fine woman, sir.
Yes, and quite pretty, too, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Oh, John.
She spoke very warmly of the United States.
John, do you mean to say that you had the audacity to discuss American foreign policy with the Queen of England?
Well, rather, sir. She discussed it with me.
This is a diplomatic problem. Don't you realize that?
I realize that the Queen doesn't want war. And I'm sure she'll see to it that her ministry avoids it.
How can she?
She mentioned something about a change in her ministry. Wouldn't that do it, sir?
Well, maybe a new foreign secretary who'd be less peppery than the man they've got now, but on the other hand...
I'm sure you can rely on it, sir. I got to know the Queen pretty well. And I know there'll either be a change in the foreign secretary's ideas or a change in foreign secretaries.
John, are you positive?
I'd stake my reputation.
Your what?
Well, I'm positive, sir.
I see. Now, John, if you're right, it would change things and would change the whole situation. I could risk a more conciliatory message to Congress instead of the one I had prepared.
Take my word for it.
Well, I'd be banking on your estimate of human nature, John.
Well, I realize you haven't much confidence in me, but I have learned a lesson, and after all, it's better to take a chance on me than on war, isn't it, sir?
Renewed confidence that I speak to you today. I have good reason to believe that war with England and Canada will be avoided. The burning of the Caroline was an extraordinary outrage, and the United States government expects full redress to be made, and that the Canadian government will make every effort to punish the aggressors. However, it is the policy of the United States to go to all possible lengths to lay a lasting foundation for perpetual peace and harmony between the United States, our neighbor Canada, and Great Britain. If this attitude is shared by the other governments concerned, no obstacle to a lasting peace can be too great.
Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Sarah?
here are the newspapers.
Oh, thank you.
John is in all of them again.
Oh, no. Where is he?
Just coming in, Father.
John, I thought you were through with all those antics of yours.
Well, I am, sir.
But you're in all the papers again.
Look, did you read the stories?
No, I didn't. Let me see them. President's son announces engagement to Elizabeth Vanderpool. Prince John to become quiet husband. Well, this is good news.
Oh, but now I have some bad news.
Oh, my.
Father, what would you say if I ran for Congress in the next election?
You call that bad news, John? Maybe that's what you should have done a long time ago. You know, congressmen can do almost anything.
Well, we'll see you at dinner time, Father. I want to take Elizabeth for a ride around Washington.
Surely, of course.
Goodbye, John. Mr. President.
Yes.
Will you be giving a party for the...
Wedding? For the wedding, of course.
Then I think I know what to write on the cake.
Yes, their names.
Now, I think it would be nice to put for Elizabeth and Prince John.
Well, now, why not make it Princess Elizabeth and be done with it? After all, I think she earned the reward.
I think so, too. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Well, John and Elizabeth Vanderpool were soon married. And the wedding cake said for Princess Elizabeth and Prince John. He ran for Congress and was elected and went on to a long and brilliant career. And we settled the danger of war with England over Canada. And in the end, the Canadians won their point. They obtained full self-rule and stayed in the British family of nations as they are today. Now, have you guessed which president it was when these events took place? He was our first president to be born an American citizen. All of his predecessors were born British subjects. And the time was early 1841. And Martin Van Buren lived in the White House and was finishing his term as Mr. President. I hope you'll come and see me again next week. I have another story I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Romance of Rosie Ridge, starring Van Johnson, Thomas Mitchell, and Janet Leigh. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Martin Van Buren. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. For a brisk, sparkling commentary on the news highlights of the week, don't miss Walter Winchell when he returns to his ABC microphone Sunday night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. Mr. President, presented by the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window shows a light, the study on the ground floor. We enter and find ourselves in the corridor.
Good evening. I'm the President's secretary. Won't you go right in, please? Some visitors for you, Mr. President.
Hello. Sit down, won't you? Have you ever noticed how most good friends enjoy an argument and argue just for the sake of arguing? I remember the favorite topic of my gang when I was a boy was the size of Cousin Minnie's fortune and whether or not her husband wore his toupee when he went to bed. Well, I want to tell you a story about two of that gang and an argument we have never finished. Which president was I? See if you can guess. One evening, a few years before I entered the White House, I was having dinner with these two friends, Bill Rives and John Botts. We were already in politics, but we were hardly talking about that.
a moment. Rainbow trout in the James River?
Of course, I caught a rainbow trout in the James.
Hey, now, break it up.
They were speckled trout.
Bill, I know a rainbow trout when I see one, and I caught 4 that day.
I've lived on the James River, swum in the James River, and fished in the James River ever since I was born. There are no rainbow trout in the James River.
Gentlemen,
Bill,
please.
you can take my word
Oh,
for it.
I believe that you believe they were rainbow trout, all right, only they weren't.
Every man has to see for himself and make up his own mind.
And what's the matter with that?
Well, I'll tell you. Now, Listen, Bill, why are we arguing?
Now, that's better.
Right. Let's all go fishing tomorrow and settle it that way.
No, I call that a good compromise.
Bill, you hear that? John says compromise. I guess we could both learn from him, couldn't we?
I bet you we never do.
Oh, if you two would only give up arguing about fishing.
John, it's healthy to argue.
Well, yes, I know, but you two carry it too far. Now, look, here we are, friends for years. We feel alike and think alike on almost every subject under the sun. There's no limit to what we could do together if you two would only stop arguing. For instance, someday I hope to run for the House of Representatives in Washington. Well, you two could help me.
Oh, you'll do very well there, John.
Yes, Congress is a good place for a born compromiser.
Well, how about you?
Well, I wouldn't want to give John any competition. I'll stick to the courts. I wouldn't mind being a judge. How about you, Bill?
I know what I want to do, where I want to go. To the United States Senate.
And so I oppose the election of my friend Bill Rives to the United States Senate. For years, you, my fellow citizens of this state, have known me and John Botts and William Rives as members of this party and as close and very dear friends. John Botts has entered the House of Representatives, and you are all aware of his fine record there. When you elected John Botts to his office and me to mine, and after the death of our president I entered the White House, it was clear that you expected of us something great. But in order to carry out these wishes, we must have the cooperation of every member of our party in the government. That is why I ask you to vote against William Rives. He must not go to the Senate.
Mr. President, why did you make that speech against me?
Bill, I asked you to come here to Washington so that I could explain to you.
You talked as though I were a bitter enemy.
Bill, I have the same regard for you that I always had.
Politics is teaching you to talk like a politician.
The White House is teaching me what my job is and that it comes first.
Well, how can you do a job, any job, if you go back on your friends? If you desert a friend, you'll desert a principle just as quickly.
Now, wait, Bill. I didn't attack you in the campaign for any personal reason. I can't have you in the Senate because I know how you stand. And I've got a hard fight on my hands with Senator Gray and his group.
And what makes you so sure I'll follow him?
Bill, the senator is going to fight for another bank of the United States. And I know how you stand on this issue. Don't you see? It means another huge financial organization owned by the government, with branches in every state. That's bad.
But we need a national bank. It would give our money a greater stability.
The wrong kind of stability, Bill.
Wrong kind?
Iron controlled by a few men in Washington.
Well, there may be advantages in that.
Bill, you remember down home all those small farmers and merchants and storekeepers?
Yes.
When they needed a little money, where did they go?
Well, to the Farmers and Merchants Bank, I suppose.
And they usually got their loans, didn't they? And pay them back because they know the bank officers and the bankers know them. And they trust each other. But suppose those little banks all over the country are swallowed up by one enormous national bank.
Oh, I'm not so sure that's what would happen.
The power of the national bank would breed the desire for more power and the power to get power. Where would the storekeepers and merchants and farmers be in a situation of that kind?
Some people think that our small banks are too weak, too old-fashioned.
Of course. Those people want power concentrated in one huge bank that they can manipulate to their own advantage. Oh, no, Bill. You don't see this as I do. We must have men in the Senate who agree with us, not with Senator Gray.
The bank bill hasn't even been put before the country.
It was before the country a few years ago, and it was smashed. Now, I want to see it smashed again.
Mr. President, I remember once with John Botts, we laughed because neither you nor I were compromisers. Well, we were right. And now I'm going to fight harder than ever to get into the Senate. And whatever happens, believe me, there'll be no compromise. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rives. Mr. President, do you want to check your appointments for tomorrow?
What did you say, Miss Sarah?
Well, your appointments for tomorrow.
Are there many? Maybe they can be put off.
Oh, I'm afraid.
No, Miss Sarah. I'll keep them all. I only wish sometimes that I'd never seen the White House. I hate smashing a man's career, even if it is my job.
Yes, I know. Mr. Rives may be elected anyway, Mr. President.
You know, I almost hope he is.
Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Congressman Botts is here to see you.
Have him come in, will you, please?
Certainly, Mr. President. Mr. Botts, the President will see you now.
Thank you, Miss Sarah.
Hello, John. It's good to see you.
Mr. President, I've just arrived in Washington for the new session. I've come to pay my respects.
To an old friend?
To the President and to an old friend.
John, I suspect you're one of the few men in the House or Senate who feel that way.
Oh, nonsense, Mr. President.
Look at the House of Representatives. Apart from you and a few others, who else is going to stand with me in this fight against the bank?
Are you making that your fight, Mr. President?
More than ever. And in the Senate?
Well, Senator Gray has already proposed his bill for a Bank of the United States, and so, of course, he'll be against you. But you have other friends in the Senate.
None as powerful as Gray.
Well, there's Bill Rives.
Well, I know how Bill stands. Besides, he has never forgiven me for opposing his election. Have you seen him?
Oh, once or twice.
When you see him again, will you tell him that I'm personally delighted he was elected, even over my opposition? John, don't leave out the word personally.
You don't think he'll change in his feelings about the bill?
He has never indicated that he would.
Well, then, Mr. President, I'm afraid you haven't as many allies in the House and Senate as I thought.
Just the same, I'm going to make this fight the issue of my administration.
You'll be taking on a powerful set of opponents.
Do they frighten you?
Well, I only like to take them into account. I wonder if...
Yes?
Well, suppose Senator Gray were willing to change his bill somewhat to meet your views. Well, what would you do then?
I don't believe that amendments would change the real issue. When does the bill come up in the House for its first vote?
Oh, in another day or so, Mr. President.
It'll be passed, I suppose.
Senator Gray's allies in the House hope for a very heavy vote in favor in case you veto the bill later. A word from you either way would still have a powerful effect.
John, you know how I feel. I'll leave it to your good judgment as to how to express my views. If my aide, Alfred Lawton, can be of help to you, let me know, will you?
Yes. I'll be going now, Mr. President. Thank you for your time.
Now, John, I hope we'll be able to see each other often. We've been friends a long time, and, well, we always looked forward to being in Washington together, didn't we?
I'm honored by your confidence, Mr. President. I'll remember everything you said.
Thank you. It's very strange, Miss Sarah. Friendship, I mean.
I always thought it was a simple thing, Mr. President.
Oh, it ought to be. But look what's happened to me and John Botts and Bill Rives. When we were younger, Bill Rives and I were really the closest. Now I'm the president. And it's John Botts who comes here as a friend. It's not the way I thought it would be.
I think you can blame Washington for that.
Somehow friendship ought to be able to survive Washington. You know, if Bill Rives were to come through that door now, I know we could be friends again.
He may find it hard to forgive you, Mr. President.
But in the end, he won. He was elected to the Senate. I was hoping somehow that would change his feelings.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I've got to see the President.
Mr. President, it's Mr. Lawton.
Mr. President, have you changed your stand on the bank bill?
Certainly not.
Not in any particular?
Not in any particular. Why?
I've just come from the House of Representatives.
Well, the bill is up for a vote today, isn't it?
Yes, and Congressman John Botts is telling the others that you're in favor of the bill.
Botts? Why, that's impossible.
He's saying that he had an interview with you and that you intimated you would not veto the bill.
Lawton and I told him exactly the opposite. He's an old and dear friend of mine. He's always known how I felt about the bank bill. There's no way he could have misunderstood me.
I'm very sorry, Mr. President, but he's already pulling votes over in favor of the bill by quoting you.
I don't understand it.
I have a theory, sir.
What?
Mr. Botts is known to have become personally very friendly with Senator Gray.
And as you know, Senator Gray has presidential ambitions.
And Botts is attaching himself to a future president? Lawton, go back to the House of Representatives and tell every man you can find that if John Botts says I'm in favor of the bill, he's a liar.
Mr. Botts. Oh, Mr. Botts.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lawton?
I've just come from the White House. The president denies that he told you he might be in favor of the bank bill.
Really, Mr. Lawton?
The president authorizes me to say the same thing to every gentleman in the House.
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that.
What?
The bill was voted on not 15 minutes ago and passed. Good day, Mr. Lawton.
Lawton, I don't understand how Botts could do it.
Mr. President, I still stick to my theory of ambition.
Mr. President, Mr. Lawton, couldn't you give Mr. Botts some credit for honest conviction about the bank bill?
Of course, but to come here as if he was still my personal friend to get my views on the bill, which are clear and definite, and then to quote me exactly the opposite?
With the result that the House passed the bill with a heavy majority. So heavy that they could repass the bill over a veto.
You will veto it, Mr. President?
I told Botts that I was making this bill the main issue of my term in office. My views were known before the campaign, and nobody can say they're surprised.
There's a further danger now, Mr. President. The bill comes before the Senate next week, and they may be impressed by the size of the House vote. And there are quite a few people in the country who are for the bank.
Well, I've only got one chance now, Lawton. That the Senate vote, even if it's in favor of the bill, will be close. Then my veto might be sustained.
Mr. President?
Yes.
When both houses of Congress pass a bill by sizable majorities, isn't it dangerous for a president to veto it?
Miss Sarah, if it's true that the overwhelming majority of my fellow citizens want this bill, they'll get it. But not before I've told them why it's wrong and the terrible harm it can do. Then if they still want it, well, I'll have fought a hard fight and lost. Meantime, Lawton, you might do a little scouting on how the Senate feels.
I'll start right now, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Miss Sarah, this is not the best day I ever had.
Evidently, friendship isn't strong enough to survive Washington.
Well, evidently not. And how can I blame a man for being ambitious and sacrificing everything to it? Come to think of it, Miss Sarah, the way I feel about John Botts now must be about the way Bill Rives feels about me. And I'm afraid it's not very friendly.
I came as soon as I could, Mr. Lawton. Am I too late?
Senator Gray's been speaking for some time already, and he's got the Senate in the palm of his hand. You can hear him from the Senate gallery. Shall we go in?
Yes, please.
And the Bank of the United States would give our nation the economic sinew she needs to lift her to world leadership. Today, in the competition of trade in which all nations find themselves, we enter the contest weak and weaponless against other powers of the world.
That's a strong appeal to
Gentlemen,
nationalistic feeling, Miss Sarah.
Yes,
I have
know.
made plain that a Bank of the United States is as needful to our economic growth as is the Constitution to our political growth. I have only one more point to make. The House of Representatives has already passed this bill by a majority large enough to defeat a possible veto by the men in the White House. We must do the same to show him that the overwhelming will of the majority must prevail. Who is he to stand alone against us all? When you vote, gentlemen, remember, we want not only victory, but victory unchallenged.
He's made a strong appeal.
I'm afraid the bill will pass, Miss Sarah, with a large majority.
But the president has some friends in the Senate. Isn't anyone going to challenge him?
Gray may have frightened them.
But the bill has to be debated. Look, Mr. Lawton.
Yeah, the chair is recognizing a speaker.
The chair recognizes the senator from Virginia.
It's Rives, William Rives.
That means just another speech supporting Senator Gray and the bill.
We can say one thing for Senator Rives. At least he's taking his revenge in the open.
Gentlemen of the Senate, on the faces of some of my colleagues, whom I know to be against the bill, I see discouragement. But the bill has not yet been passed. I, for one, see no reason to be discouraged. And I will not let Senator Gray cram it down my throat.
Mr. Lawton, listen to him.
I can hardly believe it.
Gentlemen, for a long time, I was in favor of Senator Gray's proposal until the good senator gave me an opportunity to study it. I am convinced that this bill in its present form would be unconstitutional. Furthermore, I wonder if it has occurred to you, gentlemen, that this bank might become an octopus, gobbling up our smaller banks until it finally gobbles up the federal government itself. Gentlemen, I, for one, prefer not to be gobbled up by a Bank of the United States or by Senator Gray. And thus I ask you to consider carefully the facts before you vote for this bill.
And, Mr. President, he was the first one to stand up and defy Senator Gray. It was magnificent.
Rives? Bill Rives?
Yes. We could feel the effect of his speech all through the Senate chamber. It was clear he'd made up his own mind and was going to speak it no matter what happened.
And Gray was furious, I suppose.
Livid with rage. Obviously, he expected the bill to go through with hardly any debate. And then to hear a new senator get up and defy him.
No, it's strange, Miss Sarah. The man I counted on turned against me. And Bill Rives, well, he's come to my rescue. Miss Sarah, it means we shall have a chance. I know Bill Rives. When he gets an idea into his head, nothing can move it. He'll certainly persuade some of the other senators that he is right.
Oh, it would be wonderful if the Senate defeated the bill, Mr. President. Excuse me just a moment, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's Senator Rives.
Senator Rives? Bill. Come in, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. President, I hope you don't mind this informal visit.
Bill, can we shake hands?
I'd like to very much, sir.
Bill, did you ever meet a man who enjoyed admitting a mistake?
I know I wouldn't, Mr. President.
Well, you've just met one. Bill, I wish I could take back that speech I made about you because I was wrong. I shouldn't have counted on that cantankerous independence of yours instead of party discipline. It's funny. I was sure you'd be my most dangerous opponent on the floor of the Senate. And now you've become the only man I can really count on.
Not the only one, Mr. President.
Nearly, Bill. If you turned defeat into victory, it wasn't because the senators believed in my ideas. It's because you persuaded them.
We didn't win, Mr. President.
How did it turn out?
We didn't win, but we lost by a close margin.
What?
At the beginning, it looked like sure victory for Gray and the bill, but in the end, we lost by only 3 votes. It means you still face a fight over the veto.
Yes, but I stand a chance now of making it stick.
Of course, you know, if you do veto it, Senator Gray will oppose you on everything you do in the rest of your administration.
I know that. But this is the biggest issue in the country. And I'm not going to pull back now.
Senator Gray.
Yes, Mr. Bonds?
You've seen the president's veto message?
Indeed, I have.
The House of Representatives has decided not to try to override the veto. You concede defeat, Senator?
I do not. I'm going into the Senate chamber now. I've still got some things to say.
Mr. President, I've just come from the Senate.
It's late, Lawton.
Your veto message was read, and Senator Gray made an angry speech. I'm afraid he's become your permanent enemy, sir.
I'm willing to risk that.
Senator Rives came over with me.
Oh, come on in, Bill.
Good evening, sir.
You look pretty tired.
Well, it was a long session, sir. Has Lawton told you?
I was just going to, Senator.
Bad news?
On the contrary, Mr. President. Neither the Senate nor the House will try to repass the bill over your veto. They know there's no chance.
And Senator Gray?
Well, if the bill had been passed, it would have helped his ambition to become president someday. He's pretty bitter.
That means I'll have trouble from now on.
He's already begun stirring up feeling against you. And besides, there's a strong current of popular feeling that the bill should have been passed and that you used personal friendship to turn some senators against it.
Well, Bill, we know what that charge is worth.
It might have been better if I hadn't come to see you, sir.
Oh, nonsense, Bill.
I wonder what that is.
What'd you say, Lawton?
That noise.
Well, it sounds like a crowd out on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Crowd at this hour? What for?
I'll take a look.
Open the window, will you?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, sir. Hundreds of men coming toward the White House.
Well, what in heaven's name do they want?
I'd better cut out the guards, sir. This looks like trouble.
With the veto!
Down with the veto, he said, Mr. President.
The veto? You mean that crowd has come here over this? Jobs, more jobs. Do they think that they've gotten jobs because of the bank? Why, they're wrong.
That crowd looks menacing, Mr. President.
Lawton, do you see any police? Where are the White House guards?
They're not out there, and the crowd's coming under the lawn.
Oh, this is disgraceful.
They're coming right up to the window, Mr. President. I'm going to call the police.
Good, Lawton. Some fool in that crowd.
Down with the man at the White House! I'm going down and talk to them.
They're throwing stones. Please, Mr. President, get back there.
They'll quiet down if I talk to them.
No, sir, don't go. There are guns in that crowd.
Police are arriving, Mr. President. Those men will be caught and punished.
Miss Sarah,
Yes, Mr. President.
about those men who threatened my life. They go on trial tomorrow, I believe.
Yes, Mr. President. There's no doubt they'll be found guilty.
Well, I've been doing a good deal of thinking about those men.
It was an inexcusable act, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, I want to dictate a letter
Oh, yes, Mr. President.
to the prosecuting attorney, District of Columbia. My dear sir, we are lucky enough to live in a nation where every man has the right to think as he wishes, the right to his own opinion, and where no other man can punish him for it or make him change it except by peaceful persuasion. This demonstration, though wrong, was an outbreak of popular feeling. The dangers of punishing free opinion
are far greater than the dangers of free expression, even if violently expressed. For that reason, the court is petitioned to drop the prosecution of these 30 men and release them. Your Honor, as prosecuting attorney for the District of Columbia, it is my duty to open the presentation of this case. Before us stand these 30 men who led a disorderly mob to the White House and threatened the life of the President. However, Your Honor, the letter I have just read is signed by the President of the United States.
Well, Miss Sarah, now that everything is settled, do you think you could hold the fort for a day or so?
I'll try, Mr. President, but I'll have to know where to reach you.
Bill?
Yes, Mr. President.
I thought you and I might go fishing.
Fishing, Mr. President? You still go?
Oh, yes. Miss Sarah, did you ever catch a rainbow trout?
No.
Certainly not in the James River.
Why not the James River?
You can't catch rainbow trout in the James River if there are no rainbow trout in the James River.
Bill, you're the most thick-headed man I ever met. You just won't believe a thing until you... Oh, well, I take that back, Bill.
Gentlemen, I'm interested now. Are there any rainbow trout in the James River?
No, Miss Sarah, not one.
Oh, but there are, Miss Sarah, hundreds.
Oh, so this is what's called changing a man's mind by peaceful persuasion. But are there any rainbow trout in the James River?
Miss Sarah, I'll tell you something.
That's right. I don't think either of us have the vaguest idea one way or the other. As you see, the fight over the Bank of the United States ended in victory for the White House. The 30 rioters were released. One friend was lost, and another friend regained. We never did decide whether or not there are any rainbow trout in the James River. Now, have you guessed yet which president I was tonight? The time was 1841, and that was when John Tyler lived in the White House as Mr. President. Incidentally, John Tyler was the third president we had in the year 1841. Martin Van Buren was succeeded in March of 1841 by William Henry Harrison, who died 1 month later, elevating the vice president, John Tyler, to the presidency. Won't you drop in and see me again next week? I have another interesting story for you about Mr. President. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of the Technicolor picture, Unfinished Dance, starring Margaret O'Brien with Sid Charisse, Karen Booth, and Danny Thomas. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President John Tyler. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, a special program note. Theater Guild on the Air returns Sunday night. Don't miss the play One Sunday Afternoon starring James Stewart on Theater Guild on the Air Sunday night over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is quiet, resting from the day's activities. Only one window shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Hello? Sit down, won't you? What would you say if I were to tell you the White House was haunted? No, it isn't a ghost story. It's true. And our ghost wasn't one of those fellows that appears only at midnight. This one was a much more threatening ghost and seemed quite real. Which president was I? Well, later on, I'll tell you. Meanwhile, see if you can guess. One day I was coming in from a walk with my new Secretary of the Interior. Jim, we've got a lot of things to talk over. You'd better stay for lunch.
All right, I'd be happy to, Mr. President.
That's fine. I only have to tell Miss Sarah.
Huh? Oh, but maybe I hadn't better stay for lunch.
Oh, come now, Jim. Miss Sarah isn't as bad as all that. Well, here we are. Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr. President. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Martin? Welcome back to Washington.
It's nice to see you again, Miss Sarah.
Miss Sarah, Mr. Martin's going to have luncheon with me.
Oh, that's very nice.
Today.
Oh.
What's the trouble?
It's almost 12 o'clock.
Mr. President, I recognize the signs.
What?
Every time at home that I produce an unexpected guest at the last minute, Mrs. Martin gets the same look on her face that Miss Sarah has now.
Oh, no, really, Mr. Martin, I didn't mean that.
I'm sorry, Miss Sarah. I've done it again, haven't I?
Well, it's only that a meal, even a simple one, has to be planned. I'm afraid this will upset Mrs. Brown very much.
Oh, look, Miss Sarah, Mrs. Brown won't be too upset. You always handle her so well.
Mr. President, I'm afraid flattery won't result in a better luncheon. However, I'll go and talk to her. I believe she's on her way to the basement for some of your favorite fruit preserves.
Oh, Miss Sarah.
Oh, Mrs. Brown, I was just coming down to talk to you.
Oh, it touched me, Miss Sarah.
touched you?
On the shoulder like this, from behind. Just a light touch it was, like a faint breeze, or the hand of a child.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Mrs. Brown.
Well, just now I was in the cellar. I opened the door into the farthest room, and that's when it touched me.
Mrs. Brown, what touched you?
Well, what could it be but a ghost?
Did you see it?
Anybody can see a ghost, Miss Sarah. It's not everyone who's touched by a ghost.
Oh, I'm sure it was your imagination, Mrs. Brown, or a faint breeze from somewhere.
You don't believe in ghosts, Miss Sarah? How can you not?
Mrs. Brown, will you promise me something?
What is it?
Don't mention this to the other servants.
What if they're to meet it themselves?
Oh, we'll worry about that when it happens.
Oh, you'll change your mind, Miss Sarah, when the ghost touches you?
Mrs. Brown, the president has an important guest. He's invited him for luncheon.
Very well, Miss Sarah.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Lunch ready, Miss Sarah?
Yes, I'm afraid there'll be a little delay.
Mr. President, I knew I should have come back later.
Oh, nonsense, Jim. Miss Sarah, will it be very long?
Well, the trouble is, Mrs. Brown is upset.
Just because of one guest for lunch? No, Miss Sarah.
Well, she says she met a ghost in the cellar.
A ghost?
Was she any happier to see him than she is to see me?
She's rather a weird little person, Mr. Martin, and she didn't exactly see the ghost. It touched her, she says. In any case, Mr. President, if you don't mind waiting a little.
Well, you can't blame this on me, Miss Sarah.
It still doesn't change the principle of the thing, Mr. President. I'll tell you the moment luncheon is ready.
A ghost. Well, I suppose it would be more surprising if the White House didn't have a ghost. Well, I'm afraid I don't like him. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, I don't mind waiting.
Jim, I haven't told you yet how glad I am you decided to come into my cabinet. The Department of Interior needs a man of your experience.
Oh, it was only a year as Commissioner of the Land Office, Mr. President. But you know, oddly enough, that experience may come in handy.
Is that so?
Uh-huh. About a year ago, some undeveloped coal properties in Alaska were sold by the Land Office to a group of New York financiers. They're known as the Cunningham Coal Lands.
Yes, I think I remember that.
But the transaction was never completed. The deeds became snarled in official red tape, and the final survey of the properties was never made.
In over a year? Why not?
Well, that's the odd part. The Land Office agent in Alaska, a man named Conrad, has delayed making the final survey.
Deliberately?
Well, I found a letter from him in the files, Mr. President. He said that turning these lands over to the people who bought them was in violation of the government's policy on conserving natural resources.
Well, do you know of any reason why the final survey shouldn't be made and the sale completed?
Well, that depends on how you want to apply your policy.
Jim, we have only two reasons for disposing of undeveloped public lands. One is that we raise some revenue. The important reason, however, is that the lands are developed. That's especially true in the case of Alaska.
Some people say that the word developed really means exploited, laid waste, ruined, like so much of our timberland.
I know that. It's true that many of our natural resources have been hurt by thoughtless exploitation, and we're going to do something about that. But that's not the question here. Did Conrad give that as his reason for objecting to the sale?
He doesn't give any reason, Mr. President. In fact, his letter's very odd.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Since this particular transaction was begun in good faith, it must be completed the same way, or we violate the law. After that, I think it will be time for me to advance a plan I've been thinking about that will solve this whole thing. Jim, you go ahead and order that final survey made, and then we'll see what... Yes?
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah. Oh, I know what you're going to say. Luncheon is ready.
Mr. President, a telegram for you from Jeffrey Paris of the Department of Agriculture. It's sent from Seattle.
Oh, let me see it. On my return to Washington, begged privilege of early appointment to discuss sale of Cunningham coal lands in Alaska. What's Jeffrey's Paris? What has he got to do with this? I want... All right, Miss Sarah, let him have an appointment as soon as he gets back.
Mr. President, your second breakfast.
I'll put it on the desk, will you, Ralph?
Yes, sir. There's a coffee bun and a glass of milk for you.
Oh, good, good. Ralph, you couldn't sneak any of that maple syrup in here, could you? Put on this coffee bun. It's so dry.
Oh, I would have, Mr. President, only maple syrup's not on your diet, sir.
Oh, so you don't think I can talk Miss Sarah out of that, eh?
Oh, Miss Sarah's the easiest woman in the world to persuade, providing she agrees with you in the first place.
Well, you leave her to me, Ralph. Meanwhile, you go and get that maple syrup. I mean now, Ralph.
Well, sir, there's a little trouble about it.
Trouble? What kind?
The maple syrup is kept in the cellar.
Oh, that's all right. I'll wait.
The cellar's where Miss Brown met that ghost.
Oh. Do you think the ghost drank the maple syrup?
Oh, no, sir. I was only thinking...
you were thinking maybe there is a ghost, huh? And you don't want him to touch you.
Well, sir, I wouldn't mind meeting a ghost on Pennsylvania Avenue, shaking hands with a ghost out in the broad daylight. But having a ghost tiptoe up behind you and reach out and... Mr. President, it'd be a shame if you had maple syrup and busted your diet.
All right, Ralph. I'll stick to it this time, but I warn you...
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Paris is here. He has an appointment.
Good. Have him come in, will you, please? Ralph, take the rest of this bun away. It's too dry.
Oh, yes, sir. Only it's better you stuck to your diet, Mr.
Yes,
President.
well, I'll do that.
Will you please go in, Mr. Paris?
Thank you. Mr. President.
Come in, sir.
Let me thank you, Mr. President, for the time you're giving me.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Paris. How can I help you?
I've come to protest the sale of the Cunningham coal lands in Alaska.
Well, you're in the Department of Agriculture, aren't you, Mr. Paris?
I'd hoped you were aware of that, sir.
Oh, I was. And that's why I don't understand your interest in something that belongs to the Department of the Interior.
A terrible tragedy looms ahead for this country, Mr. President.
Different people tell me that a dozen times every day, Mr. Paris.
I refer to the waste and destruction of our natural resources. Once this was the richest continent in the world, a mighty mass of land blessed above all others by the endowments of our Creator.
I agree with you, Mr. Paris.
But see what's happening. Careless farmers till the soil without knowledge. Ignorant lumberjacks turn our forests into deserts. And our mineral riches? Grubbed from the earth by men who want only immediate dollars, who don't care about the future. Our government must not become a tool of the exploiters.
Do you think we have, Mr. Paris?
Mr. President, why is Secretary of Interior James Martin in such great haste to sell the Cunningham coal lands to a group of New York financiers? Financiers? Robbers would be a better word.
Don't you think that's a little strong, Mr. Paris? And are you implying that Secretary of Martin has some hidden motive?
Last year, when James Martin was Land Office Commissioner, he ordered Conrad to survey the Cunningham properties so that the sale could be completed.
Why shouldn't he have sent that order?
Sir, the government is supposed to use its discretion in disposing of public lands.
And you think Martin didn't?
Conrad is certain of it. He wrote and begged Mr. Martin for delay and reconsideration. Then Mr. Martin left the Land Commission office. On his entering your cabinet recently, almost his first act was to order the survey made. He seems so interested in this sale that we don't believe he's putting the country's interests first.
No? Then whose?
His own, Mr. President.
Are you charging him with corruption?
Before taking government office, Secretary Martin was retained as legal counsel by this group of New York financiers, the very ones who want to buy the Cunningham properties. Didn't you know that?
And you're implying that he's still serving the interests of those people?
What else can I think, Mr. President?
Mr. Paris, you're making a grave accusation against the integrity of a man in my official family. I must ask that you not repeat this conversation to anyone, and to wait till I call on you for further information.
That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, Mr. President.
Good day, Mr. Paris.
Good day, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, will you come in, please?
Coming, Mr. President.
Miss Sarah, will you ask Secretary Martin to come and see me?
This afternoon?
No. Wait a moment. I can't believe what Paris said.
Was it serious, Mr. President?
Well, I always thought Martin was one of the finest, most upright men in Washington. And now there's a ghost.
Beg your pardon, a ghost?
A real one, Miss Sarah.
Oh.
The kind I'm really afraid of. The ghost of doubt and suspicion. I know Jim Martin is an honest man, but in spite of myself, I begin to wonder. That's what a real ghost can do to you.
But there must be something you can do about it.
I have to do something about it. You see, I'm planning on putting before Congress an entirely new and broad conservation policy.
Yes?
Well, both the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture are concerned with conservation. Don't you see, unless I have the complete support of both departments, that legislation won't stand a chance?
Oh.
This bickering between two prominent men in each department can wreck the whole plan. This doubt and suspicion.
Ghosts, Mr. President?
Exactly. Well, ghosts, real or imagined, have to be dealt with.
Yes.
You can't run away from them, you know. You've got to walk up to them, look them right in the eye, and meet them head on.
Then you do want to see Secretary Martin?
Yes. Yes, I do. The sooner the better. That's a plain statement of the situation, Jim.
I don't understand why Paris acts this way, or that fellow Conrad.
Ghost, Jim.
What?
Never mind. I've got one question. Is it true that you were formerly retained as counsel by these New York people?
Is it true? Well, of course.
Oh. Then what is your relationship to them now?
Now? Well, none whatever. Mr. President, any suggestion that I stand to make a personal profit out of the sale of the Cunningham lands is a monstrous lie. Yes, and I'll go even further. If I had my way, I wouldn't approve this particular sale or any others like it.
Wouldn't you, and why not?
Well, because the way the law stands now, we're compelled to sell public lands without any guarantee that they'll be properly used. But the law is clear.
I'm very glad to hear you make that point. Jim, I want to dramatize this issue. The conservation of mineral lands, to be exact. And to do that, it would help if you would request a congressional investigation.
Congressional investigations are like firecrackers, Mr. President. You can't ever be sure which end is going to explode.
That's quite right. And you were once employed by these people. That'll make it a hard fight. But I don't ask you to walk into it without support. I'm going to write you a letter exonerating you from suspicion as far as I am concerned.
Then if it'll help you, sir, I'll not only ask for an investigation, I'll insist upon it.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye.
Mr. President.
Yes?
That ghost again.
What, Mrs. Brown's ghost?
3 of the servants have quit just like that.
Well, get new ones, Miss Sarah. Who don't believe in ghosts?
Mr. President, running a house like this is a job. Servants have to be trained. I wouldn't be surprised if more of the staff were to leave. And next week you have a dinner for Senator Hughes.
Miss Sarah, remember what I said about ghosts?
That you can't run away from them?
No, you walk up to them, look them right in the eye, and meet them head on.
You know, I think I'll take your advice, Mr. President. I'm going down into that cellar.
Is that where the ghost lives?
According to Mrs. Brown, that's his favorite place.
If you meet the ghost, Miss Sarah, remember, look him right in the eye.
Nothing here. What is that?
Well, only me, Miss Sarah.
Oh, Miss Bradley. You startled me. Where did you come from?
I came down to see if you saw him, too.
Was that you who touched me on the shoulder?
You felt it, didn't you?
Was that you? Answer me, Mrs. Brown.
Well, didn't you see him?
Him? The ghost? There is no ghost, Mrs. Brown.
A boy it is, 15 years older thereabouts, with blonde hair and the saddest blue eyes. And he's no ordinary ghost, Miss Sarah. Ordinary ghosts don't touch people. What do you think he wants?
Well, maybe... Mrs. Brown, this is nonsense. You've upset all the other servants with this talk. They're beginning to think they've seen him, too. Now, I want to hear no more about it. Do you hear?
Well, there's no call to get angry, Miss Sarah. Besides, it don't do no good to be angry at a ghost.
Gentlemen of the Senate Investigating Committee, I now formally open our inquiry into the operation of the Land Office of the Department of Interior under Secretary Martin. I've already placed in record a letter from the President to Secretary Martin in which the White House expresses complete confidence in the Secretary. However, it is now my duty to place another letter in the record.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Paris?
As the writer of that letter, may I read it into the record myself?
Yeah, I see no reason why not, Mr. Paris. Will you step up here to the witness chair, please?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, proceed, Mr. Paris.
Gentlemen, the great conflict now being fought is to decide for whose benefit our national resources are to be conserved, whether for the benefit of the many or the use and profit of the few. This is the heart of this conservation problem today.
This investigation has come about largely because of the insistence of myself and others like me that there is too much going on behind the scenes which we do not know about. Yet, in advance of this inquiry, the President has seen fit to whitewash his Secretary of the Interior, I say on insufficient evidence or on no evidence at all.
Mr. Paris.
Yes, Senator?
You heard me state that this inquiry was directed at the conservation policy, did you not?
I did, sir, but
now you seek to turn it into a personal investigation of Secretary Martin. And you have virtually called the President a liar.
I want only one thing, the truth.
As chairman of this committee, I now call a recess to determine whether we will discuss your letter as a piece of effrontery or make it the basis for formal charges against Secretary Martin.
Mr. Paris, I don't understand what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to make this government's conservation policy mean what it says.
You've implied that I'm a liar and that Martin is a crook. Instead of clarifying the situation, you've turned the investigation into a trial of Jim Martin. Is that what you want?
The whole situation has got to be aired.
Aired? All you're doing is casting doubt and suspicion on an honest public servant. He's as anxious as you and I to see this thing corrected.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Besides, you're making it harder for me to put forward a plan I have.
I? And how?
By making people suspicious of each other's motives. Mr. Paris, I believe you are sincere in your desire for a sound conservation policy, as we all are.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, you can help me to see that the necessary changes are made by withdrawing that letter.
May I go, Mr. President? I'm afraid I have nothing more to say.
That's all for today, Mr. President.
Thanks, Miss Sarah.
Is there anything else before I go?
No, thank you.
May I say something, Mr. President?
Yes, of course.
You know, it's 3 weeks since I've heard you laugh. Is it the Martin investigation?
Well, partly.
Is there any way I can help?
Can you drive away ghosts?
I tried once, nearly frightened myself to death.
I know Martin's an honest man. I believe Paris is, and Conrad, too. Yet look at them in this investigation, calling each other liars, hinting about motives, reasons, trying to destroy each other.
They've made you doubt them, too, haven't they?
That's the worst part of it. And I know better. How do you fight off ghosts like that, Miss Sarah?
You told me yourself. Look 'em right in the eye.
Yeah, I know. I've tried that.
And it wasn't successful for you either?
No, not this time. Oh, tell me, is Mrs. Brown's ghost still prowling?
Oh, it has the whole staff in a ridiculous state of terror.
Where is Mrs. Brown now?
She's in her room, I suppose.
Well, I'm going to try a little experiment, Miss Sarah. Ask Mrs. Brown to meet me in the cellar. Is this where you saw him, Mrs. Brown, here in the cellar?
This is where he touched me, Mr. President. I swear it was.
Well, let me put on some lights, Mrs. Brown. Now, look around, Mrs. Brown. Look around. Tell me if you see any ghosts.
He doesn't like to show himself in the light.
Oh, I'll bet you he doesn't. And when he does show himself in the dark, he isn't really there.
Oh, he is.
Mrs. Brown, why did you invent this ghost?
Oh, I didn't.
I don't deny you believe you have seen this little boy, but it's your imagination. There's no such thing as a ghost, Mrs. Brown. Now, come on. Won't you tell me?
Nobody likes me, Mr. President.
Oh.
None of them. And they won't talk to me ever. None of the servants. I wanted to frighten them, and I did. Oh, you don't understand.
Oh, I think I do, Mrs. Brown.
You, the president, with your life full of people who admire you and pay attention to you, do everything you ask of them? Oh, you're never lonely.
Mrs. Brown, no one needs to be lonely. Every one of us is necessary to someone else.
Me necessary?
To all of us here in the White House.
What I do isn't important. Nobody
Will you
cares.
make me a promise? Will you promise me you will stop thinking about whether or not you're lonely and try to help the others?
I don't understand, Mr. President.
Well, make me that promise, Mrs. Brown, that instead of thinking of your own loneliness, you'll try to make friends and help the other servants to be happy. You'll never want to see that ghost again or frighten anybody with him. Will you promise, Mrs. Brown?
I'll try, Mr. President. I'll promise you that much. I'll try.
That's fine.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
They're here.
Both of them, Miss Sarah?
I've put Secretary Martin in one room and Mr. Paris in another.
Good. Have you heard from the Senate?
Yes, this message just arrived. It's very good news, Mr.
The formal
President.
notice that Jim Martin was cleared?
Yes, the Senate committee completely repudiated Mr. Paris's letter. This should drive away the ghosts entirely, shouldn't it?
No, not quite. There's another ghost. Unless I can get Martin and Paris to face it with me, I'll lose everything that I've been trying to do. These men have got to cooperate with this plan of mine or it'll fail. All right, have them both come in. Mr. Martin, Mr. Paris, I appreciate your coming here. It's perhaps embarrassing for both of you.
Mr. President, believe me, I'm so glad the investigation is over, I can't be angry at anybody or embarrassed.
Mr. Paris, for a long time, I couldn't see how to bring this situation to an end.
It seems to have ended already, Mr. President.
I mean, with a really good result. Here I've had to sit by for weeks and watch you two try to destroy each other. I've watched a young man, Conrad, risk his career. And why?
We believed we had good reason.
Now, look here, Paris.
Just a moment, gentlemen, just a moment. Both of you are devoted public servants. Both of you are in favor of conservation. But instead of seeing that differences of opinion can be sincere, you threw doubt and suspicion on each other. Unreal doubt and suspicion. And now do you see how destructive that can be? Are you getting my point?
Once you said something to me about ghosts, Mr. President.
No. They don't exist. Except here, in your mind. The only trouble is, if you believe in them, they do exist. What I'm trying to do now is let in some daylight. You see?
Mr. President, you spoke once to me of a plan you had for public mineral lands. Are you asking that both of us support you?
Well, you've hit it, Mr. Paris. I'm going to ask Congress to set up a Bureau of Mines in the Department of the Interior. A first step toward conserving our national wealth. The whole plan will fail without proper support from both the Department of Agriculture and the Interior. Well, gentlemen, I need your combined support. Will I have it?
Of course, Mr. President.
And you, Mr. Paris?
It'd be hard for me not to support it, wouldn't it, Mr. President?
Miss Sarah?
Well, is everything all right now, Mr. President?
Oh, yes, fine. I just wanted to say that Jim Martin and Paris are staying for dinner.
Mr. President, it's 5:45.
Really?
Really, I can't expect Mrs. Brown to throw just anything on the table.
Miss Sarah, are you sure you're not creating a ghost of your own?
What?
Isn't Mrs. Brown's concern over an additional guest just a figment of your own imagination?
But on such short notice,
Miss
Mr.
Sarah,
President.
if I live to be 100, I'll never understand why the cook can't fix a couple of extra chops and throw in another potato.
All right, Mr. President. I'll tell Mrs. Brown to throw in another potato.
Oh, Miss Sarah.
Yes, Mr.
Maybe it wouldn't strain our staff relations too much if you made that 2 extra potatoes. Huh?
All right, Mr. President.
Good night.
Good night. Mr.
Good night, Miss
President.
Sarah. Now I wonder if you've been able to guess which president I was when all this happened. Well, the time was 1910. And that means that William Howard Taft lived in the White House then. Mr. President. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
This
Mr. Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Unfinished Dance, starring Margaret O'Brien with Sid Charisse, Karen Booth, and Danny Thomas. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah is played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President William Howard Taft. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the President's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, it's a funny thing. We always like a man who wants to get ahead, carpenter, inventor, or a businessman. But when he wants to become president, it seems to be different, as you'll see in tonight's story. Now, which president was I when these events took place? I'll tell you later on, of course, but meanwhile, I think you may be able to guess. Late one afternoon, at the end of a busy White House day, I was in the study with my secretary, Miss Sarah. I tell you, Miss Sarah, anyone who wants to be president of the United States is crazy.
You wanted to be president, Mr.
Well,
President.
I didn't know then what I know now. Look at me. All I do all day is bend over this desk and sign papers. I've signed my name so many times I can't spell it anymore.
Good heavens, I'd better look these papers over. If you have spelled your name wrong, it might not be legal.
Well, these are all job appointments, Miss Sarah. Nobody will find anything the matter with them as long as the jobs are good.
Mr. President, this is all necessary work.
Changing half the people in the government, pushing men out, putting new ones in. Oh, I must have been crazy to want this job.
Well, maybe you'll feel better if I tell you the Thompsons are here. Secretary Thompson and...
Mrs. Thompson? Well, why didn't you tell me before?
They're in the small reception room.
That's another thing the matter with being president. Things go on behind my back. Nobody tells me anything until I pull it out of them.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sarah.
I know exactly how you feel.
Oh, good. Let's go. You know, this Peggy Thompson's first visit to the White House, Miss Sarah.
I suppose Secretary Thompson is very happy.
Naturally. Marriage is just as exciting for a middle-aged man as for a youngster.
Maybe more so, especially if the lady is as beautiful as Peggy Thompson. Mr. President, I suppose the gossip about them will drop off now.
Well, what if it doesn't? Gossip hurts only the gossipers.
This is Washington, Mr. President.
Yes, but people are people and gossipers aren't. That's true even in Washington. Well, here we are. Well, Peggy, I'm very glad to see you.
Mr. President, I'm very glad to see you.
You know, we both have new jobs since the last time we met.
Yes, but yours is much easier, even if you did marry George Thompson. How are you, George?
Never better, sir. Thank you.
President, you're expecting the vice president, aren't you? I'll wait in my office for you.
Well, show him in here when he comes, will you, Miss Sarah? And then join us yourself.
Thank you, I will.
Now sit down, both of you. Tell me, you need any advice?
Well, we've been getting a great deal of it, Mr. President, like all newly married couples.
George, maybe the president can give us some good advice.
You know, Peggy, George and I used to share living quarters together. He could never keep track of his shirts, and he was always borrowing mine. I cured him by borrowing his shirts.
If that's the worst trouble George and I ever have, I'll be a very happy woman.
That is the worst trouble you'll ever have, Peggy.
Now, then, I've given you all the advice you need.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes, Ralph.
I've got tea here for Mrs. Thompson and you and Secretary Thompson.
Tea, Peggy?
Thank you.
George?
Well, haven't you got any... never mind, Ralph. Tea.
Good. Tea for me, too, Ralph. And, Ralph.
Sir?
These cups. Haven't you got any bigger ones?
Yes, sir. But these are the lady cups.
Oh, they're not cups. They're thimbles.
Well, being as it's tea, sir, I thought maybe thimbles are big enough.
Ralph, you're a man after my own heart.
All right, Ralph. Peggy, you'll have to pour.
Certainly.
Peggy, the White House will have to do better for you and George than just tea and thimbles. I think a dinner party, a small one, as soon as we can arrange it.
Oh, I'd love that.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
The vice president, Mr. Wood.
Oh, thank you. Come in, John. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Hello, Thompson. Hello, Wood.
John, you know Mrs. Thompson.
Good to see you, Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Wood.
Have a thimbleful of tea, John?
I'd like to, sir, but may I speak to you a moment privately?
Yes, of course, of course. Over here by the window. The rest of you go right ahead.
Of course, Mr. President.
Well, what is it, John?
I hope you'll take this the way I mean it, Mr. President.
Well, go ahead and we'll see.
It's about all the government appointments you're making.
Now, don't tell me you've got a lot more recommendations to make. I've got 4 of your people in the cabinet now.
Most of the recommendations are coming from Secretary of State Martin Hunter, aren't they?
Yes.
Do you realize why?
Well, to build up our party organization and to carry out our policies.
Your policies, Mr. President, or his?
Ours. Mine. Yours. His and the cabinet's.
I've been watching Hunter, Mr. President. I think you ought to be warned.
Against him? Oh, come on, John. You can be frank with me. We're old friends.
I think it's dangerous for you to have a man in your cabinet who wants the next nomination for president.
John, even if that's true, you have nothing to worry about. You know I want only one term and that I'm going to urge you on the party as the next candidate.
I'm not thinking of the next term. I'm thinking of this term. Martin Hunter can make you a lot of trouble. Please watch him carefully, sir.
Thank you, John. I will.
Mr. President, I've got to warn you about John Wood.
Sit down, Martin.
Thank you.
You want to warn me about John Wood? In what way?
I see I've touched a sore point, Mr. President.
You know, I'm just a little puzzled. What about John Wood?
Several years ago, you remember the legislature of South Carolina adopted a certain resolution?
No, the one about federal laws, you mean?
Yes. It said that South Carolina reserved the right to ignore any laws made by Congress that it didn't like.
Oh, that's ridiculous. No single state can defy the laws of all the states.
South Carolina thinks it can.
That's vicious nonsense.
You know who wrote that resolution?
Everybody knows. The legislature of South Carolina.
Your vice president, John Wood.
What?
I was surprised, too, Mr. President, but it's absolutely true.
Well, can you prove it?
In a court of law, if I have to. You see what it means, don't you, sir? Wood's ideas are really the exact opposite of your own, but he's concealed that fact.
Oh, there must be some other explanation. Why would he do that?
Well, I think it's plain, sir. He wants to be the next president.
Oh, that's what he says about you.
I see nothing wrong in a man's wanting the highest honor he can possibly get. I do see something wrong in how he goes after it.
Are you serious, Martin? You mean Wood hopes to make himself president by means of that South Carolina resolution? Well, how, for heaven's sake?
Well, sir, I have a theory.
Let's hear it.
Congress has just passed a new tariff bill. A number of southern states, South Carolina chiefly, are going to object to it. Their reason that the new duties on foreign goods will be good for eastern manufacturers and bad for South Carolina. They say it'll raise prices.
Oh, and you think John would will encourage his state to defy the new law?
Sir, he's already busy at it. The idea seems to be that South Carolina might refuse to allow you to collect the new duties.
Well, I don't know. But to keep his real attitude secret for so long, I can't understand that.
Obviously, sir, he's been waiting for the right issue, and the new tariff bill seems to be it.
I don't know. I can't believe Wood is that kind of a man.
You can't believe me. Is that it, sir?
I'll tell you that, Martin, after I've talked to him. In fact, I'm expecting him here in a few minutes anyway. And thanks for your warning, Martin.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Hunter?
Leaving now, Mr. Hunter?
Yes, Ralph.
It's a mighty fine day outdoors, sir.
Well, it's not a bad day indoors, Ralph.
I'm glad to hear that, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Oh, Mr. Wood.
Hello, Hunter.
On your way to see the president?
Yes.
Could you spare me a moment or so?
Right here.
If you like. Beautiful day.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's one thing we agree on, at any rate.
Meaning there's not much else, hmm?
I thought this was a good chance for us to understand each other.
Oh, I think I understand you, Hunter.
Oh?
You're a very ambitious man.
Is that a compliment or an accusation?
You'd like to be in the White House.
Well, I'm not an impatient man, Wood. I may have to wait 8 years.
You're a comparatively young man, Hunter.
But I don't want to wait more than 8 years.
Oh? You're sure the president will have 2 terms?
I know that he only wants one. And that you were made vice president with the understanding that you'd be president after that.
I see. And you expect me to last only 1 term?
If you get it.
Oh, you want the next nomination.
I don't want you to have it.
Thanks for the warning.
You know, the president thinks that you agree with him, say, about the new tariff bill.
Put it the other way. I think he agrees with me.
And my guess is that you're wrong, Wood. And that mistake is going to cost you the next presidential nomination.
In other words, you'll see to that. Is that what you mean?
If you make the mistake that I think you're making, and frankly, I hope you do.
Hunter, I take it we're open enemies.
If you turn against the president, you and your 4 friends in the cabinet.
Hunter, you said you don't want to wait 8 years to enter the White House. If there's anything I can do about it, you'll wait the rest of your life. And it's very interesting, isn't it? We met just now as you're leaving the White House, and I'm going in.
Is it true, John? Did you really write that South Carolina resolution?
I object to this kind of questioning, Mr. President.
I do, too. But now that I've been told about it, I've got to know.
I make it a practice to ignore rumors, sir.
John, you and I were put on our ticket together for definite reasons. Our ideas were a lot alike. And I had another reason. I felt I could have absolute faith in you. If I was wrong about that, it changes everything now, doesn't it?
I don't know of anything I want to see changed, Mr. President. And I can't be responsible for gossip.
Is it gossip that you were the real author of that resolution?
The legislature wrote it.
I'm told that you did.
Well, yes, I did.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
For an obvious reason, Mr. President. It had to appear as the work of the legislature, not of one man.
But look here, we've had dozens of political discussions. You let me think you agreed with me when you really thought exactly the opposite. I don't believe any state has the right to defy a federal law, and you do.
Our ideas could be reconciled, Mr. President.
That's impossible. Why weren't you open and above board about this?
I don't see anything wrong in our having contrary opinions.
Oh, don't you, on a basic question like this?
Mr. President, you remember I did warn you about the tariff bill. It's going to touch off trouble in my state. The authorities may refuse to allow the federal government to collect the duties because they'll raise prices. And I warn you again, now there'll be trouble.
I thought that was a sincere warning. I see now you want that trouble. That's the issue you've been waiting for. Well, you're vice president, and we've got to manage together somehow for the rest of the term. But you'd better know it right now. I'm not going to recommend you as the candidate to succeed me. If you want to be the next president, you won't do it with my help.
It was Hunter who started this misunderstanding, wasn't it?
Yes, he gave me the information.
I've told you he has his own eye on the White House.
And you have yours. I don't object to that in itself.
I'm sorry this has happened, Mr. President.
I'm sure you are. Now you can't be what you hope to be. The real president with me is your spokesman. But I'm not your president. You're my vice president. Think that over and decide if you want peace or open war between us.
Which pair of shoes do you want, Mr. President?
Oh, the black ones, Ralph.
With the black suit, sir?
That's right.
How about something more cheerful, sir?
Well, I'm not feeling cheerful, Ralph.
Well, this gray suit would make you feel much better. Besides, Miss Sarah always say that you looked better in gray than in black.
That brings up a question, Ralph. Do we dress to please other people or ourselves?
That depends, sir. On vanity, sir.
Oh.
Vanity's a terrible thing. And if you insist on that black suit only to please yourself, that's vanity, sir.
Ralph, I'll wear the gray suit.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Sure.
Ralph, may I see the president?
Mr. President, Secretary Thompson is here.
Oh, show him in. Come in. Captain, come in.
Come in, please, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, hello, George. I'll finish dressing later, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
Miss Sarah said I could come up, Mr. President. I only dropped in to be sociable.
Well, I'm not feeling very sociable at the moment. But since you're here, you'd better know.
Something about Jim Wood? He went past me downstairs just now without saying a word.
Well, he and I have virtually split.
So quickly?
It may affect the cabinet very seriously. There are 4 men who will probably side with him on the tariff, for instance.
Oh, couldn't you ask him to resign before trouble starts?
I haven't a real excuse. Wood may change his attitude.
But, sir, if he doesn't...
Well, we'll see. Tell me, how's Peggy?
Oh, fine. She sends you her regards, of course.
By the way, we haven't had that little dinner party for you yet.
Oh, don't worry about it, sir. We've been, pretty busy with social events anyway.
Oh, really? And how's Peggy enjoying it?
Oh, fine, I think.
You think?
Well, you know the gossip there was about her while her first husband was drinking himself to death in Europe, and I was falling in love with her here in Washington.
Well, you and Peggy just ignore it, that's all. Where are you going tonight?
To the Navy ball. I didn't want to go, but Peggy's anxious.
Well, she's right. The only way to fight gossip is to meet it head on. Have a good time, George.
It was outrageous, Mr. President, and I've heard exactly the same description from half a dozen people who were at the Navy ball last night.
Now, Miss Sarah, maybe it wasn't as bad as all that.
Mrs. Wood snubbed her first.
John Wood's wife?
You know how she is, Mr. President.
Oh, she's a fine woman, Miss Sarah.
Well, certainly, but she's also the self-appointed social ruler of Washington. Mr. Thompson walked up to Mr. and Mrs. Wood at the ball. Mrs. Thompson was beside him, of course. And when she came near, Mrs. Wood very elaborately turned away. It was a deliberate insult.
Oh, I feel very sorry for Peggy.
After that, most of the other women snubbed her, too. The Thompsons went home early.
Mm-hmm. John Wood's wife started it, huh?
Obviously because of that gossip.
Maybe. I mean, maybe there's more to it than that.
More to it?
Maybe that snub was really meant for me.
Oh.
Through Peggy Thompson and her husband. Hey, Miss Sarah, I'm going to give a dinner party for the cabinet, let's say, next week.
Is this the dinner for the Thompsons we were talking about?
Well, in a way, except I want the whole cabinet invited and Mr. and Mrs. John Wood. Get the invitations out as soon as you can, Miss Sarah.
I beg pardon, Mr. President.
Yes, Ralph.
When will you be wanting us to serve dinner, sir?
Well, we'll wait a little longer, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes, Peggy?
I don't think anyone else is coming.
You're sure there were no messages, Miss Sarah?
Only those that I gave you, Mr. President. The last one from Mr. Wood, saying that Mrs. Wood had a sudden headache.
I didn't think John would dare to stay away. Did you, Martin?
Well, it seems to me he's the only one who dare stay away. He's the vice president. He can't be punished. The cabinet members can.
Well, I won't punish men politically for the social mistakes their wives forced them to make. You understand that, of course, don't you, Peggy?
Mr. President, this is all my fault. If I'd known when you invited us that you were doing this on my account...
Oh, not altogether.
Mr. President, it seems to me that
I'm the one to blame.
That's nonsense, George.
Peggy's my wife, so there's no reason for you to fight our social battles for us.
Oh, it's a lot more than a social battle, George, if I understand the president.
You're right, Martin. And I think I'm right. But look here, we needn't be sad about it. There's a good dinner waiting for us. Let's enjoy it, shall we?
By all means.
Let's go. Peggy, my arm.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, by the way, Martin, I wish you'd drop in the first thing in the morning. I want you here when John Wood comes to see me. Sit down, Martin. Now, John, I want you to understand this. Peggy Thompson is a fine woman, and I do my best for her under any conditions. I do it for your wife under the same conditions.
I'm sure my wife would be obliged, Mr. President.
But I had still another reason for giving the dinner last night. I wanted you to know I understand exactly what you started the other night at the Navy Ball.
I started?
When your wife insulted Mrs. Thompson.
My wife makes her own social decisions, sir.
I'd like to believe that. But I think I know better. Peggy Thompson is a fine woman. But you went out of your way to hurt and insult her, only to make trouble for me, to break up the cabinet and hamstring the administration.
The cabinet is one thing, Mr. President. Social standards are another.
Oh, not in Washington, Wood.
I'll be frank, John. The dinner failed, but it showed me how far you're willing to go and what kind of weapons you're willing to use.
The matter would be solved if George Thompson resigned from the cabinet.
Do you think I'd let him leave the cabinet for a reason like that?
If he can't get along with the other cabinet members?
He gets along with Martin Hunter, all right.
I'm sure Wood means his 4 friends in the cabinet.
You could hardly ask them to resign because of a social quarrel, Mr. President.
Well, why don't you suggest that Hunter resign, too?
I suggest nothing, Mr. President.
John, I warn you. I'm willing to respect your political convictions, but you're going at it the wrong way.
I've got to go the way my conscience tells me. I made a mistake in thinking we could ever agree. I stand for the people in the tariff bill. You're selling the people out.
By no means, Wood. You're only twisting the issue to suit yourself.
I can't twist my convictions, Hunter. Mr. President, I'm going to fight that fight as long as I live.
All right. But I suggest you use more honest weapons.
Good day, Mr. President.
Well, Martin?
He's a hard fighter, Mr. President.
Well, you can be frank. So far, he's beating me, isn't he? He can hold a majority of the cabinet right in his hand.
Well, you know, sir, he's right about Thompson resigning.
Oh, that would be very unfair.
After all, Thompson is the source of the trouble.
Well, how can I ask him to resign now? I'd be conceding defeat to Wood. The same thing prevents me from asking Wood's 4 men in the cabinet to resign. The only excuse I have is this teacup murder.
Well, I have a suggestion, sir.
Well, I'd be happy to hear it.
Suppose I resign.
You? Why, you're not implicated in this mess. Why sacrifice yourself?
Well, just the same, sir. You see what it would do? Thompson could resign at the same time without admitting that it's because of his wife.
Well, you'd be risking your future.
I leave that to you, Mr. President.
And Thompson's. Now, wait a minute. Martin, you may have a very, very good idea there.
I'm sure of it, sir.
I mean, better than you think. Miss Sorrow.
Yes, Mr. President.
Come in, Miss Sorrow. I want you to send a letter. The same letter to all cabinet members except Mr. Hunter and Mr. Thompson.
Yes, I'm ready, Mr. President.
Dear, and then fill in each name.
Of course.
As you know, I have accepted the resignations of Secretary of State Hunter and Secretary of War Thompson. This compels me...
I beg your pardon, Mr. President. Have they resigned? You resigned, Mr. Hunter?
We will have by the time this letter is sent.
What was I saying, Miss Sorrow?
Secretary of War Thompson, this compels me.
Oh, yes. This compels me to reorganize my entire cabinet along different lines. And therefore...
I see what you're doing, Mr. President.
It'll work, won't it?
I'm sure it will.
Along somewhat different lines, and therefore...
Yes. And therefore, since you will not be in sympathy with our future policies, I would appreciate receiving your resignation. I think John Wood's going to be surprised to find himself so alone in the administration. John, I want you to see this list before I make it public.
Your new cabinet, I presume.
Look at it carefully.
I have.
I made a bad mistake in my first cabinet.
thinking that you and I had the same ideas, and I accepted 4 of your men. Now they're gone. You and the people who think like you have no allies in my administration anymore, except you.
I have allies in my own state, in Virginia and elsewhere.
John, for the last time, don't you realize where your ideas will take you?
It's where they'll take the country that I'm interested in.
Here you are, the vice president of the whole country, and you're leading your state into defiance of the federal government. Don't you see where that can lead?
We're right. The country will go our way.
Very well. I can't make you see it. But I am ready for you now, John. For an open fight the whole country can understand. No more hiding behind petticoats. No more secret political maneuvers. Out in the open.
As you say.
You know, John, we might have done some great things together. But you've turned the wrong way. And you're going to lose. You're not going to be the next president. And you're not going any further in this fight because you're going to lose it. Now, you go ahead, John. I'm ready for you. Well, George, you'll make a fine ambassador to Spain, and Peggy will make a fine ambassador's wife.
Mr. President, we're very grateful to you.
Oh, she's right, Mr. President.
Oh, never mind that. It's all worked out very well, hasn't it?
Yes, there's only one trouble, Mr. President.
What's that, Martin?
I'm going to England as ambassador, alone.
I'm not worried about you, Martin. You'll get along beautifully in London. Good night, Mr. President.
Goodbye, sir. Thank you again.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mrs. Thompson.
And have a pleasant voyage, and write to me often, all of you, won't you?
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye.
And you won't leave me in England too long, will you?
You know, I've been thinking, Martin. Of course, there's time yet, but suppose I ran for a second term. Wouldn't you like to be vice president?
You, sure you could beat John Wood?
Well, if I don't, maybe I'll join you in England.
I'm not worried about that. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye.
Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Hunter. Well, Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
Did I hear you say something to Mr. Hunter about your running for a second term?
Why, well, yes. I only mentioned it, of course.
But you said that any man who wants to be president is crazy.
I said that, Miss Sarah? Oh, never.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but why? I love this job.
Now, I wonder how I ever got the other impression.
I haven't the faintest idea, Miss Sarah.
No, neither have I. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Good night. Well, maybe you've guessed by now that the president of tonight's story was Andrew Jackson in the year 1832. His vice president was the brilliant John C. Calhoun, who soon led South Carolina into the famous nullification fight and almost open rebellion 30 years before the Civil War, and who never did achieve his ambition to become president. And the man called Martin Hunter this evening was Martin Van Buren, who did reach the White House in 1837. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Song of Love, starring Katharine Hepburn, Paul Henreid, and Robert Walker. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings. Directed tonight by Charles Powers. John Wood was played by Ted Osborne. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Andrew Jackson. Music was composed by Al Datz and conducted by Nathan Kroll. This is Don Lowe inviting you to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President.
Now, here's a special program note. What can we do to improve religious and racial relationships in America? Be sure to hear this question discussed on America's Town Meeting next Tuesday night. This is ABC.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. The true human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and only one window on the ground floor shows a light. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. We enter and find ourselves in the President's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? I suppose everybody has trouble sometimes persuading the women folk in his family. I had it one time in the White House, and before it was settled, it grew into an international incident. Now, later on, I'll tell you which president this story happened to. But meanwhile, I think you may be able to guess. One evening about 6:30, I was in my room standing before a mirror and getting ready to attend a large banquet that was being given for me at a hotel. Yes?
May I come in, Uncle?
Oh, certainly, Harriet. You can help me tie this tie.
Why can't men ever tie dress ties? I always have to tie Edward's. Now, turn around, please.
Well, if we could tie dress ties, beautiful young ladies wouldn't do it for us.
I'm sorry.
Be careful.
Uncle,
Mm-hmm.
have you noticed Edward?
Of course, he's my favorite nephew and my favorite aide. What do you mean?
You're not working him too hard, are you?
Oh, I don't think I could if I tried. He's like you, Harriet. He has a slight tendency to overdo. Don't choke me.
I'm
Wait
sorry.
a moment.
I think he has a slight tendency toward not looking well. Scares me, Uncle. There. Look at yourself in the mirror.
Well, now, I couldn't have done it better myself. You know, Harriet, I'm glad we're having these few moments alone before the banquet. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Nothing too solemn, I hope, Uncle?
Oh, no, but now you're engaged to Henry Johnson. You mustn't keep him waiting much longer.
Well, I waited for him, don't forget.
Oh, that's true, too. Only don't punish him too hard, will you?
We plan to be married in 3 weeks.
Well, what would you say if after the dinner this evening I announced your engagement?
Oh, wonderful. If Henry doesn't mind and Edward.
Oh, they'll like the idea, I'm sure. Harriet, I'm very anxious for you to be happy. I've tried to be a little more than an uncle to you and Edward. And the only way I can tell if I succeeded or not is if
You've done wonderfully, Uncle.
Yes?
Harriet, are you in there?
Oh, yes, I am, Edward.
Well, Henry's here with me. He wants to see you.
Oh, come in, both of you. Come in.
Oh, beg pardon, sir, but my future brother-in-law wants to see my sister.
Don't you want to see me, Edward?
Husbands before brothers, even future husbands. Here she is, Henry.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
You mind if I take Harriet away just for a few minutes before the banquet?
Of course I mind, Mr. Johnson. But you go right ahead.
Come along, Harriet.
I see you downstairs, Uncle.
Yes.
Don't be late, Edward.
Don't worry.
Oh, Edward.
Yes, sir?
Harriet's a little worried about your health. Isn't it all right?
Harriet always worries about me like a mother hen, sir. I'm quite all right, sir.
Good. Would you hand me my coat, please?
Oh, yes. Let me help you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Shall we go downstairs?
I can see you're not very impressed with the dinner this evening, Henry.
Oh, I'm very impressed. There'll be hundreds of people there, and I've never had dinner with you alone.
You have years of being alone with me ahead of you. Right now, for instance.
All right, then kiss me.
You were a long time getting the idea, I must say.
Why can't we have the wedding sooner?
Oh, which reminds me. Uncle wants to announce our engagement tonight after the dinner.
It was announced a long time ago.
In Baltimore, darling, and in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This is Washington.
Naturally, I'd be honored. Come on, kiss me again.
Oh, of course, darling. You let so much time go by in between. Harriet, is the president with you? Oh, I beg your pardon. Henry was only kissing me, Miss Sarah. This is my fiancé, Henry Johnston. Miss Sarah, Uncle's secretary.
How do you do, Miss Sarah?
How do you do, Mr. Johnston? A message has just come for the president. I wonder where...
Are you looking for me, Miss Sarah?
Oh, yes, Mr. President. A message for you from the State Department.
Oh, thank you. Miss Sarah, I have the State Department ask the British ambassador to come to see me tomorrow morning.
Was there any trouble, Mr.
The
President?
British have sent a squadron of warships into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, this is a large banquet, isn't it?
Uncle, what are you going to tell the British ambassador tomorrow?
I want him to tell me something, Harriet. Exactly why they've sent ships into the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico.
Well, it must be to stop and search our ships, sir.
Well, I'm not going to let them frighten us into joining the international agreement, if that's what they're after.
Well, sir, what if we joined of our own free will?
Oh, you're back to that, are you?
Oh, I think Edward's right, Uncle.
Oh, you do?
You'll never stop ships from carrying contraband goods all over the world unless every country lets every other country search their ships.
Well, I didn't know any of that interested you, Harriet.
Oh, it does very much.
You know, Harriet, you used to tell me I was too solemn. Now you've changed. You've grown.
What? Have I put on weight? Have I, Edward?
Not a pound, I'm sure.
I mean, Harriet, you've grown from a harum-scarum girl into a beautiful woman.
Oh, well, that's better. Never tell a girl she's grown without finishing the sentence.
Remember that, Mr. Johnson. will you?
Yes, sir.
Edward, aren't you hungry?
I thought I was. I guess I'm not.
Mr. President.
Yes, Miss Arnold.
May I speak to you away from the table if you don't mind?
Why, of course. Will you excuse me, Harriet? What is it, Miss Arnold?
Several guests have complained of the food. Mrs. Thompson felt suddenly ill and her husband took her home. A number of others have complained, too.
Oh, that's outrageous. You'd better get hold of the manager.
Yes, of course. I only wanted to be sure that...
Mr. President! What is it? What is it?
Edward, something's happened to him. He's terribly pale and he fainted.
Before I could help him, he fell from his chair, Mr. President.
Let me see.
Oh, Uncle, I'm frightened. He looks so ill.
Miss Sarah, have Dr. Mott come here at once.
Mr. President.
Good morning, Ralph.
How are you feeling now, sir?
Well, pretty bad, Ralph. I didn't feel it until quite late last evening. How's Mr. Lane?
Well, here's some of that tonic, Mr. President. Dr. Mott fixed it for you.
It'll only make me feel worse. Ooh. Have you heard if Miss Sarah's all right?
Well, she come in the office downstairs early. But she says 6 other people at dinner last night is awful sick.
And Miss Lane?
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
It's Dr. Mott, sir.
Oh, good. Come in, Doctor, won't you? Come in.
I'll be waiting outside, sir.
All right, Ralph. Well, Doctor, how are all your patients doing?
Just let me take a look at you, sir. Say ah, please. Did you sleep all right, sir?
No.
Now, the first thing, Mr. President, will you have Miss Sarah cancel all your appointments for the next week or so?
Well, now, wait a moment. There's one appointment I can't cancel. The British ambassador this morning.
But you're not well enough,
The
sir.
others can wait, but I've got to see him. I insist on that, Dr. Mott. Now, tell me how the others are.
Mr. President, as a result of food poisoning last night, 5 of the guests have died.
Died? Who, Doctor?
Mrs. Thompson, Commissioner Randolph, and his daughter.
Randolph. His daughter. She was only 18, Doctor.
Yes, I know. And Judge Benson.
Oh, this is a terrible tragedy, Doctor. We'll have to take some sort of action against the hotel and somehow help the families of those people. Doctor, you said
You said 5 people died, but you mentioned only 4 names.
Just an hour ago, sir, at 7 o'clock, Edward Lane died.
Edward? Oh, no, it's impossible.
He hadn't a strong constitution, sir. He was badly run down.
Doctor, You know, Edward was more like a son to me than... Has Harriet been told?
She was with us when it happened, Mr. President.
Well, I've got to get dressed.
But you can't get up, Mr. President. You're very ill yourself.
I've got to talk to her.
Even so, Mr. President. Yes?
Oh, Harriet, come in, won't you?
You'll excuse me, Mr. President. I'll look in again in a little while.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Harriet.
He was the finest brother a girl ever had. I can't believe it.
Tell me, do you want me to send for your Aunt Helen?
All the time we were growing up together, whenever I cried, he knew how to make me laugh. No matter what went wrong, I always knew he'd be... You loved him too, didn't you?
All of us did, Harriet.
Uncle, I'm not going home again. I'd feel too far away from him. I've got to stay here if you let me.
Harriet, you've got your own life to live. I know how you feel. I feel the same way, but you'll get over this grief in time.
No, I won't.
Oh, Harriet.
I told Henry I'm going to stay. He didn't understand. We had a quarrel. He's gone home, and we're not going to be married.
But, Harriet...
You won't make me leave, will you?
No, of course not. Of course not.
Are you all right, Uncle?
Oh, I think so. Would you do me a favor? I think Dr. Mount is in the corridor, and possibly the British ambassador has come in.
Oh, you shouldn't see anyone, Uncle.
Well, I have no choice, Harriet.
I'll show them in.
If you will.
Dr. Mott, will you go in, please?
Thank you, Miss Lane. Mr. President, the British ambassador, I've explained that this interview must be very short, and I'm going to stay in the room just to make sure.
Very well, Dr. Mount.
Mr. President, my most sincere condolences for the tragedy of last night and your own illness.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I'm still pretty weak, as you can see, but do you mind if I come straight to the point?
I beg you, sir.
Your government is sending warships into the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. Does that squadron have orders to stop and search American merchant ships?
London feels very strongly about contraband on the high seas. It hurts our foreign trade. It can hurt yours.
We take care of our own problems. We don't stand for other people doing it, no matter what danger it leads us to.
Mr. President, that's a threat. Would public opinion here back you up?
Now, look here.
Mr. President, be careful, please, sir.
Oh, all right, Doctor, all right. Now, Mr. Ambassador, let's not mince words. If those ships of yours touch one American vessel, I guarantee you trouble. Is that clear?
I'll report this conversation to London, Mr. President. May I wish you an early return to good health, most sincerely?
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, most sincerely.
Good morning, Mr. President. I'm glad to see you back at your desk.
I feel like a stranger, Miss Sarah. 3 weeks in bed is a long time. Well, where do we begin?
Well, first about the Federal Hotel. The owners closed it.
Well, did you visit the families of the people who died?
Yes, I offered them all the help the White House could give. They appreciated it very much.
I wish there were more we could do. Well, there's still work to be done. Has there been any further news of the British ships in the Gulf?
Not a word, Mr. President.
You know, the British ambassador scared me that morning.
Well, you were very ill.
Apart from that, he said he wondered if public opinion would back me up. If there's a clash.
Why, of course it would, Mr. President.
Well, I don't know. If we have trouble, it'll come fast. Maybe there won't be time to arouse the people. Well, let's be glad nothing's happened yet. Is there anything else?
Yes, quite a few things, including a letter from Harriet's aunt asking...
Good morning, Uncle.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Come in, dear.
Good morning, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Harriet.
Welcome back to work, Uncle.
I'll be outside at my desk, Mr. President.
Oh, thank you. Harriet, I have to write to your Aunt Helen. She wants to know when you're coming home. You don't mind my talking about it now, do you?
I'm not going home, Uncle. Unless you make me go.
Well, I'd like to explain it all to your aunt, especially since you and Henry Johnson...
Uncle, you don't think I'm a fool, do you?
No, I know how attached you were to Edward.
And it's not as if I'd be a burden on you.
Nonsense. I like having you here, only...
I've thought it all over carefully. Truly, I have. Later in the season, I can be your White House hostess. You do need someone.
Well, you'd be the most beautiful hostess the White House ever had.
Then it's all settled?
Well, yes, it's all settled.
I knew it would be.
Oh, did you? You know, Harriet, I'm glad to see you smile again. Now, out with you while Miss Sarah and I get on with running the country.
Oh. Yes? Who is it?
May I talk to you, Harriet?
Oh, Uncle. Come in.
Harriet. I thought I heard you crying.
Me? No, I wasn't crying.
It's over 2 months now, Harriet. Is it still about Edward?
I get so lonely. I'm sorry, Uncle. I meant...
I know. Harriet, you know I'm happy to have you here, but any time you wish to leave... After all, there's Henry.
I haven't heard a word from him.
Well, maybe he's waiting to hear from you.
I have nothing to say to him.
Harriet.
Yes?
I'm surprised you've lost all interest in our situation with England.
Oh, it all seems unimportant.
You know, I've been rereading some of Edward's reports. Of course, he wanted this country to join the international agreement. I can't say I agree, not now.
You never did, Uncle.
Of course, there's a great deal to be said on both sides. Even so, my feeling is that...
Uncle, I can see right through you.
Yes, my feeling is that this country will never stand for... You mean I can't get you to argue with me?
I don't care about it somehow.
But you might think about it a little. You'd feel so much better if you had some active interest again.
I'll try.
Good. Are you feeling better now?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Uncle.
Well, now try and get some sleep. Huh?
I will. Good night.
Good night, my dear. Good night.
Mr. President, a message from the Navy Department.
British war vessels yesterday stopped and searched 4 American merchant ships in the Caribbean Sea. Miss Sarah, ask the British ambassador to come here as soon as he can.
But, Uncle, everybody knows that some ships of every country carry contraband. Why can't all nations together solve it the way England wants us to?
That would be ideal, but under different circumstances.
I've read 20 books on this subject, and everyone agrees with me.
Have you read the books that don't?
But your policy can lead to war, Uncle.
Harriet, if every nation had the right to stop and search other people's ships, the right would be abused, as the British are abusing it now. That's what may lead to war.
Mr. President, the British ambassador.
I'll see him in a moment. You'll excuse us, won't you, Harriet?
Oh, please don't fight with the ambassador,
Oh,
Uncle.
don't worry. Miss Sarah, I'll need copies of all the papers that have passed between us and the British Embassy.
How do you do, Mr. Ambassador?
Miss Lane, how charming you look. I mean it most sincerely.
Thank you, sir.
What's all that under your arm? Books?
On freedom of the seas and the international agreement.
Oh, you're on our side, are you?
Well, not yours alone, Mr. Ambassador. Everybody's. I think wars over a quarrel like this are horrible, like all wars.
Well, we might be better off if we had you for an ambassador instead of an old crook like me. I'm sure you're much more persuasive.
I try.
And with any success?
I don't know. You'll have to give me time.
Mr. Ambassador, will you come in, please?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Miss Lane, I'll try to give you time.
Good luck, Mr. Ambassador.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Ambassador. Sit down, please, won't you?
I'm gratified to see you fully recovered, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Most sincerely.
Thank you very much. The last time we talked, I warned you that if British ships touched one American ship, there'd be trouble. Now, yesterday, 4 American ships were searched. I suppose you have an explanation.
Our government is united behind our policy.
Oh, so you still think public opinion won't back me up?
I only asked the question.
Let me ask you one. How soon will you withdraw those ships?
Mr. President, I'd like to give you time.
Time? What for?
In a little more time, you might want to join the international agreement and end the whole question.
You've got an entirely wrong idea. I'm not going to ask Congress to change a fixed policy. This country will not tolerate invasion of its rights on the seas. Can you tell me now if London will recall those ships?
I haven't that authority, Mr.
Then
President.
you ask for it. And let me have your answer as soon as you receive it from London. No reply has been received from London. It is said that the president is ready to stand firmly on America's policy of complete freedom of interference. However, it is also said that he realizes the dangers to peace between England and the United States if this issue is pushed to its conclusion. All right, Miss Sarah, give that to the press.
Will you allow them to quote directly from it, Mr. President?
No. Let them write their own stories based on it. I want to test public opinion indirectly. I don't dare run the risk I've got to run unless I'm sure the country agrees with me.
Well, I'll take care of this at once, Mr. President.
At the same time, I'll sign an order for the Secretary of the Navy to keep a squadron of our ships ready to sail to the Gulf of Mexico. We'll hold it here until we know. Yeah, it was funny about the ambassador.
Funny?
Yes, he seemed to have the notion I was going to change my mind about this whole thing. It's funny. Well, get that newspaper statement out quickly. Everything depends on that.
Mr. President, messages are beginning to come in.
What do they say?
So far, all against you.
Another batch of medicine, Miss Sarah.
Thank you, Ralph. Let's hope they improve. Mr. President, the morning papers.
Let me see them.
They're quite different from the messages. Almost all of them are for you.
Uncle, what have you heard from the British ambassador?
Nothing yet, Harriet. Nothing at all.
All the newspapers seem to want you to do something final. I hope you don't.
I want the ambassador to do something final. I wonder why he doesn't.
Mr. President, the issue is being debated in the House of Representatives and in the Senate.
Good. Now we'll really find out where we stand. One more day, Miss Sarah, and we either send that Navy order or we tear it up.
Am I late for dinner?
No, Harriet. Miss Sarah and I have been working late.
Well, you're worried, aren't you?
Well, we haven't heard from the British ambassador, that's why.
I do hope there'll be no trouble, Uncle.
Oh, so do I.
Well, if only everything wasn't in such a hurry. If only there were more time, we might...
Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Sarah. Come in.
copies of these two resolutions just arrived from the Capitol. This one's from the House.
Resolved that the government of the United States take quick action, firm action in defense of its rights. How about the Senate, Miss Sarah?
Here it is, differently worded, but it's also in complete support of you.
Well, won't this surprise our friend the ambassador? All right, Miss Sarah, send that order over to the Navy Department and have the State Department tell the ambassador that our ships will be in the Gulf of Mexico within 4 days.
Yes, Mr. President.
Now, I suppose that fellow will come back here to me and protest.
Protest, Uncle?
Yes, but it's his own fault. I warned him. Instead of answering yes or no, he said nothing. I'd give a lot to know what made him think he had time. Time. Well, Harriet, a moment ago you said something about time.
Uncle, there may be war, is that right?
Not if the ambassador had reported what I told him, and evidently he didn't. Somehow he got the idea that there was time.
Uncle, I'm afraid he got that idea from me.
He what?
Well, the other day I saw him in your anteroom, and we said a few words about this quarrel, of course, and now that I think back, he must have believed what I said.
What in heaven's name did you say?
He seemed to think that I might be persuading you to change your mind, to join the international agreement, and I said, give me a little time.
Well, it sounds as if he did believe you. Harriet, what made you even talk to him? Don't you realize that the smallest thing has a meaning in diplomacy? Here I am trying to avoid a clash, and you make a joke of it. You lead him to believe I don't mean what I say. And the result is I've had to send these ships out there. They may fight. Men may be killed. 2 nations may go to war.
Uncle, it was only a few words. It couldn't be so serious.
Wars have started over less, Harriet. It's all my fault that you got so interested in this question. But you've gone too far. This is the White House and our home. Well, I'm the president. You're not my Secretary of State. What on earth made you talk to him? It was dangerous and stupid.
Uncle, it wasn't on purpose.
What difference does that make? It's a fine mess I've got to straighten out here. Miss Sarah,
Yes, Mr. President.
get hold of the British ambassador. No matter what he's doing, where he is, get him over here.
Yes, Mr. President.
I've got to clear up some misunderstanding that Harriet, I can't. Where is she?
Well, she just left the room crying.
Crying? Well, I should hope so. Oh, now I put my foot in it.
I beg your pardon.
Well, I lost my temper, and I suppose I've spoiled everything we've been trying to do for her.
Oh.
And now I've got to do 2 jobs and do them quick.
Miss Harriet, won't you open the door? I got a tray of lunch for you. The president sent it up. Please, Miss Harriet.
President's really worried. You've been locked in there all afternoon. Please, Harriet.
Harriet, you haven't eaten all day and it's almost dinner time. Please come downstairs. I've got a surprise for you.
Uncle, I was only getting up my courage to tell you I'm truly sorry and that I see I made a fool of myself and that I'm going home.
No, Harriet. I've got to apologize to you. I know you didn't mean any harm. It could have happened to anybody.
No, Uncle. It was all my fault, and you were right to lose your temper.
Really, Harriet, a man should never lose his temper, and I'm sorry.
Well, you have nothing to be sorry for. I'm sorry.
Harriet, please. There was no excuse
but
for me to go
Uncle, you
on
had
like
every right. I'm a burden and a nuisance.
You're nothing of the kind. I'm happy to have you here, and I'm sorry for what
I don't want you to be sorry, Uncle.
Now, Harriet, Oh, Harriet, listen to us. Listen to us.
Then you'll let me be sorry?
Yes, all right, be sorry.
That's better. You said you had a surprise for me.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Oh, I was forgetting. You see that door to the next room? Well, go in there, will you please?
What's in that room, Uncle?
You'll see.
Well, I don't always like surprises.
But you go right ahead in there.
Henry!
Harriet, darling.
Mr. President, excuse me, sir.
Shh, quiet, Ralph.
Oh, sorry, sir. What's the matter, sir?
Oh, Miss Harriet, Mr. Henry Johnson, sir. They're in there.
Oh, I see. But, sir, dinner's ready to serve. Good hot roast beef.
Will it get cold if we wait?
Wait, sir? How long?
Mr. President, we've just had word from the British.
Shh, quiet, Miss.
What's the matter?
Miss Harriet and Mr. Johnson's in there.
Oh. Well, Mr. President, I wanted to say the British ambassador says their ships are being withdrawn.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Now, listen.
I don't hear anything, sir.
I don't hear anything either, Mr. President.
That's just the point. All right, Ralph. You can serve that roast beef now.
You're sure that everything is settled?
Most sincerely, Miss Sarah. Most sincerely. Now, have you been able to guess which president this story happened to? The time was 1857, and the president then was James Buchanan. Incidentally, the only bachelor president that we ever had. This quarrel with Great Britain over the doctrine of freedom of the seas was settled without real trouble. And his niece, Harriet Lane, after remaining at the White House as its beautiful hostess, finally did marry Henry Elliott Johnson at Mr. Buchanan's own home in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I hope you'll come to see me again next week. I'll have another story I'm sure you like about life in the White House with Mr. President. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Song of Love, starring Katharine Hepburn, Paul Henreid, and Robert Walker. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President James Buchanan. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the President's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? Have you ever noticed when you're guarding against danger from one direction, it strikes from another? And I mean real danger. The danger of death. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president the story is about. But meanwhile, I think you may be able to guess. One night in a shabby boarding house on a Washington side street, a young man was hunched over a table. He had just finished writing a letter.
I have made up my mind. What I am asking for is no more than what I deserve, the Paris consulship. I want this and must have it. For not only myself is concerned, the future of the country depends upon it. This is the great test, the decisive moment. No one must stand in my way. Long live the stalwarts.
Are you bringing me some money?
Yes, I am.
Good. What will you redeem? The brown suit or your watch?
I don't want to redeem anything. I want to buy a pistol.
A pistol? What do you want a pistol for, Mr. Champlain?
Why, for hunting, of course.
A pistol for hunting? Pistols are not used for hunting, Mr. Champlain.
That depends on what you're hunting. Here's my money. Give me that pistol.
All right, Mr. Champlain. But you'd better be careful.
Chet.
Yes, Mr. President?
How do you like being vice president?
I like it very much. Is there any reason I shouldn't?
No. It's a beautiful night for a walk, isn't it?
I'd like to know what your question meant, sir.
Well, did you ever notice you can't take a walk with just anybody?
Oh, what kind of a walk?
Well, if you're striding along like this, the other fellow can't stroll like this.
Meaning, sir, that you're striding and I'm strolling.
Only for example.
Knowing you, sir, I suspect you're leading up to something.
Well, knowing you, Chet, I knew you'd get the idea. We're almost back to the White House now. Let's sit on this bench for a moment or so.
Of course.
You know, I was leading up to your appointment of Caldwell as postmaster in Illinois.
Oh? I didn't know you were against Caldwell, Mr. President.
Well, I wasn't. As vice president, you recommended him. I approved it.
Then what's the trouble?
Well, I didn't know Caldwell was implicated in a post office fraud a couple of years ago.
I never mentioned it to you, sir. Caldwell is all right. Was entirely a political mess.
Jim Ferguson says that if Caldwell takes that job, every other man in our party in Illinois will be pretty angry.
Since when is it the Secretary of State's business to run the party?
Well, it isn't, but you can't blame him for wanting to help.
I suppose not.
Well, I've acted on the information, Chet. I've canceled the Caldwell appointment. I'll tell him about it if you don't want to.
Oh, no, sir, I'll do it.
You know, I wish we could find a better way of making federal appointments so mistakes like this wouldn't happen.
I'll be extra careful from now on, sir.
Good. Shall we go back?
Very well. Just a moment, sir.
What is it?
Noise in the bushes. There's someone there.
Oh, you there? What are you doing?
I'll call the guards, Mr. President.
No, just a moment. You there, what do you want? Come out here.
I wanted to talk to you, Mr. President.
Here, you. What do you mean by lurking on the White House grounds? Let me call the guards, Mr. President.
No, Chet. What do you want, young man?
I'm one of your loyal followers, Mr. President, and I have a letter I want to show you.
I'll take it, Mr. President. Let me see.
Here. My name is Charles Champlain, Mr. Randall. The letter's for you, too, in a way.
What is it, Chet?
It's too dark here to read.
It's a letter from Senator Conkling, the senior senator from New York, recommending me for a government position, sir.
Oh, so you're after a government job, eh?
Well, I'm not just another job hunter, Mr. President.
Champlain, you shouldn't have bothered the president. I'll keep this letter. You come and see me in my office tomorrow morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Randall. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night. You see, there's a good example of what I mean about all these office seekers, Chet. They're in every corner of the White House and behind every bush. We have to deal with them so fast that's how mistakes are made. Well, I'd better be going in, Chet. I've got a lot of work to do.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Chet. It was a nice walk.
Good night, sir.
You're back kind of late, Mr. President.
Were you waiting for me, Ralph?
Yes, sir. Do you want to see Miss Sarah, sir?
Is she still here? So late.
Oh, she's still here, sir. Do you want her to see you?
No, I think she'd better not.
Well, she stayed specially, sir.
Then she certainly better not see me. I'll go upstairs quietly, and you tell her I've been back for hours.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Ralph.
Good night, sir.
Mr. President.
Oh, hello, Miss Sarah. Still here? It's late for you, isn't it?
You were out walking again, alone.
Well, being with Chester Randall isn't being alone. When the guards were somewhere around all the time, Miss Sarah.
Will you look at these letters, please?
What are they?
Threats on your life.
Oh, that again.
I wish you'd take it seriously, Mr. President.
I do.
But these people threaten to kill you.
But, Miss Sarah, those threats aren't dangerous. They come from unbalanced people.
Maybe.
And before they can kill me, they have to get near me, don't they?
That wouldn't be hard for anyone who's determined.
Determined or not, you can recognize unbalanced people when you see them. And believe me, I won't let any of them get near me. Tear up those letters, Miss Sarah, and forget about it.
All right, I'll tear them up. But I won't forget it.
Then, Miss Sarah, I'll forget it. Now go on home, get your rest.
Mr. President, Mr. President, what are you grinning at?
Well, I'm just wondering if you'd ever run out of things to worry about. Good night, Miss Sarah. Good night.
Mr. Randall, I'm Charles Champlain. You told me to come see you this morning.
Oh, yes, Champlain. You were wrong to approach the president last night. All applications for federal positions go through this office. You'd better understand that.
Oh, then you're the one.
What? I'm the one?
You're the one who can help me. You will, won't you, sir?
The letter you gave me last night recommends you quite highly. What sort of a job do you want?
I want to be consul in Paris.
Paris consul? Are you qualified for the job?
Well, you read the letter.
Yes. All right, I'm endorsing your application. And I'll write Senator Conkling you've been taken care of as a good party worker.
Oh, Mr. Randall, I knew you'd help me.
There's one more step. All consul positions come under the State Department. Take this application with my approval over to the office of Secretary of State Ferguson.
Randall, I won't accept that man Champlain as consul in Paris.
What? Why not, Jim?
I've got to pick the men who work under me.
He came highly recommended, Jim.
As what?
Just highly recommended, and I can't ignore that. I've got to take care of him.
Well, give him some other job.
He asked for the Paris consulship himself.
Chet, it's all wrong to hand out government jobs as if they belong to our party machine leaders. Oh, I want this appointment canceled.
I'm surprised, Jim, that I have to remind you of our obligations to Senator Conkling. He's helped make our party strong. He made me. I was just another ward heeler. Now I'm the vice president. And you know what you owe to Conkling.
But I have the responsibilities of my office.
A letter from Conkling is a commitment.
Chet, you leave me no choice. I'm taking this to the president. Mr. President, I insist. I insist that Champlain's appointment be withdrawn.
Well, I hope you're on strong ground, Jim.
And it's very simple. I'm Secretary of State. I can't have people selected for me.
Well, that's fair enough. On the other hand, though, who are you? What do you mean by coming in this way?
Mr. President, I spoke to you the other night.
You what?
It was dark.
This is Charles Champlain, Mr. President, the man we were just discussing.
Oh.
I'm sorry to intrude, Mr. President, but I must talk to you.
Champlain, you have no business being here. Now, please.
Now, just a moment, Jim. Champlain, I think you ought to know there's some question about your appointment to the Paris consulship.
But Mr. Randall promised me.
I understand, but final approval on all federal positions lies with me. I don't see how I can approve your appointment.
But, Mr. President, I'm well qualified. I come of French ancestry. I'm a student of international relations. And I'm a close follower of the policies of our party, Mr. President. I worked hard during the last campaign in New York. In fact, I have a copy here of a speech I made, if you care to glance at it.
Well, leave it with me if you like, Champlain. Now,
I'm also a writer, Mr. President. And I want to serve my country and the party. That's what led to my being recommended so highly.
All right, Mr. Champlain. You'll hear more about it from Mr. Randall.
It's Mr. Ferguson here who objects, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
The final authority is mine, Champlain. You'll excuse us now, won't you?
It's been an honor seeing you again, Mr. President.
Thank you. Miss Sarah?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Champlain is leaving. Then would you step in here a moment, please?
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, how did he get in here?
I was just going to ask you that, Miss Sarah.
Well, I stepped away from my desk for a moment.
He's an obnoxious pest.
And slightly aggressive. But then they all have letters, so we have to put up with them. It's part of the job.
Well, I suppose so. That's the thankless part. Well, good day, sir.
Goodbye, Jim.
Miss Sarah.
Good day, Mr. Ferguson.
Miss Sarah, I want Captain Drew to get me a confidential report on Charles Champlain as quickly as he can.
Of course, Mr. President, but is he so important?
Not in himself, but I'm heading for serious difficulty with Chet Randall. I've got to show him he's handling federal jobs all wrong, and I know Chet. I'm going to need plenty of ammunition, and maybe Champlain is what I need. Here's Captain Drew's report on Champlain, Miss Sarah. Listen to this.
Yes, Mr. President.
He comes from French ancestry, all right, but he speaks no French.
Well, is that so important?
Well, how are you going to run the French consul if you don't speak French?
I don't know, Mr. President. I've never been to France.
Oh. Well, the first record we have of him is in Chicago, where he became interested in a girl. It seems that the girl's father thought he was a nuisance.
He hasn't changed much, has he?
No, the police warned him, but he persisted, so they finally had to arrest him. Next, he turned up in Boston, where he went through the motions of studying for the ministry. He even wrote a book called Truth. Evidently, he didn't practice what he preached because he was run out of Boston, too. The next step in his career is in New York, where he went into politics. He made a speech about me in the last campaign. I've read it.
Was it bad?
If he had made any more, I wouldn't have been elected.
Captain Drew is going to have some more information, Mr. President.
Well, that's all I need, Miss Sarah. Will you have Mr. Randall to ride over, please? And this is the kind of man, Chet, that you propose we place in an important post? A representative of our government in a foreign country?
Mr. President, it was on Senator Conkling's recommendation. If we ignore the party leaders, we'll have trouble.
If we keep picking men like Champlain, we'll have worse trouble. Chet, you're looking at this whole thing from a purely party machine point of view.
Naturally, sir. The party's got to be elected and re-elected. That's my job.
You think the president can be just a machine politician, too?
I don't think he can ever forget politics.
Chet, I'm absolutely firm about Champlain and men like him. I'm sorry for Champlain. He's only made the mistake all of us sometimes make of overrating ourselves. But it can't be helped. So be as nice as you can about it, Chet.
As you say, sir.
And, Chet, can you drop in here Friday, say about 5:30? I'm going back home for a few days, and I'm taking the train on Saturday. But I want to have a serious talk with you and Jim Ferguson first. I think I know how to cure this thing for good and all.
Now it is only a question of a little time, and I will know which of those three men must die. I expect to be caught. I want to be caught, or the meaning of my act will not be clear to the entire country. When the chief of police reads this letter and makes it public, everyone will see that I have acted not for myself, but out of pure patriotism. I and thousands like me cannot be left unrewarded and ignored. Whoever finds this letter should know that I will be reviled and denounced. And so I ask the police to place troops around the jail. Soon I will be recognized as a hero. And then my real reward will come. But now, I must know which of those 3 men is responsible. Which must be killed. Long live the stalwarts.
Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Randall are waiting for you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President.
Oh, Champlain.
May I talk to you, sir?
Mr. Champlain, I told
Mr.
you...
President.
you...
Is it true I'm not going to get the job?
Mr. Randall spoke to you, didn't he?
Yes, but I've got to be sure. Is it his fault? Or Secretary Ferguson's? Or yours?
The responsibility is all mine, Champlain.
You're making a mistake, Mr. President. Not rewarding me and thousands of others like me. We worked hard for you.
I'm sure you did, and I'm grateful, but I can't give you a reward you're not entitled to. I asked Mr. Randall to find you something else in New York you might be better fitted for.
But I want this job, Mr. President. And you can't go on treating us like enemies.
Champlain, I've been very patient with you. I felt you were a victim of a misunderstanding, and I tried to make you see my side of it, but you won't. Now, I want this thing settled once and for all.
No!
What?
This is not the time or the place to settle it once and for all.
It is settled. Miss Sarah, see that Mr. Champlain leaves at once.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Your next appointment, Mr. President.
Hello, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
I'm sorry to have kept you both waiting, Chet. Jim, our friend Champlain's been pestering me again.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I told him there was no hope for him.
This job's become an obsession with him, Chet. You should have heard him talk.
Maybe he ought to be arrested, Mr. President.
Oh, he hasn't done anything, really. He'll go away eventually, but he makes a good introduction for this meeting. Now, I'm going to ask Congress to prepare a bill, a civil service reform bill, to cover all federal employees except in executive positions. And I want you both to support it.
Are you serious, Mr. President?
You'll see, Chet. The main thing I want to accomplish is to have job applicants take examinations instead of pulling political strings.
Mr. President, I don't need to hear any more about it. I'm for it.
Good, Jim. Now, how about you, Chet?
Why are you thinking about this action, Mr. President?
Because political appointments are no good and they've got to be stopped.
I didn't know you didn't trust me, sir.
I don't trust any man alive in the position you're in, Chet.
I'm doing the job as I think it ought to be done.
It's the wrong way, Chet.
Mr. President, political parties build their strength on jobs. How else can we hold our party organization together?
It's more important to hold our country together, Chet. New ways will have to be found. And that's not our problem right now.
It's my problem, sir.
Chet, don't you see what the president's getting at? More efficient government and an end to the spoils system.
One thing at a time, Jim. About efficient government, sir. As I see it, you want to fill the federal service with permanent job holders.
That's right. Then people could devote their lives to their jobs. Now the competent ones live in fear of being thrown out every 4 years to make room for the greedy political hacks.
You were elected by greedy political hacks, Mr.
I am
President.
serving the people, Chet.
Come on, Chet. You know what the president's getting at.
I've spent my life in politics, Mr. President. I'm absolutely opposed to what you want to do.
You're putting yourself on the side of the cheapest politicians that
Politicians are always easy to denounce. They're not easy to do without.
And that's not what I want to do.
I don't know what else it is. I wish you'd find some other way to punish me, sir.
I never knew you to be so stubborn, Chet. I've complained to you about your appointments. You promised to select better men, and you haven't. First, I thought it was your fault. I thought you were deliberately opposing me. But I see now that you're under pressure and can't help yourself. I'm not blaming you.
I can't agree with you, sir.
Chet, we're old friends. You've put your faith in me before. Do it again, and now.
I'm sorry, sir. I thought we could go much further together.
Oh, Chet, think it over. The president needs your support.
Mr. President, the only thing I can give you on this question is my opposition. Not only mine, the whole party's. Good night, Jim. Good night, Mr. President.
Chet. Chet!
Mr. Randall?
Huh?
Mr. Randall, may I speak to you?
Oh, Champlain, I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry.
What happened at the meeting, Mr. Randall?
What the devil do you know about it?
I saw you and Secretary Ferguson go in. It's all to prevent my getting that job, isn't it?
Hardly.
I warned the president about what he's doing, dividing the country. It may lead to civil war. We won't stand for it, Mr. Randall.
We?
All of us
Who's
the
we?
president ignores now that he's in the office. We elected him to lead the country forward. How can he if he won't let the best of us help him?
Look, Champlain, I think you're
There's
presuming...
only one solution, Mr. Randall. We must take our support away from the president and give it to you. There must be an end to his kind of rule.
Champlain, for heaven's sake. You've got this whole thing twisted. I tried to help you, and so did the president. Now it's led to a great deal of trouble, and you ought to forget about it. Why don't you leave Washington?
I want to see the president, at least once more.
Well, you won't be able to. He's leaving Washington for his home tomorrow night.
Leaving Washington? Then maybe I'll leave Washington, too. Good night, Mr. Randall.
Has the president left for the station yet?
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Randall. Is there anything I can do?
No, I wanted to see him before he left.
Well, he'll be back on Tuesday, Mr. Randall.
Maybe I'll write to him meanwhile, then.
Hey, excuse me.
Yes?
Are you the president's secretary?
Yes.
You happen to know if there's a fellow named Charles Champlain anywhere around here?
Champlain? Who are you?
I'm from police headquarters, sir. Champlain's landlady complained to us about his not paying his rent, so I began looking for him. I found out he spends a lot of his time around the president's office. She tells me he carries a pistol.
Pistol? Good heavens, you've got to find him.
I'm anxious to find him.
Luckily, the president's going away, and very few people know about it.
Miss Sarah, I'm afraid Champlain is one of those few.
What?
He wanted to see the president again. That was last night. And to discourage him, I told him the president was going away. For the first time, I'm beginning to see what this man has in mind. We haven't a minute to lose.
The train's on track 9, Mr. President.
We have time, haven't we, Jim?
Oh, 10 minutes or so.
Well, let's go aboard.
Mr. President, there's that Mr. Champlain. Evidently, he wants to talk to you again. Here, let's get away from him.
I'm not going to run away from him.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Well, what is it, Champlain?
Now I know which one of the three stands in the way of justice. You, Mr. President. You've opposed me from the beginning. You've obstructed every effort of mine.
I told you why, Champlain. What more can I say?
Get out of our way, Champlain, or I'll call the police.
That won't do you any good now, Mr. Ferguson. President Champlain! Long live the stalwart!
Oh.
Now Chester Randall will be president. The country is saved!
Stop that man! He just shot the president! Stop that gun!
Mr. President! Mr. President! Oh, Mr. President, what will we do?
Miss Sarah, get a doctor. Here, Mr. President. Let me raise your head.
No, Chet, just let me lie here a moment.
Oh, Mr. President, it's all my fault. It would never have happened if... I came to the White House this morning to apologize to you for last night's...
No, Chet, don't worry. I'll be all right.
Miss Sarah, how is he?
He's better, Mr. Randall. You know the president. He never gives up. Every day now he's kept on asking how we are.
What do the doctors say?
No one's been allowed to see him, but he asked especially to see you, Mr. Randall. The doctor said it would be all right for a moment. Won't you go right in, please?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Mr. President.
Who is it? Oh, come in. Come in, Chet.
No, I was hoping that you'd come to see me.
It was my fault, Mr. President. Everything.
Everything?
You would never even have seen Champlain if it hadn't been for me. He would never have got his crazy idea that you owed him a job. And this wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I don't know. It might have happened anyway, but that isn't why I want to see you, Chet. You and I used to find that we agreed when we talked things over. And during a stroll, well, I can't very well get up and take a walk now, but
I know.
This job of being president. You know, you can't think of politics alone, Chet. Your obligations to the country. It's not so important how long you serve, how many terms, but what you accomplish while you are privileged to serve. Whether or not it's a better country when your term expires. You know, you've got to understand that, Chet. It's very, very important.
I know what you want to say, sir.
I hope you do, Chet.
I know I was wrong. What happened has changed my mind about the whole question of jobs.
Good, good. Only I'd wish there'd been an easier way.
I promise you, Mr. President, I'll support the legislation you want. You'll get your civil service law. If I have anything to say about it.
Oh, Chet, it looks like you're in stride again.
Right in stride, Mr. President.
Long stride, Chet?
Very long, Mr. President.
Ah, that's good. That's fine, Chet. That's fine.
Now, have you guessed which president this story happened to? The time was 1881, and the president then was James A. Garfield. He lived for 30 days, almost recovered, then died, the victim of an assassin. The vice president, Chester A. Arthur, whom he called Chet Randall, became president, and as a direct result of this tragedy, won the fight for the first important civil service legislation the country ever knew. Now, come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner, Van Heflin, Donna Reed, and Richard Hart. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President James A. Garfield. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. For an authentic and startling expose of some methods employed by crooked political machines, hear the official This Is Your FBI tomorrow night. This is ABC. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House, Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever realize that out of the 32 presidents our country has had, half of them had military experience in ranks ranging from private on up? Yet, on the other hand, most of our war presidents have always been civilians. Tonight's story originally happened to one of those men, and later on, of course, I'll tell you which one it was. But meanwhile, I think you may be able to guess. This story begins on the day I stood before the assembled House of Congress, finishing the most unwelcome, hateful task any president can have.
I am taking, and of the grave responsibilities it involves, I advise that the Congress declare there exists a state of war.
Excuse me, Colonel. Colonel, care to make a statement to the press?
Why, I haven't made any news yet.
Well, it's news when a former president revisits the White House, sir. It seems like old times, sir, doesn't it?
Those were the good old times, weren't they? I'll try to have a statement for you after I've seen the president.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you.
That's all right, boys. Hello, Ralph. It's good to see you again.
Come right in, Colonel. The president's expecting you, sir.
Fine. The White House doesn't seem to have changed at all, Ralph.
No, sir. Not much, sir.
Ralph, what happened to the little table that used to be here?
Oh, it got moved, sir, to the other end of the hall.
Good. I never did like it here anyway.
How you been feeling, Colonel? Is your health good?
I must say I've never felt better, Ralph. Is Miss Sarah still with the president?
All right, yes, sir. Miss Sarah, the Colonel to see the president.
Thank you, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Miss Sarah. It's wonderful to see you again.
Welcome to the White House, Colonel.
Miss Sarah, you haven't aged a day. Not a single day.
That's the nicest compliment you can pay a woman, Colonel.
Nah, not a compliment, just the truth. You're only as old as you think. Is the president ready for me?
I believe so, Colonel. Please go right in.
Fine. Hello, Mr. President.
Hello, Colonel. How are you? Would you like to try out your old chair behind the desk?
No, thank you, sir. I don't want you to think of me as former president. I am just another citizen coming to offer you my support in the war.
We need every ounce of everybody's effort, Colonel. But please sit down.
Mr. President, I thought your war statement to Congress was one of the great state papers of our entire national history.
Thank you. But I'd much rather not have made it. I hate the whole idea of war.
But there are times when no war is the only thing to do.
I'm afraid so.
I wouldn't be afraid about it. War makes nations great. Suffering turns soft nations into iron nations.
Colonel, I hope someday the world will find a more efficient way of smelting. Justifying war that way always reminds me of having to burn down a whole barn just to roast a pig.
Well, if we've got to burn down the whole barn, I'd say let's do it with a will.
By all means.
Aggressive warfare, Mr. President.
Of course, as soon as we're ready.
We can't let our allies carry all the load any longer.
No, I have no intention of letting them.
There's one thing that must be done at once. Troops must be sent to the firing line. The sooner they reach there, the stronger our voice will be when the time comes to make the peace.
Of course, but there are some obstacles to sending troops as fast as you suggest, Colonel. The army must be increased enormously. Men have to be trained, ships built. The country has to be mobilized.
Nothing will mobilize the country faster than action, sir. That's the real reason I've come today.
The real reason?
Yes, I want your permission to raise a volunteer division for immediate service at the front.
Well, one division is of hardly any account of this war, Colonel.
It will be the first blow, and it will be a way of sending troops quickly without waiting for the regular army to be increased and trained. Our enemies never thought we'd even enter the war. Now they believe it'll be a year before we have American armies actually fighting, and our allies are afraid of that, too. My division will disprove the hopes of the enemy and the fears of our allies.
Colonel, this is a very interesting suggestion, but of course, I'll have to talk it over with the Secretary of War. He's in favor of national conscription.
Yes, of course, but that does take time.
Well, Colonel, I'm grateful for your support and for your coming here. Would you let me think about your proposal?
Of course. And let me add this. It'll be an honor to serve under you as Commander-in-Chief.
Thank you, Colonel. Let me see you to the door, please.
Good day, sir. You know, for a moment, I was almost going to show you out.
Old habits are strong, aren't they? Miss Sarah.
Yes.
The Colonel is leaving.
Good day again, sir. Remember, action.
Yes, indeed, Colonel.
Well, Miss Sarah, I hope to be seeing you soon again and still thinking as young as ever.
I'll do my best, Colonel. Ralph.
Yes, Miss Sarah?
The Colonel's leaving.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah. Come along, Ralph.
Yes, sir.
Ralph, on second thought, I think that table ought to be up here.
Colonel said moving little tables around is one of the few things the president can't do without an act of Congress. Here's the front door, sir.
Well, goodbye, Ralph. I hope to see you soon again.
The sooner the better, Colonel. Good day, sir.
Colonel!
Oh, yes, gentlemen.
Can you give us a statement now, sir? How was your interview with the president?
It was fine.
And what was your purpose in seeing the president, sir?
Well, I don't mind if I tell you. I suggested to him that I be allowed to raise a volunteer division for immediate service at the front.
That's news, sir.
But I want to make one thing clear. I am heart and soul for universal military training and service. We need total forces of several millions of men. My division, however, would not be raised by conscription. It will be purely voluntary, and I would not accept men who might otherwise be called into service.
Colonel, how did the president take to your idea?
Why, gentlemen, he received me with the utmost courtesy and consideration. I'm sure he'll come to a favorable decision about my suggestion in his own good time.
And who would command your division, Colonel?
Why, I would, of course.
Oh, thank you, Colonel. That is news.
Look at these headlines, Miss Sarah. Ex-president to command the volunteer division, ready to lead aggressive warfare. I'm very sorry he did that.
Sorry? I don't understand, Mr. President.
I'm afraid he's forgotten he's not the president anymore.
But his support is important, isn't it? Ex-president, leader of the opposition party, millions of people worship him.
I know. That's just why he can be so dangerous. The colonel is an admirable man and a patriotic citizen, but believe me, he is not a military leader for all that.
But you do need enthusiasm for the war, Mr. President.
I'm afraid of his kind of enthusiasm, Miss Sarah. It makes people think war is glorious, flying flags, brass bands, all the old-style trappings. It'll make them think we can win this war with a few volunteer divisions. It'll be more of a shock when they find out it's going to take millions of men and years of effort.
Mr. President, what are you going to do about his offer to help?
That's the problem, Miss Sarah. What if I should accept his offer? What if I should send him overseas, a political general? What about our allies? What will they think? You know the colonel.
Well, he's a man with ideas of his own.
Yes, and he'll tell everybody else what to do. He'll treat our generals like privates.
And they won't like that.
And just suppose he doesn't want to take orders. Can you imagine our general staff court-martialing him? A beloved ex-president of the United States? And if I refuse his offer, what then? What will the people think about that? Miss Sarah, will you get me the Secretary of War, please?
President, I've read his statement in the press.
Well, what do you think about it, Brad?
I don't like it. I don't know what it'll do to the morale of our general staff. They won't stand for a private army. The chief has already been to see me. He's very upset about it, Mr. President. He's flatly, bitterly opposed to appointing any high officers who are not professional army men. And so am I.
Then you and I and he are in perfect agreement.
Absolutely, sir. This is serious. And I know the colonel. I knew him when he was president. He'll stop at nothing to get his way. If you turn down his offer, he'll say it's because he belongs to the opposition party, that you're playing politics.
I've had worse things said about me, Bradford. I've had a little time to think about this, but I'm sure the colonel's idea just came out of his excessive enthusiasm. The trouble is, if he goes ahead with it, the people will think that the entire army can be raised by volunteer recruiting. They'll point to him as proof. Well, we'll have to beat him to the punch, that's all.
Yes, but how?
Well, you've got the Selective Service Bill, haven't you?
Well, yes, we just finished the final draft.
Good. Send it to Congress. Get it passed before the colonel has time to organize his volunteer division.
Oh, yes. That's all very well, Mr. President. But don't forget the colonel still has tremendous influence with the opposition party. And we must have the support of Senator Johns and his cohorts to pass that bill.
Very well, then. Our job is to convince Senator Johns and his friends how important it is to get the Selective Service Bill passed and to get it passed fast.
My word, Senator Johns, I know what the president's going to do now. He's going to push that Selective Service Bill through Congress, and he's going to try to get it through as fast as he can.
That's right, Colonel. That's what I came to New York to see you about. I've already been approached. The bill is being presented to Congress tomorrow.
Ah. Well, the president wastes no time, does he?
Tell me, Colonel, has he given you any further word about your request to raise a division?
No. I suppose he thinks by ignoring me I'll just drop the whole matter.
Will you?
Senator, I'm just as eager to win this war as the president. You know, Senator, there are always two ways to skin a cat.
Oh. Yes, Colonel.
We'll support the president's bill. And you, Senator, will go yourself and tell him that we're in complete accord with him.
Mr. President, Senator Johns is waiting to see you.
Well, I wonder what kind of a bargain he's going to drive. Now, show him in, Miss Sarah.
Don't take Senator Johns too serious.
Miss Sarah, I have to. He's the leader of the opposition.
Go right in, Senator.
Well, thank you. Mr. President.
Come right in, Senator. I'm glad you came. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Yes, Mr. President?
I don't know whether you realize what a desperate situation we're really in. There's only one solution, universal training, selective service. The sooner we can establish...
Excuse me, Mr. President. I think I can save you a lot of trouble.
But, Senator,
I have just had a meeting with the colonel. We discussed your selective service bill. We're both for it.
There's nothing must stand in the way of this thing.
I beg your pardon? I said both the colonel and I will support it.
Well, Senator, thank you. And will you tell the colonel for me that I appreciate his loyalty?
I will, Mr. President.
And would you say stay for luncheon?
I'm sorry I can't. Some other time.
Well, Senator, I'm glad I can count on you, and thank you again.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Senator Johns. Good day.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ralph. Oh, luncheon.
Well, Mr. President, I brought in the tray, but I can come back a little later.
Why?
I thought maybe you'd want to relax and sort of work up an appetite.
Why, Ralph?
Well, now, Senator Jones was just in here, and, well, you know, Mr. President, every time that the senator comes, here you'll lose your appetite for food.
You're very perceptive, Ralph.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just go on out now and come back in later with the tray.
Well, you can go out, Ralph, but leave the tray right here, please.
Well, that's much better, Mr. President. I guess you didn't lose your appetite after all.
Now, let's see what we have here. Onion soup. Oh, that's fine. Green salad, potatoes au gratin, pie. Ralph.
What's the matter, sir?
There's only one chop.
But whenever Senator Jones visits the White House, I only serve one chop. And you never eat that one.
Well, the world changes, Ralph, and so does my appetite.
Yes, sir.
I want to celebrate. Senator Johns promised to support my bill. I'll take the other chop when you come back right in, eh, Ralph?
Colonel, I'd like a statement from you.
Yes?
Is it true that you're going to support the administration's selective service bill?
I am.
But, Colonel, isn't it true that the president has refused a request for volunteer division?
That has no bearing upon the question.
But, Senators...
Excuse me, gentlemen. I have to see Senator Johns.
Oh, wait a minute.
Come in.
Senator Johns.
Oh, hello, Colonel. Come right in.
Senator, I've been thinking about this bill.
You haven't changed your mind, Colonel.
No, I still want you to support it, but I've worked out a little plan. I want this additional clause attached to it.
Good. Now, let me see it.
I don't think the president can object to that, do you?
I don't think he'd dare if he wants his bill. This is something I can sell to both sides.
That's right, Senator. The selective service bill will give the president what he wants, and this rider to the bill will give me what I want.
endorse this bill, which will not only provide the necessary men, but will ensure that those men will receive intensive and adequate training. I submit further that to enable our forces to get into the field beside our gallant allies as soon as possible, a rider be attached to the bill, which will permit the formation of volunteer divisions at once.
That sounds all right to me. That's for the colonel.
Hello, Miss Sarah.
Oh, Mr. Bradford, the president's been waiting for you.
Come right in, Brad. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Miss Sarah. Well, did it pass? Yes, sir. Both houses ratified it with good majority. Oh, that's fine. But do you know what they've done, Mr. President? They've tacked on a rider permitting the raising of volunteer divisions. Who did? It was suggested by Senator Johns, and everybody understands it was done to give the colonel the chance he wants. I am absolutely opposed to it, Brad. Yes, I am too, sir. It's nothing but a cheap trick. Everybody in the War Department and the High Command, well, how do you think the generals feel about two armies? How can they establish any discipline? Why, Mr. President, we're trying to organize an army, but this can destroy our morale before we even get started. I know. With this loophole, the colonel will go ahead with his plan. Yes, and there's nothing to stop him. I can stop him as commander-in-chief. I don't have to give him his appointment. But that would split the country wide open, I know, and if I do give it to him, we might jeopardize our chances of winning the war. Well, what are you going to do, Mr. President? I don't know. I don't know.
What we need are men who want to fight, not next year, but now. That's the kind of a man I want. These are the kind of men our allies need. These are the men who will show the world how America fights. What are we waiting for? The enemy isn't waiting. The sooner we meet him, the sooner the victory will be ours. The honor of our country is at stake. Our allies are crying for men. What is your answer? We're all for you, Colonel. Johns, look at this. Enlistments are reaching my New York office at the rate of more than 2,000 a day. I am now able to offer the government not just one division, but 250,000 men.
What about the president, Colonel? What do you think he'll do?
Well, I hope he'll see reason this time, Senator. But if not, if he refuses to give me command of these men, then he'll prove his hypocrisy, his inefficiency. He'll prove he's ready to sacrifice any patriotic motive to his own political benefit.
Colonel, all I can say is we're back of you.
Yes, I know that. Now that I have my army, just let the president try to turn me down. President, the men of America are not waiting to be drafted. They want to fight and fight now.
Colonel, from the beginning I had hoped you'd realize yourself that your plan was wrong for the country and impossible.
Impossible? In a few weeks, I'll have 250,000 men. What's impossible about that?
When you came to me right after the declaration of war, I was honored to have your support. It was a splendid demonstration of our national unity. And you must have known how happy I was when you gave your approval to my Selective Service Bill. But on both occasions, I tried to make my feelings clear about your leading a volunteer division.
They were your feelings, Mr. President. I have mine.
Of course, but it happens that I am president now and not you. I have the final authority and responsibility now and not you.
That is an entirely needless reminder, sir.
But I wish to remind you, Colonel, that while you and your friend Senator Johns so eagerly supported my Selective Service Bill, you deliberately attached a rider which I knew nothing about. A rider to suit your own purposes.
Apparently, the Congress of the United States approved of what you call my own purposes.
And for weeks now, you've been running a recruiting office in New York, talked about the plan to the press, and in a dozen other ways, behaved as if you'd been given the authority to command a private army.
Congress has given me authority.
Congress has allowed the recruiting of volunteers. I make the appointments of who shall lead them.
Mr. President, you'll have to answer to 250,000 men who want to fight with me.
Colonel, you still have the misconception that this is entirely your war.
At least I'm doing something about it.
You have been embarrassing us. That's what you've been doing. You've distracted people from the grimness of what we are up against. You've beaten a drum when we need to sharpen our weapons.
I know what we're up against, and that's why I want to help my country. I don't see why the... Mr. President, I beg you to let me go into action.
Colonel, if I agreed, you would be merely a political general. An officer appointed because he has political influence.
I am the retired commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy, and I'm eligible for any command.
I am the commander-in-chief now, and that certainly doesn't qualify me to command even a squad of infantry in action or a Navy launch.
There's no sense in arguing, Mr. President. I understand your reasons, and I don't hesitate to call them what they are, purely political.
If I wanted to play politics, all I'd have to do is to appoint you as you want me to. That would pull the teeth out of all opposition I have in Congress. That would be politics.
And I suppose your refusal to appoint me is not politics.
Many people have, during this crisis, put aside their partisan interests and have offered their services without strings, Colonel. For instance, there is another ex-president who was also once commander-in-chief. He has not asked to command troops, but he is no less loyal than you are.
Mr. President, I misjudged you. I had hoped our nation would have a big man to lead it through this crisis.
Well, perhaps I'm not a big man. But, Colonel, you force me to say things I don't want to say. Not for one moment have I ever questioned your patriotism or your zeal. But I do question your actions when vanity and personal desire have replaced common sense and intelligence.
And I question you, Mr. President. And I'm sure that the people of this country will question you for obstructing 250,000 men who want to fight for their country.
Colonel, I have tried every avenue to convince you that you're wrong. I presented all my arguments. I've tried logic, tried to show you the grave responsibility you would be assuming. Colonel, you know about the Gallipoli campaign, don't you?
Yes, of course.
That sounded like a good idea. And what happened?
It was bad strategy, wrong timing, poor disposal of forces. In fact, Mr. President, it only seemed like a good idea. It turned out to be a horrible waste of lives.
And to try to redeem the mistake, more men were sacrificed. Men who had neither proper training nor equipment. Isn't that true, Colonel?
Yes, but I can't...
That's what I'm afraid of, Colonel. I don't want us to make a mistake like that. Do you?
Mr. President, you don't mean to imply that I haven't...
nothing. You yourself have told me the price of a wrong decision, the cost of an ill-timed adventure. Colonel, millions of people are devoted to you. Now, whether or not they continue to think of you as the beloved Colonel or as the instigator of a new Gallipoli, I leave it with you.
You mean I am to decide?
Yes, Colonel. The decision and the responsibility, I leave with you.
Very well, Mr. President. Good day, sir.
Goodbye, Colonel.
Mr. President, why don't you sit down? Pacing the floor won't help.
Oh, I guess you're right, Miss Sarah. I wish I knew what would help.
What if the colonel decides he still wants the command? You'll have to give in to him then, won't you?
I put the final decision up to him, Miss Sarah. I'll have to stand by it.
Why did you do it?
I had no choice. I tried every avenue, logic, sentiment. I offended him. I made him angry. Miss Sarah, do you realize what one man with a following like the Colonel's, who is as stubborn as the Colonel, and who insists on having his own way, can do to a country?
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Surely.
A letter for Mr. President.
Thank you. I'll take it. Here you are, Mr. President.
It's from the Colonel.
Oh.
Listen, Mr. President, today for the first time I realize that I'm an old man, and I am no more qualified to lead troops in the field than you are. Mr. President, I am grateful you left the final decision up to me. You know what happened to me today?
one of my sons enlisted in the United States Army. I know now this is a young man's war, my son's war. You and I, we're just a couple of old duffers. We may not be able to serve on the firing line, but we can, to the best of our ability, help our sons by doing everything possible here at home. Mr. President, please believe me. I shall serve in any capacity that you, as my commander-in-chief, may desire, down to and including sergeant. Sincerely yours.
That's a beautiful letter. It took a great deal of humility to write that.
Miss Sarah, a great man wrote that. But look, Miss Sarah, am I an old duffer?
Of course not. You're only as old as you think.
Well, maybe I'd better begin to think how old I think I am.
You'll never have to worry, Mr. President.
How old are you, Miss Sarah?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I just wondered how old you are, that's all.
Well, do you think I'm too old?
No, never. Only confound old. How old are you, anyway?
I'm 21 plus. Good night, Mr. President.
Good night, Miss Sarah. Good night. Well, have you guessed which president this story happened to? The time was 1917, and Mr. President then was Woodrow Wilson. And the colonel, of course, was ex-President Theodore Roosevelt, whose great patriotism led him into the quarrel with the president, which became very embarrassing to them before it ended. In the end, however, he did admit that the president had been right. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President. I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of Sinclair Lewis, cast Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Woodrow Wilson. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adams. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. What should we do to check rising prices? Be sure to hear this important question discussed on America's Town Meeting next Tuesday night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, horses aren't the only creatures that wear blinders. Some men do, too. The blinders of ambition that cuts off the view of everything except the narrow road they've decided to walk. Blinders help horses by not letting them see things that may frighten them. But blinders on men are dangerous, and you'll see in tonight's story. Later on, I'll tell you which president these incidents happened to. But meanwhile, I think you may be able to guess. At the time, my vice president was a brilliant young New Yorker I'll call Tom Barr. I admired him tremendously, but suddenly I realized he was presenting me with a problem. So I invited him to come and see me.
Is there any trouble, Mr. President?
Well, I won't call it trouble yet. Sit down, Tom, and don't look so worried.
Well, what is it, sir?
Tom, we've served almost 4 years together. The term is almost up, and I've got to decide something. You don't want to run for vice president again, do you?
You want me to, sir?
Well, that's not quite the point, Tom. I'm thinking of what's best for you, and I can see you're not happy in the vice presidency.
I've been thinking about the same thing, sir. Would you accept my resignation as vice president and send me to France as minister?
Minister to France? What gave you that idea?
What else is there for me to do?
Well, I think I've got a better suggestion. I've been asked to name a candidate for governor of New York. I'd like to name you.
That's very good of you.
You're a brilliant man, Tom, and ambitious. If you ever harness that ambition of yours, you can become one of the biggest men the country's ever had. Now, why don't you go over to New York and start your campaign? I'll endorse you.
Thank you very much, sir. I accept.
Good. And the sooner you get started, the better.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. I'll keep you informed.
Thank you, Tom, and good luck.
Goodbye, Miss Howell.
Goodbye, Mr. Barr. Mr. President, I have some letters for you to sign and another report about General Arthur Wilkins in St. Louis.
Can't they catch that fellow? He's practically a traitor.
Well, they have no evidence yet. Will you sign the letters now?
No, put them on the desk, will you? What's my next appointment?
Senator Fred Harper.
Oh, good. And I may ask him to stay for dinner.
Are you going to endorse Mr. Barr?
Well, how did you know he'd accept?
Oh.
Oh, well, it's no crime for a man to be ambitious, Miss Sarah.
There's ambition and ambition.
You know, I never understood these women's remarks of yours, Miss Sarah.
It's quite clear. To me, at any rate.
Oh, is it? Well, I'm glad of that.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Surely.
Oh, Senator Harper.
Sarah.
Oh, hello, Fred. Come in.
Mr. President, I just met Tom Barr out in the corridor. He tells me he's going to run for governor of New York.
That's right.
And he tells me that you offered him the governor's nomination as his price for not running for vice president again.
What? Oh, no, Fred, you misunderstood him.
I like to think I never misunderstand Barr.
Oh, you must have had... Well, you've got it backwards. Tom's not happy as vice president. He wanted an embassy. I suggested the governorship instead.
What did he lie to me about it, then?
Well, you don't like Tom, and nothing he ever said or did would please you.
That's absolutely right.
But I have a lot of respect for him. Oh, he's self-centered sometimes. He forgets there are other people in the world. But if I can ever help him find his balance, he can be a great man.
Mr. Taylor, I've been hoping to see you for some time.
You must have something very unusual to say, Mr. Barr.
I have.
It isn't usual for the candidate for governor of one party to have a secret meeting with the leader of the other party.
Your party's growing very weak in New York, isn't it?
The election is next week. We'll know then.
I know now, Mr. Taylor. And if you keep on as you've been going, you may not have any party at all in this state in a few years. I want to suggest a way for you to survive.
Could you be more definite, Mr. Barr? My time is limited.
You and I together could run the whole of New York and New England.
Run it?
A political alliance. In fact, the foundation for an entirely new party.
But I and my present party are absolutely opposed to you and the president who sponsors you.
Never mind the president.
What?
I'm not talking for him or for anyone but myself.
In plain language, you're doing this behind his back.
I'm talking about politics, not schoolboy games.
Treachery is treachery, no matter where you might meet it. The president's your friend. You're campaigning with his support. And you expect me to help you? I wouldn't do it even if it guaranteed your defeat next week.
It's a chance for you to save what's left of your party's power.
If we're as weak as you say, why are you so anxious for our support?
Because you're still strong enough to help me.
What do you want out of it?
The White House.
You can't reach the White House by this kind of dishonesty.
Words won't keep me out.
Oh, I've got more than words to fight you with. For one thing, I could make this visit of yours public.
I'll call you a liar.
I gave my word this meeting would be secret. I'll keep it. But I've learned a lot from your visit, Mr. Barr. I've learned just what kind of danger you can be to this country. The question here is, who shall rule? I know what you want, and I shall use every means to ensure your defeat.
Taylor, I know what I want, and I know how I'm going to get it.
Mr. Barr, you're in my house. Now get out of it.
Gladly. But don't oppose me, for if I lose, it will cost you more than you can pay. Well, Mr. Taylor, I lost. But as I warned you, it costs more than you can pay.
I have no choice but to accept your challenge.
Gentlemen, you will take your positions at 10 paces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Taylor, I warned you not to stand in my way, and you didn't listen. 2 mistakes, and now you're going to pay for them both.
10. Are you ready?
Ready.
Ready?
Fire! Doctor! Quickly!
This is a mortal wound, Doctor.
Mr. President,
Oh, come, Tom, come. Let's sit down here as we used to.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's peaceful here by the river. We can talk better. You've done a dreadful thing, Tom. Taylor was a fine man.
It was a fair fight, sir.
Why did it have to happen?
I didn't mind being defeated for governor. But in the last week of the campaign, Taylor said things about me that... Well, I was never a cool-tempered man.
I don't think that's it, Tom. You forget that other people have their ambitions, too, and that we've all got to consider each other.
I suppose you're right, sir.
If you could only learn that, Tom.
I think I have, sir. I wonder if you'll let me prove it to you.
I'd be very glad if you could.
Let me run for vice president with you in the next election.
What?
I mean it, sir. I'm a different man now. There's nothing like defeat to wake a man up.
Well, Tom, there you go again, looking at everything from your own point of view and nobody else's. I can't run with you as vice president.
Why not, sir?
If you'd said yes a few weeks ago when we talked about it, it would be different. But since then, you've been defeated in New York, and you killed a man.
A tragedy like that might happen to anyone.
You made it happen to yourself, Tom.
Well, won't you help me anyway, sir? After all, I still have the rest of this term to serve as vice president.
All right, but I've already been bitterly criticized in Congress for the whole New York episode.
Mr. President, would it help if I left Washington for a while?
Running away won't solve anything either, Tom.
Well, I wouldn't be running away. My idea is to tour the western states and territories, to tighten up the party organization, to prove to you that I have changed.
Well, no, that isn't such a bad idea, Tom.
You let me go?
You know, Miss Sarah always says I'm stubborn, and I guess I am. I've always had faith in you, and I hate to give it up. All right, Tom, you can go. I'll go a little further, Tom, and give you another job you can do for me. You ever hear of a man named General Arthur Wilkins?
He's sort of a politician in St. Louis, isn't he?
Well, I've had information that he's been taking money from foreign countries to get us into war with Mexico.
I wonder why he hasn't been arrested.
Well, it's a very delicate matter, as you can see. When you reach St. Louis, I want you to investigate him, but quietly, Tom. I don't want to act against him until I'm absolutely sure of my ground.
I'll do my best, Mr. President.
Tom, you may fail me, but that isn't the main thing. I don't want you to fail yourself.
Mr. President, is it true you've sent Tom Barr on a Western trip?
Yes, it is, Fred. I think Tom's learned his lesson. He'll do a very good job.
Yes. A very good job of betraying your confidence.
Oh, now, Fred, don't try to punish a man for being involved in a tragedy.
Mr. President, he won't strengthen the party for you. He'll do it for himself. Well, I know.
Oh, how can you know that? Did he tell you?
1 week before the election in New York, he told Edward Taylor he wanted to set up a party in New England against you. Taylor threw him out of his house. That was the real cause of the quarrel.
Are you sure?
Taylor's widow told me. Now he'll try the same trick in the West. I tell you, he'll try any crazy scheme to reach the White House. But that isn't all, Mr. President. You also told Barr to investigate Wilkins, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know, sir, Wilkins has been in Washington for several days and that he and Barr are friends?
Oh, that's impossible, Fred. I know Tom Barr's hot-headed, but if it were anything worse, I could never have trusted him anything. Wilkins has been trying to foment war with Mexico. Now, what could Tom Barr want with him?
I don't know, sir. I don't know. But just now, on my way here to the White House, I saw Wilkins and Barr leaving Barr's house. On their way out of the city, together.
Together? Oh, no, I can't believe it.
I'm sorry, sir, but those are the facts. If I receive any more information, I'll bring it to you immediately. Good day, Mr. President.
Thank you, Fred. Good day.
Goodbye, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Harper.
Miss Sarah?
Yes, coming, Mr. President. Yes, sir?
Miss Sarah, get in touch with Captain Drew immediately. I want a full report on Barr's activities at once.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Barr.
I've just come back to St. Louis from New Orleans, James. Mr. Wilkins expects me, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come right in.
Thank you.
Who is it, James?
Mr. Barr's come back, sir.
Oh, fine. Tom, come in.
Coming, Wilkins.
Welcome back, Tom. All right, James, you can go and close the door after you.
Yes, sir.
Privacy, Tom. Just as hard to be sure of here as in Washington. Well, how was your political trip to New Orleans? Do some good work for the president?
Never mind that. How have you been getting on?
Whenever you're ready, I can put together an expedition of 5,000 men.
Ready to march into Mexico?
As soon as I can stir up enough trouble along the border.
Wilkins, that really should strengthen the party for the president, shouldn't it?
Mr. President, Captain Drew has just come back.
Have him come in, Miss Sarah.
Captain Drew?
Thanks, Miss Sarah. Good morning, Mr. President.
Sit down, Captain. What did you find out?
Following your orders, sir, I've been traveling around on Mr. Barr's trail for the past 3 weeks.
What's he up to?
I followed him through New Orleans, Nashville, into Kentucky, through Ohio, and then to St. Louis. And in every town, he's been meeting with the political leaders.
Well, that's what he's supposed to do, isn't it, Mr. President?
Yes, go on, Captain.
That's all, sir.
That's all.
I haven't been able to learn a single thing of what's going on, if anything is going on.
Has he gone anywhere near Wilkins?
Not that I know of, sir. They went as far as St. Louis together when they left Washington. But since then, I don't know.
Mr. President, could Senator Harper have been wrong?
He might have been, sir.
I'm afraid I don't think Fred was wrong. Not in a matter like this.
What do you want me to do next, sir?
Get back on Barr's trail, Captain, and stay on it until we find out what he's really doing.
Wilkins, how soon can you assemble your fighting men?
In a week, Tom.
Then get ready.
Good. I've been waiting for you to say those words. You know, Tom, if we can get our expedition into Mexico first, we can carve out a new state and apply to the Union. Might take a few years, but we could get rich meanwhile.
Sometimes you're a fool, Wilkins. Do you think I'm going to all this trouble just to become governor of a state that doesn't even exist yet? And make a little money? I want more than money.
Power, huh? No good without money.
You may have the money, Wilkins.
And you, the power? I never understand fellows like you, Barr.
Wilkins, what if I told you I want to be president?
Will you live long enough to be president of the United States?
You have the vision of a schoolboy, Wilkins, not of the United States.
What?
These western states will form a new nation, Wilkins. You understand? A new nation.
There's a name for what you're suggesting, Barr. Treason.
You talk about treason, Wilkins. You've been taking pay from a foreign government for a long time to stir up trouble with Mexico.
You're a traitor already, 6 times over.
Leave me out of this, Bar. Otherwise, I'll talk.
You have to be alive to talk.
All right, Tom, I'm with you. Shall we have a drink?
Yes, yes.
Mr. President, it's very urgent.
Well, come in, Miss Sarah. I'm just finishing breakfast. Oh, you're at work early this morning, Miss Sarah, or am I late?
Mr. President, Captain Drew just came. He's very anxious to see you.
About Tom Barr? Where is Captain Drew?
I brought him right upstairs with me. Captain, come in, please.
Thank you. What is it, Captain? I didn't expect you back so soon.
Mr. President, when I got to St. Louis this last time, I began working on General Wilkins' friend.
Yes?
One man became very frightened and admitted he's had a letter from Wilkins. I expected it to be about their plans, perhaps not very important. Instead, it's something I knew you had to see immediately.
Uh-huh. Well, let me see it.
Here you are, sir.
Well, listen to this. My dear friend, I'm writing to beg your help. Tom Barr has a wild scheme to split the country in half and set himself up as president. He says he has won the support of leaders in several states and territories, and he plans to use the small army I was organizing for the war against Mexico. He has gone completely crazy, and I don't want to follow him. It's too dangerous. All I want now is to get away from Barr. Please help me, signed Arthur Wilkins.
Why, it's incredible, Mr. President.
Captain Drew, I want Tom Barr arrested on charges of treason, and the moment he's arrested, I want to talk to him here in this room.
Here he is, Mr. President.
All right, Captain. You may leave us alone.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Tom. All right, if you prefer not to. Aren't you curious as to why I wanted to talk to you?
To give me another lecture, I suppose.
I don't know why you've taken to hating me, Tom. I always tried to help you.
You're always in my way.
Other people are always in mine. That's how we run this country. Each of us must leave room for others.
Schoolbook lectures.
Tom, at first, when I heard of this scheme of yours, I couldn't believe it. I still find it hard to believe that you lied to me and that you were ready to betray your country.
I want to build a new country.
By cutting ours in half, by setting Americans against each other? By inviting foreign help? Tom, you never took off the blinders, did you?
What?
All you've ever been able to see is what you wanted yourself. That's why tragedy overtakes you at every turn. That's why so few men have trusted you. I'm one of the very last to do so, Tom.
How dare you talk to me about trust? None of this would have happened if you'd sent me abroad as I asked you to.
Why, it's a coward's way to blame others.
I don't blame anyone but myself. I made the mistake of trusting when I should have distrusted. I made the mistake of believing in all the schoolbook mottos of faith, trust, and friendship when I should have trampled on them. No man was ever great in this world unless he put himself above the stupid rules most people live by. We're not bound by those rules. I know that now.
We, Tom?
We. The few in the world who take it forward into the future. Compromise, debate, leave room for others? No. Greatness lies in the genius of individual men, and they leave no room for others.
Tom, are you going to talk this way to the court?
If I talk to the court at all?
There's still time to save yourself, Tom, if you tell the truth. If you put out of your mind all this nonsense you've been telling me.
Nonsense? Why do you assume that you're superior to me? This trial can't hurt me, and I'll come out of it stronger in the eyes of the country than before.
Not if you talk treason.
What treason am I guilty of?
Tom, time and again I've come to your defense, and, well, I suppose it's not wise, but I want to try once again. Not for my sake, but for yours.
You ought to hate me. Why don't you?
All your life you've run away. You wouldn't stay in the vice presidency, then you wouldn't accept defeat in New York. You turned to this wild scheme. But now you're going to be tried in a court. You'll have to face the worst that's coming to you.
No court can hurt me.
Why don't you admit your guilt?
I did nothing wrong.
You did nothing wrong? Don't you know wrong from right anymore? Tom, this is the one chance you've got left to live in peace with yourself. Will you take it?
I've done nothing wrong, and no court will convict me. I'm not the one who's going to be destroyed. You are. I will be acquitted in the eyes of the court and of the people. After this trial, I promise you the fight of your life to see whom the people will support.
Are you ready for the newspaper men, Mr. President? They're in your study.
Good.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I've asked you to come here this morning to tell you something about the conspiracy led by Tom Barr. He is about to be tried for treason, for planning to disrupt our country and set himself at the head of a new nation. The court will decide how grave a legal crime this is. I want my fellow citizens to realize what a crime it is against them personally. It may not be treason to foment a war, as Barr did. It may not be treason to dream of new empires. Men have always done that. But it is treason against you and me and our families and our children to try to destroy the unity in which we live, to destroy the union that guarantees our freedom. That's what must convict Tom Barr of treason, in court or out of it.
I've just come from the floor of the Senate, sir. Your statements to the public are causing a lot of comment.
I'm glad to hear it, friend.
But, sir, the feeling is that you went too far, that you're trying to convict Barr even before his trial.
It's a surprise to hear you defending him, Fred.
Oh, no, please. I'm not. But don't you see, it looks as if you don't respect the court.
Fred, I've got to make people see that Barr's real crime...
Well, I
what
understand.
it was.
I understand, sir. I understand only the court can decide that, though.
The court may not convict him, but the trial will point the finger of suspicion at him. He must be brought to trial. He must be exposed before the people.
Well, the evidence isn't strong against him.
There are always people who will follow a man like Barr. Not just suppose he's not convicted. That he learns nothing out of this experience and goes right back to his scheming and plotting. He promised me a real fight if that happens. And I know he will give it to me.
The defendant, Thomas Barr, will rise. It is the verdict of this court that you are not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty? Judge, not guilty? I don't see how that's possible, Mr. President.
Well, it's simple, Miss Sarah. The court said there can't be any treason unless there are two witnesses to an actual act of treason. I knew that. The trial proved Barr's treason as never anything more than a plan. But, Miss Sarah, I got what I wanted. That plan is now exposed.
But now your worst fears about Barr may be realized. He's free again.
Oh, he's going to fight me, Miss Sarah.
I can't forget that he killed Edward Taylor. He might very well... Excuse me, Mr. President.
Surely.
Mr. President. Mr. Barr.
Mr. President.
Come in, Tom. I wonder why you've come here.
I want you to see me now. The man you couldn't defeat. The man you said was a traitor and who's not guilty.
I believe the court, Tom.
Do you? Or do you still think you're better than I am? I want you to admit you were
Tom,
wrong.
I don't consider myself superior to anybody. But you've always been afraid that you're inferior to everybody.
Me? Inferior? Huh. The man who stood off the court and every witness you could find and every twist of public opinion you tried to bring about? I'm glad you did that because it makes my victory bigger. It makes me bigger. You think you can ever beat me again?
I never tried to beat you, Tom. I only tried to save my country, and I think I did.
You know as well as I do I beat you. You've got to admit it. I beat you.
Did you, Tom? Did you?
Listen to me. I'm not guilty. You'll see. I'll prove it. I'm not guilty. I'll make everybody believe it. All the people.
All the people, Tom? Look, it didn't matter whether the court proved you guilty or not. That wasn't why I wanted you brought to trial. I wanted to expose you before the people, and I did.
I have already been acquitted by the court.
By the court, Tom, but what about the people?
I'll beat you. You'll see. I'll beat you. You'll never stand in my way.
Mr. President, Mr. Barr just ran out. He looked half out of his mind.
Oh, he's more dangerous than ever, Miss Sarah. He's had a narrow escape. Yes, he's free again, but he's backed into a corner, and he's more desperate than ever. Imagine what a rabble-rouser like Tom Barr might do.
Well, they won't listen to him now.
I don't know. They might. So long as he believes in himself the way he does, there's no telling how much harm Tom Barr can do.
President.
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Tom Barr, he's gone.
Gone? Gone where?
Left the country, sailed for Europe this morning.
So he's running away again.
But why, Mr. President? From what?
From himself, Miss Sarah. He'd won his vindication from the court, and he was prepared to continue his fight against me. Tom Barr was an ambitious man. He tried every method, good and bad, to realize that ambition. He turned every failure into a more desperate plan.
But the court cleared him.
Yes, the court cleared him. But there is a higher judgment than any court, Miss Sarah. The people. What he wanted, he could get only from the people. Once he found that they condemned him, he realized his folly. His own conscience judged him, Miss Sarah. No one man can set himself against all men and not have to face himself in the end. Well, have you guessed which president this story was about? Mr. President then was Thomas Jefferson. The man I've called Tom Barr this evening was in reality Aaron Burr, who killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel. For his plan of empire, he was tried for treason, and although acquitted, he soon fled to Europe, where he lived in poverty. Toward the end of his life, he returned to New York and took up his law practice again, but was never able to live down the treachery of his own deeds. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President. I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Mr. Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis' Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Thomas Jefferson. Music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. What's the future for Germany? Be sure to hear this controversial question discussed by experts on America's Town Meeting next Tuesday night. This is ABC, the American. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our country, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening. The old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the president's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? You know, the problem of being peacemaker in an argument is not an easy one.
particularly when you have two brilliant individuals involved, each firmly believing that he is right. You have to see both sides, but you can't take either side. And still you have to keep them together, as I tried to do in tonight's story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these incidents really happened to. But meanwhile, you may be able to guess. The personal controversy between Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday had been going on for some time. But one morning it came right out in the open at a meeting of my cabinet. All right, gentlemen, we're ready for the report of the Secretary of State. Mr. Faraday, please.
Mr. President, the newly appointed minister, Charles Monroe, will soon be arriving in this country. I don't know him personally, but I've heard something of his reputation. He'll be very much in sympathy with the ideals of your administration, Mr. President, and with the ideals of our country.
A question, Mr. Faraday.
Yes, Mr. Taylor?
It's not important whether Monroe is sympathetic with us or not. I'd like to know if we're apt to be sympathetic with him. I see a difference.
What do you mean, Ed?
France has just been through a revolution and civil war, and her new government is at war with England. The majority of Americans hope to see England win that war.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Taylor. The overwhelming majority of Americans are pro-French in sympathy, and they should be. The new French government is founded on the same liberal ideas as ours. Besides, France is an ally of ours by treaty.
Mr. President.
Yes, Ed.
I wish to make a motion for the Cabinet's consideration. I move that this government suspend the treaty with France.
Mr. President, we can't do that.
Please, gentlemen, please. Go on, Ed.
I move that this government suspend the treaty with France. We signed it with the previous government of France. That government no longer exists. We can no longer be bound by the treaty.
Good heavens, Mr. Taylor. The treaty is not between our government and their government. It's between our people and the French people. Your motion is dishonest and cowardly.
Calling me names won't change the facts, Faraday. Any mark of favor from us to France will only put us in danger of war with England. I say we should not even receive this new French minister.
Impossible.
Faraday, you're not even listening to my arguments. You're opposing me purely for the sake of opposing.
Gentlemen.
But, Mr. President,
Ed, please.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Gentlemen, we face one big question. Is our treaty with France still binding? Whatever we decide, there's the plain risk of war, and that's the last thing we want. Meanwhile, I want all of you to forget your personal feelings and ask yourselves only what's best for our country. Tom, when is Monroe due to arrive?
In about 2 weeks, sir. But I want to warn this meeting. We'll solve nothing by following advice such as Taylor's been urging. I am Secretary of State, and if I'm to be hampered and obstructed by the Secretary of Treasury, my advice ignored, I can no longer remain in this cabinet.
Oh, Tom, please now.
President, I don't know why you let those two men cause you so much trouble.
Oh, I don't suppose they realize it.
You're more important than Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday and the whole cabinet and Congress.
Now, just a minute, Miss Sarah. I'm not more important. My job is.
All right, your job then. But if they can't get together, you'll have to choose between them.
I need them both, Miss Sarah. I know their points of view clash. Taylor favors the notion of an aristocratic monarchy. Faraday is a democratic republican. One believes in authority, and the other has faith in the people.
And neither is willing to give up his ideas in favor of the other.
Miss Sarah, in times like these, they will have to. England and France are at war. Other nations may join at any moment. We may be involved. We've got to have national unity.
It can't depend on only two men.
It does. I've got to bring them together, Miss Sarah. I've got to talk to them separately. First send me, send for Tom Faraday, then get me Ed Taylor. Sit down, Tom. I've asked you to come here because of what happened at the cabinet meeting this morning.
I would have said more, Mr. President, but I was afraid of losing my temper entirely. You heard Taylor in the meeting. Of all the short-sighted, dangerous, cold-blooded suggestions I ever heard. I have listened to him, sir, for over 3 years. I've seen him twist you around his little finger. Anything to block me.
Well, I have something to say about that, Tom.
Then I've got to ask you, sir. Either demand his resignation from the cabinet or let me resign.
Sour grapes, Tom?
Frankly, it isn't all on account of Ed Taylor. I want to go home, have some time with my family. I'm 50 years old, Mr. President, and I've been in government service for most of the last 20. I've got grown daughters. I want to know them better before it's too late.
I'd like to go home, too, Tom. But I can't.
Of course, but If I am no longer in the cabinet, sir, things will go much more smoothly. Let Taylor have his way.
I will not. And I won't let you have your way either. I want you to promise to cooperate with Ed Taylor.
I don't see what good can come of it.
Tom, both you and Ed have a great deal to give your country. You've proven it already. You'll go on proving it in the years ahead. I'm not going to let either of you fail in your duty. You belong in the cabinet, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep you both in it.
Mr. President, I don't like Taylor. I don't agree with anything he says or does.
Well, you can compromise. You've got to.
Oh, yes, we can compromise on small points. But when it comes to matters of principle, I'm sorry. I can't compromise. And let me say this about Taylor. I don't think he can either.
Well, what about my principles?
What?
Well, never mind. Do I have your promise? I want you both in the cabinet, almost at any cost. At least until we solve the French question.
Yes, Mr. President. I'll do my best.
Good. Now about the French treaty and Monroe.
Mr. President, you can see how impossible it is to suspend the treaty.
So far, I agree with you. But suppose Monroe insists we join France in her war against England.
I don't know, sir.
It seems to me it depends largely on what orders Monroe's got from his government in Paris. And it depends on public opinion here, doesn't it?
That means it depends on Monroe.
Exactly. So let's not try to decide everything now. Let's wait for Monroe to arrive in this country. Meanwhile, Tom, you won't forget your promise.
I'll try not to, sir.
I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Very grateful. I'm glad to see you, Ed. Sit down, won't you? I want to talk to you about what happened at the cabinet meeting.
If it's about Tom Faraday, that was disgraceful, sir.
I'm sorry that your feelings had to come to a head on such an important question. Ed, England and France are at war. If we're not careful, we can easily find ourselves in the middle. We cannot allow personal antagonism to threaten our nation's unity.
I agree entirely, Mr. President. But the situation's impossible, and you've got to do something about it.
Got to?
Faraday is a schemer. The ideas he gives you are false, dangerous, tricky.
Ed, I frequently get ideas of my own, you know.
Faraday knows how to make you think they're yours. He knows how to fight me through you. I can fight him alone and beat him. I can't fight him and you. I've reformed the finances of the country, but still he resists. And he won't be satisfied till he's spoiled everything I've done. Will you ask him for his resignation?
No, I won't.
Then I want you to accept my resignation.
Aren't you forgetting something? Aren't you forgetting that your work isn't the whole thing? It's only part of the whole.
Spoil a part and you spoil the whole.
I don't want to take any credit from you that's rightfully yours. But I'm the only one who can judge what each of you is.
Exactly, sir. I want you to judge between me and Faraday and choose between us.
I refuse to do that, Fred, and flatly.
Then I'll do it for you.
Ed, will you... And I'm sorry. I don't mean to get angry, but I've got to tell you a simple truth you're losing sight of. You're responsible to me, but I'm responsible to the whole country.
Of course, but...
Just a moment now. You're an honest, conscientious public servant, and you naturally think only your ideas are best for the country. But maybe not all of them are. You have your opinion about the French situation. Tom Faraday has his. But we can only find out which is right by a little less fighting and a little more cooperation between you. You've got to learn to cooperate with Tom Faraday.
Me? Let him learn to cooperate.
Oh, cooperate doesn't mean give in, Ed. It means cooperate. If Faraday cooperates with you, give and take. Reasonable compromise. Will you cooperate with him?
Will he cooperate with me?
I've talked to him. I think he will. I'm asking you to do the same. Will you, Ed?
I'll do everything I can, which is in the best interest of my country.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful to you.
Good day, Mr. President.
Good day, Ed.
Good day, Miss Sarah.
Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Well, Mr. President, have you soothed their ruffled feelings?
Well, frankly, Miss Sarah, I don't think I can change their feelings, but I have appealed to their intelligence. I hope it works.
But, Mr. President, if you can't change their feelings, is it really worth it?
As long as it keeps the country in one piece, it is, Miss Sarah.
But you're the one doing that. You as the president, not
Miss
they.
Sarah, with Taylor's financial reform, we're keeping the nation's economy in good shape. That's important to business people in the East. And with Faraday in the cabinet, farmers, small merchants, working men know that we're working for them. Unity in America, Miss Sarah. Unity in America.
Yes, I see. Unity at your expense.
Well, as to the rest of the world, Miss Sarah, I'd admire any country that could have in its government at the same time two such men as Taylor and Faraday.
Mr. President,
Yes, Miss Sarah.
Mr. Taylor is here to see
Oh,
you.
good. Come in, Taylor. Come in.
Mr. President.
How are you?
Monroe has arrived in this country, sir.
Well, didn't we expect him to?
Yes, Mr. President. But where would you expect him to come on his arrival in this country?
Oh, to the capital, of course.
It might interest you to know, sir, that he disembarked at Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, he must have had a good reason. I see nothing to be alarmed about.
I tell you, Monroe is up to something. I wouldn't be surprised if Faraday hadn't arranged.
Now, just
all
a moment, then. Let's not start this all over again. If Monroe is up to something, then it's more than ever necessary that we stop fighting among ourselves.
I only wanted to forewarn you, sir.
Thank you, Ann. But let's not anticipate trouble.
Our organization has been anticipating your arrival, Mr. Monroe. I assure you, you have many supporters here, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Bellows.
Yeah, we've made all the preliminary arrangements, but these are the best accommodations we could get for you here in Charleston.
Oh, but they are charming, Monsieur Bellows. Charming. Listen to the people outside.
Yes, maybe you ought to say a few words to them, huh?
Speak to them?
Yes, sure.
Yes, a good idea.
My friend, I bring you greetings from France, from the people of France, from your fellow fighters for liberty. I know you feel as I do, that France is the champion of freedom in all the world, and that England is the enemy of freedom. Thank you, my friend, thank you.
Close the window, Monsieur Bellows.
Yes.
I am pleased, my friend. The people are most friendly to me.
Yes, sir. I wrote you they would be, sir.
It will make my work and yours so much easier.
You won't have any trouble, Mr. Monroe. You can see for yourself. Nobody's neutral so far as your war is concerned.
Yes, I am satisfied.
Lots of men will be glad to go over to France to fight for you. My committee's got thousands of names already. And shipyards will be glad to sell your ships to fight against England, sir.
Monsieur Bellows, I want much more than men and ships.
More?
I want the United States to declare war on England.
War? Well, that's a little more than any of your friends in this country expected, sir.
It is logical.
Well, you may find some people not willing to go that far, sir.
Then we will change their minds.
But we'd better think about
We
that.
have thought about it, monsieur, in Paris. And I have orders from my government to work secretly to stir up public opinion in favor of war against England.
Well, yes, that had better be very secret.
Perhaps not. In the cabinet is that great and good friend of France, Monsieur Thomas Faraday.
But don't forget the president,
The
sir.
president? I have plans for him. I do not think he will give us any trouble.
Well, you'll be seeing him soon.
I do not want to see him soon.
What?
I have decided to take 2 or 3 weeks to see something of your beautiful country, to talk to the people, you see?
Yeah.
Now, Monsieur Bellows, some dinner with some good wine, don't you think? We might even drink to France's new ally in our war.
Tom, Ed, I've asked you both here to find out your opinion about Minister Monroe. I've been reading reports of the speeches he's been making in every town on his way here from Charleston. He's not behaving like a minister. Trying to influence public opinion in a country where he's only an official guest.
It is very strange, Mr. President.
Strange. It's outrageous.
A number of papers are supporting him, too, and pro-French groups are forming. Especially in the South, Tom, with help from your friends.
Well, that's not my doing, sir. Besides, what about the pro-British sentiment stirred up by Taylor's organizations in New England?
Listen to me, Faraday. You
Now,
dare.
wait a minute. Wait a moment, both of you. Trying to beat each other isn't any help. Now, let's stick to Monroe.
Mr. President, I think his behavior is a deliberate insult to you.
Ed, I didn't think that would bother you.
I beg your pardon.
Anyway, that's not important. It's true he's taking his own time and coming here to be officially received. But on the other hand...
It's an outrage, sir. I urge you to refuse to see him when he does come. Let him go back to France, a failure, and face the humiliation.
What do you think, Tom?
I agree that Monroe is behaving badly, sir, but let's bear in mind there's great sympathy for France in this country. He may be overwhelmed by it.
That pro-French sympathy you're always talking about, Faraday, it comes from the most stupid part of the population.
Taylor, Well, let's not argue. Since the treaty is still binding, Mr. President, we cannot refuse to accept Monroe as minister. I'm sure he'll be more discreet in the future. Let's not act against him now.
You agree, Ed?
I don't see what difference it makes, what I think.
It does make a difference, Ed. Don't you see that...
Very well, sir.
Now, the important thing to remember, however, is that Monroe's got to be handled very carefully by all of us. For instance, when he presents his credentials, I must receive him as an accredited representative of a friendly power. Mr. Monroe, on behalf of the citizens of the United States, I welcome you to this country. There has always been great fellow feeling between your people and ours, and I'm sure your presence among us will only increase it.
I am confident it will, Monsieur le Président. The people of France look to America as the one nation in the entire world which truly understands their yearning for freedom.
We wish your country and every country the best of good fortune, sir.
Well, Mr. Monroe, how did the president receive you, sir?
Well, he was very polite, but, Monsieur Burroughs, I am not sure that he understands our problem.
Well, when it's presented properly, he will, sir. After all, you have an eloquent champion in the Secretary of State, sir.
Yes, Monsieur Faraday. But why not? Our cause is the cause of freedom. And is that not also the cause of this country? Whoever helps France helps the cause of freedom. Whoever keeps France and the United States apart is an enemy of freedom. But, Monsieur Burroughs, we have many friends here.
Gentlemen, we all realize our tremendous obligations to the nation which once assisted us so generously in our struggle for freedom. A nation to which we are still financially indebted. That nation is now fighting her own battle to win a similar freedom. Gentlemen, as Secretary of State, I am privileged to introduce to this club our great and good friend, the French minister, Monsieur Charles Monroe.
Gentlemen, France is fighting for her life. It is not enough for you, our American friends, to give us sympathy. We need you as an ally.
Gentlemen, as Secretary of the Treasury, I address this meeting of our party in New York. And I want to warn you, don't be carried away by the passions of those who are trying to take us into a war against England. If our sympathies belong anywhere, they belong with England.
Gentlemen of the newspapers, my colleague in the cabinet, Secretary of the Treasury, Taylor, sees fit to arouse public opinion against France. He forgets the bonds that unite us and that great country.
Bonds between us and France? I ask you, gentlemen, where can it lead us? Only to a war against England. The Secretary of State should choose his friends more carefully.
Tom, Ed, I can't let this go on any longer.
Mr. President.
Just a moment, Ed. You remember, both of you, just before I received Monroe, I asked you to be extra cautious. You remember that, don't you, Tom?
Yes, but Mr.
Both
President...
of you have ignored that request. Tom, you've openly favored Monroe, deliberately helped him arouse pro-French feeling. Ed, you've deliberately stirred up opposition feeling.
I've only been trying to strike a balance. Faraday...
All right. Which one of you started it isn't important now. The point is, how do we stop it? Gentlemen, I'm going to issue a proclamation of neutrality.
Mr. President, a final copy of the neutrality proclamation for your signature, sir.
Thank you, Miss Sarah. There you are.
Is something wrong, Mr. President?
Oh, the usual, only more so.
Mr. Taylor and Mr. Faraday.
Everything I've done with those two may come to nothing, Miss Sarah. I've just got to hope they'll come to their senses of their own accord, or that something will happen to wake them up.
Monsieur Faraday.
Sit down, Mr. Monroe. Of course, you know about the neutrality proclamation.
It is incredible, monsieur. I've talked to many people. I've been through many towns and cities. I know how everyone feels. They are not neutral.
The president wants to avoid war, Mr. Monroe.
And you, Monsieur Faraday, all over France, you are known to be a friend.
I was, and I am.
Do you intend to enforce the neutrality laws?
I am the Secretary of State. That is the law of my country, Mr. Monroe.
The proclamation says it is a crime for any American citizen to aid my country.
That is right.
It would not be a crime for me to help my country, would it?
I'd be very careful, Mr. Monroe.
Careful? Monsieur, I fight for liberty. The time to be careful is past. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. I have invited you here, gentlemen, because I know that the newspapers you represent are already friendly to my country. I know you will be interested, therefore, in these documents.
What are they, Mr. Monroe?
These are copies of the official correspondence between myself and the American administration. You may publish them all.
Well, this is an unusual thing to do, Mr. Monroe.
These are unusual times. In these letters, you will find all the true reasons why this country owes our allegiance to my country. And you will find, too, the ridiculous reasons given by the President and his cabinet for not honoring our treaty.
Mr. Monroe, only yesterday the President proclaimed neutrality. Well, you can't change that by publishing these letters.
You're wrong, my friend. Once the people and Congress read the truth, they will see that the President has acted like a coward. Congress, the true rulers of your great country, will obey the popular feeling. They will force the President and his cabinet to change.
Gentlemen of the cabinet, I think now is the time for me to tell you a decision I've come to. I may hurt some of your feelings, but what I've got to say is more important than anybody's feeling, including mine. I've taken great pains to prevent one part of our country from turning against another part. That's why I've literally begged you, Ed Taylor and Tom Faraday, to stay in the cabinet. But now we find the country split in a different way. Half the people are for France and half for England. And meanwhile, they're forgetting where our own interests lie. That's where our quarreling among ourselves has led us. Instead, let's think only of what's best for our country, now and in the future. I have decided to ask the French government to call Charles Monroe home.
President, sir, Mr. Monroe is very anxious to talk to you, sir.
Of course, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Monroe.
Monsieur le Président, you should be glad to know I have sent my resignation to Paris.
Well, frankly, I'm glad. Though I'm sorry this all happened.
I was, monsieur.
You were, Mr. Monroe?
Well, I am afraid... Well, I admit... I made many mistakes. But, Monsieur le Président, I have learned a great deal while I have been here. I have learned a great deal about the kind of freedom we are fighting for. That freedom exists only here. I like this country very much, Monsieur le Président. I am not going back to France.
Well, I'm glad to welcome a new citizen, Mr. Monroe. And what are your plans?
They are somewhat romantic, monsieur.
Oh, really?
I plan to marry.
Well,
congratulations, Monroe. Congratulations.
And I shall settle down in New York State.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Monroe. At the beginning, I wasn't so sure we'd have a happy ending. But thank you for coming to see me. And, gentlemen, I think there's one thing we all agree upon. We all like it here. Well, have you guessed yet which president this story happened to? The time was 1793, when George Washington was Mr. President. The man I've called Taylor this evening was really Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, who was always at sword's points with Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson. Monroe was really Citizen Genet, who settled in New York State after losing his appointment, married a daughter of a governor of New York, and lived happily ever after. And as you know, Thomas Jefferson later became President of the United States and served 2 terms. Incidentally, since today is the day of Thanksgiving, it's interesting to remember that George Washington first proclaimed it a national holiday. Come and see me again next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
Edward Arnold appears as Mr. President by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis, Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings, directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story, by Paul R. Milton, was suggested by incidents in the administration of President George Washington. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. The American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations present Mr. President. Mr. President, at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who've lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True stories of Mr. President. Now, Edward Arnold as Mr. President. Let's visit him in the White House. It's evening, and the old mansion is resting quietly after a busy day. Only one window on the ground floor shows a light. We enter and find ourselves in the President's study.
Good evening. Sit down, won't you? Did you ever try any carpenter work around your house with another man's tools? Somehow you can't be sure the saw's sharp enough that the nails will go in true or that the result will be what you want. For a president doing a job with another president's cabinet is the same kind of a problem, as you'll see in tonight's story. Later on, of course, I'll tell you which president these events really happened to, but meanwhile, you may be able to guess. For 3 years, I'd been vice president. Then the president died, and I found myself having to work with men who had been in his cabinet, his friends, the men he had trusted. Gentlemen, I suppose you've been wondering about the one empty chair at our table this morning?
Oh, yes.
Well, it belongs, of course, to the Secretary of the Interior.
He's usually late anyway, Mr. President.
Well, he's not late this morning, Lewis. He isn't coming. The fact is, gentlemen, he has resigned. The Senate Investigating Committee, headed by Senator Franks, has discovered that the Secretary was involved in a major scandal. He's suspected of having accepted large bribes, and he's evidently guilty.
Strange thing we never heard about this.
Now, you all know that a Senate or House Investigation Committee is like a forest fire. It's hard to say which way the flames may jump next. If the investigating committee finds what it's looking for, that may light the spark that will consume this very administration.
Mr. President.
Yes, Storm.
Are you implying that others of us here in this room might be involved with the Secretary of the Interior?
No, Storm, I'm not. But since Senator Franks has found one cabinet officer who misused his office, he's naturally going to look closely at the rest of you.
Let him look, Mr. President.
He will, Lewis, whether we let him or not. Now, here's the point. Last night, the Secretary of the Interior begged me to help him to defend him, and I flatly refused. I insisted he resign at once, and he did.
Well, Mr. President, are you personally convinced he's guilty?
Yes, I am.
In advance of a legal trial?
Storm, I'm not trying to anticipate what a court of law will say about his guilt, but I am convinced he's guilty of misconduct in office. That's enough to disqualify him for the cabinet, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, but... Mr. President, what's your attitude toward the rest of us?
Gentlemen, when I took office, I asked all of you to remain in the cabinet for the rest of this term. As long as there's no corruption or incompetence, I will retain all of you in the cabinet. That's all, gentlemen. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Franks.
Oh, good morning, Harper. And it's a very good morning, isn't it? Get rid of the Secretary of the Interior. Now for the next step. Secretary of the Navy, Lewis.
Senator Franks, aren't you attacking the president pretty hard?
What of it, Senator Harper?
Well, you're not giving him time to act on his own account.
Time, Senator, time. He's as weak a president as his late predecessor was. Why should we give him time? Now, let me tell you what I've got in mind.
See who that is, Miss Sarah.
Mr. President, it's Senator Harper.
Oh, good. Come in, Fred. Come in.
Mr. President.
Good morning. Miss Sarah and I were just sitting down for a quick lunch, and Fred, won't you join us?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Will you sit here, Senator?
Oh, thanks, Miss Edith. Mr. President, I just came from a meeting of the Investigating Committee. Senator Franks is presenting a resolution to the Senate this afternoon asking for the removal of Secretary of the Navy Lewis from the cabinet.
Secretary Lewis?
Lewis? Why, Fred?
On the grounds that he was involved in the same corrupt scheme that the Secretary of the Interior was.
Well, has she got any evidence against Lewis?
Oh, there's no evidence that Lewis himself was corrupt, only that he was innocently involved in the scheme. Well, Senator Franks' point is that this makes him obviously incompetent to go on holding his job.
Well, that resolution will pass the Senate, won't it? Senator Franks carries a lot of weight, you know.
Yes, he certainly does, Mr. President.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mr. President, aren't you glad to have this news?
Well, I'd feel more faith in my cabinet if Lewis and Attorney General Storm were out of it, of course. I'm afraid that we don't see eye to eye on many of my policies and issues. After I talked to them the other morning, I'd hoped they'd take the hint and resign. But they didn't.
Well, this Senate resolution is a stronger hint.
Exactly, Mr. President.
Well, now, stop and think a moment, Fred. I'm committed to finishing this term the way the late president would have finished it, with the men he picked to help him. That's what the people voted for. I may not like some of these cabinet officers, but I'm bound to go along with them. I'm not doing my own job. I'm finishing another man's job.
Well, yes, I know, but nobody can blame you if you remove Lewis because of the Senate resolution, sir.
Fred, if I jump at the chance to remove cabinet officers my predecessor appointed, unless I've got the best reason in the world, it'll look only as if I'm repudiating the platform on which I was elected vice president.
Mr. President, there's a lot of danger in the way you're thinking about this.
Maybe with a very little more time, I could get Lewis and Storm to resign of their own accord. But now Franks is making that impossible.
But how, sir? The Senate resolution gives you a wonderful excuse to get rid of Lewis, at least.
That's just the contrary, Fred. It puts me in a bad position. If I fire them after the Senate resolution, it will look bad for the entire administration. Actually, the Senate resolution prevents me from getting rid of Lewis, or it will if the Senate actually passes it.
Mr. President, the Senate has passed the resolution. Here's a copy of it.
I was afraid of that, Miss Sarah. Have Secretary Lewis come to see me, will you please, at once? Sit down, Lewis, won't you?
I'm very upset, sir. That Senate resolution
That's why I wanted to see you. I want you to know what I'm going to do about it.
I think I ought to warn you, sir. I have no intention of resigning. I've got to protect myself. The only way I see to do that is wait until you remove me.
Lewis, you misunderstand the situation. You remember what I told you to all of you in the cabinet? That I would not defend a guilty man, but that I would stand by you because you were appointed by my predecessor.
I'm not guilty of anything, sir.
Lewis, let me talk even more frankly than I have so far. I would not have selected you as my Secretary of the Navy.
Oh. Well, if you think I'm so bad...
No, don't get angry. Don't get angry. Just let me finish. It's plain sense, Lewis. Any president wants his cabinet to be made up of men he knows personally. You and I didn't know each other before we both met in Washington 3 years ago.
True enough.
Now I could use this Senate resolution as a pretext for asking for your resignation. But neither you nor I are entirely our own bosses in this situation. I've made up my mind to finish this term as my predecessor started it, because that's what the people voted for. That's what binds us all, Lewis. I'm not going to ask you for your resignation, and I'm not going to remove you.
I owe you an apology, Mr. President. I was sure you were going to let me go, just to save your own skin with the Senate.
I can't.
What?
I can't remove any cabinet officer under pressure from the Senate. The Senate is exceeding its authority when it tries to force my hand.
Oh, I see.
So I'm sending this message to the Senate tomorrow. It says simply that the removal of a cabinet officer is exclusively up to the President, not to the Senate. In short, this message means mind your own business.
Then there's nothing to worry about, is there?
Oh, yes, there is. There'll be a lot of pressure from public opinion for you to resign of your own accord.
I'm not afraid of that, sir. I promise you I'll stick it out.
All right, Lewis, but both of us had better realize it's not going to be easy.
Mr. President, Senator Franks to see you,
Oh,
sir.
thank you, Miss Sarah.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I'll be at my desk if you want me, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you, Miss Sarah. Well, Senator, how can I help you?
I'll be quick and blunt, sir. I've come to protest the message you sent to the Senate yesterday, refusing to acknowledge our resolution about Secretary Lewis.
Senator, you know the Senate overstepped its authority. My message referred you to the Constitution.
You're putting yourself in an impossible position, Mr. President. Yourself and the rest of us in our party.
I can't help it, Senator.
You're putting yourself and us in the position of defending men who are certainly incompetent, maybe corrupt.
Well, there's no evidence that Lewis is corrupt.
Oh, good heavens, Mr. President. Must a man be a jailbird before you'll remove him?
If you try to force my hand,
This
Senator...
is fantastic.
Look here. I don't want incompetent men in the cabinet any more than you do. But if I remove them for any but the very best reasons, I'm guilty of weakening the office I hold.
But the people who elected us, Mr. President...
I have two duties, Senator. One is to the office of president. It doesn't belong to me personally. It belongs to all the men who've been honored to hold it before me and who'll hold it after me. The Constitution gave us certain powers, and I've got to defend them against anybody who attacks them.
There's still the duty to the people who voted for us. You can't use those powers to keep incompetent men in office.
You're forgetting yourself, Senator, and you're forcing me to do things that I don't want to do. Do you realize that?
I see only that there are men in the cabinet who don't belong there.
I agree with you. But I can't get rid of them in only one way without seeming to repudiate the platform I was elected on. That's if they resign entirely of their own accord.
I disagree with you entirely, Mr. President.
I'm sorry for that.
I'm going to keep after Lewis and Storm until they get out. I'm not going to wait until it pleases them.
The more you attack them, Senator, the longer they'll stay. If they resign under your attacks, they might just as well admit every charge that's made against them, and they won't do that.
We'll see, sir. We'll see.
Mr.
say to the Senate that Secretary Lewis, if not downright corrupt, at least knew of the corruption in the Interior Department and held his tongue. So far, the President has refused to heed the growing public demand for the removal from his cabinet of Secretary Lewis. Why? Will the President tell the people why he retains a man of obvious incompetence? Why is he protecting him?
Dreadful, Mr. President. There seems to be nothing the senator won't say.
That's not the main thing, Miss Sarah. The main point still is how to get rid of Lewis without giving in to the Senate and without going back on my job.
If you could only put in your own men.
That would be simple, Miss Sarah, in a world where everything was plain and logical, but it isn't. The result is it's made to look as if I'm defending dishonest men, when all I want to do is to get rid of them. That's what comes of having to finish another man's job.
Mr. President, Secretary Lewis.
Oh, thank you. Come in, Lewis. Well, what is it?
I have a letter for you, sir.
Oh?
It's quite short. Will you read it?
It's your resignation. And what made you decide on this?
Senator Franks and public opinion are too strong for me, sir. I can't go on being accused of everything under the sun.
Well, I thought you wanted to fight it out.
I did. But there's a limit. Do you accept my resignation, sir?
Yes, Lewis, I accept it. And thank you.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Goodbye, Lewis.
Well, Mr. President, you should be feeling very chipper today.
Chipper? Why, friend?
Well, you got rid of Lewis. That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Yes. His resignation was entirely voluntary as far as I was concerned.
But we have to admit, sir, Senator Franks had a great deal to do with it.
So it seems. But I still say Lewis would have resigned much sooner if he hadn't been forced into a defensive position. And even more important, Senator Franks, by antagonizing him, has undermined confidence in the whole administration. You see, Fred, I don't believe that he forced Lewis to resign just because of Lewis.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
That's one way of getting at me and my policies.
Well, but if that's what he wanted to do, it didn't work out. As you said yourself, Lewis's resignation was purely voluntary, and he made it to you, not to Franks.
That's the way it worked this time. I hope that now that Lewis has resigned and he's out, Franks will leave me alone to deal with the rest of the cabinet my own way. But, Fred, I'm afraid he's going to try to keep the pot boiling.
Gentlemen, our score is now 2 down, 1 to go. The 1 to go is Attorney General Storm.
Senator Franks, can't you leave the president alone, at least for a little while?
Why, Harper?
Well, don't you see the position you're putting the president in? He wants to get rid of Storm, too.
I'm afraid I don't believe that, Harper. Here we have a man in the White House who ignores the Senate, who refuses its advice.
Franks, you know the president has to ignore the Senate if it oversteps its authority.
Not if he doesn't want to. In any case, I'm going to give him another chance. This afternoon, I'm going to present another resolution to the Senate, urging the immediate removal of Attorney General Storm.
Have you any reason for the resolution, Senator?
Yes, a very good one. Storm must be removed because, as Attorney General, he's refused to use the full force of his office in cases where his friends are under suspicion. Let's see how the President answers that.
Miss Sarah, I want this message put in proper form and sent to the Senate.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I am regretfully compelled to reject your resolution calling for the removal of Attorney General Storm. Once again, you have overstepped the constitutional authority of the Senate, and you're trying to invade the office of the President of the United States.
Senator Franks, do you have a statement for the press?
Yes, I have. Gentlemen, you've all read the president's refusal to remove Attorney General Storm. Takes cowardly refuge in constitutional arguments, but his real meaning is plain. He will not remove a man who is not only a corrupt friend of the late president, but is a corrupt friend of his own. I predict that as long as Storm remains in the cabinet, the president stands convicted of complicity in all the scandals which are rocking the country today.
Extra! Senate accuses president of defending corruption! Extra! Senator Frank charges president with conspiracy!
It's worse than ever, Mr. President. Now they're accusing you of corruption.
I'm not afraid of that, Miss Sarah. The charge will fall of its own weight soon enough. What I'm wondering is how Storm will react to all this.
Well, he always struck me as a different type of man from Secretary Lewis. He might resign at once.
That's my hope, Miss Sarah, and I've got an idea how I can hurry him a little. Ask him and Senator Harper to come and see me this evening, will you please?
Together? They dislike each other thoroughly, don't they?
That's just the point, Miss Sarah. Tell them at 9 p.m., please. Fred Storm, I appreciate your coming here this evening.
Mr. President, I don't quite understand Senator Harper's being present.
You'll see.
I know he's not as much of an enemy of mine as Senator Franks is, but I wouldn't call him my friend.
Don't jump to the conclusion that I want to be here. The president invited me, and I came. He'll have to tell us what he expects.
Yeah, that's right, Storm. Now, we've got a delicate problem, and there are certain things I want Fred to explain to you instead of doing it myself. But first, I want to know this. What's your feeling about Senator Frank's attack on you?
It's an outrage. He has no real evidence against me, nothing but a desire to ruin my standing and reputation.
You're not aware of any reason why you should resign, are you?
Certainly not. What reasons could there be?
That's what I want Fred to tell you. Will you, Fred?
Well, I don't quite understand.
I want you to tell Storm what you and I have discussed between us.
I see. Well, Storm, you know, don't you, that Lewis's refusal to resign for so long was very embarrassing to the president?
Why should Lewis have sacrificed himself at all?
It wouldn't have looked like that if he'd offered to resign at the very beginning.
Yes, is that what you want me to do, Mr. President?
I'm only trying to find out exactly how you feel.
Well, go ahead, Senator.
Well, you're in a position right now to save the president from a split in the administration. If you resign of your own accord.
But that would make me look guilty of everything Franks is saying about me.
All right, you can demand an investigation.
Why should I even acknowledge the charge?
I'll say it again, to save the president a split in the administration.
Oh. Well, I see what you're after, Mr. President. You want me to draw the lightning away from you.
Not exactly, Storm. As long as I'm convinced you're not guilty of any Senator Franks' charges, I'll stand by you. Because you were chosen by my predecessor, and I don't want to repudiate him. In other words, if you're perfectly blameless, I will not remove you.
I am perfectly blameless.
But I also want you to realize what it costs me to stand by you. It means I run the risk of a split administration because Franks, right or wrong, carries tremendous weight in the country.
But the Senate can't tell you what to do.
Not legally. But you saw how Franks whipped up public opinion about Lewis until Lewis couldn't stand it. And the result of that was nothing good for anybody. Lewis had to resign after all. And I had to contend with the party fighting within itself.
I've got a little more willpower than Lewis, Mr. President. I won't frighten as easily.
Storm, wait a minute. Let me put the choice up to you in another way. Check me if I'm wrong.
Surely.
Now, here's your choice. If there's the slightest chance of your having to resign at all, resign now.
What do you mean, the slightest chance?
Is there any substance whatever in Frank's charge that you've avoided prosecuting certain cases because the defendants are your friends?
That is a lie.
And, Storm, will you be able personally to withstand the attacks that are going to be made against you and against me?
I'm not afraid of speeches and newspapers. Mr. President, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Good morning, Senator Franks.
Hello, Harper. Care to sit down?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question, Senator.
Certainly.
Late yesterday afternoon, I met the chief investigator of your committee. He hinted that you found some evidence of real corruption on the part of Attorney General Storm.
That's quite true, Harper.
What are you going to do about it?
Present it to our committee, to the public.
Aren't you going to tell the president about it?
He refused to take the advice of the Senate about Lewis. Why should I tell him about Storm
It would be a generous gesture on your part.
I don't follow you, Harper.
You'll recall that the president explained to you what a difficult position he's been in. Well, he still is.
I have very little faith in the president's real desire to get rid of Storm.
Wait a minute. Let me tell you something in confidence, Senator Franks. He's been keeping Storm in the cabinet only on Storm's word of honor that there was no basis for any charges against him. Well, now, don't you see how it'll embarrass him to learn that Storm lied?
Will it indeed? Now, you listen to me, Harper. I'm not going to show any mercy to a man who's nearly wrecked the party. I'm going to bring Storm before our committee. After that, he'll be indicted and tried. It's too late for the president to beg for mercy now.
Mr. President, Senator Franks refuses to tell you anything.
Are you sure he's got any real evidence against Storm?
Yes, sir, I am.
Miss Sarah, sends for the Attorney General, please. Storm, you're looking at just about the angriest man you've ever seen in all your life.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. President.
I'll be happy to tell you. Earlier this evening, I learned that Senator Franks has serious evidence against you. It's going to the public record tomorrow before his committee. By tomorrow noon, it'll be in every newspaper in the country.
Evidence? Franks is talking through his hat.
I've never known him to do it before, Storm. Is any of that evidence true?
Now, what evidence is it supposed to be?
Honestly, I don't know. I want you to tell me.
How can I?
Storm, I've never known Senator Franks to be wrong in a matter like this. Never. Now you can see what you've done, and to me and to the administration. It was bad enough having to defend first Lewis and then you against attacks. But at least Lewis wasn't dishonest.
Mr. President, be careful how you accuse me.
I told you from the beginning I wouldn't tolerate unqualified men. I would never have chosen you myself. But as long as my predecessor had faith in you, I was willing to keep you in the cabinet. But not if there was the slightest doubt of your qualifications. I gave you 2 chances to resign, and you wouldn't.
And I have no intention of resigning now. I refuse to make myself a victim of Senator Franks.
Doesn't it mean anything to you that you're an embarrassment to this administration?
If I'm innocent, why does it?
Even if you are innocent, the fact that you're an embarrassment ought to be enough for you.
The late president didn't feel that way.
Look here, Storm. I kept you in the cabinet because of him. And in spite of my personal feelings. But I warned you I'd never let you or anybody else abuse the confidence I was forced to show in you.
Mr. President, as usual, you're over ready to convict a man before he's proven guilty.
I'll leave it to the Senate committee to solve that question. Now, for the last time, I'm giving you a chance to resign voluntarily.
And make myself look guilty?
If you weren't guilty, you wouldn't be afraid. If you don't resign now, Storm, I'll remove you. That will make it look far worse.
Mr. President, I refuse to be made a political victim. Good night, sir.
Will Attorney General Storm take the witness chair, please? Over here, Mr. Storm.
Senator, I'd like to make a brief statement first.
Very well, Mr. Storm.
I am no longer Attorney General of the United States.
What?
I have resigned.
Extra! Attorney General resigns. Faces Senate inquiry. Extra! Senate hearings clear President of responsibility for corrupt cabinet officers.
Fred, what in heaven's name made Storm resign after all?
You, Mr. President.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Your talk with him.
No, Fred, I did tell him just how I felt, but he didn't give an inch.
Yeah, not only that, Mr. President, but what you said hit the mark. You see, he went home and he did some honest thinking about himself. He knew he had been guilty of misuse of funds and malfeasance of office. He knew what you would do when that was found out. So he had to take your advice.
Well, I'm not surprised he couldn't face me with it, but I'm glad he had the decency to step out.
Mr. President, this letter's just come for you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Huh. Well, listen to this, friend. It's from Franks. My dear Mr. President, may I express my admiration for the way in which you personally endured the abuse heaped upon you in the past weeks. Many another man could not have kept silent in the circumstances. Also, you have brought your administration through a crisis which might easily have destroyed public confidence in you. As you know, I did my best to get to the bottom of what seemed to be, to me at least, an extremely grave situation. You may not have agreed with my methods, but I think you will agree with my purpose. I know about your meeting with Storm, and your putting the decision up to him. Your very own unmistakable position forced his resignation. You accomplished with dispatch an objective we all desire.
I think the next election will confirm the fact that we have survived the worst scandals any administration ever faced. Well, sincerely yours.
It's pretty nice of the old boy at that, isn't it, sir?
Oh, I think it's wonderful, Mr. President. You'll never have any trouble with him again.
What did you say, Miss Sarah? Let me tell you something. When the day comes that there's no trouble between the White House and the Capitol, it'll mean there's something seriously wrong with the whole country.
All right. The next time we have a crisis, I'll remind you of that.
Please do.
In fact, right now, there's the tariff bill.
Oh, no, not now, Miss Sarah.
Certainly not
Oh,
now.
definitely no, Miss Sarah, not now. Good night. Good night. Well, have you guessed which president this story happened to? The time was 1924, just after Warren Harding died, and the Vice President, Calvin Coolidge, took over the presidency. It's often forgotten today that while the great oil scandals that rocked the country began while President Harding was alive, that it was President Coolidge who was faced with the problem of reconstructing the cabinet. Tonight, the man we called Lewis was really Secretary of the Navy Denby, and the storm was in reality Harry Daugherty, who, though found guilty by a Senate committee, was later set free after a court trial. Come in and see me next week, won't you? I'll have another story for you about the White House and Mr. President I'm sure you'll enjoy. Good night.
President, by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis' Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. Mr. President is presented each week by the American Broadcasting Company. It is produced by Robert G. Jennings and directed by Dwight Hauser. Miss Sarah was played by Betty Lou Gerson. Tonight's story by Paul R. Milton was suggested by incidents in the administration of President Calvin Coolidge. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be sure to listen again next week when Edward Arnold brings you another story of Mr. President. Now, here's a special program note. Tomorrow night on the official This Is Your FBI, J. Edgar Hoover makes one of his infrequent radio appearances. Hear This Is Your FBI tomorrow night. This is ABC.
By transcription.
In the newspapers, I can read the handwriting on the wall. I am a complete failure as President of the United States.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President. We'll bring you Mr. President in just a moment. But first, a little about the man who plays this role so realistically. You know, it's no accident that Edward Arnold was chosen for this part. An actor was needed with the aggressiveness of Teddy Roosevelt, the warmth and humility of Abe Lincoln, and the tenacity of Andrew Jackson. Who but Edward Arnold could portray all these characters convincingly? Mr. Arnold was also so enthusiastic about the program that despite his many Hollywood commitments, he determined to be Mr. President. Arnold's personal life parallels that of several of our chief executives. His beginnings were very humble. He achieved his present fame through sheer tenacity and hard work. He typifies that pioneer spirit associated with American presidents. And now, let's listen to Edward Arnold in Mr. President and see if you can name the president upon whom this episode is based.
Here's a story that happened to the president a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the president was. England and France were at war, and there was an anxious meeting going on with the president's cabinet.
Gentlemen, the issue is very clear. Do we or do we not want to be involved in a war with England?
I am against anything that would send this country to war again with a foreign power.
But, Mr. President, we have a treaty with France. We can't go back on that.
Treaty or no treaty, we are not in a position to fight a war right now.
In any case, aid does not come with any official sanction from the head of the government of France.
Our sympathies must be with any people fighting for liberty.
Our sympathies are with them, but we cannot not afford to be involved at the present time. I think we should issue a proclamation of neutrality. If we don't, we are going to betray the people of this country.
If we do, we're going to betray the honor of the people of this country.
I don't think we should even receive Genet.
We must receive him. Why, if we did not receive him, public sympathy for France might well rise up in this country and overthrow the government. The people wish to live up to the treaty. Read the papers.
The people do not understand all the issues involved, or how hard put we would be to go to war just now. We could well lose everything in such a fight.
We were very glad to accept the French treaty at the time we made it. I think we should live up to it. We owe France a great deal.
I take exception to that remark. I don't think we owe France half as much as she would like to make us think we owe her.
Mr. President, if you come out publicly in favor of rejecting our treaty with France, you're going to lose whatever public favor you have. I warn you.
I have little left to lose. No one knows that better than I. But when I quit this office, I will quit it knowing that I did my best to serve the people in the way I thought was right. I do not believe I will be serving them if I lead them into war at this time.
Are you going to refuse to receive Genet, then?
No. I'll receive him since you want me to receive him. But I warn you, I intend to try and find a way out of this treaty.
The people are clamoring to go to war with England. Mingle with them. Find out for yourself. Listen to them.
I hear them all the time. I hear the voices of men I saw die on the battlefield. I hear the voices of the mothers that bore them and the women who loved them. The people who want war always shout the loudest. Don't be deceived by them. I'm a soldier, and I tell you that those who must fight the war are not shouting for it now. I'm sure of that. I insist that we issue a proclamation of neutrality and order that no citizen of the United States engage in the war.
But what about the treaty?
Well, for the time being, let us hold the treaty in abeyance.
Good morning, Madam President.
Oh, good morning, Doctor. I didn't realize you were coming over this morning, or I would have made it a point to be here. I had some errands.
I'm just leaving. Streets are mobbed, aren't they? The people are really turning out to welcome Citizen Genet.
Yes. I understand this to be quite a demonstration. 3 volleys of artillery.
France will get us into this war yet.
Not if the president can help it. How did you find him?
Nothing serious wrong with him. I just haven't liked the way he's been looking lately.
No, neither have I. He looks tired. And for the first time in his life, he looks old.
What is it? Is the job just getting too much for him?
He seems to feel that the people have lost faith in him, that they don't want him anymore.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It doesn't seem so ridiculous when you read the newspapers, Doctor, and when you listen to what people are saying. They seem to be attacking him from all sides.
The president has always had opponents, and he's always known how to deal with them.
Yes. Well, now he feels that he has more opponents than he has friends.
But that isn't true.
Perhaps it isn't. But that's what he believes. And it's a sad thing to give your entire life for your country and then feel that they've turned against you.
Well, see if you can cheer him up, huh?
I will.
I'll tell you one thing. I'd love to be a mouse in a corner when he receives Citizen Genet this afternoon.
Monsieur Genet?
Citizen Genet.
Citizen Genet? Would you mind repeating what you just said?
Well, Monsieur le President, I said I represent the French revolutionary government.
Yes, I understand that.
I'm referring to the treaty.
According to the treaty agreed upon between France and the United States back in 1778, the United States guaranteed the rights of France in the West Indies. You know about this treaty, of course.
Yes, I know about the treaty. Please continue. You were about to say that...
The treaty also guarantees that France may use your harbors in time of war.
The treaty does not specifically guarantee that, Monsieur Genet. I am quite familiar with its provisions.
Then you must know that the treaty provides for the use of your harbors.
I beg to differ with you, Monsieur Genet. That is your interpretation of the treaty. It does not specifically provide any such thing.
Am I then to understand that the United States does not intend to abide by her treaty with France?
Monsieur Genet, I cannot answer that question without a great deal of thought and discussion. Your country is at war with England. My country naturally does not wish to get involved in that war.
A treaty is a treaty. An agreement is a thing of honor between nations and gentlemen.
Thank you, Monsieur Genet. I am quite aware of that.
I shall await your answer, Monsieur le Président.
I'll see that you have my answer as soon as possible, Monsieur Genet.
And furthermore, Monsieur le Président, I must inform you that I consider it a deliberate affront to my country that you have the bust of King Louis XVI in your foyer. Good day, Monsieur.
My dear, won't you please sit down? You've been charging up and down the room like a caged lion.
Problems, problems, problems. Sometimes I think that all the forces of this world and the next are leagued against me.
I hardly think that, Mr. President.
As if I didn't have enough already. Now this French affair.
Is Mr. Genet correct in his claim?
Monsieur Genet. Well, in a manner of speaking, yes. We do have a treaty with France. But if we live up to it, that means we are siding with France in her war against England, and we'll be at war with England. Well, no matter how I decide to handle it, the people will say I'm wrong. I believe I've lost their confidence.
Why do you say that?
Have you been reading the papers lately? Let me read you what it says in this paper. Quote, if ever a nation was debauched by a man, the American nation has been debauched by the president. End of quote.
Well, that newspaper has always been opposed to your policies. You mustn't be so sensitive.
Oh, I've been counting the days until my term in office was up. And it's easy to see the people are counting the days, too. I'm tired. I want to go home. I never wanted to be president. If they had let me alone, I might be remembered in honor by my countrymen. But now, look at the record I'm forced to leave behind me. Attacks, accusations, disgrace.
Now, my dear, you mustn't say that. You are hardly disgraced just because a newspaper says a thing like that.
I have given of my best, and my best has not been enough.
Do you know, it would give that newspaper and your opponents enormous satisfaction if they knew they had already won their victory against you.
Already won their victory? What do you mean?
Well, you're going down in defeat without ever striking a blow. Just because you don't like what they're saying about you, you've decided that the whole country's against you. You're giving them a very easy victory, my dear. I thought I married a fighting man.
Well, you did.
Well, I'd never know it to look at you now.
Oh, there are some things you can't fight, my
This
dear.
isn't one of them.
Oh, isn't it?
Your job is to be the best kind of president you know how to be, and as long as you're doing that, the people are going to be behind you.
Well, that sounds well, but it isn't necessarily true. Oh, you have a great deal of faith in the people, my dear.
So did you. One.
Well, now, wait a minute. I still have faith in the people as far as...
Yes, as far as.
The people could turn against you.
All right, suppose they do. They can turn right back again, too.
Are you scolding me?
I most certainly am.
Well, I'll be swished. What do you want me to do?
I want you to carry the day. I want you to go right on doing what's right as you see it and stop worrying about what your opposition has to say.
You know, you're using the same identical tone of voice on me that I used on my troops before I sent them out on the field. And do you know something like that? They may have lost a skirmish here and there, but they did carry the day.
So will you, Mr. President.
Madam President, do you know why I married you?
Of course. You told me. Because I was the prettiest girl you ever saw.
No, sir, not a bit of it. I married you because you had the makings of a great general.
Mr. President, why don't you and Alex look through that treaty for a loophole? There's always a loophole if you hunt long enough.
Madam President, where did you learn all the things you know?
Why, from you, Mr. President. From you.
give up, Alex. I give up. I just don't know what we're going to do. We can't face a war with England now, and yet you heard the cabinet. Some of them seem to think we must go. And they are men of honor.
When I left New York, Genet was being lionized by all our political opponents. They think we'll have to live up to the treaty, but that will cause a war. Then the country will turn against you and our party, and they will be in. Genet came to them like a gift from the gods.
Well, it's not going to work. There's some way out of this, and I'm going to find it. Yes, I'm busy.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but dinner's been announced 3 times, and if you don't come and eat it, it's not going to be fit to eat.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. We didn't hear it announced.
We're so immersed in this problem of the treaty with France.
You have it all figured out by now, haven't you?
Figured out by now. Listen to her, Alex.
I wish her faith in us was justified by our achievement.
My dear, these things take a great deal of time and thought. Women don't understand things like this. It isn't easy to cope with these affairs of national importance.
Isn't that odd? I would have thought it was very easy. You're quite right, my dear. Women don't understand things like this. Because I would have thought that you didn't really have a problem at all.
It's a very serious problem.
Indeed it is.
Yes. Treaties are very difficult things for a woman to comprehend. I thought you had no problem because, well, after all, the treaty was made with King Louis XVI, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Let's go down to dinner. Now that you've mentioned it, I am famished, and I'm sure Alex is.
Yes, love. Now, you see how foolish I am. I thought because the treaty was made with King Louis, and since he was beheaded by the revolutionists, and Mr. Genet is here as a representative of the revolutionist government, that any treaty made with the royalist government would naturally have no longer any validity.
Well, of course, things like that are too deep for her. Alex, did you hear what she said?
Did I hear it? I'm speechless. That just might work. It just might work.
Now, come on, let's have dinner before it gets cold.
Madam President, do you realize you may have solved the treaty question? You may have found our loophole for us.
Have I? Well, that's nice, dear. Now, hurry along, or the roast beef won't be fit to eat.
Alex will go to work on this right after dinner. Maybe this is our way out. Madam President, would you mind if I kissed you on the cheek?
Mr. President, I'd love it.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President. 1 to a customer. That's the score when it comes to hearts. But there are 21 kinds of heart disease waiting to attack that one heart we each have. And these diseases make heart trouble our leading cause of death. This is a record too appalling to be ignored. We must act. And act we can by contributing to the 1950 Heart Campaign. Our dollars make it possible to conduct research against disease of the heart and blood vessels, to make facts available to the public, and to set up community heart programs where and when they're needed. Our contributions to the Heart Campaign are the best possible protection for ourselves and for those we love. Remember, heart disease knows no class distinction. It strikes rich and poor, young and old. It's our leading death dealer. So support your local Heart Campaign. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the president was when all this happened? It really did happen, you know, so listen closely. The crisis with France smoldered and seemed about to burst into flames at any moment. The opposition newspapers screamed that the president was turning a deaf ear to the cause of liberty. People started wearing the tricolor, and public sympathy seemed to be overwhelmingly with France. The president wrote, "I believe it is the sincere wish of the United Americas to have nothing to do with the political intrigues or the squabbles of European nations, but on the contrary, to exchange commodities and live in peace and amity with all the inhabitants of the earth." The people read his words, Congress read them, his cabinet read them, tempers grew shorter and blood hotter.
How can we dare to turn our backs on our obligations to France, particularly in view of the fact that she is fighting for the cause dearest to the American heart, the freedom of man? The president is disgracing and humiliating our country.
I think the president is right. We're in no position to go to war right now. We have no quarrel with England. England is not trying to invade France. France declared war on England.
The issues were muddled. People weren't quite sure what it was all about. But the Marseillaise had a thrilling ring to it, and liberty, equality, fraternity was a magnificent phrase.
They forgot that the phrase and the song meant one thing when they were the heartbeat of Frenchmen fighting for the liberation of France, and they were quite another thing sung by the French soldiers on the way to England. The president pondered all of these things in his heart, and finally he sent for Charles Genet.
Well, Monsieur the President, I am happy that you find the time for me at last.
And the issues are grave, Monsieur Genet.
Citizen Genet.
Citizen Genet? They take a good deal of thought.
I trust you are going to live up to your treaty with France, Monsieur the President.
Citizen Genet, I have discussed this problem with my cabinet at some length. In our opinion, we have no treaty with the French government now in existence.
You have no treaty? You certainly do have a treaty. It is there in black and white for anyone to read.
Our treaty was with the King of France. The king is dead.
Your treaty was with the French government.
The French government with whom we made the treaty is dead too, Citizen Genet.
Monsieur, have you read the newspapers?
I read them constantly, Citizen Genet.
The newspapers are clamoring for support of France. They want to fight beside us against that common enemy, but you and only you stand between this country and war, Monsieur the President.
Are you presuming to explain my country to me, Citizen Genet?
Someone must do it. Did you not hear the gun salute that greeted me when I arrived? Did you not hear the church bells? Did you not hear the scream of the multitude?
Yes, I heard them. And I thought at the time how like children they are in their enthusiasms and in their tributes. They have a common bond with the people of France, for they too fought for liberty and equality and fraternity. And because they love France, I do not intend to let them be betrayed.
You are the President of the United States. Is it not your duty to do the will of the people?
Yes, but it is also my duty to protect them and counsel them, which is what I'm trying to do now. You say all the people want war. On my desk, you will find a paper signed by many of the residents of this very city, commending me for my stand on the Neutrality Proclamation.
Is this your final word? You absolutely refuse to honor the treaty?
I do, as far as permitting you to use our harbors as shelters for your privateers.
Very well, Monsieur the President. Then I warn you. I shall go to the people and appeal directly to them. It is not inconceivable that a revolution could be born in America, too, and your government overthrown.
Monsieur Genet, your papers will be returned to you. You are no longer welcome in this country.
Perhaps you are no longer welcome, Monsieur le Président. We will see what the people have to say.
Oh, good morning, Alex. I was hoping you'd be here early for the cabinet meeting. I want to compliment you on the series of articles you've published on the reasons for the proclamation of neutrality. I think they have done a great deal of good.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I've been waiting for the people to arrive with Monsieur Genet at the head of them and drag me through the streets of the city as he threatened. But so far, no one has come.
No, Genet has failed to overthrow the government. But he has accomplished one thing. He has a ship ready to sail from Philadelphia in open violation of the Neutrality Proclamation.
I've heard rumors about that.
I think we should put up a battery, if necessary, to stop that sailing.
It will never sail.
Why do you say that?
I just don't believe it will. Genet has ceased to alarm me. He talks far too much. And a man who talks too much is always his own undoing. I'm going to tell the cabinet today about my conversation with Genet and my orders that he return to France, and see what they have to say about that. Well, gentlemen, that about sums up the conversation. In substance, I have ordered Citizen Genet out of the country.
You know, I am reminded of a cartoon that was in the paper the other day, which showed that a guillotine might be used on a president as well as a king, when he begins to act like one.
By all that's holy, I've stood enough. You've gone too far, sir. To dare suggest, as you have been by constant implication, that I want to be king of this country. I would rather be in my grave than be in my present situation. I have fought for this country, for our ideals, risked my life many times over, and was proud to risk it. When you came and asked me to be president, I refused the office repeatedly, but everyone insisted until, against my better judgment, I accepted. And now you dare suggest for one moment that I want to be king? For my country, I want only one thing: security and the liberty they fought for. For myself, I want only one thing: peace in which to end my days. It's impossible for me to function as president of this country. No man can function as president without the faith of the men he's trying to work with and the people he's trying to work for. Good day, gentlemen.
Gentlemen of the Cabinet, I suggest we support the President and approve his instruction that Genet be recalled.
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Yes, what is it?
there are several notes here from members of the cabinet. I think they're apologies.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
And you will never guess who has been waiting for hours to see you.
Who?
Citizen Genet.
Oh, I'm not up to coping with Genet right now.
He's been waiting so long. And do you know what he did when he came in?
What?
The bust of King Louis XVI was crooked on its pedestal, and Citizen Genet straightened it.
I don't really want to see him today.
Now, you've sat in here moping long enough. You've got to get back to work. After all, you're the President of the United States.
No one seems to care about that.
Oh, yes, they do. The Cabinet cares, and the people care, and I care. Just because you've had a fight with the Cabinet, you can't let the people suffer.
Well, the people don't believe in me any longer.
You're wrong. The people are angry with Monsieur Genet for the way he spoke to you, and the bands have stopped playing the Marseillaise. And I didn't see one person wearing a tricolor in the whole city today. I think that the French vogue is over.
Do you really think so?
I really do. Now, suppose I send Monsieur Genet in to see you, Mr. President.
Well, I suppose I should get back to work. Though I lost my temper in the cabinet meeting, I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, I disagree. Personally, I think that was one of the wisest things you ever did. It cleared the air. Now, let me send Genet in. You may go in, Mr. Genet.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Citizen Genet.
Mr. Genet, if you please, Mr. President.
Mr. Genet?
That is how I would like it, Mr. President. Sir, I owe you a very great apology, and I don't even know how to begin it. I was completely out of order to speak to you as I did.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear you say that, Citizen Genet. I mean, Mr. Genet.
I could never turn the people against you. I found that out. Your people love you, Mr. President. You may have political enemies, but the people are with you. I won't deny that I have been through a certain amount of suffering to find this out.
Mr. Genet, you have made me very happy by telling me this.
Well, then, Mr. President, in return, would you do me a very great favor? Would you permit me to remain in America?
Permit you to remain?
As a private citizen and as an American. Quite frankly, Mr. President, if I do go home, they will surely execute me because I have failed so completely in my mission.
Oh, they will they?
Ah, yes. Only in this country is a man given a second chance. Monsieur President, would you please give me one?
Well, suppose we let bygones be bygones and see what happens. We could always use good citizens in this country.
I will do my best to be a very good citizen.
Then welcome to America, Mr. Genet.
Thank you with all my heart, Mr. President.
Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
You'll know the news inside and outside when you hear Walter Winchell tonight over these same ABC stations. And when it's news styled the Winchell way, it's also 15 minutes of exciting news exclusives and exposés. From coast to coast, this dynamic commentator with the famous machine gun delivery gives listeners the lowdown on the week's highlight happenings. Winchell not only brings you news that's currently making history in America, he brings you news that's happening now, today, in Paris, London, Rome, and other leading news capitals of the world. So don't forget, for a forthright, vigorous commentary on the news of the week, listen when Walter Winchell reports tonight over these same ABC stations. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, well. What do you think I have here?
I can't imagine.
An invitation to a wedding. Mr. Genet is marrying one of George Clinton's daughters.
No, well, that's nice. You know, he settled down beautifully in this country.
He gave us a bad time for a while, though.
But that's all in the past now.
You gave me a bad time, too. I'm sure that no wife ever had a harder time convincing her husband that he was going to be first in the hearts of his countrymen, Mr. Washington.
Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened in Washington a few years ago to Mr. President. Until then, goodbye.
program is produced and directed by Dick Willen. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the Paramount picture Dear Wife. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President George Washington.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. Mr. President was transcribed from its earlier network broadcast for release to our Western listeners at this more convenient time. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Duty determines destiny.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway. Mr. President at home in the White House, the elected leader of our people, our fellow citizen and neighbor. These are little-known stories of the men who have lived in the White House. Dramatic, exciting events in their lives that you and I so rarely hear. True human stories of Mr. President.
Before we bring you today's performance of Mr. President, let's get a little philosophical on the subject of character in our presidents. You know, all American boys grow up with the idea that they might be presidents someday, and why not? Our presidents have come from every environment. Rich and aristocratic like Washington, poor, self-educated like Lincoln. They've been lawyers and farmers, warriors and school teachers. Teddy Roosevelt was bluff and hearty. Wilson was a quiet, scholarly type. But what one quality did they have that made them presidential material? Personality? Yes, they were all men who captured the public imagination. A sense of responsibility? Well, certainly in time of emergency, the country needed a man who could step in and assume leadership. And now let's learn more about it by listening to today's story of Mr. President. See if you can name the president on whom this incident is based.
Here's a story that happened a few years ago. Listen closely and see if you can tell who the story is about. The Republican National Convention met in Chicago. The gentleman whose story you are about to hear had come to support the candidacy of John Sherman. But when he got to the convention, he found that his own name was being spoken of as a preferable candidate. He stood outside the convention hall talking to his wife.
You must go back in, my dear.
Yes, I know. It's such an uncomfortable position to be placed in.
Of course it is. Are things really in a complete deadlock?
Yes, the votes are divided up between almost a dozen candidates. What they want is a dark horse.
What they want is you.
It's a big thing to turn down a chance to run for President of the United States.
Well, dear, I know you'll do whatever's right.
Well, I have to make a move. I can't remain silent any longer. This movement on my behalf is completely spontaneous as far as I know. I certainly never endorsed it or encouraged it.
Well, I'm sure that everyone knows that. Well, I'm going on home now. You better go in. You don't want to miss the roll call.
I'm going to interrupt that roll call if it started. I'm going to tell the convention exactly where I stand.
Goodbye, dear. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, haven't you any curiosity about where I stand?
Well, I know exactly where you stand. I haven't been your wife all these years for nothing.
Oh, bless your heart, I know you haven't. I'll see you at dinner. I'll get in there and make my speech. Mr. President, Mr. President and gentlemen of the convention, I am here as one of the chosen representatives of my state. I am here by resolution of the Republican State Convention passed without a single dissenting voice, commanding me to cast my vote for John Sherman for president and to use every worthy endeavor for his nomination. I accepted the trust because my heart and judgment were in accord with the letter and spirit and purpose of that resolution. It has pleased certain delegates to cast their votes for me for president. I am not insensible of the honor they would do me, but in the presence of the duty resting upon me, I cannot remain silent with honor. I cannot, consistently with the wish of the state whose credentials I bear and which has trusted me, I cannot, with honorable fidelity to John Sherman, who has trusted me in his cause and with his confidence, I cannot, consistently with my own views of personal integrity, consent or seem to consent to permit my name to be used as a candidate before this convention. I would not respect myself if I could find it in my heart to do so, or permit to be done that which could even be ground for anyone to suspect that I wavered in my loyalty to Ohio or to my devotion to the chief of her choice and the chief of mine. I do not request, I demand that no delegate who would not cast a reflection upon me shall cast a ballot for me.
My dear, that was Mr. Hanna at the door. I put him in the library. He asked a few moments of your time.
Mark Hanna?
Yes.
Well, that's strange. I wonder what he wants. Well, there's only one way to find out. Excuse me, my dear.
Of course.
Good evening, Mr. Hanna.
Forgive me for stopping by like this without sending you any word. But frankly, I was so anxious to see you, I just couldn't wait.
Don't you sit down, Mr. Hanna.
Well, thank you. You and I have never had much of a chance to get acquainted.
No, that's right, although I do seem to recall that we've had a difference now and then on certain political issues.
I'm here tonight because I've never admired a man so much in my life as I admired you when you made that speech today.
Well, thank you, but as a Sherman man yourself, you're bound to be prejudiced.
Sherman isn't going to be president. I hoped he was. I've hoped for a long time to see an Ohio man president of the United States, but he isn't going to be president. I think you are.
Mr. Hanna, I meant what I said today.
I am as sure of that as I have ever been sure of anything in my entire life. Oh, you aren't going to be president this election. I didn't mean that. But I believe you are going to be president.
You're a powerful man in the party, Mr. Hanna. Such an observation from you is very flattering.
I admire loyalty in any man. I admire integrity and honesty even more. The party needs a man like you. And more than the party, the country needs you. I've been hunting for a man like you as long as I've been in politics. That's what I came here tonight to tell you. And to tell you, too, that I'm going to devote every resource at my command towards obtaining the presidency for you.
Mr. Hanna, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for those very gracious, very generous words. I won't deny that I would like to be president. What man wouldn't? But tell me, if I accept your help, what do you ask in return?
Your friendship. Nothing more. I hope you believe that.
I do believe it. Here's my hand on it, Mr. Hanna.
And here's mine, Mr. President.
Well, where do we begin?
We begin with a campaign for the office of Governor of the State of Ohio.
My dear, don't you intend to get any sleep at all?
I just can't sleep. And I'm sure I don't know how you can sleep. Just think, in a few hours, you're going to take the oath of office as governor of the state of Ohio. Can you realize it?
After that grueling campaign Mark Hanna put me through, I can certainly realize it. You know, if it were up to you and Mark Hanna, I'd never get any sleep. But you must get some rest, the way you've been feeling.
Oh, I feel much better this week. Really, I do. Please don't worry about me.
Who on earth is that at this hour? What time is it, anyway?
4 in the morning.
Oh, my.
Maybe it's a telegram.
All right, I'm coming.
Hello, it's me. I can't
sleep. I might have known. Come on in, Mark. Come on in. Oh, dear, here's someone else that can't sleep.
Oh, I'm so glad you came over, Mark. There's no use even trying to sleep.
I can certainly see that.
What's the matter with you? Aren't you excited? You're going to be governor in a few hours.
Yes, and I'm going to be a confoundedly sleepy one.
You know, if many people saw you at this hour of the day, you'd never get elected for anything. Come on now, let's see that campaign smile. That's better.
I'll go in the kitchen and make coffee.
Good for you. We'll come along and watch. Come along, Governor.
You know, you people don't seem to realize that I've been through a long, hard campaign.
You think this was hard? Wait until your presidential campaign. You're just starting.
Oh, look, it's getting light.
Yes. It's the dawn of your day, Governor. The dawn of your day.
Mark!
John, what are you doing in New York? I left you in charge of the office.
The governor's in trouble, Mark. I learned about it a few days ago, and I thought I'd better come and tell you about it myself. I just left your hotel. They told me I could catch you if I hurried.
What's happened?
Well, it seems as though some time ago the governor endorsed a pretty sizable note for a friend, a fellow named Walker, Robert L. Walker. Well, anyhow, the sum and substance of the whole thing is that Walker just went into bankruptcy.
How much?
I couldn't find that out, but I gather it's a big amount. The governor's got to pay off the whole sum or he'll be ruined.
Pack my bags. Check me out of the hotel, will you, John?
Where are you going?
The depot. I'm taking the first train back to Ohio.
Sorry I couldn't get out of bed to receive you, Governor, but when the news came, well, it was quite a shock.
Yes, I talked to your doctor. Tell me, what happened, Bob?
I did my best to keep things above water. You can look at the books. It's all written down in the books. I can't tell you how bitterly I regret having asked you to go on that note for me.
Well, Bob, I was glad to do it. After all, you did the same thing for me once upon a time when I needed it. Of course, the bad part of the situation is that I don't have anywhere near the sum we're obligated to pay.
If there was only something we could do. I kept borrowing more money because I thought the tide had to turn. I've always had a sound head for business.
Of course you have. Well, Bob, these things happen to the best of us. The main thing is to get you back on your feet. Oh, have courage. There are better days coming. Now, I'm not going to talk to you any longer. You need all the rest you can get. So, goodbye, Bob.
Goodbye, Governor. You know how sorry I am.
I know. Of course I know.
Darling, aren't you coming down to dinner at all?
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't much appetite. I've been sitting here going over and over the whole thing in my mind, trying to think what to do.
Have you reached a decision?
Yes, I have. I'm going to give up all thought of the presidency, and I'm going to resign the office of governor, and I'm going back to my law practice and work until I pay back every cent of this debt.
Oh, my dear.
There's nothing else I can do. All my life I've tried to keep free of any obligations I couldn't meet. And now, at this period of my life, to have this happen. Of course, it's my own fault for signing the note. First, when I signed, I insisted that it be for no more than I could pay if anything did happen. But then, when Bob came to me and said he needed further endorsement, I gave it to him. I had no reason to think anything like this would happen.
What is the extent of the obligation?
$130,000.
$130,000? And you're going to pay that back?
If it takes me to my dying day, I'll pay it back.
Well, please come and try to eat a little dinner. You need your strength. I'll go.
Thank you.
Mark.
Good evening. How's the governor's lady?
Oh, it's good to see you, Mark.
Oh, Mark, I'm going to resign from office.
What did you say?
I'm more grateful to you than I can ever tell you for all you've done for me, but as a man of honor and integrity, there is nothing else I can do.
How much money do you need?
$130,000. I'm going back to my law practice and pay every cent of it back.
You're not going back to your law practice. You're not going back anyplace. You're going forward. You're going to be president.
I'm going to pay back that money.
Of course you are. Have you any idea what's going on right now, Governor? Right this minute, some 30 of your friends are meeting over at Myron Herrick's house. They're meeting for one purpose, to help you get this money together.
To what?
Mark.
We're going to get the money. It's going to be paid back. And you're going to be president.
You're going to get the money? Where on earth would you get a sum like that?
Governor, there are a lot of men in this country with as much faith in you as I have. We'll get the money.
Mark, I just inherited an estate from my father. It isn't anywhere near what you need, but it will help.
No, my dear, this is my debt.
No. You keep your estate.
But don't you understand? I want to help. My husband's devoted everything he had to me. I consider it a privilege to be able to help him now.
My dear, I don't even know what to say to you.
Please take it, Mr. Hanna.
Well, we'll take it if we need it. But we may not need it. Our plan, Mr. President, is to have a group of trustees who will take over this debt and raise the funds.
That isn't right. It's my debt, and I must meet it.
It isn't really your debt. It's Walker's debt. You weren't involved in his business. You simply helped him out by endorsing his note. But that's all beside the point anyhow. This obligation will be met. There are lots of us who can help with that, who could never fill your place in the White House.
Mark, your faith in me is one of the most touching and beautiful things that has ever happened to me, except for the faith and love of this lady here.
You leave this matter in our hands, will you?
I still want to pay it back, Mark.
We'll talk about that after you've completed your term in office. In the meantime, forget about this debt. It will be paid. Take my word for it. And you are not even going to know the names of the men that pay it. The only thing we ask in return is that you keep on towards the White House.
Mark, I think you must be the best friend anyone in the world ever had.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm just a good politician.
Mark, I must tell you that I will...
Is there anything to eat in this house? I'm starved.
Of course there is. Come on. It won't take a minute to put another plate on.
You know, I think I could eat something, too. I'm hungry for the first time in days. I'm really hungry.
Well, come on, then. What are we waiting for? Let's put some food inside the candidate. He has to store up a lot of energy. He has a hard campaign coming up.
You haven't even let me thank you, have you, Mark?
I don't want thanks from you. The ones I really expect thanks from are the people of the United States. I'm doing this for them.
I hope I can live up to all you think of me.
You can't miss. You can't miss, Mr. President.
In just a moment, we'll come back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Here's a word that millions of people in Europe fear, a word as destructive and deadly as a weapon. It is hunger. Many millions knew it during the war and know it still. One of the best ways we can help is by sending food parcels through CARE. CARE sends food and clothing packages which provide more per dollar than individuals can supply any other way. For instance, one food package costing $10 contains 24.5 pounds of food. CARE guarantees delivery of this food package to any individual or group in 11 countries in Europe and in Israel and Japan. So if you want to send a food package overseas, just mail $10 to CARE. Give your name and address and the name and address of the person the package is going to. Help care for them through CARE. Remember, you can send more for less through CARE. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Well, have you guessed who the presidential candidate was when all this happened? It really did happen, so listen closely. The days were days of national crises. In the midst of great arguments about the gold standard and free silver, the stock market collapsed, and hundreds of banks and trust companies were forced to close their doors. The party in power lost control in the congressional elections, and Mark Hanna felt that the hour was drawing close for his candidate.
Governor, I've made a decision.
What's that, Mark?
I've put 28 years of my life into my business. It meant a lot to me. But I'm going to turn it over to my brother. I want to devote all my energies now to getting you the Republican nomination.
Mark, I don't want you to make any sacrifice like
Say
that.
no more about it. It's already done. Now, here's our first move. I've got to go to New York and talk to the party bosses. We need them behind us. And I've got to find you a campaign manager.
Can't you be my campaign manager?
No. I want someone better. I haven't had enough experience in politics outside the state. I want someone with experience in politics on a national scale.
Running for president involves a lot of things, doesn't it?
Even winning the nomination involves a lot of things. That's our first hurdle. We've got to win the nomination.
Well, tell me, what will it take to get the bosses you referred to in New York behind us?
Well, I've already sounded them out a bit. They each want patronage. One wants the patronage of New York, another of Pennsylvania. It's not beyond reason.
Mark, I just can't do that.
You can't do that?
No.
This is not an unusual request, you know.
No, perhaps not. But it's too high a price for me to pay. If I accepted the nomination on those terms, it would be worth nothing to me and less to the people. If I have to barter like that, I'd rather put aside any idea of being president. Don't misunderstand me, please. I know that what you're talking is good politics, but, Mark, I personally can't play good politics and emerge a good president.
All right. We'll do it your way.
Are you just humoring me, or do you think I'm right?
I think you're right. You may lose the nomination by this. You may lose the election. But at least you won't feel that you've lost your integrity.
Mark, would you be my campaign manager? I've been thinking about what you said before, but you and I have gone this far together. Let's stick it out together.
All right. If that's the way you want it.
That is the way I want it.
Then that's the way it will be.
All right, then. Let's go.
Well, this is certainly an exciting day here in Canton.
Yes, it is indeed.
Where's the governor now?
Oh, he's around the house someplace. It's pretty hard for him to sit still. He's mentally visualizing every moment of that convention.
I always said that boy would amount to something. Mark my words, that boy will amount to something someday, I say.
They're getting ready for the roll call.
Oh, have you got your scorecard ready, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I have it ready.
Oh, it's silly, I suppose, having the scorecards, but I thought it'd be fun to have them. That man sitting up at the head of the stairs is listening to the convention hall by direct wire.
Did you hear the operator say that they were ready for the roll call?
Yes, dear. Here, your scorecard.
Oh, no, you keep score for me. I couldn't hold a pencil at this point. I talked to Mark an hour or so ago, and he said that things looked promising, but of course you never can be sure.
They're starting.
I don't think I'll ever survive this
They've
day.
called Alabama.
Alabama.
Yes, Alabama.
Alabama casts 19 votes for you, Governor. 2 for Reed. 1 for Martin.
Well.
Arkansas. Arkansas casts all her 16 votes for you, Governor.
Good old Arkansas.
California. California casts her 18 votes for you, Governor.
Oh, I always did like that state.
Connecticut casts 7 votes for you, Governor. 5 votes for Reed.
Yes, Reed is very strong in Connecticut.
Delaware casts her entire 6 votes for you, Governor.
Fine state, Delaware, fine.
Florida casts 6 votes for the governor, 2 votes for Martin.
California has a much better climate.
Now, idea, 6 votes means a lot.
Georgia casts 22 votes for the governor, 2 votes for Reed. They're calling Idaho. Idaho's left the convention.
What?
Illinois.
Illinois is a big vote.
Illinois casts 46 votes for the governor.
Oh.
2 votes for Reed.
Oh, that's wonderful. I know Mark was worried about Illinois.
We can thank Charles Dawes for that.
Indiana casts her 30 votes for the governor. Iowa casts 26 votes for Allison.
My friends, thank you. You will understand, I am sure, why I am unable to say very much. Moments like this are rare in a man's lifetime. I thank the convention for the faith they have shown in me, and with the help of God, I shall do my best to justify it.
Are you comfortable, Ida?
Yes, thank you, Mark.
The president is talking to some of the nation's biggest business interests out there on the lawn. He'll be in a few moments.
You've certainly made an open house of your lovely summer home, Mark.
You can win a lot of votes in a place like this where people can relax. You would be surprised how many of those men out there have been solid Democrats and are going to vote Republican.
How did you manage that?
Well, luck has helped a little. One big wing of the Democratic Party has adopted a pretty radical platform that is something of a threat to big business. This has given me the opportunity to step in and say, Look, boys, our candidate is in your corner. And he is. We're getting a lot of money for this campaign from the business interests of the country.
What's going on between you two? Every time I come in a room, I see your heads together. You know, I'm beginning to get very, very suspicious.
I don't blame you. Mark's a very attractive man.
I know. That's what worries me. He's also smart.
Incidentally, don't make any plans about leaving Canton when you go back there next week.
Why?
Because I'm going to have trainloads of voters brought to your front lawn.
What for?
So you can talk to them on your own front porch about your policies. You said I wore you out during your last campaign. This time, I'm not making you stump the nation. I'm bringing the nation to you.
Oh, you're fabulous, Mark. Absolutely fabulous.
Election day is coming up, Governor. Election day is coming up.
How much longer do you suppose it'll be before we know?
I'm sure Mark will come the moment he has any word.
I'm sure I don't know how any presidential candidate or his wife lives through Election Day. I think this day's already been 2,400 hours long.
If I'm not elected, you mustn't be disappointed.
Oh, I won't be, my dear, not a bit. It's the waiting I mind. Once I know, I won't mind whatever it is. And I hope you won't.
I won't. To have won you is quite enough to ask of the Almighty, without asking for the presidency, too.
Just a moment.
Oh, Mark, congratulations, Mr. President.
Oh, Mark.
Mark, I thank God, and I thank you.
Well, while you're at it, thank the voters, too. A good many of them are on their way here.
Truly my cup runneth over. My cup runneth over. Well, you've probably figured out by now who the president was when all that happened. It really did happen, you know, and you'll have the answer in just a moment.
It all started back in 1947. 6 beautiful, talented girls, all ex-GIs, got together to play music. They performed, people liked them, and so their organization grew and grew. Until now, there are 65 beautiful ladies combined to make one of the most striking musical groups in radio. Music with the Girls has become one of ABC's Sunday headline attractions, a listening favorite. Whether you'd like to dance or just relax and listen, don't miss Music with the Girls. We wish you could see them. They're good to look at. But you can hear them every Sunday on these ABC stations. So don't miss your favorite music and songs on Music with the Girls today. You'll have a wonderful time. And now back to Edward Arnold and Mr. President.
Sincerely. Now, let me see. Dear Mark, it has been my dearest wish ever since I was elected to the presidency to have you accept a place in my cabinet. You have stated to me that you could under no circumstances accept a cabinet place. You know how deeply I regret this determination and how highly I appreciate your devotion to me. I want to express in this formal manner, that all may read, my deep regret that you cannot see your way clear to accept the post. With cordial regards to Mrs. Hannon and the children, in which my wife heartily joins, I am yours sincerely, William McKinley. Be with us again next week, won't you, for another interesting story that happened to Mr. President in Washington a few years ago. Until then, goodbye.
This program is produced and directed by Dick Woolen. Edward Arnold can currently be seen in the MGM picture Annie, Get Your Gun. Mr. President was created by Robert G. Jennings. Today's story was based on incidents in the life of President William McKinley.
Be sure to listen again next week when the American Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations bring you Edward Arnold with another interesting and factual story of Mr. President. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It would be a terrible blow to our national pride if any of our states failed to pay their debts.
Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold and written by Gene Holloway.